Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Pittsburgh Penguins, they played yesterday, and they lost to the Anaheim Ducks 5-1. Penguins have another game on Saturday. It's tomorrow. They play the Seattle Kraken at 4 o'clock. Then they've got the San Jose Sharks on Monday, and that'll end their road trip. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com, the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Callis. That starts right now.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the Early Morning Show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. My name is Nicholas Callis. They call me Harry, because I like baseball, and there was a guy named that once. Not related. But it's me, the Pittsburgh guy. This is The Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Just starting your day out. Starting your day out with sports talk. I think the warmer temperatures got to me a bit this morning. It was cold right over the last week. It was hard to sleep. It's just those extra cold temperatures, and it made it uncomfortable. Everything was just like a little bit colder in my house. The furnace was working all right, but I sleep by a window, so you feel a little bit of chill coming out. And this morning, 17 degrees feels like crazy good compared to 5 below that it was a few days ago. And I forgot to wake up this morning. So I was running in here, so a little bit of an adventure, but I'm here, and it's all good. 412-928-9370, that's the phone number. You can get a phone line, and we can chat about anything Pittsburgh sports related. Penguins lost another one. They are, well, this isn't a surprise. This isn't breaking news. They're struggling. See where they are in the standings. Still second to last in the Metropolitan Division. They're at 48 points, 3 above the Islanders at 45. And the Buffalo Sabres, worst team in the Eastern Conference right now, but they're a part of the Atlantic, but they're at 41 points. So just to put everything in perspective for you, Penguins are 7 points above the worst and 3 points above their division's basement setter. Penguins are 2 behind the Flyers, though, at 50, which, for how the NHL playoffs work, I mean, this isn't... It's true they could go on a run late and figure something out. The Devils are third in the division with 60 points right now. It's looking more and more unlikely they just keep losing games. Kings was a nice surprise when they won. They're definitely losing more than they're winning, and that's a bummer, but not a shock. Just more obvious analysis from me here. Again, been saying this all week. Probably the last time I'll mention this. If you want to call and say fire Tomlin, feel free, but I prefer more steady solutions, because we know that's not going to happen. And also, to be your final chance to say to me, Tomlin, one of the Calgary players. That's been a popular opinion that's been swirling as well, that we already know. But if you want to say it, if you want to get that out, this is the last week for any of those comments before we get into next week and talk a little bit about feasible solutions. But again, I mean, I'm fine with you venting through this week. That's what we've been doing over the last couple of weeks, is just talking about what can the Steelers do. And now fire Tomlin still seems like a solution to some of you, even though we know that's probably not going to happen. So 412-928-9370. Get a phone line. You can talk to me on X as well at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33. You can make comments on there as well. I usually read those if you tag me. So just make sure you tag me with that at Callas_33. And with that, we got a caller on the line now that wants to set the tone. So, good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Harry. This is GP from Gilpin. How you doing?
Good. It's nice to hear from you again. What's up?
Not too much. Just talking about the Penguins here. I was seeing here they're talking about Vancouver unloading this Brock. What is it, Boozer? I don't know how you say his last name. Do you?
No, I don't.
He's a 40-goal scorer from last year, but he's having a down year, and they're looking to get rid of him. So this would be a great opportunity to maybe unload Carlson or Pedersen, maybe package something up, get somebody you can throw with Sydney, maybe get some more scoring. You haven't heard anything about that? They're talking about it.
No, yeah, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, I haven't quite heard any news about any of that. I mean, for me, I'm waiting for them to do something where they can get some sort of compensation back that will help them in the future. And if this guy's that guy, sure. I mean, I've kind of been uninvested in the Penguins right now just because, like, I'll watch a game and I'll look at them and I'll be like, yeah, I'm seeing what I'm seeing here. They've got to find ways to invest further in the future. If this guy's young enough, sure. I mean, get him. If not, I mean, you got to get something back in any trades or any moves that you make to help with the future. Like they've got to rebuild here. They've got to break it down, and they've got to try again with newer players. I'm more focused when I listen to these things on offloading the veteran players that they have now for that younger talent as well. So I mean, if this goal scorer is a guy that can help from Vancouver, why not? I mean, that's the way I look at it. Any move that can be made for them to help in the future and rebuild is something that I'm for. As it relates to the Steelers and the Penguins, I mean, it's the same sentiment that I have for both teams. If it's not going to help reshape the future long term, I'm not interested in the move. And that's my blanket opinion. I mean, I've got opinions on them, a little more specifically, just depending on case to case things. But like, if we're talking about a guy who's having one down year, who's a goal scorer, he's a veteran guy, maybe not young guy, maybe again, but like, give me draft picks, give me some of the younger talent, give me prospects. That's what the idea should be right now. Goaltending as well, definitely. Steelers need a cornerstone. Not the Steelers, I'm sorry, the Penguins need a cornerstone goalie too as well. It still seems like it's on the table. There are a whole lot of problems, though. A whole lot of problems. I think that one goal scorer that could theoretically complement Sidney Crosby, it's not it. I mean, there are bigger issues that come with the Penguins right now than that to me. 412-928-9370. I mean, it's a good question. It's just something that I haven't followed or seen. I did want to talk a lot about football today as well because we got 2 conference championships coming up. I'll give my predictions for those, the 2 conference championships in the NFL that will set the Super Bowl matchup. So we'll talk about that a little bit as well. Yeah, I mean, it's not a new opinion either, but it's something I'm going to say just to make myself feel better, and that is the Penguins and the Steelers need to, if they truly want to have a solid shot at coming back to the winning side of things, they're going to have to do the rebuild thing. And I'm not wavering on that either. I mean, this is and this is why I'm so passionate about this as well. Like, before last season with the Penguins, when they freshly hired Kyle Dubas and they traded for Erik Karlsson, the first thing I was saying was, maybe rebuild. Maybe it's time to get rid of the big three or parts of it. Right? Get rid of parts of the big three, trade veterans, get some young prospects. Like, I was fully straight on that opinion. And then they did all the things. They got Karlsson. They hired Dubas. Dubas making a bunch of fun moves. Extended Tristan Jarry. That was my favorite. Obviously, sarcasm. Right, he did all these things, and, I'm thinking, like, all right, great. Maybe they don't need to rebuild. And then now it's a season and a half later, and I'm like, okay, no, they actually may need to rebuild. These little patches did not work. Steelers, same thing. Steelers over the past couple seasons, I'm like, all right, they drafted Kenny Pickett. Yay! And they made all these moves. And then on top of that, then they traded Pickett, and they got, Patrick Queen. They traded for Justin Fields, signed Russell Wilson out of free agency after he was released from the Broncos, and you're looking at that, and you're like, okay, maybe they don't need to rebuild. Look at that. And the Steelers do the same thing they've been doing for the past 8 seasons now. So when I say there's nothing that could make me think that neither of these teams need to rebuild, I mean it this year. I mean it this year. Mark my words. I mean it this year. They both need to rebuild. Maybe the head coaches of each team have been around a little too long. The players on the team, while good, the Steelers' case, they're good, not good enough. The Penguins' case, they're not good. Rebuild it. Make moves in an effort to rebuild it. No, the Steelers definitely don't like to commit to rebuilds, and the Penguins haven't rebuilt in a while. Had a great string of luck in the 2000s to get draft picks that actually amounted to a lot of Stanley Cups. Got to break it down again. No, it'll be tough. It'll be tough to see some faces go. It was tough to see Gensel get traded. Something that seems to need to happen, though. 412-928-9370. Another caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning. Old German Rod.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, couple comments about the Steelers here. I did read an article, something about the Steelers ownership. They're happy with mediocre from one of the Roonies. And then the guy that comes on to the fan all the time that talks, that used to be for the Steelers, the general manager or something.
Doug Whaley?
Said it's all about yes, sir. Talked about it's just about the money. Well, the Steelers are showing you it's just about the money. And another point, do you think the Steelers' third-round pick could be the Mississippi quarterback? And, I think he's like one of the better quarterbacks out there besides the top 2 coming out maybe, but I'm not too fond of Ward. But just to hear your comments. And also, too, you have a great and safe day and stay warm.
Thank you. Thanks for the call. Yeah, it's easy to stay warm today. It's 17 degrees. It's a beautiful day outside. Yeah, I don't know how much they should invest a draft pick in a quarterback this season. Not that the quarterbacks aren't good, not that anybody couldn't be a good quarterback. My honest thing is I want to give Justin Fields like the entire season to figure it out. I mean, he had a pretty solid season up until he got moved from the starting position. I think that he can do it. I think that he can be a solid starter. That being said, like, unless they're going to draft somebody who they think could be like a backup for a couple years and then develop, if Justin Fields doesn't figure it out, then maybe, yeah, that's fine. They could do that. But the way I look at it is give somebody just an outright flat hey, make mistakes and figure it out season. Not a safe season where they play just to barely win and win enough games to qualify for the playoffs, and that's it. No, let a guy develop, let a guy take risks, and see what happens there. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. Got a break coming up here. Call me 412-928-9370. We can continue to talk after this break right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a question. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 20 pounds? That's a serious question because I dropped 20 pounds my first 3 weeks alone with Awaken 180 weight loss. That's how fast the weight can fall off when you choose the solution for weight loss. Each week you look at the scale and the number goes down and down. Every morning you wake up, you feel better and better. For me, it was my joints. I knew I was going to need knee surgery, and even before the surgery, my knee felt better because it wasn't carrying around so much weight. Experiencing those results, and given how easy Awaken 180 was, there was no way I wouldn't reach my goal. And I did. 35 pounds total thanks to Awaken 180, and I've kept the weight off since. The only weight loss program I know that puts their money where their mouth is. They're so confident in your success, they offer free support for life, a one-time investment in yourself for a lifetime of benefits. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. We had tons of people traipsing through our house over the holidays. Cousin Brian doesn't take his shoes off. Dirt, mud, salt, nasty. What a mess. Good thing Zero Res is having their biggest sale ever in celebration of the new year. Take 24% off all cleaning services for the month of January. Start your freshest year yet and clean 2024 right out of your home. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified. So it's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res. They have a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews, and the Zero Res Gotta Love It guarantee makes it easy to get what you pay for. Yes, Zero Res absolutely stands behind every cleaning. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray, and I've been helping Pittsburghers for 30 years navigating the legal issues surrounding aging. Get ready for your retirement years and what lies ahead with a no-obligation consultation. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back with fun for the whole family. The 64th annual fuel-required classic car dealership World of Wheels. Presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 24th through 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's hottest customs, hot rods, classics, trucks, and motorcycles, including the Evel Knievel Tribute, featuring the Snake River Trike, the X2 Sky Cycle, and the Formula One Dragster. Presented by Motor Mania Media. Make your own music and show your own style. Get your photo with Barbie's pink Cadillac from Disney's Epcot. You've seen her on parade. Now see it in person. Saturday, meet Danny Coker and Kevin Mack from Counts Customs and Counting Cars. Saturday and Sunday, meet Farm Truck and Asian from Street Outlaws. And see their sleeper Chevy Farm Truck Racer. TheFuelRequired.com World of Wheels. Presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. This weekend at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Part of the Summit Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See worldofwheels.com for more info.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you can try it for free. Simply call us today at 1-800-942-8302 or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, we can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDK listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
It's 2025, and it's time to get your home zero-resified by calling your cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Take 24% off all services for this month when you call 412-701-1188 or book online anytime at ZeroResPGH.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Starting your Friday morning, absolutely no issues on the roadways from Route 65 to 28 to the parkways. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Don't miss the Inside all week long from Steelers insider Mark Caballi.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams I went 0-2 and they made the playoffs, that doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Local sports talk before the sun comes up.
Wake up.
It's the Fan Early Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Kane is in the building.
Hello, Nicholas.
Hello.
Is this Nicholas Harry Callis?
No, unfortunately not.
Do you like Nicholas Harry Callis?
I'm actually not too even sure who that is, honestly.
Jeez. Sorry about that, Nick, if you're listening.
All good. That's me. So that's the answer to that question. I'm Nicholas Harry Callis. And this is the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, weekdays from 5 to 5:40 in the morning. I was on the PM team yesterday. Somebody called in, and I was listening to that on my way to Bethel Park. I was around 2:30. And, yeah, a guy called in with the name Nicholas and was like, yeah, I don't know who Nicholas Callis is, though. And I was like, oh, Yeah, you got to listen in the morning to be able to hear me, and you got to listen extra early in the morning to hear this show. So, but appreciate all of you out there that have joined. I noticed, too, yesterday, I was thinking about it, that the amount of callers that call in that are just sassy with the PM team is really impressive. Like, people will call the morning show and we'll hear like, oh, I love your show, but I disagree with you, or I think this, or I think that. Some dude called the PM team yesterday. I think Tony was his name. It was the caller after this one. And was just, was trying to tell them, like, oh, yeah, I got to fire Tomlin. And Pony and Muller with the reasonable take, like, what is that going to do? You know, and I'm like, yeah, that's. No, sorry, not what is that going to do? It was more like, well, they're not going to fire him, so what are we doing? And this guy was just ruthless. He was just like, oh, what do you mean? Well, that's what they got to do, though. And he just was, Tony was being real sassy. He was being real not nice. I noticed that there's a few callers that'll call in with the at any point in time and be sassy, but the PM team seems to get a little extra dose of people who just are just try to smack you with words. I felt bad, but I also agreed with the PM team. I'm like, anybody you can call. Like I said, my show, we're chill here. You want to vent? You're up at 5:30 in the morning. We're a chill show. It's not, this isn't crazy time. This isn't a time to get overly heated. Like this show, I've designed this show at this point to be just chill. Right? It's 5:00 in the morning. We are gradually working toward the day. Right? It's not even sunshine yet. It's the coldest point in the day as well. We're getting out of the overnight portion of the day. You want to call me and say, fire Tomlin? Sure. I don't care. I don't mind. Is that actually going to do anything, though? Like, is that comment going to, make me feel better? No, because it's one of the things that, at least at this point, they're not firing him this offseason. They're just not. It's not happening. They're not firing Tomlin this offseason. Maybe if there's a strong enough reaction from fans during the regular season next season, you may see something. Don't know. But I can tell you, I am 99% sure that they're not firing Tomlin this offseason. So to continue to discuss it, it's a moot point. Beating a dead horse, as they say. Now, again, you can call in. I'm fine with anybody that wants to call into this show. I'm not going to hit you with that. If that's something you want to say, that's great. But, we've all got to realize, and I've been saying this too, I think every show's been saying this, the argument to fire Tomlin, it's not a productive conversation just because it's really probably, again, at least for this offseason, we can have better hope for the future, but at least for this offseason, they're not firing Tomlin. So, not a productive thought. 412-928-9370 if you want to get a phone line talk. Really focusing on the Penguins and the Steelers, or at least I was for that first portion. Some quick predictions. If you have them as well, you can call and express those. We got the Kansas City Chiefs and the Buffalo Bills coming up this weekend. Both conference championship games on Sunday. For the AFC, it's Chiefs and Bills. For the NFC, it's the Washington Commanders and the Philadelphia Eagles. Our producer, as well, Seth Davis, invited the producers out to a get-together because he's an Eagles fan and he wants to host us in his domain and share in his Eagle fandom. I was debating on going, and I don't know how to feel. I don't want to become an Eagles fan. Maybe I'll just go for the free food, No, so we'll start with the NFC. As much as I like Seth, are the Eagles a better team? Probably. Do I want to see the Commanders win, though, for the story? Yeah, I do. The Washington Commanders are a great story. They change owners, immediately have success, and are now on the doorstep of the Super Bowl. And then I got to get through the Eagles. I want to see that more than I want to see the Eagles win. Now, if I'm purely basing this prediction on the team that should win based on talent, thinking about it too, on the surface, the Eagles would be the team. Jalen Hurts still a little banged up, though. Could that play a factor? Maybe. I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna just go for it. I'm not gonna think about it. I'm gonna take the Commanders by 6 points in this game. It'll be like a 27-21 final, but the Commanders are gonna pull it out against the Eagles. That's my prediction for the NFC game. For the AFC, I'm feeling the same kind of sentiments that I am for the Commanders for the Buffalo Bills. I want them to get past one time. Get past the Chiefs, Bills. Starkey asked a pretty Or no, it was the other way around. Somebody asked a question to Starkey the other day, do you think that Sean McDermott gets fired? And Starkey said no, which I agree with. Why would you... Like, who's available right now for you to get that is going to get you similar, if not better, results than Sean McDermott is right now with the Bills? I don't know. Could a lot of the success be credited to Josh Allen's just freaky good nature? Maybe. Probably. But Sean McDermott's still a good enough coach to, support this team the way he is. And so I don't think he should be fired just because you lose to the Chiefs. I mean, the Chiefs are, one of the best teams now, one of the best dynasties that you'll remember in NFL history. They've been to every conference championship since 2020. That's crazy. I wouldn't fire Sean McDermott, and I think Joe is right about that. So I want them to beat the Chiefs, just for once. Chiefs have won enough. Winning 3 in a row would be impressive. But they have enough championships. I want to see the Bills figure it out. Now, will the Bills actually figure it out? I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm feeling crazy with my predictions today. I think the Bills are going to win. And they're going to win by... They're going to win by 3. We'll call it 3. We'll say... high offensive game, and the Bills are going to win 38-35 over the Chiefs. So I'm picking both teams that, I don't know what the betting lines are. I didn't check. Probably should have. Oops. So, well, it feels like the Eagles would be favored in the NFC game. I know, I got to be certain that the Chiefs are the favorite team against the Bills. So I guess I'm picking some underdog teams going in here. I want the Commanders from the NFC and the Bills from the AFC. Those are my predictions. Perhaps off the wall predictions, but those are my predictions. I want to take the teams that maybe aren't expected to do, or not as expected to win these games, the underdogs-ish teams. And with that, I'm out of time. My name is Nicholas Harry-Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Conference Championship Sunday anyhow. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to watch, one of the biggest NFL weekends that there is. And then those matchups will determine who plays in the Super Bowl. So have a good weekend. Try to watch the Penguins if you can stomach it. If you can stomach the way that they're playing. Not great. But they do have a game coming up this weekend. So, just something to watch there. And don't forget, spring training is in a little less than a month now. So, baseball's coming back. It's all exciting. All good things to look forward to. Maybe. We'll see. Time will tell. But my name is Nicholas Harry-Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Fan Morning Show pre-show is next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-514-1026 if you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns. Help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Well, we're seeing more cars and vehicles on those roadways when it comes to the inbound side of the Parkway West, but still no real issues at this hour. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
It's a Fan Morning Show pre-show. Crowley, Dickerson, Callis behind the glass. It's a Friday. It's championship weekend in the NFL. And we're going to jump all over the place today and have some fun. How we doing, Dickerson?
It's Friday. Can't wait for these games this weekend. A little under the weather, but I'll be fine. Callis, how you doing?
I certainly feel refreshed. It's a great morning.
We need to get Doran some Vicks Vapor Rub just to slather all over his sternum.
Yep.
You a Dayquil guy?
Yes, I took. Thank goodness I did take NyQuil last night. I took some NyQuil early, went to bed, fell asleep, and I think I'd be in worse shape if I didn't do that. But I did take some Dayquil this morning. I feel like that's the best medicine whenever I'm sick. That's what usually works for me.
Oh, the quills.
Yep.
You got to love the quills. I'm a big fan of the Dayquil. It's like you're not sick.
Right.
It's incredible. And the NyQuil, I don't know. I had some weird fever dreams.
Yeah.
I don't know that it has to do with the NyQuil or if it's just the fever dreams, but that stuff works, man. Tell you what else works is the Sudafed. You ever had the Sudafed?
Yeah.
That'll blast your sinuses. Bang!
Mm-hmm.
You're all good. When I was a kid, and really growing up, I was not a big medication guy. I just didn't want to put stuff in my body.
Same here.
So I just go through it. And then you get older and you're like, huh.
Yeah, I don't want to feel bad.
No. This stuff works.
Right.
I feel great. When my daughter was sick over Christmas break, the baby, she had this really bad cough. They're like, yeah, go into the bathroom, turn the shower up, just get that steam going.
Yeah.
And then if that doesn't work, take her on the front porch, bundle her up. I'm like, well, it's like 20 degrees.
Right.
Like, nah, it'll open the sinuses.
Huh.
So maybe every break you should just run outside, do some jumping jacks, and come in.
Yeah, I ain't doing that.
You know what we also used to do as kids is we would always do the crackers and you would do the chicken noodle soup. Now I feel like you could do it adult style, like a hot toddy and some chili.
Yes.
You just need something hot.
Yep. Chili, I don't know. It might mess your stomach up with the beans.
It depends on what you're dealing with.
That's true. That is true.
We made white chili the other day. You ever had white chili?
I've had it before. I wouldn't make it, but if it's there, I'll eat it. You wanted white chili? You probably wanted white chili, right?
My wife wanted it.
Oh.
Because we've been kind of chilied out, so we wanted to do a different variation. It's
what's
good.
the base? Like what? What's the
little chicken broth?
Okay.
We did some bone broth too, and then you get the green chilies. You get those. What do you call them? White beans. It's a Great North beans or whatever the hell. Put those in there.
Pretty good.
Some garlic, some onion.
Any meat?
Pretty good. Chicken chili.
Chicken white. Okay.
Yeah. Throw some cumin up in there.
Yeah, cumin.
Yeah, a little cumin.
Yeah, cumin.
Mm-hmm. Some oregano. Stir that bad boy up. Pretty good.
Yeah, I like that.
Texter, drink a beer, Doran.
I actually haven't had a sip of alcohol in 2 weeks.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm proud of myself.
I drank a Guinness last night.
Did you?
Yeah.
How was it?
Oh, it always hits the spot.
It always hits it. Yeah. I haven't even had the urge to have one.
That's
the
great.
thing. It's weird. I might give it up forever.
Really?
I don't know.
Do you feel better?
Not really, but I might.
There might be a correlation here. You stop drinking alcohol, now you're
My
not feeling
immune system,
so good.
yes.
You need the booze.
Yep.
I actually thought that I discovered the cure for the stomach bug way back in the day. I think I've told this one before. I went to the beach with my cousin Brian, and he was 21. I was 18. We went out to some restaurant where the waiter had no problem serving an underage man such as myself. And they were these big, freezing cold, 16-ounce Pilsners, whatever they were. And my whole family, back at the house, they got hit with the stomach bug. And when my cousin Brian and I are walking back from this establishment, we had a lot to drink. And I'm just puking the whole way. Just throwing up, then I keep walking. Throw up, keep walking. Never got the stomach bug.
So you thought that the big Pilsner was the reason why?
I think I drank so much beer that I just regurgitated all the beer in like a 40-minute stretch. Meanwhile, everyone else got sick for like 3 days at the beach, which that sucks.
Oh, that's awful.
Everyone got the stomach bug at the beach. Me and my cousin, because he got sick too, we didn't get the stomach bug. We threw up beer for like, I don't know, an hour. Puke and rally. We must have had the bug in there.
Right, and you threw the bug up.
Threw the bug up before it really set in.
Yeah. I believe in that, too. Like, I believe that whenever you start feeling sick, like, usually when I start feeling sick, and I had the mindset of doing that, no, not to, like, your extent. I don't think yours is real on me, but, it's a good
What?
I don't think yours is real.
It obviously worked.
But I like to get in the sauna and sweat it out
out
before it hits. Like, if I feel, and I wanted to do that yesterday, and I just didn't do it, and I should have. Usually, whenever I do that, I don't get sick. If I feel like I'm getting sick, or if my kids are sick, which my kids are sick, that's why I'm sick, I will go get in the sauna and sweat it out before it even hits, and sweat it all out before I even get sick.
You have a sauna in your house?
Yes.
This guy's got a sauna in his house.
Well, I mean, I got it when I was playing. It was a write-off. I got it on Black Friday. It was a great deal.
Where do you install such a thing?
In the basement. A little room in the basement.
You just had a closet there and you stick that in there?
Mm-hmm. It's like just a two-person one.
I never walked in there.
I never showed it to you? The Jason room, where I have all the signed Jason posters and stuff?
No.
Oh.
How hot does it get in there?
Like 140.
Oh!
Turn it on, wait about a half hour, gets up to like 120. Or you wait an hour, then it gets up to like 130 something.
Can I ask you a personal question?
No, I don't get in naked.
I was going to ask if you could do like a couples thing in there.
Like what?
Well, like you and the lady go in the sauna.
Yeah, we go in together.
Is it sexy?
No, you're sweating.
It's too hot to be sexy.
Yeah, you're sweating.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I've never been one for shower fun either.
No.
Especially if there's a height difference. One of you's getting smacked in the face.
I don't know that.
Strong stream of water right in the face.
Oh, try not to make me laugh today.
Oh. That's okay. I'll turn it off. I'll have to turn off the charm today, Callis. Callis, don't be whimsical today.
If I just talk, I'm sure in your perspective, I'd make Doran just sit there flatly.
You made me laugh the other day when we were talking about heat escaping from the head, and you're like, that makes sense. That's where all your holes are.
Yeah,
It's true. It's true.
90% of the heat escapes through your ears in a cartoon when you're mad. That's when that happens.
Mm-hmm.
Texter, fun fact. Didn't know if you guys know the coach of W&J football in Washington, PA is Nick Sirianni's brother. Yes.
We've had him on the show.
Yes. We did?
Yeah, a couple of years ago with the old show.
Oh.
Yeah, we did.
I blacked that out.
Yeah, I know.
Nice guy, Nick Sirianni. He's his brother. even though I don't remember ever talking to him.
Yeah, we had him on.
Damn.
I think it's whenever the Eagles were going to go to the Super Bowl.
It would have been when they went,
Yeah.
And then there was the bad call, no call, whatever the call at the end of the game.
You don't remember having him on?
No.
Huh.
I remember him existing as the Washington, PA, W&J football coach, but I did not remember talking to him.
Isn't that where Goodell went?
That is.
Yeah.
And my friend Mike Sorkin.
Sorkin.
Not that anybody cares.
Mike Sorkin.
One of the great guys. Mike Sorkin.
Yeah, I met him before.
Have you?
No.
Michael August Sorkin is his middle name.
August?
Mm-hmm. It's an interesting middle name.
That is an interesting.
Callis, what's your middle name?
Emmanuel.
Emmanuel? Nicholas Emmanuel Callis. Ooh, that slaps.
That's a good one.
That's a damn good middle name.
Nicholas Manny.
Mm-hmm. That's what they called my grandfather before.
Manny?
That's where the name came from, yeah.
Nice.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Nicholas Emmanuel Callis. That's a guy that wins Green Tree Council.
Absolutely.
That should be on your campaign signs. Nicholas Emmanuel Callis.
NEC.
I like my name, Adam Richard Crowley.
Yeah.
Nicholas Emmanuel Callis blows me out of the water.
Mm-hmm.
And you're Rico?
Ricardo, yeah.
Oh, we're kind of the same, you and me.
Yeah.
Richard, Ricardo.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
My dad's middle name's Ricardo, but there's an H in it. I guess they messed it up whenever he was in the hospital. It's Richardo.
But he goes Ricardo.
Yeah, it's Ricardo, but they put an H in it for some reason.
You know what? With all due respect, the head coach of West Virginia basketball's name is Darren DeVries.
Mm-hmm.
D-A-R-R-I-A-N.
Uh-huh.
So phonetically, that would be Darian DeVries.
Right.
There was another Darren on his street growing up, but they wanted to name him Darren, so they spelled it Darian. I'm sorry, you can't do that. If it's spelled Darian, you can't say it's pronounced Darren.
Right.
I will not allow that.
Right.
So your dad's Richardo. I'm
Yes.
sorry, I hate to do it, but it is.
I know.
So what? I could say my name's Adam, but it's pronounced Paul.
Right.
I mean, I could do that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you know how many people call me Dorian, and I'll literally spell my name D-O-R-I-N. They're like, "Oh, Dorian." Like, where do you get the A at whenever I spell that?
It's like the whole Martavius Bryant thing.
Yes.
Or San Antonio Holmes.
Or Najee Harris.
Yeah. There are others.
Yep.
But they're escaping me
San
right
Antonio
now.
Holmes. I heard that a lot
That's
growing
a
up.
tremendous one.
San Antonio Holmes.
Oh, what a play there, San Antonio Holmes. We're going to talk about him at some point today because it's championship weekend, and my God, did he have himself a day against the Ravens in 2008. San Antonio Holmes.
That's a good one.
Texter, I love a sauna, but a steam room is the bleep.
Yes.
Sweat a hangover out in half an hour.
Yes.
I have never been a hangover workout guy.
I don't like working out with the hangover, but I do like the sauna steam room with the hangover. It does work.
Much better.
Yes.
Much better. Because you need that sweat. You want that sweat, but I don't want to be doing burpees and stuff. I'll hurl.
Mm-hmm.
Although I'm not a big – I don't know that I've ever thrown up from a hangover.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's more the headache.
Really?
The equilibrium's kind of off. You know, you're kind of like half dizzy. But
wow.
I've never been sick, knock on wood. I've never been sick to my stomach, really, from a hangover.
I'm always the nausea part.
Yeah.
It's like very rarely the headache, unless it's like wine. But the nausea, oh, it's awful.
Really?
Oh, it's so awful.
That's strange to me. I think that's pretty
I think you have a strong
common.
stomach. You do have a strong stomach because I have to eat to put these Zins in or I feel nauseous. You don't have to eat to put the Zins in.
No, I eat the Zins.
Right.
Is what I do.
You definitely have a strong stomach. Mine's weak.
Don't do this, but sometimes your mind just takes you to strange places. I wonder what happens if you snort the nicotine salt right out of the Zin.
I mean, you'll have a nosebleed for a day.
Yeah, it's no good.
Yeah, you'll be messed up.
Yeah. I'm not going to do it. There's a lot of things I think about that I'm not going to do, but I wonder, I'm sure somebody out there has done that.
For sure.
These sick Gen Zers probably try everything.
Yep, TikTok it.
Is that still exist?
Yeah, it's back.
We're back?
Mm-hmm.
I saw on the internet that Barack Obama might have been having an affair or is having an affair with Jennifer Aniston, and let me tell you, I don't know if I believe it or not, but if it happened, holy cow.
Yes, that is something.
I would never want to be president.
No.
and I would never want my wife and I to split. But if you told me, as a single man, you have to go through 8 years of dealing with all the hell that is president, but you get to wind up with Jennifer Aniston at the end of it, bang, sign me up.
Yeah, I'm with that.
Texter, my younger brother's name is Benjamin Franklin. He was named after our great-grandfather. Is your great-grandfather the Benjamin Franklin?
That wouldn't be great-grandfather, would it?
Probably be great-great-great.
Yeah.
Texter, coffee, zin, poop. That's it. That's right. I've cut my coffee consumption down from 4 cups to 2.
Do you do the half decaf, the half calf?
We haven't had the decaf around here in a while. I don't know why.
Decaf's just, it's pointless.
I like it because sometimes I just like the taste of coffee or the ritual of coffee.
Mm-hmm.
But when I have 4 cups, I get jittery. Here's the thing about coffee. I don't think it actually wakes you up.
No, not after. I mean, you're immune to it.
Once
basically.
you get used to it,
right,
yeah.
Right. I like the smell of things more than I like the taste of them.
Coffee's perfect for that.
Yes.
What things smell better than they taste? 412-928-9370, and please keep it PG.
Gasoline. Clearly.
You don't know that. When's the last time you had a pint of gasoline?
Love the smell of gas. I just had another one. Cigar. I like the smell of cigar. And I like smoking cigars, as you know, but I'd rather smell a cigar than smoke it.
Does bacon smell better than it tastes, even though it tastes incredible?
That's a good one, too.
Callus, what smells better than it tastes? 412-928-9370. Marijuana.
Yeah. I've never done that, so I couldn't answer that.
That's a lie. You're just saying that because you're running for Green Tree
Right.
Council. And you're afraid it's taboo. I did not inhale.
I did not inhale.
I've never had any.
Did Morgan Freeman not inhale?
I did not inhale that marijuana.
I'll tell you, know what smells better than it tastes? Every time I walk into a Subway.
Oh, good call. Good
Subway
one.
smells immaculate, and then you
Yes.
eat it. It's like, this is fine.
Yes, good one. That's a great one,
Like, I would love to sniff a foot-long chicken teriyaki, but I don't know if I want to eat it.
Mm-hmm. That's a good one.
Texter, fresh cut grass.
That too.
Who's eating grass?
I know, but it smells
Yeah,
good.
I mean, I've eaten grass before. I mean, not as an adult.
What are you, a cow?
No.
You chew a
You're
cud?
telling me you never, as like a 6-year-old, just like picked up some grass
Yes.
and said, "Oh, this is what
I've
does
tried
it
it.
taste like?"
Dogs do that when their stomach is upset. Helps them throw up.
Do they?
Yeah.
I've heard that before. Yeah.
How about that? Texter, fresh blacktop.
That's a good one.
I do love the smell of fresh blacktop.
That's one I've never tasted though. But
Texter, Panda Express.
S.
Texter, oh my God. This is weird, but I love my 3rd grade teacher's coffee breath.
What? What?
I remember my 3rd grade teacher's name. She was a huge hockey fan. She had a cardboard cutout of Yarmir Yager. And upon reflection, a pretty attractive woman.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't say I ever sniffed her breath.
Right. Yeah. I don't think I've ever sniffed my teacher's breath before.
Texter, reversal. Vinegar tastes better than it smells.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. You like put it in a salad?
I like a vinegar and oil salad.
Right.
Yeah.
Does taste better than it smells. It smells terrible.
I don't know. I like if you use vinegar as like, if you're making ribs and you're coating it with like some vinegar mixture with like all the spices in there, just keeping it moist, which is what I have to do because I don't have a nice grill like you do. I like the smell of that.
You like the smell of vinegar?
Yeah.
I hate it. Oof.
I'm a huge fan of Tabasco, which I think is vinegar-based. Texter, driving past any Burger King.
Oh, that's a good one. Yes.
Texter, Brussels sprouts. Totally disagree.
I like the taste of Brussels.
I love Brussels sprouts, but when if you walk in after a long day's work and your partner's cooking Brussels sprouts, it smells like they blew up the upstairs bathroom.
The opposite, hibachi. It tastes better than it smells.
100%.
You're smelling like the hibachi. If you go to a hibachi place, like you're smelling like that for a day.
Yes,
like
you
you
are.
have to wash your clothes.
Hibachi, cigars,
Yes.
campfire,
Yes.
all those things are going to stick with you for a little while. Texter, popcorn.
That's kind of even for me.
Yeah.
I can see where somebody would say that, though.
Texter, cilantro tastes like stink bug smell.
Yes.
See, I've never actually killed a stink bug and smelled it and thought that it actually did stink.
I think I did one time.
Yeah.
It smells like it's like pungent.
My old neighbor in Morgantown he's in his mid-90s now. There's this old towny dude lived next to us. His name is Henry. He had this long white beard. He was a professor emeritus of math. He had a jar filled to the brim with stink bugs.
What?
Yeah. Instead of killing them, he would scoop them up and put them in a jar.
Wonder what else he has jarred in his house that he's hidden. If he has stink bugs jarred. Think about it. Probably all kinds of weird stuff. All kinds. Were they dead?
They would die eventually.
Yeah, he probably has all kinds of jarred stuff in that house. I don't know about that. Think about it.
I am thinking about it now. Like, oh, look at all these stink bugs. Oh, that's cool, Henry. We'd be having a party, and he'd be walking his dog, Betty Bounce. And he'd be like, can I join you guys for one of your beer bleep fest parties? Sure, buddy. And
he would come in?
He would sit on our front porch with the dog, which became very popular with the ladies. He would have exactly 2, never less, never more natural lights, and then he would walk back down to his place. I think
very odd.
I think you just want to look around.
Yeah, and jar something.
Texter, you guys are too young, but copies of paper in school. No,
copies of paper? What do you mean?
What are you talking? We were just talking the other day about projectors.
Yeah.
How you'd have that clear piece of paper,
Right.
you put it down, they'd be writing on it.
Oh, yeah. Copies.
Before the smart boards came around. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
If you print anything now, I love the smell of print in paper. I also love the smell of books. My old teacher in high school used to eat a page out of every book he read, Mr. Ty.
What?
Yeah. I used to love the smell of the series, The Seventh Tower. There were like 8 or 9 of those, but I love the smell of them. Series of Unfortunate Events. Very good smelling book. Harry Potter, Sorcerer's Stone. Delicious smell. Goblet of Fire, not so much. All right, we good?
Yeah.
Woo! Texter, Crowley, I thought you were going to say your 90-year-old neighbor tastes better than he smells. All right. On January 14th. All right, here's one more. This is a great one from our guy Steve Wiles. I love the smell of hose water, but don't like the taste. That is a great one.
I can
you
see that.
turn on the hose in the summertime, the water that comes out of the hose, it has a distinct smell, but then you taste it, and it kind of tastes like copper.
Yep.
That's a great text.
That's a good one.
All right, on January 14th, Mike Tomlin promised changes. It is now January 24th. We've had no changes. We'll start there. We're talking championship weekend. There's a Pirate story up in there. Cam Newton went on ESPN and just flamed Fox and what they got going on over there. So we're jumping all over the place, and we'd love to jump around with you at 412-928-9370. 30 seconds, bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Certainly there's change that comes with this time of year. Certainly there's change that comes when we don't have the desired outcome, and so those are just the realities of the business. I'd imagine there's going to be some things that change around here on a lot of levels, but that's just this game, as I mentioned. I understand that. I'm open to that.
It has been 10 days since Mike Tomlin said there would be changes at a lot of levels, and there have been 0 changes. There has not been a single coach let go. There hasn't been a single coach that has taken a job at another organization. The Steelers coaching staff from the end of the season, the one that was on the sideline against Baltimore, is the one that we have today. And I think if it were going to happen, more than likely it would have happened by now. But I think today's probably the last possible day. And I'll tell you why. 9 days after Tomlin's press conference in 2023, Matt Canada, it was announced he was retained. 5 days after Tomlin spoke in 2021, Keith Butler, quote-unquote, retired. 1 day after Tomlin spoke in 2018, Randy Fichtner was out. 1 day after Tomlin spoke, whatever year it was, Todd Haley was out. So they've been quick to make the changes when they've made the changes. We have now gone past the longest amount of time that they've taken to make a massive change, and that's why I say today would probably be the last day. We're 10 days out. It's a Friday. You can see the whole news dump thing happen at 5 p.m., but I think it's probably more likely than not, Doran, that they're not making any substantial changes to the coaching staff.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you because, this is that time of year where you're getting your coaches ready, and a lot of coaches do attend Senior Bowls. They attend the All-Star games. They get ready for the Combine, and you wouldn't want to hang around or let a coach hang around that process if you're already getting ready for the upcoming year of scouting, of checking out players, things of that nature. I know they did that with Brandon Hunt. They kind of kept him along for a little bit of time, but that was the personnel side. And now he's in, obviously they swapped Brandon Hunt and Andy Weidel in Philly.
That happens a lot in the scouting side of things and the personnel side of things is you'll go through the draft.
Right.
And then things change a little bit there.
Right.
I have a buddy who used to work in the Browns organization, and he worked there for a year. There were 3 head coaches in that year, by the way, which is just, it's impossible really to comprehend as Steelers fans when you've had 3 coaches since the Beatles were touring. But right after the draft, bang, entire scouting department.
Yeah.
Gone, see ya, good luck. But that happens at a lot of places. The one thing I think is still a possibility would be bringing guys in an advisory role.
Yes.
Someone to come in like that Mike Vrabel role.
Yes.
Maybe the Dean Pease role.
We say that every year, and we hope that is a case. And, they've done that. I think that, Sullivan is in that role right now. Mike Sullivan, they brought him back for that role. They need to bring somebody in for multiple roles that have been around a long time, but I don't know if they're going to do it. I feel like they're going to stay status quo and just, roll into this upcoming season with what they have. There's only been one partial, tiny bit of movement with the Steelers, and that's Sheldon White, the director of player personnel. I think he interviewed for a GM job. That's it.
He did. I think Andy Weidel, a
his
franchise,
name.
might have kicked the tires or at least thrown his name out there, but obviously nothing came of that. Arthur Smith had a couple of head coaching interviews, but when the Jets hired Aaron Glenn, that shut the door there. So it looks like this coaching staff is going to remain intact, and I think that's unacceptable. The fact that you are topping out every year at 10-7 and getting your butts kicked in the playoffs, and yet you're doing nothing to the coaching staff is very bothersome to me. Because I could see them saying, all right, well, we need to change philosophically, but if you're doing it with the same people, that doesn't make much sense.
No.
Because if you were going to change philosophically, maybe you try to do anything different during a 5-game losing streak. But you've got people who all see it the same way. They're not going to see it necessarily different one year to the next.
No.
So bothersome probably isn't too strong a word.
But do the Steelers really take input? I know that even when Matt Canada was here, I think that the stigma was the coordinators and Mike Tomlin doesn't really take input from other people as much. So what really would a new person coming in as a D coordinator, would that really matter? Would they just have to adhere to what Tomlin wants to do? Or do they get to put their spin for real on something? Does an offensive coordinator really get to put a spin on it? Or does he get held back like we kind of anticipated this year with Arthur Smith and, even other roles? So
I think the word spin is perfect because you aren't going to see wholesale changes schematically, but I do think a coordinator on the defensive side would add a little different spin or twist.
Well, they regress, Crowley. Whenever you regress in anything in life, you have to evaluate, and then you have to say, why did we regress? Especially whenever you have a high-level unit in something, right? And you went backwards. The sacks were down. Tackles, everything across the board was down underneath Terrell Austin. And clearly he's one of my pit brothers. I love Terrell Austin. But, whenever you regress in the NFL, that means changes need to be made. It's that cut and dry, usually.
It sounds to me then, if Mike Tomlin's to be taken at his word, and maybe he shouldn't, that if they're not making changes on the coaching staff, then you should see some seismic shifts in the roster. And they did that last year. They turned over the quarterback room. That's dramatic, and it's certainly dramatic for them. So that's where I'm holding out my hope if 5 p.m. comes and passes tonight and they've done nothing with the coaching staff. And I think there are going to be some natural roster changes. Obviously, Najee Harris isn't going to be here. You're not going to have Justin Fields and Russell Wilson. We all expect them to have one of the two, but they're not going to have both. I don't know why those guys would sign up for that. George Pickens could be moved. Dante Jackson's not going to come back. Larry Ogunjobi. I mean, the number of guys who are going to leave organically because they're free agents is a pretty decent chunk of players.
Yeah.
But the impact guys aren't going to be gone. So it's not that different. If philosophy doesn't change, if the schemers don't change, and you're only moving out, with all due respect, bit pieces and replacing them with other starter caliber players, but not elite caliber players, I don't know why anybody would think that it's going to be different year over year.
No, it's not.
Texter, Home Depot smells good. Agreed.
I love the smell of Home Depot.
I love the smell of Costco.
That too.
I would live in a Costco for a month.
For sure. I mean, you'd be fine. You'd be able to watch TV. Wouldn't get hungry.
Did you know that I watched I don't know why you would know this, 2008 Stanley Cup Final Game 7 Penguins Red Wings in a Walmart?
Did you really? Why?
We were at Moe's Southwest Grill. That's where we watched a handful of the Penguin games that stretch because they had the TV there. Plus, you'd get just unlimited chips and we would get queso. It was a wonderful experience. They were closing, and we didn't have a chance to, at the end of the second period, get home. So Walmart was right there on Washington Pike. We figured if we could get to Walmart, they'll have it up on the TVs there. And then I knocked over a display in anger when they lost.
Oh, man.
And I said Game 7 was actually Game 6. They didn't go 7.
Oh.
I knocked over a display in my rage.
Did you get in trouble?
No, we ran.
Oh.
We ran.
Nice.
Yeah. Marc-Andre Fleury laid back, and the puck trickled off his back into the net, and I lost my mind. I knocked over a display. I had to be yanked out of there by my friends, screaming left and right at the television. Yeah.
Makes sense.
I've grown up now, though, since then.
Yeah, sure.
Texter, Christmas wrapping paper smells good.
Any type of paper. Fresh paper.
Callis just printed the reads. It's too far gone. It's been about 5 minutes. Doesn't smell all that good. Are you holding out hope for any Steelers changes on the coaching staff, or do you think that that's done? 412-928-9370. A couple of good write-ups came out yesterday, Doran, where people did math so that we don't have to, and I love when that happens. We know roughly how much salary cap space the Steelers have. We know how they can create more. We'll detail that for you. What should they do with that cap space? We'll get into it next. 412-928-9370. It's not all Steelers today. We'll be bouncing around. We want you to chime in. Text line, phone line. You can leave us a voice message on your Odyssey app. And the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis Fan Headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins lost to the Ducks yesterday by a 5-1 final score. Penguins next play against the Seattle Kraken at 4 o'clock tomorrow. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
I have an addictive personality, and from a young age, I've been addicted to dip. Daisy French onion dip, that is. One of my guilty pleasures during football season is eating dips and chips and wings and veggies while watching the big game. We got a couple of big games coming up on Sunday, and now Daisy came out with their French onion dip and a Daisy ranch dip. They're a game changer. They're just as good as homemade dip. They have real herbs and spices, ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. I know you're going out to the store this weekend to gear up for the big games. Get yourself some Daisy French onion dip and some Daisy ranch dip.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. After a 6th straight playoff loss, it doesn't sound like there'll be a change at head coach. But Mike Tomlin sounds open to a new option at quarterback.
We don't have a quarterback under contract. We got some major discussions there. It was a really good experience with the 3 quarterbacks that were on our roster this year, individually and collectively. We certainly are open to considering those guys.
We'll have the quarterback situation covered all offseason long, like no one else can. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Colin Dunlap, I'm here to tell you about something real important. Windows. Listen, Proven quality, proven service. No wonder thousands of homeowners have trusted Window Nation for their homes. You can too. Why don't you get that free, no obligation quote right now? 866-90Nation. That's 866-90Nation, windownation.com. You know what they do? They'll come in, they measure each window 3 times to ensure proper fit. That gets it done. Go check out the internet. Over 20,000 online positive reviews. Oh, yes. Just listen to the customers. Window Nation's a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins, too. Receive a pair of Penguins tickets with the purchase of a house of windows. They have a lot going on right now. How about this? 50% off all styles of windows. Plus, you pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. That's 24 months. 866-90Nation. That's the only number you need. 866-90Nation, windownation.com.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with the sound of freshness, the sound of sizzle, the sound of savings. With new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items, deals for days on over 1,000 items throughout the store, plus weekly sales and My Perks for even more savings at the pump. Surround yourself with savings every time you shop. At your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Partly sunny today, the high 29.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Welcome to Staples.
I am so pumped. My business is going to kill it this year.
Awesome. How can I help?
First, a new computer.
With Staples home and office hot deals, you save big on tech.
And new posters.
Save on custom printing, too.
And,
a new chair?
A chair? Who has time to sit?
Maybe all your new clients?
Now you're talking.
With Staples home and office hot deals, you'll find huge savings on custom prints, storage, chairs, and tech. And now save up to $175 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 2/1.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Thinking Lincoln? Think Beyondy Lincoln. Beyondy Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondyLincoln.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Last Sunday's Philadelphia snowstorm was a problem for Matthew Stafford and the Rams, but one entrepreneurial memorabilia marketing outfit saw a unique opportunity. In partnership with the Eagles, Realist packaged and sold authenticated snow, shoveled from the end zone at $50 per pint. Yikes. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN+. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this. As the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line. Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No accidents to speak of on those major roadways to start our Friday morning. But you are going to slow down as you're coming on in on the Parkway West, maybe middle of Green Tree Hill before the Banksville interchange. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bull riding, the perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. See the Unleash the Beast U.S. Border Patrol PBR Pittsburgh presented by Ariat at PPG Paints Arena January 24th and 25th. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Just heard a commercial for bull riding there. You ever done that?
No.
Would you ever do that?
No.
Did you ever ride a mechanical bull?
Yes.
What was that place on Station Square that had the mechanical bull? Is that where you went?
Rowdy Buck.
Rowdy Buck!
Is that it?
I ain't been there in a minute. Actually, Mike Sorkin, previously mentioned on this here radio program, got kicked out of Rowdy Buck.
Is that it? Yeah.
Way back in the day, yeah. I couldn't get on. Terrifies me.
Even with, there's like
Don't trust it. Don't trust myself. I look like a character from A Bug's Life. You think I want to get up on a mechanical bull? That thing is designed to hurt you. Doran can't laugh because he's stuffed up. It's in his lungs. Like that thing, I think, those mechanical bulls, I think they're created for natural selection. Like, they want to weed out the morons of society.
Yeah.
Get up on that thing, and if you live, wow, you passed the test. But if not, well, the world's probably better off without you.
Yeah. There's no prize.
Callis, you ever ride a mechanical bull?
I have.
He would be outstanding on that.
Were you pretty
thing.
good? You probably were pretty good.
I think I have a picture of me from a few years ago.
Gonna need to find that. Gonna need to tweet that. You are a persistent guy. And I could see you getting on that thing, failing, and saying, you know what? No, I'm going to keep getting on that until I'm on it for 10-plus seconds, and I'm going to try to set the record and crush that thing.
I think I lasted 30-ish.
What?
Really? That's pretty good.
Would you ever ride a real bull?
Yeah, why not?
Oh, my God. No way.
No. What do they win? Like, if you win, what is the prize? It has to be something decent, right?
There's a belt, right?
I'm sure there's a belt. Of course there's a belt. There's probably cash prizes. It's probably like NASCAR, you win a race, or golf.
There was just a rodeo on the other day. Did you guys
We were watching the rodeo the other day. I think you got to be a certain level of crazy. I think you got to be a certain level of crazy to play football at a professional level.
Yeah.
That's next level.
But you're getting paid a lot of money.
Yeah.
In football. I don't know, Oh, wait, hold on. World champion bull riders the world champion receives $1 million.
I ain't trying to die by getting gored. Among all the ways to die, getting gored, I think, is probably up there on the, hey, I don't want that to happen to me list.
One of my
Professional
favorite
bull
TV
riders
show
can
characters
earn
died
over $100,000.
Callis, you got to wear headphones. You don't wear headphones, you're not going to be able to understand that our guy Doran over here is talking and you're just torpedoing the segment. He is just whimsically unaware of how bad that sounded.
Professional bull riders can earn over $100,000 a year.
That's not enough.
No.
That's way not enough. What were you saying, Callis?
One of my favorite TV characters died by a bull.
Who?
Raymond Reddington in The Blacklist. I think I just spoiled that for everybody. Oh,
he died in the show?
Yeah.
What?
It's a TV character. That was clear.
Oh, my gosh.
If I didn't yell at Callis to put his headphones on, he could have talked for 4 straight hours about a guy in a show dying, not a guy in real life getting
Unreal.
Mauled. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. So I was reading Alan Saunders. He did the math for us. Steelers' salary cap space this offseason. Right now, about $40 million. If they simply just dumped Preston Smith and gave a contract extension to T.J. Watt, they have about $60 million in cap space.
Wow.
And this doesn't even factor in that they could restructure a Highsmith, they could restructure a Freiermuth. I'm not going to pretend to be Omar Khan and some mathematician or capologist, but I would imagine you could restructure Minkah Fitzpatrick. Anybody that's on a long-term deal, you could find a way to be creative. So $60 million, they're not going to keep Preston Smith.
No.
They are going to give TJ Watt the contract extension. So let's just operate $60 million. If you got $60 million big ones, you can absolutely overpay a wide receiver to come in here.
Yes. Or you could get two.
You could get two good
Which way
ones.
would you want? Yeah, which way would you want to go? You want to get one good one, or would you get two?
That's a great question.
Yeah. Like, I'm thinking I need two.
Quarterback's going to soak up some of this cap space. If it's Russell Wilson, I think top end 30. I think bottom end 20. You're not going to pay him less than $20 million. With Justin Fields, PFF predicted an $11 million contract a year. So, okay, you factor the 11 into the 60. Now you're working with 49. Man, I would think long and hard about at least taking a run at T. Higgins at $35 million.
For sure. For sure.
Make him say no. And he may well say no. He might not want to play under Mike Tomlin and the Stone Age offense. Arthur Smith, Justin Fields. You're coming from Joe Burrow. It's not going to be better here. Now, you would be the guy, and that helps. You were number 2 there. You'd be number 1 here. Now, with that comes added attention. Point being, I think if you're going to get someone like him, you're going to need to overpay. But they have the means to do that.
They do.
So I'd take a run at T. Higgins. I'm looking at USA Today. They ranked the top 25 free agents in the NFL. Chris Godwin's their number 3. That scares the hell out of me, Dorn.
Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously, before the injury, he'd be a perfect guy to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. But, I mean, his foot was backwards. I don't know if I'm taking a chance on that.
I laugh sometimes at, like, the Dr. Chows of the world who are these Twitter doctors, and they're like, oh, that's a metatarsal, blah, 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 blah. We all diagnosed what happened to Chris Godwin when that happened to Chris Godwin.
Right.
That was bad. But when he's healthy, 17 games, 2023, 1,000 yards. 2022, 1,000 yards. 2021, 1,100 yards. 840 in 2020 where he missed 5 games. 2019, 1,300 yards. Really productive receiver. He's 28 years old. So he's on the right side of 30. He's not as young, obviously, as T. Higgins, not as good as T. Higgins, not as productive as T. Higgins, but could you get him a little cheaper because of the injury? And is that an injury, in your opinion, that you feel like you can come back from and still have your superpowers?
I think he could come back from that, yeah, for sure. But I still, like, he wouldn't be my number 1. Like, I wouldn't pay him as a number 1. I'd try to make a deal, and I'm sure other teams would too, where he would be like my number 2 or 3. And just in case, like, that injury does slow him down a little bit, I think he'll come back. But you never know with a bad injury like that and having to use your legs for your living, really. I mean, you're a receiver, you got to run. So he wouldn't be my number 1. He would be like if everybody passed on him and I already got a number 1 and we're probably going to trade George, then I'd probably come back around a little bit later to sign him.
Do you think Devontae Adams can still play?
Yes.
He's a guy that I don't know that you'd have to overpay because he said he'd want to come here and play with Mike Tomlin. Which for all the negative about Tomlin, and we've gone over that chapter and verse, guys still want to come here and play for that dude. Yeah, he had 1,000 yards this year.
Mm-hmm.
He's had 1,000 yards in 5 consecutive seasons. Now, he is 32, so he'll be 33 next year. Devontae Adams still hasn't been cut loose yet by the Jets. The assumption is that he will be. That, to me, would have to be something on like a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
I think the overarching point here is, though, that they've got money to spend, and there are weapons available.
Yes.
DK Metcalf likely to be available. One of those 49ers guys, it's not going to be Ayuk, they just paid him, likely to be available. Deebo Samuel could be out there. Tyreek Hill available in a trade. And you've got cap space to burn. Keenan Allen?
No. Depending on I think he got paid like $20 million last year. He had a decent year.
He's 32. He wasn't their primary guy. I like the type of player he is, though.
Like consistent, like
gets open.
Gets open, but he's a little bit older, and I mean, he's another guy where I would circle back around if nobody picked him up.
Texter, you could talk in circles, but nothing changes with Tomlin still in charge. Hey, listen, I get it, and that's where it always comes back to, just the same way you talk about the Pirates and you have any kind of nuanced conversation and you're going to get hit on, well, they're not going to spend any money. Okay, but you still have to find a way to talk about it and have fun. Mm-hmm. I think they're going to try to spend money on a wide receiver. I think they'd be silly not to. It sounds like, based on everybody's reporting, Jerry Dulac, the latest, that they would like to move on from George Pickens. You're not going to move on from George Pickens and not get guys in free agency.
Man, if they did that, though, oof.
You'd kill him. Kill him for it.
They're like, oh, we're going to draft one. You draft a young guy and move on for Pickens, but don't get a veteran receiver. So now you have, like, you have Roman Wilson and you have Ibuka and you have Calvin Austin. Oof.
I think it's going to go like this. One of the guys we just named will be a Pittsburgh Steeler. Which one? I'm not sure. And then around draft time is when George Pickens gets traded. Mm-hmm. They're not going to make the same mistake twice. This isn't an organization that we've had a lot of glowing things to say about, where they evolve with the times. But I do think moving on from Kenny after 2 years instead of giving him a third to try to figure it out, that shows an organization that, was impatient there, but pulled the plug at the right time. There wasn't a sunk cost fallacy. What I'm saying is I think they got some smart people. Yeah. I think Omar and Andy are smart guys. I don't think they're going to make that same mistake twice.
Can't.
You absolutely cannot trade George Pickens like you did with Deontay and then just say, oh, we'll figure it out. No. You got to figure it out and then trade George Pickens. But yeah, Tomlin's going to be a head coach. Are they supposed to be the offensive coordinator? Terrell Austin, all likely, going to be the defensive coordinator. When they talk about changes, the clip that we played at the top of the show, they are then referring to players. They are referring to personnel. They are referring to the roster. So that's what we're going to talk about. 412-928-9370. A texter writes in, just past a Subway, almost knocked in just to smell it.
Nope.
Don't smell like a real Subway. Like in New York.
Like in New York now, like underground. Don't do that. Nasty.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We'll spend a lot of time talking about the conference championship games today. But coming up next, TJ Watt named Defensive Player of the Year finalist. Is he even the most deserving guy on his own team? That's next. First, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball plays tomorrow against Syracuse on the road at 12:30. The game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Listen on the radio or on the free Odyssey app. Pitt hasn't played since last Saturday. They lost an overtime game to Clemson 78-75. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this, as the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line, Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars Rewards. Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code RADIO-DYW and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets.
21 or older, new user
users in Pennsylvania. Affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. Max bet $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. For terms, see Caesars.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Winter is here in full force, and Bowser Hyundai has options to get you where you need to go, no matter the weather. Take home the 2025 Elantra SE and get 3.99% APR for 60 months, or the 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 48 months. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, hit thebowserhyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies, with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends January 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
If you love designer brands and you love clearance, then you're going to love this. Macy's is having a huge designer clearance event right now with incredible new designer markdowns on cold weather styles from BCBG, Hugo Boss, Michael Kors, and more. How big are the markdowns? How about Coach boots for $200 or less? So if you're looking for the things you love all in one place, come in and shop the designer clearance event at Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Give us a ring on that fan hotline, 412-928-9370. Presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Defensive Player of the Year finalists. T.J. Watt among them. Zach Bond of Philly. Myles Garrett of the Cleveland Browns. Trey Hendrickson of the Cincinnati Bengals. He can thank Dan Moore Jr. in part for that. And Patrick Surtain, the second, from the Denver Broncos. He's the betting favorite.
Yeah.
Patrick Surtain, hell of a player.
Really good.
Yes, an outstanding player. Is T.J. Watt more deserving of that nomination than Cam Hayward?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
No.
I thought Cam was down in, down out, more impactful and dominant than T.J. Watt was this year.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that T.J. Watt had a bad year, but by T.J. Watt standards, it wasn't up to par with his best seasons. Meanwhile, Cam Hayward's as good as he's ever been, and he's in his mid-30s, and God did he prove all his doubters wrong this year. I wish just for him that he had been named a finalist so that he could go around and retweet criticism he got for this offseason. Because he did get killed in a way that I really can't believe.
Cam was first-team All-Pro. TJ wasn't first-team All-Pro this year at all, right?
He was, but there were two outside.
He wasn't
edge
first-teamer?
rushers. Yeah, him and Garrett again.
Okay.
What I also stumbled upon, and this depresses me, Zach Bond, who again was one of the finalists. His contract, 1 year, $3.5 million.
Man.
He had 151 tackles.
That's insane. Jeez.
3.5 sacks, 93 solo tackles, 5 forced fumbles. You flip on over to the old Pittsburgh Steelers. Patrick Quinn, who made roughly 8 this year, going to be making 17 next year. I don't think he had a terrible year. 129 tackles, 65 solo tackles, 6 tackles for loss, 5 quarterback hits. Zach Bond with 11 tackles for loss.
Making the most of your production there. I mean, he's going to get paid, one.
Yes.
But, I mean, the Eagles really benefited from that. I mean, 1 year, $3 million for a guy with that production? That's wild.
And that is, so you talk about, well, the Steelers don't have a quarterback. Look at the teams who are playing in the Final Four. They've all got quarterbacks. For sure. And that's the most important position in sports. And Ben Johnson talked about that in his Bears press conference, and it was fascinating and well said. But you can look at the difference in these two franchises right there. And with Bond v. Queen.
Mm-hmm.
They go out, they find a diamond in the rough special teams guy from New Orleans who, this is crazy. The most combined tackles he had in a season. Zach Bond, 30.
Wow.
In fact, let's do some fast math. Actually, I think Pro Football Reference will do this for us. Slowly here. He had 88 combined tackles in his career prior to this season.
What year is this for him? 4? 5?
This is his 5th season in the NFL. He's 28 years old.
Jeez.
So, in his entire career, he had, 80-something tackles, as I just said. And this year, alone with Philadelphia, 151, and he made pennies on the dollar. I've read nothing on this, but, I don't know that Philly's going to pay him this offseason.
Why?
Are they going to pay a premium for that position, or are they going to have faith in what they do and go out and find a guy and say, we're just going to plug and play? Because, part of this is, that defensive line is nasty. That's nasty.
Yes. That's why he had so many tackles.
Right. And they might view it that way. But the difference in the two franchises, they spend money on the offense. They're 2 wide receivers. They get Saquon Barkley. They've got a great offensive line. They go out and they say, we're not going to spend money on defense. We're not going to give Patrick Queen a huge free agent deal. We're going to go out. We're going to put in Zach Bond. We're going to plug him in, and he's a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. When people have said Steelers spend too much money on defense, for a while I scoffed at it. Well, the Steelers aren't paying a quarterback. They're paying Trubisky, and they got Kenny on a rookie deal, and now they're paying Justin Fields on a rookie deal and 1.2 for Russell Wilson. So of course it's going to look like they spend less money on offense. Then you go look at Philly. They draft guys, they develop guys, plug and play with the Zach Bond. They didn't need to spend money on defense.
That's their thing. Yeah, they draft really well on defense, clearly. But my thing is, and maybe it's going way over my head, how are they getting these picks to be able to get a lot of these players, like Jordan Davis, and the other guy next to him? All these Georgia players aren't going in the 6th round.
Right.
Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell, they are hitting on their defensive draft picks. It's what, but I can't remember how. Are they trading picks to get these defensive linemen and these players?
Well, Jordan Davis fell too, remember, because of the
In the first round, right?
Driving thing, yeah.
He was still in the first round.
Yep.
And so was.
But they took a chance on him, right? And it's paid out. Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, or was it Jalen Carter?
Carter was the.
He was the driving.
Right.
He had the driving. All those Georgia guys do. Pardon me for getting confused. I mean, yeah, they've hit on
the Kobe Dean. Like what? You know, they've really hit on all their defensive players. These are young players too.
That should be the model,
right?
Is spend money for the Steelers now moving forward. Spend money on proven offensive commodities because I don't trust you to draft and develop. And then defensively try to draft and develop. That's the way it should be. Now, I still want a wide receiver in the first round this year, but if they go D-line after that, I'm okay with it. But spend money on the offensive side. And defensively, if you're this defensive genius, Mike Tomlin, draft, develop. The Eagles, and I think they see this, should be the organization that they're emulating. Bostic has talked about this a bunch.
That's why they hired Andy.
That's why they hired Andy, yeah. Like
These are all his picks.
Build out your lines.
The rookies this year.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't touch offensive line. Like, I've been saying now for 2 weeks they're not going to come close to winning the Super Bowl next year. So I got no problem with Broderick Jones at left, Troy Faltano at right. 4 out of the 5 guys are young, and you just hope that they take a step forward. That's how you need to do it on the offensive line. And so that's what they've done in Philly.
I mean, they had a Hall of Fame center retire, and I don't think they've missed a beat.
No.
They haven't missed a beat.
Cam Jurgens went out and got him. Steelers were close to getting that guy from Buffalo. Remember this offseason?
Mitch Morse.
Whatever. Yeah, Mitch Morse, I think. Yeah. I'm happy they didn't. I'm happy they didn't try to plug there. Because I do buy into the philosophy of draft develop on the offensive line. When I'm talking spending money offensively, I'm talking about skill position guys. But defensively, you shouldn't ever be spending that kind of money on an inside linebacker. You just shouldn't. And Philadelphia didn't. And they got rewarded for it. Yeah.
Because you got to score points to win. Like, defense is definitely important. I mean, it's a team game. I get it. But, like, if you have to have talent and explosion on offense in order to compete. Like, defense can only do so much. And then if they're on the field all the time, then they're, like, half of what they are.
Right.
So why spend a lot of money on that?
The Steelers' defense was less than the sum of its parts this year.
Yeah.
Like, they are a much better defensive roster than the final 5 games production would indicate. And a lot of that does have to do with the offense. So go get dudes and keep the damn football. Texter, hey, Adam, did you just teleport to Boston for one word? No, I always do that because Mike Sullivan says moving forward. Moving forward. Fan Morning Show Twitter polls brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Which Steeler more deserving of a Defensive Player of the Year nomination, Cam Hayward or TJ Watt? You can vote at _Adam Crowley. Coming up next, some good and some bad for the Pirates, Doran. And yet the good is actually kind of bad. I'll explain next, but first a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
2 games coming up tomorrow as related to Pittsburgh sports. Pittsburgh's basketball plays at 12:30 against Syracuse, and then the Pittsburgh Penguins, they have a game against the Seattle Kraken at 4. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic-wise, definitely seeing more activity on those parkways right now on the inbound sides, Parkway East and West. And a reminder, starting around 9 o'clock this morning, they're going to be, crews will be fixing some potholes on the Parkway East between Penn Hills and Monroeville, but not right now. But you're still going to be seeing some slowdowns inbound side right now on the Parkway East around Edgewood, Swissvale. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor, Sports Radio 93.7 FM.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2 men and a junktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. We are down to the last 4 teams in the NFL playoffs, and new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets. If you win, that's $300 in bonus bets. You just have to win your first $5 bet on the FanDuel Sportsbook. So pick one of these games here. Take a shot. We know how good the Chiefs have been trying to make NFL history and go back to back to back. My prediction here is that this will be where that journey ends. So if you agree with me, make that bet. If not, pick something else. Go against me, FanDuel.com/Andrew, and get started with $300 in bonus bets. FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. For online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a question. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 20 pounds? That's a serious question because I dropped 20 pounds my first 3 weeks alone with Awaken 180 weight loss. That's how fast the weight can fall off when you choose the solution for weight loss. Each week you look at the scale and the number goes down and down. Every morning you wake up, you feel better and better. For me, it was my joints. I knew I was going to need knee surgery, and even before the surgery, my knee felt better because it wasn't carrying around so much weight. Experiencing those results, and given how easy Awaken 180 was, there was no way I wouldn't reach my goal. And I did. 35 pounds total thanks to Awaken 180, and I've kept the weight off since. The only weight loss program I know that puts their money where their mouth is. They're so confident in your success, they offer free support for life, a one-time investment in yourself for a lifetime of benefits. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
When he's good, he's thorough good. And I'm bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years of keeping homes and businesses safe. With this big anniversary, right now you can buy one Guardian camera and get the second for just 75 cents. That's right, add another camera for just pocket change. Guardian cameras offer HD video, motion alerts, and two-way audio, so you're always connected and in control. Protect your property with smarter security and enjoy total peace of mind. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to grab this limited time anniversary offer. New customers only. Terms and conditions apply.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Kia at Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I'm an idiot. 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Kia, South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. I read two things at once because I'm trying to figure out how the Eagles get all these great picks.
Right. We've been the whole break. We were like, well, what are they doing? I mean, they're not bottoming out. Like every year, they're picking behind the Steelers. They're always in it.
Right.
So how are they getting these high picks and these good players?
So when the Eagles drafted Jalen Carter 9th overall, they actually had the 10th pick in that draft and flip-flop with Chicago to move up to 9th to take Jalen Carter. The reason they had the 10th pick originally was because the Saints gave it to them in a convoluted trade. So they've been really aggressive. I think that's one thing you'd like to see from Andy Weidl. They did move up to take Broderick Jones. Like, you got to be aggressive. When you fall in love with a player, go up and get that guy. And the Eagles, they feel like they could take risks on guys like Jalen Carter because of the program that they got going on. Because
they just really have hit on their defensive draft picks.
All of them.
I mean, Cooper DeJean had a better year than Joey Porter Jr., who was in his second year. And Cooper DeJean is a second-round rookie corner.
They took him 40th overall.
And then you had Quinyon Mitchell, who started this year. I think he got hurt towards the end, but, he was fantastic this year.
Yes.
All rookie.
Nakobe Dean
as well.
He got hurt, but he was outstanding for them. So they don't miss.
No.
I also think Vic Fangio is among the best defensive coordinators in the NFL. Not a great head coach, but just a tremendous defensive coordinator. Their defense was awful down the stretch last year. Bring him in, and was one of the best defenses in the NFL. Scheme matters. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. There we go.
Nice.
You want the good news that's not really great news for the Pirates, or do you want the bad news first?
Give me the bad news.
The bad news is there are no more impact free agents out there. Jurickson Profar, who you brought up the other day, he signed with the Braves.
Oh, great.
And in a way that really makes you mad because it didn't break the bank. 3 years, $42 million.
Oh, that's even better. I love that. Love that.
So
awesome.
I don't think he's a sure thing to be outstanding or anything like that. This was the best year of his career this past season. But I sure as you know what would have liked to see what he looked like in the black and gold.
Yes.
So there's the bad news. If the Pirates are to add an impact bat before the season, it'll have to be via trade, and I don't think anybody thinks that's going to happen. Good news time?
Sure.
So every year around this time, the Zips projections come out, and the Pirates are projected to be a 500 baseball team this year. So the good news there is that that's better than the previous 9 seasons. The bad news is that tells you how close they are. And I think what they're banking on, counting on, Doran, is, okay, if they're projected to be a 500 baseball team, internal improvement pushes them over the top. So you are betting on your guys. You are betting on a new hitting coach. You are betting on all these things. You're betting on growth, probably, from Jared Jones. You're betting on this young rotation getting better.
Yeah, Brian Hayes getting a new back.
Yeah.
You're betting on Joey Bart replicating last year.
Yep.
You're betting on
Jack
Horowitz.
Sawinski to look like he did 2 years ago.
Horowitz to be better than what's the big guy from last year?
Yeah, that big guy.
Rowdy.
Tellez, yeah. That's what you're betting on.
O'Neal Cruz being a great center fielder.
Right.
There's so much movement. There's so much stuff that you're hoping.
You are betting you are betting on a ton of year-over-year development.
Yeah.
Zips factors that into the equation a little bit. Like, you're going to project some guys to take incremental steps forward. You're going to project some guys like Bailey Falter to take incremental steps back. And the Pirates are hoping that the old Neil Huntington model, you run 10,000 simulations of this, there are going to be a few that have you in the playoffs because you're going to overperform expectations. But the reason that this is bad news and not good news is you're still in probably the worst division in terms of ceiling for the top teams in all of baseball. If you're a 500 team, you are a Pete Alonso away from being an 88-win team? A Jurickson Profar away from profiling as an 85, 86-win team, maybe? And now you got just as good a chance as anybody in the division of making the playoffs, of winning the division. You were honestly a bat away, or a couple of decent bats away, from being among the favorites in the division and having a legitimate puncher's chance. So I think all of us should expect the Pirates to be better year over year, of course. They should be. You're going to get a full year of Skeens. You're going to get a full year of Jones. You would expect David Bednar to be better because the vast majority of his career, he's been lights out. You would expect Holderman to be better.
Yeah.
Vast majority of his Pirates career, he's been lights out. Like, they should be better. But better is probably going to have them right around 500. And if they added a piece or two, better would have them among the top of the division. They spent $8 million in free agency this year on a reliever and on Andrew McCutchen. So you didn't even add. You added really two pieces.
Horowitz. Yeah.
You added Horowitz, and you added this reliever. That's it. That is beyond frustrating. And for my money, unforgivable. Because you're not going to have Paul Skeens for much longer. 412-928-9370. How about a little conference championship vibe check here?
Like it.
Do people dislike the Kansas City Chiefs? I have some numbers that I'm going to throw out there. If you don't dislike them, maybe you will after hearing these. Can you root for Philly? 412-928-9370. Let's talk it all out. Coming up next, it's the Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. So far this month, we've gotten through 23 days, and all but 2 of those have been below the daily average temperature. It's been cold this January. Today will be another below-average day with out-the-door temps in the mid-teens and wind chills in single digits in some places. Highs today will be in the mid to low 20s with cloudy afternoon skies. Highs will remain below average over the weekend with highs in the low 30s both Saturday and on Sunday. I'm first meteorologist Ron Smiley with the KDK Weather Center.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Hey, football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you'll be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back with fun for the whole family. The 64th annual fuel-required classic car dealership World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 24th through 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's hottest customs, hot rods, classics, trucks, and motorcycles, including the Evel Knievel Tribute, featuring the Snake River Trike, the X2 Sky Cycle, and the Formula One Dragster, presented by Motor Mania Media. Make your own music and show your own style. Get your photo with Barbie's pink Cadillac from Disney's Epcot. You've seen her on parade, now see it in person. Saturday, meet Danny Coker and Kevin Mack from Counts Customs and Counting Cars. Saturday and Sunday, meet Farm Truck and Asian from Street Outlaws. And see their sleeper Chevy Farm Truck Racer. TheFuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. This weekend at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts, part of the Summit Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See WorldOfWheels.com for more info.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Loose and cracked mortar, crumbling chimney, the cap was broken, bricks were all messed up. My house had all of those problems, and much like you, I'm a fan listener and picked up the phone and called Precision Pointing after hearing their ads. Glad I did. They came to my house, assessed the problem, clearly communicated a plan of action. Precision Pointing was in control from start to finish, and my 75-year-old home is good for at least another 75 years. The best part, no down payment required. So if you have an older home in need of brick repair or restoration, get it done by Precision Pointing.
Flex Premium Athleisure is softness that plays hard. From the couch to the gym to the office and beyond. Flex gives you premium comfort and style that keeps up with anything without costing everything. Whether you're chasing the ball or chasing the kids. Life's a workout. Flex with it. Exclusively at Kohl's. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-747-1515, 800-747-1515, 800-747-1515.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Definitely going to be seeing those slowdowns on the parkways east and west this morning. 28, no real issues there. So that's good. Parkway North, no real issues there coming on in. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDK, I'm Rob Taylor, Sports Radio 93.7 A Fan.
Wet Go, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wet Go locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com. Too legit. Too legit to quit.
ELGSES Eagles! Let's go, Birds!
Eagles, Commanders, NFC Championship, 3 p.m. on Sunday. Then the nightcap, Chiefs and Bills. Storylines galore. We don't like to get into these complex, deep topics on Friday. We just open up the phone lines at 412-928-9370. And we talk to you, and it's a simple question. Let's have some fun with it. Do you have any rooting interests in these games? Like, do you hate the Chiefs? Are you sick of them? Do you hate Philadelphia so you don't want the Eagles to win? Can you root for the Commanders because it's been so long? Do you feel bad for Buffalo? Who do you want to see win this weekend and why? 412-928-9370. And the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. A couple of stats that have stuck out to me. Josh Allen 0-3 against the Chiefs in the postseason. I saw one on Jalen Hurts that made me gasp during the break, Doran. They've pretty much been winning in spite of that guy.
Yep.
Eagles are 4-0 in the playoffs when Jalen Hurts throws for less than 155. They're 0-3 when he throws for 155 plus.
Yep. And that's without Saquon.
Good point.
Yep. Well, you mean this year or just all time?
All time.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, all time, right? Yeah. I mean, that's what half was Saquon then.
Yeah. These last couple of games where really Jalen Hurts, I caution myself against saying he's been a passenger, but he definitely hasn't been the reason why they've won these games. And then here's another one. Jaden Daniels, NFC Championship. What a rookie year he's had. Well, no rookie quarterback has even gone to the Super Bowl, let alone won one. But the statistic that stuck out to me the most, 11 playoff games since 2021. The Kansas City Chiefs, in those 11 games, have committed just 36 penalties. Their opponents have committed 66 penalties. 220 extra penalty yards in favor of Kansas City. Some will argue they're getting all the calls. Other will argue that they're just a disciplined bunch, Doran. But if you are someone who dislikes the Kansas City Chiefs, I think that's a statistic that you would point to.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. I mean, you saw last game. I mean, that was ridiculous with Mahomes and throwing the flags of roughing the passer and personal fouls and things of that nature. But they are. I think it's a little bit of both. I think they do. I think Mahomes does get some calls clearly, but I do think that they're also buttoned up as a football team.
Yeah.
They know how to play in the playoffs. They just get through the regular season. And then they turn it on in the playoffs.
I thought the Patriots used to do that too, man. Like every year it seemed, in the second decade of dynasty for the Patriots, because they really had two separate dynasties. They would start out slow, or the offense wouldn't look that great, or there'd be some defensive lumps, and First Take and NFL Network and all the national media outlets would say, oh, this is it. This is finally the time. Patriots dynasty is over. And then what would they do? They'd go to the playoffs, and they would win. We did it this year with the Chiefs. Not so much you and me, but just the general we. Man, the Chiefs aren't as good as they have been. They won 15 games.
Yep.
Now, they did some of it with smoke and mirrors, but when you know how to win, you know how to win. People talk about Patrick Mahomes' statistics, and he's not as good as Josh Allen. He's not what he used to be. This is a down year. People say winning is not a quarterback statistic. I think that it is.
For sure.
Ben Roethlisberger, when he was at his best, weirdly wouldn't be at his best until the fourth quarter. Like 2008, Ben didn't put up gaudy statistics, but he led a bunch of game-winning drives. You think about Super Bowl in 2008, Super Bowl 43. Like, that wasn't a sexy game from Ben, and then he led the game-winning drive. Like, that's what good players do. That's what great players do. And that's what Patrick Mahomes does. Texter, look up New England penalties. It was the same. Yeah, did they get all the calls? Or were they just buttoned up, or some combination of both? I think it's what you said, some combination of both. You're going to try to protect the Bradys of the world, the Mahomes of the world. If I'm Lamar Jackson, I'm pissed about that, but that's the way it goes. That's the way it is. People are texting and pissed about the Chiefs. Can you root for the Chiefs? 412-928-9370. I never had a problem with the Eagles growing up. My pap had an Eagles hat, and they were in the NFC Championship a lot in my formative football fan years. And so, if it wasn't going to be the Steelers, I'd be like, okay, I got no problem with the Eagles. But as I've grown older and my hatred for the Philadelphia Flyers has gotten more intense, I don't want the Eagles to win things because that would mean that Flyers fans would be happy. Mm-hmm. And I hate them so much. Mm-hmm. So I can't root for Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. And I'll root for the underdog in that game. Like, I'd love to see Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, I love that storyline more than anything. I love that storyline. A rookie quarterback's never made it to a Super Bowl or won a Super Bowl. And just everything they've done to transform that organization. I think that all is bottled up, and I just love that story of the Commanders this year. But, I mean, I have storylines for every team, too.
Sure.
The Eagles, if Kenny Pickett does play, I do want to see them win. If he does end up playing, Jalen Hurts hasn't practiced this week. He's hurt, his knee's hurt. If Kenny Pickett ends up playing and wins, I think that, to me, personally, that's a great storyline. I love Kansas City winning. I do. I love greatness. I've always have. I love that there's one staple in that person, and there's other things around it. I get it. But Michael Jordan, even like LeBron at times, like whenever you have a dominant player that is not just dominant individually, but raises the level of their teams to win, I love stuff like that. Keep winning as much as possible. I love greatness because I know how bleeping hard it is. I'm a sore. I know how hard it is to even win one Super Bowl, but to go 3, that's just all-time greatness in any sport. Any sport. And I love that. And then you have the Bills, and that's close to my heart. Played there, and those people deserve.
Oh my
they deserve
God!
It. So I can root for all these teams to win. Really,
weirdly, I don't want to see a Washington Buffalo Super Bowl because that'd be a rematch of 91. So from a history standpoint, that's pretty cool. I want there to be a David and a Goliath in this somewhere, and maybe that's not the right way of putting it. But if it's Eagles-Bills, it's super easy to root for the Bills because the Eagles, they won recently.
Yes.
The Bills, they're always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Like, they're not one of these woe-begone, horrific franchises. No, in the 90s, they were damn and good. They just weren't the best.
Right.
And they've been damn good. They just haven't been the best because they have had to deal with Patrick Mahomes. So I would easily root for the Bills over the Eagles.
Yes.
But I don't want to see both underdog stories have to me. These two suffering fan bases of Washington and Buffalo. I'd feel bad for whichever team lost that matchup. Meanwhile, if it's Kansas City and Washington, super easy for me to root for the underdog Washington Commanders.
Yes.
Because I'll tell you, those fans have suffered big time. That's a historic franchise, a passionate fan base that was saddled with one of the worst owners in the history of professional sports. If it's them against Kansas City, it's easy for me.
Yep.
Where do Steelers fans come down on this at 412-928-9370? If Jaden Daniels goes, though, he's probably going to be looked at as the quarterback that had the greatest rookie season of all time. I think a reasonable argument could be made that right now that's still Ben Roethlisberger because he topped out at the championship game and he won all those consecutive games. Meanwhile, Kansas City, like even if you don't got a problem with them, don't look now. They win. They've won 4 in 6 years then if they win the Super Bowl. That matches the 70 Steelers. But from where I'm sitting, they'll have the tiebreaker because they'll have won 3 in a row and no franchise has ever done that.
Yes.
So a ton of storylines. Who you're rooting for and why? Which game are you most looking forward to? Do you think Washington's got a chance? 412-928-9370. And I think you hit something there too. This is like a super hypothetical. But if Kenny Pickett finishes this game and is going to be the quarterback leading the Eagles into the Super Bowl, I think Pitt fans obviously will be rooting for Kenny. I think any Steelers fan that is not a Pitt fan will be rooting for him to fail dramatically.
Yes.
So how do you see that? 412-928-9370. We're throwing a lot at you. We just want to have some fun and talk this morning, so please join us on the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins lost yesterday to the Ducks 5-1. They've got a game coming up against the Kraken this weekend at 4 o'clock. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Crowley.
Crowley here. It's championship weekend in pro football. Easy for me to say, and you need beer, and there's one place to go for all your beer needs, and that is Hampton Beer Outlet. They got great beer, huge variety, over 1,000 beers, best variety anywhere, crafts, imports, seltzers, local Pittsburgh beers, even non-alcoholic. You got it at Hampton Beer Outlet. The best prices, the best people. It's not a dark and dingy beer distributor. No, it's a beer superstore. Check them out this weekend. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Having watched the Steelers lose their 6th consecutive playoff game, it would be natural to want to change at head coach. It doesn't sound like that's happening, but Mike Tomlin says change is coming.
I'd imagine there's going to be some things that change around here on a lot of levels, but that's just this game, as I mentioned. I understand that. I'm open to that.
We'll have that change covered all offseason long, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Winter is here in full force, and Bowser Hyundai has options to get you where you need to go, no matter the weather. Take home the 2025 Elantra SE and get 3.99% APR for 60 months, or the 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 48 months. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, hit the BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends January 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars rewards. Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code RADIO DYW and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets. 21 or older, new user
producers in Pennsylvania affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. Max bet $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. For terms, see Caesars.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com. Show the coupon at the pharmacy and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with autopay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without autopay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
After you use Bounce Dryer Sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer Sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry,
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. The X factor in Sunday's NFC Commanders-Eagles championship game could be Washington head coach Dan Quinn's aggressive decision-making. He's consistently gone for it on fourth down and has been rewarded more often than not. Quinn says it's something that the Commanders practice a lot, and it helps to have quarterback Jaden Daniels, who can make something out of nothing with his legs, and he's done that quite a bit this season. I'm Boomer Esiason.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Well, we're looking at this accident on Route 51 right now. It's Clareton Boulevard up in Baldwin. Could be causing some delays there. It's the 5400 block, as mentioned. Parkway West slowing it down, middle of Green Tree Hill. Everything else still looking okay. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Texter Dan Marino went to the Super Bowl as a rookie. He did not. He is the youngest quarterback to ever start a Super Bowl. Ben Roethlisberger, the second youngest quarterback to ever start a Super Bowl. Ben, the youngest to ever win one, so help you out there a little bit, Texter. What rooting interests do you have this weekend? How are you going to consume these games? If Kenny Pickett were the quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles in the Super Bowl, would you root for him, or would you root for him to fail? We're just throwing a bunch of conference championship topics at you. We'll see what sticks. We'll have a nice little conversation here at 412-928-9370. I believe Bob is on line one. Hello, Bob. You must not be Bob, but you're somebody else. Hello, somebody else. Good morning.
Hello.
What's your name, man?
This is Reese. What's going on, fellas?
What up, Reese?
What's up?
Hey, yo, so I was talking to my son, who happens to be the head coach of Still Rock High School, right? And he's a good friend of DeMar Hamlin. Let me tell you something. They go to the Super Bowl and win, that's a movie in the making.
Man.
That's what I told him. That's a movie in the making. Think about it. With all he's been through.
That's a really good point, Reese.
Yeah, that's a great one right there too. I mean, for rooting interest, obviously here in Pittsburgh, and I think around the country, everybody's always been rooting for DeMar Hamlin after what he went through. But he's had a pretty damn good year too.
Yes, he has.
Like I'd have to look it up, but I mean, either close or he did make the Pro Bowl. Good year. Like he was a focal point on that defense this season. That is a good one. That is a good rooting interest that you can pay attention to. Obviously, being on the Bills too. I mean, I feel like a lot of people do root for Josh Allen. Do you feel that way? Like, I feel like there's not that much Josh Allen hate.
I would agree with that because he's such a unicorn. And he'll run people over and he'll throw it 75 yards down the field. And he also hasn't done it. And I think I don't know if there's a ton of Chiefs hate. Perhaps just Chiefs fatigue.
Mm-hmm.
And Josh Allen hasn't played for a Super Bowl. I think people want to see what that looks like. Especially if the alternative is Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, Travis Kelce again. 412-928-9370. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Steiner and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I've never said this in my life. I'm so jealous of the Commanders. Commanders fans are going to wake up on Sunday, and their team is 60 minutes away from going to a Super Bowl. They have the better quarterback in the game. Jaden Daniels, I think, is a better player than Jalen Hurts. And I don't think Jalen Hurts is bad or anything like that, but we read you the statistic in the last segment. 0-3 when he throws for 155 plus, 4-0 when he throws for less than 155. He has not been the reason why these Eagles have been as good as they've been. Jaden Daniels is the reason for the Commanders. And coaching, no doubt. So you wake up on Sunday, and if you win, you're going to the Super Bowl. If you lose, you think we got our quarterback for the next 10 years that arguably every team in the NFC would sign up to have? I mean, Caleb Williams, right? Jordan Love. Dak Prescott's going to cost you $65 million. You'd rather have Jaden Daniels in this situation than him. I think Matthew Stafford today, probably better, but over the next 10 years, you could have Jaden Daniels. You got it figured out. You got it made in the shade, baby.
I mean, just think about it. Let's get into command. Like, let's pretend that we're Washington Commanders fans, and let's kind of rewind maybe like a week or 8 days ago. You wake up, and, it's Thursday, Friday, and you're like, you know what? This is going to be exciting. We haven't really been in this position in a long time. And then you wake up. Did they play Saturday? I think they played Saturday, right?
Maybe.
Okay, say they played Saturday last week, and you're like, man, this is going to be a tall task. Like, the Detroit Lions.
It was Saturday, yeah.
Are really good. You're like, kind of like, man, like, I hope that we bring our A game. And then they go out there, and then they put up 40-some points. You go to sleep, you wake up, you're like, okay, we play the Eagles. You wake up tomorrow, and you're like, we have a better chance. You're feeling way better tomorrow or Sunday if you're a Commanders fan than you did last week.
They already beat the Eagles.
You feel great, right? And especially you didn't just squeak by the Lions.
No.
You whooped their ass.
Yeah.
You're feeling really good. And we just talked about Jalen Hurts is not the vessel for the Eagles in how that they were productive or winning this year. So you figure you force him into a couple throws and make him throw the football and bought up Saquon Barkley and let Jaden Daniels be himself. You're feeling really good right now if you're a Commanders fan. And it's not like an overhyped feeling either. It's a legit feeling that you can win this game to go to the Super Bowl. You didn't feel like that last week. I don't think so.
No.
I don't think you did going against the Lions.
No, you're a massive underdog.
In Detroit.
That place is bumping. They're coming off a bye, and you whoop that ass.
Yeah.
The best 2 years of my Steelers fandom, and for a point of reference, I'm 34, were 04 and 2005, because you feel like the world is your oyster, man. Like, Ben wins all those games as a rookie, and, okay, you lose to the Patriots in the AFC Championship game, and you didn't look good doing it, and it was freezing cold, and it hurt. Okay, you still got Ben. And then he's okay in 05, gets hurt, but that run was magical. And he was really good up until the Super Bowl, lowest quarterback rating, I believe, to ever win a Super Bowl. He was not great in that game. But he was awesome en route to that game against the Colts, against the Bengals, certainly against the Broncos in the AFC Championship game. And you had been waiting since Bradshaw, and you finally got it. And now I've got the exact opposite feeling where you're wondering, are you waiting 20 years between Ben and the next guy? And as much as I like to say, hey, next year, accrue draft picks, drafts in Pittsburgh, draft your quarterback, you just don't know. You just don't know. Washington knows. You don't. Now, maybe in the back of some Washington Commanders fans, you're thinking about RG3 because he had that fabulous rookie year and was the rookie of the year, and you probably thought you had it all figured out then, and you didn't. This just seems more legitimate to me than that did. Because you're in the championship game, and you knocked off the favorite. Those were magical times to be Steelers fans, and now it's
No, a lot of these teams.
Well, you're better than the mean.
A lot of these teams, I mean, basically all these teams that are in the playoffs have waited 20, 30 years for the guy. I mean, the Commanders, I mean, who was the quarterback? Was it Doug Williams? Maybe,
yeah.
And Doug Williams? Maybe I'm missing somebody. In 91, was it Doug? I don't know if it was Doug Williams.
And you had Theismann.
Yeah, Theismann. Okay, so that's like, 30 years. The Buffalo Bills, Jim Kelly, 30-some years. The Eagles, I mean, Randall Cunningham, McNabb-ish, they've had a little bit better, but Kansas City Chiefs, like, who was before?
I mean, you had Alex Smith, you had Montana for a spell,
Right.
You had Trent Green.
Right. Waited a long time to have these moments, and the Steelers probably will be in that situation moving forward. They've actually gotten lucky.
And most teams are going to go through it. The Packers didn't. Most teams go through that.
Most teams go through it, yeah.
And we're in it. But you're better than the mean, baby. 10-7, get your ass kicked in the playoffs. Woo-hoo-hoo! Phone lines popping, 412-928-9370. More championship weekend talk on the way. Mel Kiper's first mock draft came out. Who's he got the Steelers picking? And we had a long conversation about Jalen Milroe yesterday. Wait till you see and hear where he is on Kiper's big board, Doran. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt men's basketball is going to play on the road tomorrow against Syracuse at 12:30. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Listen on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. Pitt hasn't played in a week. They lost last Saturday to Clemson in overtime, 78-75. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here is it's Doran.
The action is heating up this playoff season at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Here's a little parlay I got cooked up for the AFC and NFC championship games. Commanders getting 6 points against the Eagles, and the Chiefs giving 2 points to the Buffalo Bills. Get the odds of plus 264. New ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 and get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Odds and lines are subject to change. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee. based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You need to go talk to somebody. What happened at that hospital? It wasn't right. And you had something here. You need to call the dog. This a medical malpractice. You see, I'm your doctor, so I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened. When you went into that hospital, they told you it was just a headache. But that wasn't a headache. You had a stroke. Do you hear your speech? It's slurred. That was a stroke. That wasn't a headache. You understand? Gotta call Top Dog. This is top dollar. This a medical malpractice. This is top dollar. Any accident, big or small, life or death, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
Hey, football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you'll be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Window Nation. Listen here. Weather impacts your windows. Hot days, cold nights. They can cause all that caulk to crack, seal failures, condensation. Window Nation only uses top-of-the-line materials. That's right. Also this. All they do is windows. Just windows. They are the experts. They've installed over 200,000 windows just last year. That's 40 times more than the average window company. They've got a lot for you. 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION. WindowNation.com. Listen, Window Nation is also a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Receive a pair of Penguin tickets with a purchase of a house of windows. Do that right now. I wouldn't be endorsing this company if I didn't have complete trust in them. And you know who I have complete trust in? Window Nation. 50% off all style of windows, plus pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. That's the deal now. 866-90-NATION, WindowNation.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Check out the new Buffalo Wild Wings in West Mifflin at 9996 Mount View Drive, opening on Monday, January 27th, for a chance to score free wings for a year. That's right, free wings for a year. Be one of the first 100 guests in line on Monday, January 27th, for your chance to win big. Or join us on Friday, January 31st at the new Buffalo Wild Wings in West Mifflin for our live broadcast with Pony and Muller from 2 to 6, where we will be giving away free wings for a year to 20 lucky guests.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way.
Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
We were talking about how it was, I should say, 20 years between Bradshaw and Ben, and Commanders are living their best 2004 Steelers fan lives right now. I saw on Twitter yesterday that the temperatures over the last few days are the coldest since 2015, and I was like, oh man, it's the coldest it's been in 5 years. You ever do that?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
Yeah, 2015 was 10 years ago.
That's insane. I just did that literally last night. We were watching a show, and Rochelle was like, yeah, this came out in like 2015. I was like, that was 10 years ago? What?
I still think of the 90s as like last decade.
Yeah.
It's funny how time changes things.
Get old.
20 years between franchise quarterbacks. Steelers have won with Bradshaw, and they've won with Ben. And they've gotten close with other guys. Neil O'Donnell. Cordell. You ain't doing it unless you got the guy. Commanders have the guy. If the Eagles don't win the Super Bowl this year, I wonder if they start looking around for a quarterback.
That's kind of how they operate.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of how they operate.
They drafted Hurts when they had Wentz.
Yeah.
And when they won the Super Bowl with Foles, Wentz was an MVP candidate before he got hurt. I mean, he was outstanding. And that team was obviously wonderful in that offensive line. I mean, you're not going to do that in their defense with Nick Foles if you don't got that, although he was unstoppable in that Super Bowl. It's just a sad time to be a Steelers fan. And you don't know when the end's going to be. You got no clue. Because you could build great rosters, and, I mean, you can do what Philly did in 17, and you can do what Philly's doing now. But you have to have everything perfect around the quarterback. Washington feels like they've got their quarterback. Tony and Butler?
Yep.
Tony and Butler.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning.
I'm rooting for the Commanders, 100%.
Why?
It's a storybook season. It's like a fairy tale. I would love to see a rookie quarterback win the Super Bowl.
When's the last time we had a Super Bowl champion kind of come out of nowhere, too? Like, I don't think anybody. When was that?
I said for sure. They've taken the league by storm.
Thank you, Tony.
That's a good question.
I mean, Cincinnati, it was year 2, right, with Burrow, and he had been hurt the first year.
But they didn't win.
They didn't win, right?
Yeah. Champion, maybe Russell Wilson in Seattle, because you had Brady, you had Ben, you had, the Steelers just, I think, came off of a Super Bowl. No, that was 2011. I think Seattle won in 13. You had all those top of the line quarterbacks. I think Manning was still around, Breeze was around, Rivers was around. We talk about the AFC quarterbacks that have been around in the heyday of the early 2000s and late 2000s. I think maybe Russell Wilson and that Seahawks team was the last, whoa, this team is for real. They're explosive. They had that tough, defensive backfield. They got Marshawn Lynch. They got some good receivers. Russell Wilson's a beast. I think that maybe was the last time.
Yeah, we've been pretty chalky. I mean, Cincinnati, Los Angeles, I guess, kind of. But Sean McVay was the hot young thing. It might be that Seattle team.
Yeah, or L.A., you're right. Yeah, or the Rams that year, getting Stafford. Mm-hmm. Maybe.
I mean, obviously, the 2007 New York Giants, and they were 9-7 in a wild card team, and they beat the undefeated New England Patriots.
And in 11.
That was a shocker. 11 was I think people kind of went into that one thinking, well, we've seen this fish before.
Yeah.
Not that it was expected, but hey, it could happen because the improbable happened. I mean, it's been a long time. Even runners-up, that 05 Seahawks team.
Yeah.
Matt Hasselbeck.
Right.
Sean Alexander.
Right.
He was the MVP that year, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Sean Alexander. He had 1 million touchdowns that season. I mean, the 08 Cardinals, they weren't a very good regular season team. And then Larry Fitzgerald had one of the great postseason runs of all time. Kurt Warner, Stevie Breston.
Yeah, they had some good players.
Anquan Bolton.
Yeah, they had some decent players. There's
Todd Haley, offensive coordinator.
Ken Wisenhunt,
head coach. Yeah, it's been a long time since you've had. I mean, no one thought the Commanders would be good this year, let alone make the playoffs. And then when they made the playoffs, I don't think anybody expected anything of them. And you go and you knock off the number one team. Yeah, I could root for Washington. I could definitely root for Washington.
I mean, it just goes to say that, Dan Quinn is a hell of a head coach, right? I mean, he's made it to a Super Bowl, obviously lost to Tom Brady whenever he was in Atlanta, right? He's had to go back to being a D coordinator, had a really good defense in Seattle, I believe, and I think in Dallas, right? He's a heck of a coach.
And then you get the coordinator.
Yeah, and then you pair him with coordinators and the right people, and you have and we said this too, like it's interesting that usually the top pick of the draft, whenever it's a quarterback, isn't going to be the best quarterback that in that upcoming year. And I think that we talked about that. Like, even though Caleb Williams was the first pick of the draft, like one of these guys, either Penix or Jaden Daniels and Drake May, one of these guys is going to be better than Caleb Williams this season, and it was Jaden Daniels. It's better, and he wasn't the first pick of the draft.
Yeah, because you pick first, you suck generally. Where did
Jaden Daniels go? You thought that they were going to suck too.
Absolutely. Someone texted in Nick Foles and the Eagles were the last team to come out of nowhere. That one's tough for me because they were wire to wire, I thought, the best team in football. Now, when they lost Wentz, I didn't think they were going to win the Super Bowl. And you certainly didn't think it would go down the way that it did in the Super Bowl, where Foles is going to outduel Tom Brady. So that's a good one. But that team, all year you were thinking the Eagles are going to go to the Super Bowl. Texter, Patriot team that won after being down 28-0. Yeah, mid-game, sure.
Yeah.
But you could feel that coming. And Kyle Shanahan and company, they had a big hand in that, too.
Did you hear what Tom Brady said on the broadcast of the Commanders game last week? He said, and the owner, and I think it was Harris and Magic Johnson were on the field, and he's like, I don't think Dan Quinn likes ownership being on the field before the game's over. He said that on the broadcast because that's what happened in Atlanta.
With Arthur Blank.
Yeah.
Whoops. Yeah. That Falcons team was really good. They kind of caught lightning in a bottle that postseason. They were a good regular season team, but they...
Is that like Julio, Roddy White?
Yeah. Was their running back? They scored a ton. Matt Ryan was the league's MVP that year. Rocky and Blawnox, good morning.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Just on my way to work. How are you guys today?
Good. What's up?
Hey, I love revenge. Andy Reid, the Chiefs against his old team. I know they played a couple years ago. It was too close. I want him just to embarrass those Eagles. I want him just
because you hate Philly, Rocky? Is that what it comes down to?
I don't. Yeah, I hate Philly.
What if Kenny Pickett were starting? What if Kenny Pickett comes in and saves the day this game and Hurts is out for the Super Bowl? You root for Kenny against the Chiefs?
No, absolutely not. No. He's from New Jersey. I hate New Jersey worse than Philly.
Thanks for the call, Rocky.
Hey, ho. You guys, just shameless plug. I'm doing some ice sculpting down on Main Street, Dollar General.
Thanks, Rocky.
Yeah.
Rocky always calls in and tells us what odd jobs he's working. I should have asked him before he had to ho for it.
Yeah, he's always doing something, right?
He is.
Was he the guy that...
He goes in and takes your Christmas trees.
Okay.
Just goes around town knocking on the door saying, hey, can I come undecorate your Christmas tree? I'll dispose of it for you. Strange guy, great guy.
Yeah.
Got to find a way to make ends meet. Who does Mel Kiper have the Steelers drafting? Mock 1.0 came out. We'll still take your calls on the championship games. We'll talk about Mel Kiper's mock when we come back. Chris Carter at the top of the hour. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Couple Pittsburgh-related games on Saturday that are going to be played. The Pittsburgh Penguins have a game against the Seattle Kraken at 4 o'clock. Pittman's basketball plays as well. They play at 12:30 against Syracuse. Pittman's basketball has not won since a few Saturdays ago. They haven't won since they beat Stanford on January the 4th. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
And on the traffic front, we are looking at this accident on Route 51. That's Clareton Boulevard. That's the 5400 block. And there's crews on the scene there. No real issues on 28. Parkway West going to slow you down at the top of Green Tree Hill. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor, Sports Radio 93.7 A Fan.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com. 2 men and a junk truck.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Throughout the entire NFL playoffs, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, takes it to the next level. Because right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's $300 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. The FanDuel app gives you everything you need for live bets, same-game parlays, so much more. You get a hunch in the middle of the game. Go with it. Plus, when you win, you get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today and get started with $300 in bonus bets. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL, 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Planet Fitness, we're declaring it. This is the year of getting stronger. And future stronger you can get started now by saving $28 or more when you join today. You in? We have all the best-in-class equipment you could ever need to keep stepping it up. And you can work out your way on your time at any convenient location near you. Most open 24 hours. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends January 31st. See Home Club for details.
The Lindy Group is the paving industry leader in high-quality asphalt, concrete, paving, and utility services. Active in Pennsylvania, Ohio, and West Virginia, Lindy employs diverse teams of people in all trades and operations positions. Put your skills to work in an environment where smart thinking, high-quality craftsmanship, and attention to detail are recognized and rewarded. Build better with Lindy and learn more about us at www.thelindygroup.com.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Join Lamont for their winter Dinner for Two special, Tuesday to Thursdays till February 27th. Enjoy a complete prefix dinner for $99, plus tax and gratuity for two. Reservations at 412-431-3100, extension 1.
In the U.S., there are about 60 million adults 65 and older. And last year, nearly 1 million of them were hospitalized due to flu, COVID, or RSV. That's nearly 1 million people who plan to go visit family or see friends, but ended up in the hospital instead. So get this season's vaccines, and don't let flu, COVID, or RSV make you just another number.
Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It is the 20-year anniversary of that AFC Championship game the Steelers lost to the Patriots. Not a great day. 9 degrees. Plexico dropped the ball. Ben was awful. Everyone hated the Patriots. You thought it was your year, and it wasn't. But the great thing, you got to quarterback. And so I don't remember at the time going, oh, we got this whole thing. I mean, they're going to be great. It's house money. No, you want to win that game. You want to win the damn Super Bowl. But then 05 happens, and you do win the Super Bowl because that's what happens when you got a great quarterback. Mel Kiper, mock draft number 1. With the 21st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Jalen Milroe. I'm just kidding. Emeka Egbuka.
I was about to say.
No, he has Milroe as not among his top 5
quarterbacks.
Yeah.
So where would that put him?
He likes the guy from Will Howard. He likes Will Howard more.
Yeah, I think Will Howard made a lot of money in that national championship.
You said it the other day. You said it, and I was thinking, oh, this guy, he can be like a 4th-round pick. And no, he made himself some money. He did. Tough as nails, big guy, good arm.
He can move, too.
Yes.
He didn't move that much because he didn't have to this year, but if you go back, I believe it was at Kansas State, and watch him, he can run. So, like, he is a new day and age quarterback. I still think that he's going to fall to, like, the 3rd round. But, so Jalen Milroe, did he say where he had him? Like, round-wise?
I'd have to look at his big board, but he wasn't a top 5 guy.
If he's not top 5, that pushes him down. Like, if he's in the 3rd round, yeah, I would take him.
This draft is going to be an exercise in patience for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'll tell you why in a second. The 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. I just don't think it's the year to take a quarterback.
No.
And if you're taking one just to take one.
Just like in 2022.
That's right.
Same thing. Wasn't the year to take a quarterback. They got desperate. They took a quarterback, and the evaluation was he was the best quarterback available in that draft, but was he really a first-round pick? Probably not. And you got to learn your lessons.
You do have to.
So don't do that again.
And it's so hard, and I'm more emotional as a fan, I hope, than Art and Tomlin and Omar and Andy. We just spent a large chunk of the show talking about how nice it would be to be the friggin' Washington Commanders right now and what the right quarterback does to transform your future as a franchise. And it's so tantalizing. Oh, Jalen Milroe, he's got the arm. He can run. He's got a lot of the measurables. Just don't do it. Don't do it. And do it next year when the draft is in Pittsburgh. It's a deeper quarterback draft. Easier said than done, though.
Yeah, it is. And they have in the past drafted best available. I don't know if that's still their motto, but
if it is, it ain't going to be a quarterback. I cut you off, sorry.
No, you're right. I mean, but what if they have Milroe high? What if they're high on him? And you just kind of alluded to it, that he is going to blow it up at the combine.
Oh,
he's going to look great. And then all the cameras will be at his pro day. He's not going to run, but he's going to launch a ball 80 yards in the air. That's going to happen.
Yeah.
And he's going to slide back up.
And that's whenever you're going to text me the highlights or lowlights of him against Michigan in the bowl game and Milroe against, who was it, Oklahoma.
Yes.
Where he was awful, and they scored 6 points.
But I'm saying, like, if he does somehow slide to the 3rd round, like, I don't mind that pick as a backup to, and if you already have Justin Fields on a $11 million 1-year deal, I don't mind him as a backup in the 3rd round.
No, and people, talked about the Mason Rudolph pick as a bad one at the time, and Landry Jones. You do need backup quarterbacks too. And if you have a backup quarterback with upside that you don't have to waste a top 3 pick on, sure, I can live with that. Because I'd rather have a backup quarterback with upside on a rookie deal than have to pay one $10 million.
Right.
And if you sign Justin Fields to a multi-year deal, he would be a backup quarterback that you're paying $11-ish million if next year you draft your guy. So it's not a wasted pick if they take Jalen Milroe, but there's a line for me. And the earliest I would even consider a quarterback in this draft, me personally, would be 4. I can't go before 4. And you got to hold me to that.
Okay.
Because Pro Day video, it's
going to look good.
It tricks me, Doran.
It's going to look good.
All these guys look good on air, and some of them look really good. I'm not going down Malik Willis road again. My big hope is, because Pony said the other day he had talked to people within the organization, they love Milroe. we had heard that a lot about Malik Willis, and it was all just smokescreen stuff. I'm hoping the Milroe thing is smokescreen, or it's just they're interested in him, but as a mid to later round pick. All right, we'll talk to Chris Carter. I'm sure he started scouting quarterbacks. If they were to take one, who would he like them to take in this draft? And we'll get his offseason primer. We haven't talked to Carter about what he would do if he were in charge. That's next. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
On the traffic front, Parkway East is going to be pretty good. Parkway West is where you're going to slow down top of Green Tree Hill. 28, no real issues. Parkway North, no real issues. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 A Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $8,500 off or finance at low 0%. In fact, the popular Eclipse Cross comes with 0% as well.
And with up to 125% of KBB for your trade, we make a new start easier than ever.
Your New Year deal your way. What a great day.
Shop Mitsu by the Mall at Jim Shorkey North Hills Mitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back with fun for the whole family. The 64th annual fuel-required classic car dealership World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 24th through 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's hottest customs, hot rods, classics, trucks, and motorcycles, including the Evel Knievel Tribute, featuring the Snake River Trike, the X2 Sky Cycle, and the Formula One Dragster, presented by Motor Mania Media. Make your own music and show your own style. Get your photo with Barbie's pink Cadillac from Disney's Epcot. You've seen her on parade. Now see it in person. Saturday, meet Danny Coker and Kevin Mack from Counts Customs and Counting Cars. Saturday and Sunday, meet Farm Truck Nation from Street Outlaws. And see their sleeper Chevy Farm Truck Racer. TheFuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. This weekend at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Part of the Summit Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See WorldOfWheels.com for more info.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 30th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment taxes and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers.
ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County.
Turn up the heat at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Check out Get-Go's new sweet and spicy chicken sandwich. It's a spicy chicken filet with a kick of Market District hot honey, melted cheddar, and crispy bacon on a pretzel bun. Try Get-Go's sweet and spicy chicken sandwich today. Download the Get-Go app and get a free order of tots. Then use the app to discover deals, track perks, and find a Get-Go near you. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
Pittsburgh. Whitney Cummings is bringing her Big Baby Tour to the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall on March 1st.
The crazy thing is that when you're 35 as a woman, they start calling your pregnancy geriatric. I was like, oh, I am so sorry that I waited till I was a mature adult. I am so glad that I waited to get pregnant. If I had got pregnant even a year earlier, I would have sold the baby for Taylor Swift tickets.
Tickets available at librarymusichall.com. Whitney Cummings at Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall, March 1st.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
We got two of the best radio hosts in the country coming on with us during today's radio program to talk about the upcoming AFC Championship game between the Bills and the Chiefs. Excited about that. Super fired up to be talking to our guy Chris Carter right now from the Post-Gazette. He's on the fan hotline brought to you by Sullivan Super Service. Chris has been outperforming the NFL writer mean for the last 10 years, and he joins us right now. Good morning to you, Chris. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. What the heck does that mean? I don't know what outperforming them.
You haven't been following the Jim Rooney comments?
Oh, that's what you were referencing. Now I understand. Thank you.
I meant that as a big-time compliment, though, Chris, that you outperformed the mean.
Certainly.
Much better than average and have been consistently for a long time.
I hope I can get Mike Tomlin's salary.
Yeah, no chance in that. We work in the media, Chris. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah. What was I thinking?
All right, buddy. Have you started scouting for the draft yet?
A little bit. I can't say I've delved in and gotten some crazy takes, but I have gotten some early sense of things, getting ready for the Senior Bowl, stuff like that.
Do you think the Steelers should take a quarterback in the first 2 rounds?
No.
Do you think they will?
Absolutely not. They shouldn't. I don't think they will. I think that this isn't the draft for quarterbacks. I think if there's a quarterback I like in this draft to go early in the first round that might turn into something, I think it's Cam Ward. I'm not a big Shedeur Sanders guy. I think if you took a Will Howard in the 4th, I could see that. Jalen Milroe around there if you want to get some project guys. But I don't think that's where the Steelers need to understand that this isn't the year to go after quarterbacks. This is the year to keep building so that if you when the day comes when you want to go get that franchise quarterback in the draft and you think it is, that you have enough pieces around your team that you can feel comfortable enough to trade up to get that guy and not cost yourself. To what Mike Tomlin said, a couple weeks back at the end of his press conference, he talked about teams that didn't necessarily need a high pick to go get their quarterback. People forget that Patrick Mahomes was gotten by a Chiefs team that just finished 12-4, was the 2nd seed in the playoffs, and had to trade up. But the thing was they had built so many different parts of their teams. They were ready to take on a Patrick Mahomes. That's what this Steelers team it needs to get to. Its offensive line needs to improve. They need better playmakers. I think they need to fix a little bit more of this defensive line and probably shore up the cornerback room. If they do that, if they can accomplish at least 3 of those 4 things I just said, if I just said 4 things, if they can accomplish at least 75% of that from here to next year at this point, I think they could put themselves in a strong place where, say, I haven't even looked at next year's quarterback class, but say if there's a quarterback that you really like in that class, you can say, all right, we're trading our 1st, our 2nd, maybe a future 3rd, another 3rd, whatever, and then that's going to be our pick, and we're going to build around that guy. I think that's the position the Steelers need to be in right now. And there's a lot of good position groups this year in this draft class.
Who realistically would fit as a top-tier wide receiver, free agent wide receiver for the Pittsburgh Steelers? Like, realistically, like, we throw out names every single day of, like, guys that could be cut, like DK Metcalf, Tyreek Hill, T. Higgins. Like, who realistically do you think that they'll target and could fit here?
So T. Higgins is like the big sweepstakes. Like, that's going to be the one that everyone tries to go after. And like, that would be awesome if they got T. Higgins. I just don't know if you're going to win those sweepstakes. Like, he's going to go to the highest bidder, and rarely are the Steelers that, because they have enough pieces around. Like, someone's going to be desperate enough to offer him a big contract. But if he was that guy, he would be ideal. I could see the Steelers, trying to, kick the tires on Chris Godwin, not for a crazy long deal, but just saying, hey, like, this guy's been a really good receiver, bring him in. But here's the thing. I think a lot of this also depends on, are you keeping George Pickens for the long term? Because this is his third year, so this next year is his contract year. You need to decide that now. You need to decide if he's going to be your guy, sign him, or don't sign him. And if you don't sign him, you better trade him. If you're trading him, you need to have another option in place. I would not be shocked if something like that happens, or even if something like that doesn't happen, this team goes after, say, like a Cortland Sutton or a certain type of guy, because I think that the Steelers know that they need a number one wide receiver and a number two wide receiver, and George Pickens can either be one or the other or neither, and help you get to the end prize of getting both of those guys. So I fully expect the Steelers to sign a wide receiver. I wouldn't be shocked if they traded for a wide receiver. And I think if they do those two things, they're still going to draft a wide receiver, probably not in the first 2 rounds, but maybe in like round 3 again this year. And then you roll back with basically your top signed wide receiver, George Pickens, or the guy that you traded for, Calvin Austin, your rookie that you drafted this year, and Roman Wilson. And there's a group of 5 wide receivers. And if you get it right, I think you can have a better room than you've had the past couple years.
Chris Carter, the Post-Gazette, joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Chris, the Steelers have made no changes to the coaching staff, and we went through a timeline earlier on in the show. 9 days after Mike Tomlin's press conference, Canada was retained in 22. 5 days after Tomlin's press conference, Keith Butler retired in 2021. I'll put retired in quotes. 1 day after Tomlin, Randy Fichtner was out in 2018. 1 day after Tomlin, Todd Haley out. Are you expecting any Steelers coaching changes now at this point?
I think one thing Tomlin's brought up was people's contracts running out, and that could be a thing that literally it happens at the end of January. And so what you're probably going to do is hear a silent like, hey, this such and such, is no longer with the team, and they've hired such and such to replace them. I did think if there was going to be a move as far as like right away, it would either be Terrell Austin or Pat Meyer. Neither of those have been announced. Now, again, maybe those are coming, but I think that there'll be some replacements there, but there will not be like wholesale replacements, like big up changes. I said from the jump, I did not think Arthur Smith was going to get any of these head coaching jobs he's interviewing. So and they're not going to fire him 1 year in. But when it comes to, defensive coordinator, Terrell Austin was just signed to a 2-year extension last year. So he has 1 more year on his deal. That would be up to the Rooney to see if they wanted to cut that short. And because there hasn't been an announcement yet, I don't think that's coming. So the question is then, okay, which position coaches would you not bring back whose contracts are expiring? Carl Dunbar, defensive line coach, is on that list. But I think Carl Dunbar has done a pretty good job, getting guys like Montravius Adams to be solid for the team when he couldn't stick in the NFL. He's coached Cam Hayward over the years. I think that Keanu Benton's improving. And I'm not so sure he's one of the guys that you would want to see change just for the sake of change for. But I wouldn't be shocked if there's some sort of turnover here that leads to some changes in the coaching staff.
Chris, really good stuff as always, man. Appreciate your time. And you know what? You're way better than the mean. I shouldn't have said what I said before. It sounded like a backhanded compliment.
I didn't know what that was referencing. I completely forgot about the Jim Rooney statement. I will say this, though, on the coaching staff thing. What may be the best answer for the Steelers is not replacing anybody in the staff, but adding people on the staff. This staff needs more help. You saw what Brian Flores did, just simply bringing him in for Terrell Austin. Maybe they need a senior defensive assistant to help with more game planning for Terrell Austin, and maybe more offensive assistants as well.
Couldn't agree more with that. Yep. We talked about that a little bit earlier on in the show. Chris, as always, be well, and I'll see you for TV Sunday night.
Yes, sir.
Take care.
Thanks, Chris.
Chris Carter, Locked On Steelers podcast and the Post-Gazette. we talk about coaching contracts, and Terrell Austin got a 2-year one at the end of last season. Mike Tomlin got the 3-year contract with 1 year left on his deal. I'm interested to see what the Ravens do. This is next season will be Harbaugh's lame duck year. He's got 1 year left on his contract. I wonder if they'll give him a contract extension this offseason.
I think they will. They're so close. And I think they're kind of not built like the Steelers, but they don't want to have a revolving door of coaches. And they know what Harbaugh has done in the past a lot, for them and winning Super Bowl. So I think that they extend him.
Do you know Harbaugh is 10 years older than Tomlin?
No.
I did not know that until this very second. I saw 62 for Harbs, and I went,
he's 62.
That's nuts to me.
Wow.
So in year number 6 of his career, he was Tomlin's age now.
Wow.
I don't know that that's important or anything, but it just struck me as odd.
That is very odd.
I wouldn't extend him if I were them. I wouldn't have extended Tomlin last year. Let him play it out or coach it out, and then you see what happens. The Steelers aren't meeting the expectations of the fan base, and they don't have a franchise quarterback. The Ravens have a franchise quarterback, and I would argue that obviously they're not meeting their expectations. Mm-hmm. So I'm not saying fire the guy. I'd give him another year and then see what happens. And this year they took a step back, frankly. They won 1 fewer regular season game. Last year they were in the conference championship. This year not in the conference championship. Now they're a 2-point conversion away. I mean, they're right there, but
that would have tied it. But.
Right. That's the thing about that. I think they lose that game in regulation.
Same.
Yeah.
Like I keep thinking that it's like, oh man, they were just a drop pass away from winning. Like, no, they weren't. Josh Allen, I think, would have a minute 16 or something like that left on the clock, or a minute. Yeah, he could have went down and got in field goal range for sure.
Probably would have gone wide right. Maybe it goes to overtime.
Yeah, maybe.
Sorry, Starkey, who texted me at like 11 p.m. last night saying he's happy with the end of his Mulsey Christmas song. I didn't reply. I was asleep.
He just randomly did that?
Randomly. Just 11 o'clock at night, sending me a text last night. Yeah. We will react to some of Carter's comments when we come back. I got one more thing on Harbaugh and how it relates to Tomlin. You could text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
NFL Conference Championship Sunday is this weekend. The Washington Commanders and the Philadelphia Eagles will play for the NFC title, and then the Buffalo Bills and Kansas City Chiefs will play for the AFC title. For more, you can listen to both those games right here on 93.7 The Fan. Can't forget that. We got coverage through Westwood One live. Okay, now, for more, go to 937thefan.com. Now here's Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. As our good friend Nicholas just said, it's a great weekend to watch some ball. And that means you need beer, and there's one place to go. That's Hampton Beer Outlet. Great beer, huge variety, over 1,000 beers. Best variety anywhere. Crafts, imports, seltzers, local Pittsburgh brews, and even NA beers if you're doing the dry January thing. Great prices, the best around, great customer service. It's not a dark and dingy beer distributor. No. It is a beer superstore. So drive a little, save a lot. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The January Fan Beer of the Month is Fire Whistle Brewing's Fire Whistle 139 Engine, a red ale. And the charity is the Parkinson Foundation of Western Pennsylvania.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You need to go talk to somebody. What happened at that hospital? It wasn't right. And you had something here. You need to call the dog. This a medical malpractice. You see, I'm your doctor, so I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened. When you went into that hospital, they told you it was just a headache. But that wasn't a headache. You had a stroke. Do you hear your speech? It's slurred. That was a stroke. That wasn't a headache. You understand? Gotta call Top Dog. This is top dollar. This a medical malpractice.
Next on Metro's Nadiata Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free. Oh, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any Metro Flex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Joe Montana here. In my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease. Are you 50 or older like me? The CDC now recommends vaccination against pneumococcal disease. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at increased risk and over 6 times greater risk of hospitalization with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50. Schedule your appointment today at vaxassist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer. This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
That spice is 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Hi, my name is Khadijah, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick of the chicken. It's just the right amount of heat, and it gets me excited. And then, pro tip, add that cilantro lime sauce. It cools it down. If the sandwich is at 100, the cilantro lime takes it to 200. It makes me want to, tell all my friends and family.
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, price lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Riding into Sunday's NFC Championship, it feels like rookie phenom Jaden Daniels is on a magic train. But can Washington's defense slow down Philadelphia's Barkley Express? The Commanders' defensive front seven played well in the 2 regular season clashes where the games were split. In what could be a wild game, and I expect it to be, the Commanders will cover, but the Eagles will win 30-27. I'm Boomer Esiason.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this. As the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line. Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Got a lot of slowdowns on that Parkway East as we are in this Friday morning here. It's going to be slowing you down right around Wilkinsburg. Parkway West, pretty much the same thing. Top of Green Tree Hills where it slows. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK. I'm Rob Taylor, Sports Radio 93.7 A Fan.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings with new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items like pineapples, avocados, navel oranges, and lettuce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Follow us on Twitter @_Adam Crowley @ScoreandDoran. Brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The Steelers are really bad at something that the 4 remaining teams in the NFL are the best at. We'll tell you what that is in a minute. One of the best radio hosts in the country going to join us in 10 minutes to break down Chiefs and Bills. But first, my Harbaugh thing. So Harbaugh has 1 year left on his deal. If they extend him, I guess I wouldn't be surprised. If they don't, I'm going to be even more pissed off that the Steelers extended Mike Tomlin. Because while this guy has fallen short, he won a playoff game this year, won a playoff game last year, went 0 for the prior 2 years, won one before that. He won a bunch of playoff games since the last time Tomlin won one. And if they don't extend him, that just tells you that they're not okay with the whole being better than league average thing. Meanwhile, the Steelers are.
Would you be more upset if Harbaugh doesn't get extended than you were upset that the Patriots moved on from Bill Belichick and the Steelers didn't? Whenever Bill was, a year? It was kind of the same timeline with Tomlin and Belichick, right?
It would show
with
you
the quarterbacks.
So Jim Rooney compared the Steelers directly to the Ravens, right? And talked about how both were outperforming the mean the last 25 years and said that it's actually better than the way that it looks because you've had the Ravens in the division the whole time. So if the Ravens would then not extend a coach who's had inarguably more success than Tomlin in recent years, I think that would make me more upset.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it would probably – I don't think they'd care one way or the other, actually, but it would make me more upset. But, yeah, Belichick gets pushed out. Andy Reid got fired. Harbaugh, if he doesn't get the extension. Meanwhile, Mike Tomlin had won a playoff game in 8 years, and, here's 3 more. No ramifications, no repercussions. We were talking to Chris Carter in the last segment, and he brought something up that you and I had brought up before, and that's add analysts, expand the coaching staff. The Steelers are so far behind in terms of their personnel in their front office. The Steelers fall short in a lot of these avant-garde, cutting-edge ways. Case in point, the Steelers, and I saw this on Steelers Now, I saw this in a couple of other outlets too, the Steelers are one of the worst teams in the NFL at going for it on 4th downs.
Mm-hmm.
Steelers 31st in the league, a conversion rate of 39%. You can't tell me this is a coincidence, Doran. The top 4 teams in the NFL at converting 4th downs are the 4 remaining teams in the sport.
Yeah. I mean, look at last week. How many 4th down conversions or even attempts were there?
Yep.
At least 8.
An aggressive mentality and then the ability to make it worthwhile because you're so successful at it. The Steelers, short yardage, terrible, but the Steelers just aren't aggressive either.
Mm-hmm.
Think about the Ravens game. You're down 7-0. I would not want to give the ball back down 7-0 to that offense. It's 3rd and 8 inches. Punt.
It's so old school mentality. Man.
Probably no thought.
No.
From a guy who says scared money don't make money. Meanwhile, the Commanders converted 87% of their 4th downs. The Bills 73%, Kansas City 70%, and the Eagles 70%. And the Eagles, they do the tush push. The Ravens, they do the Mark Andrews tush push. Like, there are things that you can do that are damn near unstoppable that they don't even consider doing.
Nope.
And then when you talk about avant-garde and thinking outside the box and being a smart organization, so Aaron Glenn gets hired now by the New York Jets. He was the defensive coordinator with Detroit. Detroit, one of the best teams in football. And now, in each of the next 2 years, they're going to get a 3rd-round pick in compensation because of the addendum to the Rooney Rule in 2020. You hire good people. You hire good minority candidates that have a chance to go get plucked elsewhere as head coaches. And guess what? The league rewards you for it.
Yeah.
The Steelers could have promoted Brian Flores to defensive coordinator. He would have been sought after, potentially. I mean, he was interviewed by a bunch of teams this cycle. Could be a head coach one day. You could get yourself a couple of extra third-round picks, which may well aid you in, well, it does in roster building, but may well aid you in getting your franchise quarterback down the road. They just don't do any of the smart things that are separating the top teams in the NFL.
They're clearly just
from
behind.
the mean teams.
Right. They're clearly behind in the times. And the way they play, the way they operate, the way they just do everything is so behind. I mean, it's so behind in every single facet. I mean, even like stadium stuff.
Right.
You know, it's not even just on the field. It's not just coaches. It's not just players. It's the little things around the stadium, in the stadium, game day things. Like, everything is so, like, years behind everywhere else the NFL has evolved.
There are pros and cons of, like, the mom and pop business, and the Steelers view themselves very much a family-run organization, and it's old school. You got to be on the cutting edge. You got to be forward-thinking. I'm not seeing that from these guys.
I mean, look at the NFLPA grade, the players that graded each franchise, and you had the ownership, you had facilities. Remember that came out? That told us that right there. I mean, those are the little things that will trickle onto the way you play, too. Like, we talk about it all the time. You have to have those things right, too, in order to have a winning franchise, and those things are getting terrible grades.
No, the greatest coaches, organizations, they all evolve. I mean, how many different ways did the Patriots win? I mean, they'd go double tights. They would win with LeGarrette Blount running the ball a bunch. They'd win with Brady throwing it 40, 50 times. They evolved. I think about Nick Saban. He had better players and would ground and pound people, and he's a great defensive mind. And then they couldn't stop these mobile quarterbacks, these run-pass quarterbacks. So what'd they do? Instead of being pro-style and trying to bludgeon those teams, they just got with the Joneses.
Yep.
They started getting mobile quarterbacks. They started spreading it out. With Lane Kiffin, guys like that, Nick Saban didn't say, this is how we do it, this is how we're always going to do it. He evolved.
And look at his staffs, though, during that time. I mean, they're all former NFL coaches. I mean, Marrone was on the staff. Bill O'Brien was on the staff. Like, he's like, I need the best, and I need a lot of them.
Steve Sarkisian, who's winning a ton of games now at Texas.
Staff.
Kirby Smart, now changed Georgia, turned Georgia kind of into the new Alabama. Like, big staffs. That's good.
Yeah.
More voices, good. Diversity of thought, good.
Yes.
There's just no forward thinking with this organization. It's how you wind up stuck in the mud for 8 years. Forget 25 in the mean. How about the last 8? All right. We transition back to the AFC Championship game coming up next. Sal Capaccio, one of the great radio guys in the industry. He's going to break it all down for us coming up next. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
On Saturday, 2 games with Pittsburgh-related teams. First one is going to be at 12:30. Pitt travels to Syracuse to play Pitt men's basketball. And then at 4:30, 4 o'clock, the Pittsburgh Penguins are going to play the Seattle Kraken. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this as the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars rewards. Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code RADIO DYW and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets. 21 or older, new users in Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. Max bet $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. For terms, see Caesars.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, what's your name? I am Nathan. This is Sean. This is Wanye. And we are Boys to Men.
The legendary trio that has captivated audiences worldwide for over 3 decades. Boys to Men, in concert. February 16th at the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Boys to Men.
January is the perfect time to start new at ShorkeyChevy.com. Chevy Silverado pickups and full-size Suburbans up to an incredible $10,000 off. The popular Chevy Tahoe now up to $9,000 off. There's even 0% financing available. Plus, huge trade values guaranteed to save you even more. Your New Year deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in both Murraysville and the North Hills. ShorkeyChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for complete details.
Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Championship weekend in the NFL. Steelers haven't played in that round since the year 2017, and it was the 2016 season, and they weren't competitive in that game. Buffalo, Kansas City, the Bills 0-3 in the postseason with Josh Allen against these Chiefs. And joining us now to discuss, sideline reporter for the Buffalo Bills, one of the best radio guys in the industry. He is Sal Capaccio. Sal, thank you so much for joining us today, man. How you doing?
I'm great. That's kind of you. Thank you.
How's the belief going in Buffalo right now? This is a team that has frequently been a franchise, in fact, the bridesmaid and never the bride. Is this the year they get over the hump? How's Buffalo feeling about it?
A lot of nervous anticipation. Everybody understands, that a loss just adds to the, heartbreaking mounting losses like that over the many years. But I think that there's also a confidence in this particular group and how they're playing. And, getting to this point and knowing that they have beaten this team. I know not in the playoffs, right, but they have gone to Arrowhead. They have beaten the Kansas City Chiefs. They've seen it happen before. And, I think there's belief that this team is ready to do this at this time.
Sal, it's easy for us to watch Josh Allen and say, oh, my gosh, the guy's arm is incredible. He's 6'5", 240-some pounds. I mean, he can run. He can do all these great things. But you're there every single day. You see the little things of Josh Allen. What makes him so good every single day, and what makes him so good that he could potentially win this game on Sunday?
Well, I think there's a lot, but, for me, what I think people would be surprised about, I guess, is the best way to answer this. Josh is really dialed in mechanically on what he does, and there's a great piece that came out recently. He talked with Phil Simms. Josh has a mechanics coach who did all this 3D mapping of him and things, and Josh really takes all that very seriously. And I remember, I'll tell you, there was a game earlier this year. It was against the Tennessee Titans, and there was a pass, and it might have been Jacksonville either way, but there was a pass he threw to Ty Johnson right in front of me. I'm on the sidelines. Incredible pass, and I don't know how Josh did it. After the game, I said to Josh in the locker room, I go, holy cow, you made my jaw drop with that throw. He goes, I found something mechanically that I had to fix this week, and it really worked. And I'm thinking, boy, that's amazing, right, to think about that in that moment. But that's number one. I think number two is Josh is a super smart quarterback. I don't think he gets enough credit for how much of his high IQ, and that's a big reason why the Bills really liked him in the draft process. He has all this physical talent, guys. We know that, right? It's undeniable. But he's also a really, really smart quarterback. And what's been different this year is his decision-making has just been off the charts. He's not turning the ball over. He's really, really smart with the football, and that's been a big difference.
Is it all on his shoulders this weekend?
No. In fact, I think that's why people have a belief and why this organization, is where they are this week, because with all the changes they had, no Stephon Diggs, no Gabe Davis, Some leadership that's left the room. They have no 1,000-yard receiver. I think 800, not even 800 yards. Khalil Shakir, their number one guy. Josh has not had to be Superman this year. There's been times where he was. You see some of the highlight plays, of course, and he has these MVP-type numbers, which is why he's a finalist. But they have not had to have Josh Allen be put on the cape this year. They've done it with a really, really great offensive line and a really strong running game and a balanced attack. And that's how Sean McDermott's wanted to play football for the last several years, right? And finally they're doing it, and it doesn't have to be all on Josh. It wasn't last week. Josh Allen was good last week. He was very efficient, but he threw for 250 yards, 260 yards, something like that. It wasn't a huge day statistically, and yet here they are in the AFC Championship game.
I'll speak for a majority of people here in Pittsburgh that we're all rooting for Buffalo to win. I think it's about time that they get an opportunity to compete in a Super Bowl. I mean, it's been so long. But we want to keep it positive. But one negative clearly is if they do lose, where does the franchise go from here if they do lose on Sunday?
I don't think it goes anywhere other than keep doing what they're doing. There are obviously people here in Buffalo who have an opinion of Sean McDermott that he can't get them to a Super Bowl and he can't win the big game. I'm sure a lot of ways what it gets talked about in Pittsburgh with Mike Tomlin, but Tomlin's a made man because he has a Super Bowl, although it's a while ago. Obviously, I know that I read and I hear things in Pittsburgh about that, but Sean McDermott's the same way. People have that opinion of him. But look, Josh Allen's here. He's going to be here for another maybe 10 years or whatever it is. And they did have a transition year this year. They're actually younger this year than they have been. There's a few older guys on the roster, but I don't think anything necessarily changes, like big-time changes. And one of the reasons is, guys, like Terry Pegula, the owner of the team, Terry and Kim Pegula, they have what I think you have in Pittsburgh and what Baltimore has and what really most organizations covet, which is an owner and a GM and a head coach who are in line, have the same vision, and, that's something that, you just don't get every day in professional sports with so much turnover that goes on.
Do Bills fans hate these Chiefs more than those Tom Brady, Bill Belichick Patriots that you were in the division with for so long?
It's a good question. I think some would. I don't think so in general. I think you're so tired of the Chiefs, though, winning it. But, man, Brady just lorded over the division for so long, and it was just so tough watching every year. Every year you went into the season knowing, like, you're playing for second place, right? And knowing that you have probably 2 losses on your ledger. Now, I will say also, the Bills weren't that good anyway when Brady was doing that, up until the last couple of years when they finally got over the hump. There are Bills fans, I think, that do it, that do hate him like that. I would also say the fan bases, it's a little different. I think most Bills fans would tell you the Boston, New England fan base is obnoxious.
Yes.
And you have to deal with we also have to deal with the Bruins, right? And their success in the same division as the Sabres. And I go back to the 80s and the playoff games that they played in the series. And I think that's a part of it with them. Kansas City, guys, I mean, I'll go back to when I was growing up. I went to the playoff games when Steve DeBerg and Joe Montana came in for Kansas City, and I remember even back then saying, boy, those Chiefs fans are really nice. The Midwestern hospitality. I think that there's a difference there because of the interaction with the fan bases. Last week against the Ravens, it was toxic, on social media, really toxic. And I didn't even want to look at it. It was terrible. This week's not been the same. And I'm sure you understand where I'm coming from, how that can really impact how you feel about that particular team.
Absolutely. Those people from New England, they suck. They suck, Sal. All right, last thing here for you, the obvious question. Do you think they get it done?
Yeah, I've stayed away from predictions this week, guys. So I want to just say that I think this is their best chance to really go and do it. I know that in 21 they did lead with 13 seconds, but even that Chiefs team was such a machine, right? I think that this is a Chiefs team that's won a lot of different ways, but they've been vulnerable at times this year, no doubt. There's a Bills team that's really taking care of the football. So, look, I think this is the best chance to get it done, and I know that there's a confidence and belief that they can do it here this time.
Sal, we always appreciate the time. Have fun this weekend. Thanks a lot.
You got it, guys. Anytime. Thank you.
Thanks, Sal.
Take care. Sal Capaccio got an anytime. I love that guy.
He had a little pause there at the end of the last question. A little pause. He didn't want to give a prediction. He stayed away from it, but there was a pause I think that they get it done. So, what did he talk about? Anxiety in the beginning and, just kind of angst to get this game played. They're not – I don't know if they're feeling like through-the-roof confidence there in Buffalo.
No. How could you? My God.
All right.
I think –
But, 30-21 during the regular season, you beat them at home. So you would think that some confidence would roll over because you already saw them. But that's not how it works against Kansas City in the playoffs, and I think that we all know that.
Yeah, I don't know this to be true, but I think that people outside Buffalo might be giving the Bills more of a shot than inside Buffalo.
That's a good point.
Because for them, it's never been a question of are we good enough? It's been, are we going to do it? They've been good enough to beat the Chiefs any of these 3 times they've lost to them in the playoffs. And then the 13 seconds thing happens. They were good enough to win the Super Bowl in the 90s. At least one didn't. So if I'm a Bills fan, I can't believe. There's no way I can believe. Now, that being said, you beat the Chiefs. You probably feel like you're winning the Super Bowl, right?
Yes.
But maybe not because it's Buffalo. One last thing here on the Bills, and we're going to talk to Carrington Harrison, who's a really good radio host in Kansas City at 9 o'clock. Josh Allen's career arc's amazing to me. I mean, his first 2 years in the league, 53% completion percentage, 59% completion percentage. I remember him coming up in here and playing Duck Hodges, and the downfield stuff he could always hit. The intermediate short stuff, I mean, he'd sail it 10 yards over dudes' heads.
Yeah. And that's where he started tinkering with the mechanics.
Well, and so
right after that year.
That folds right into the segment we had before we talked to Sal, right? Like the Steelers are on the cutting edge of nothing. Nothing. The Bills have a guy that works on his mechanics to the point where mid-season he's altering things according to Sal.
Mm-hmm.
And I get, okay, Steelers got Tom Arth. The Steelers still have Mike Sullivan. I don't know. It's about development as much as it's about anything else, too. Jaden Daniels has an edge on his competition, too. Something you'd like to see the Steelers use if they're not. We'll talk about that coming up next. We'll go around the NFL. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, I've been talking about it for a while. NFL Conference Championship Sunday is this Sunday. But it's important for you to remember that if you want to listen to either of those games or both of them, you can listen right here on 93.7 The Fan, listen on the radio, or listen on the Odyssey app. We'll have coverage through Westwood 1. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
All right, slowdowns on the Parkway West, top of Green Tree Hill, slowdowns on the Parkway East. Just past Wilkinsburg, Noblestown Road towards downtown South Main Street. You're going to slow down there as well. And Route 28 slows just a little bit past the Etna Bypass. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Winter is here in full force, and Bowser Hyundai has options to get you where you need to go no matter the weather. Take home the 2025 Elantra SE and get 3.99% APR for 60 months, or the 2025 Tucson SC all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 48 months. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, hit thebowserhyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends January 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a question. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 20 pounds? That's a serious question because I dropped 20 pounds my first 3 weeks alone with Awaken 180 weight loss. That's how fast the weight can fall off when you choose the solution for weight loss. Each week you look at the scale and the number goes down and down. Every morning you wake up, you feel better and better. For me, it was my joints. I knew I was going going to need knee surgery, and even before the surgery, my knee felt better because it wasn't carrying around so much weight. Experiencing those results, and given how easy Awaken 180 was, there was no way I wouldn't reach my goal. And I did. 35 pounds total thanks to Awaken 180, and I've kept the weight off since. The only weight loss program I know that puts their money where their mouth is. They're so confident in your success, they offer free support for life, a one-time investment in yourself for a lifetime of benefits. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. We are down to the last 4 teams in the NFL playoffs, and new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets. If you win, that's $300 in bonus bets. You just have to win your first $5 bet on the FanDuel Sportsbook. So pick one of these games here. Take a shot. We know how good the Chiefs have been trying to make NFL history and go back to back to back. My prediction here is that this will be where that journey ends. So if you agree with me, make that bet. If not, pick something else. Go against me, FanDuel.com/Andrew, and get started with $300 in bonus bets. FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania for sound line real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. We know this about pro athletes. They train all the time to perform better on the field. It takes a lot of time and effort. What, though, would you say if you could improve your performance in the bedroom, no training required? I'm talking about Blue Chew. And Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin in chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. Your partner wants you to do this. They might not say it, but they want you to do this. You got to try it. Blue Chew's tablets, they're like a performance enhancement for the bedroom. They can help you get extra confidence when it is time to perform. You can turn oh no into oh yes. You know what I'm talking about, fellas. So if you could benefit from a little extra confidence in the bedroom when it's time to perform, visit BlueChew.com. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Is your bathroom stuck in the past, dreaming of a sleek, modern upgrade? It's time to call Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling. They specialize in full bathroom remodels, turning outdated spaces into luxurious retreats. From stunning showers to custom vanities, they bring your vision to life on time and within budget. Wow. Get started with a free in-home consultation and flexible financing options to fit your budget. Call 724-547-5445 or visit MountPleasantWindow.com today. Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling, creating dream bathrooms for over 50 years.
In the U.S., there are about 60 million adults 65 and older. And last year, nearly 1 million of them were hospitalized due to flu, COVID, or RSV. That's nearly 1 million people who planned to go visit family or see friends, but ended up in the hospital instead. So get this season's vaccines, and don't let flu, COVID, or RSV make you just another number.
Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Carrington Harrison from our Odyssey Brothers station in Kansas City going to join us at 9 o'clock to give us the Chiefs' perspective on the AFC Championship game. Does he think the Chiefs are getting all the calls? I wonder if we're going to strike a nerve if we ask him that question. We got numbers, baby.
Yep.
Are the Chiefs getting all the calls?
I'll let you ask that.
I'll ask you right off the shoot, baby.
Mm-hmm.
But first, Jaden Daniels could be the first rookie quarterback to play and start, I should say, in a Super Bowl. One of the reasons why they're saying he's had so much success, they got this VR thing they're working with in Washington, Doran, where he wears a VR thing, and then he runs around, and it's 1.25 speed.
So his reaction time gets better?
Yep.
Yep.
Was that something you guys had back in the day?
Heck no, we didn't have no VRs. Our reaction time was like, hey, throw a tennis ball off the wall and try to catch it. Those VRs. Yeah, I was in my room in high school or college throwing a tennis ball off the wall in a corner and letting it bounce and then trying to catch it. That's what I was doing for reaction. Or, you know what I would do in high school? I would lay in my bed, turn the lights out, and throw a football up in the air and not see it. And just put my hands up and catch it. And if I didn't catch it, it would bust me in the face. Like, I honestly used to do that.
I'm sure you've seen the movie Miracle.
Yep.
Where Jimmy Craig's throwing the tennis balls off the wall. Pop, 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 pop. So that's what you were doing.
Yeah.
You were going all Jimmy
VR.
Craig 1980 U.S. Olympic team.
VR. My reaction, my digital reaction stuff was playing Streets of Rage 2 on Sega.
Collecting rings in Sonic.
Yeah.
Well, Jaden Daniels could collect a ring. A Super Bowl ring, Doran. And he has credited, and they have credited this VR. Now, I know that Mason Rudolph was using that back when they didn't have a quarterback's coach, that he was getting all his reps via virtual reality. I'm not sure it's the kind that Washington's using. And, in fact, I would guess it's not. And I'm just wondering if, again, this would be a circumstance where the Steelers aren't keeping up with the Joneses and trying to stay ahead of this thing.
Yeah.
I just can't see
I think
them
it'd be
having
more
it.
individual.
You think it's a him thing?
Yeah. I could see Russ doing it. You could see Russ, full pads with a VR around his head.
They might need to do that if he comes back. I hope he doesn't. But if he does, maybe do that instead of pushing with a blocking sled. No, there's no way they do this.
No.
What are we talking about? Their quarterback busted up his calf on the first day pushing a blocking sled.
Yes.
Because they're old school.
Uh-huh.
I'm surprised they even fired the strength and conditioning staff to this point.
That's one that we was like, that's probably the first move.
Tomlin talked about soft tissue injuries in his end-of-the-season press conference. That seemed like it might be the first thing to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Some other NFL storylines. Bucs offensive coordinator Liam Cohen is going to be the Jacksonville Jaguars head coach. He didn't want the job. Then they fired Balky, the general manager, so then he took the job. But in the interim, the Bucs thought that he signed his contract to be the highest-paid offensive coordinator in the sport, and then they couldn't reach him via the telephone. So he ghosted them and took the Jags job.
And he didn't sign and fax the contract over.
They gave him the contract. They assumed it was all
well and good.
Yep.
Oh, man, he burned them.
Yes, he did. That happens all the time in college. But the reason I wanted to bring it up is because LaFleur, Zach Taylor, Kevin O'Connell, Staley Morris, and now Liam Cohen have advanced to the head coaching role in the NFL, all from the Sean McVay coaching tree.
I told you who he comes from.
McVay?
No, who Liam Cohen. Remember this morning?
Mark Whipple.
Mark Whipple, yeah.
I remember this morning? Yes, I remember this morning. My daughter does that to me.
No, you don't always remember. That's the thing.
Good point. All right, Carrington Harrison, one of the great radio hosts in America, going to join us next. He talks about the Chiefs every day because he works out in Kansas City. I am so jealous of that guy. Wouldn't that be awesome?
Yeah.
Skylar Thompson, the only rostered quarterback for the Steelers going into next year. Carrington Harrison next to preview Bills and Chiefs and whether or not the Chiefs are the beneficiaries of a whole bunch of calls. That's when we come back. But first, let me tell you about Gherkin Roofing, baby. Winter, snow, ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call the Pickle, Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They are experts in finding and eliminating leaks, making repairs, or if you need a whole house, roof, and siding replacements, they can do that too. No job is too big. No job is too small for the Pickle. 724-515-5551. They're answering phones 24/7 today, or call thepickle.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back with fun for the whole family. The 64th annual fuel-required classic car dealership World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 24th through 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's hottest customs, hot rods, classics, trucks, and motorcycles, including the Evel Knievel Tribute, featuring the Snake River Trike, the X2 Sky Cycle, and the Formula One Dragster, presented by Motormania Media. Make your own music and show your own style. Get your photo with Barbie's pink Cadillac from Disney's Epcot. You've seen her on parade, now see it in person. Saturday, meet Danny Coker and Kevin Mack from Counts Customs and Counting Cars. Saturday and Sunday, meet Farm Truck and Asian from Street Outlaws. And see their sleeper Chevy Farm Truck Racer. TheFuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. This weekend at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts, part of the Summit Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See WorldOfWheels.com for more info. We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. See yourself in the new 2025 Kia Sportage EX 4-wheel drive and lease for just $285 a month, or purchase with a special low APR starting at 1.9%. At Monroeville Kia, our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. See what you get free: lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Call for details, 412-856-2100.
Hey, football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you'll be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
If you love designer brands and you love clearance, then you're going to love this. Macy's is having a huge designer clearance event right now with incredible new designer markdowns on cold weather styles from BCBG, Hugo Boss, Michael Kors, and more. How big are the markdowns? How about Coach boots for $200 or less? So if you're looking for the things you love all in one place, come in and shop the designer clearance event at Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
We got an accident on Parkway East and around the Wilkinsburg area, so be mindful of that. Also, Parkway West is going to slow you down, middle of Green Tree Hill. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 A Fan.
It's 2025, and it's time to get your home zero-resified by calling your cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Take 24% off all services for this month when you call 412-701-1188 or book online anytime at ZeroResPGH.com.
KDK. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar.
go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
No AFC Championship game for the Steelers. Haven't been there since the 2016 season. Got their asses kicked by the New England Patriots. That was sort of a theme back then, Doran.
Mm-hmm.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. But we are all excited for the main event on Sunday night, and that is Bills at the Chiefs. Chiefs a slight favorite. Josh Allen 0-3 against the Chiefs in the postseason. And joining us now to discuss is one of the very best radio talk show hosts in this country. He's Carrington Harrison, and he gets to talk about Patrick Mahomes every day. We get to say things like, Justin Fields or Russell Wilson, who should be the Steelers quarterback next year? You're a lucky man, Carrington, and thank you for joining us today.
No, I appreciate it. I was actually wondering when I was on hold, like, you guys made the playoffs, but, like, did it even feel like you were in the playoffs? Like, that was such a long time ago. I don't even remember the wild card round.
Coming out firing.
Yeah, they've been outscored 73-0, the Steelers have, in their last 6 playoff appearances in the first quarter, Carrington. So, no, it really does not feel like they make the postseason. In fact, leading into the wild card game this year, we were talking about all the things the Steelers needed to do this offseason. We barely previewed the damn game.
Well, you know what? If I know anything about Pittsburgh next year, they're going to win 9 or 10 games, and they'll lose in the first round to, like, Houston or somebody. So you guys got a lot to look forward to the next year.
Well, I'm interested in your perspective on this before we get into Bills and Chiefs. Like, what would you do if you were Art Rooney II with Mike Tomlin? Would you keep him around? How do you view him?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I probably would have traded him to the Chicago Bears. Like, I just think we've reached a point where I call it like, if you're playing a video game and you have mastered the game and the game starts to become boring, you have 2 choices. You can either increase the difficulty of the game or you can just stop playing the game. Like, I kind of think that's where Mike Tomlin is. Like, they have reached a very, very comfortable level. They have now settled. And that's not the Steelers. Like, the Steelers that I grew up were, one for the thumb and winning championships and winning Super Bowls and competing at the highest level. And I think there's a big difference between Super Bowl teams and playoff teams. And the Pittsburgh Steelers have certainly cemented themselves as a playoff team. Like, they will make the playoffs next year more than likely. But if you look at the AFC, do you think you can compete consistently against Buffalo or Baltimore or Kansas City or whomever might pop up? I think the answer has to be no. I just think the relationship has kind of grown sour in Pittsburgh, so I would have moved on. But Pittsburgh is obviously happy with where they are as an organization.
Yes, they are. Yep. Jim Rooney, the brother of Art Rooney II, came out on a podcast this week and said that they've been better than the NFL mean for the last 25 years, and they seem quite satisfied with that. All right, let's get to the main event Sunday night, Bills and Chiefs. And I'm just presenting the numbers here, Carrington, and you tell me what they tell you. 11 playoff games since 2021. The Chiefs have committed 36 penalties. Their opponents have committed 66. Do the refs give the Chiefs a little assist here, Carrington?
It is so funny kind of sitting back and watching everybody else have this conversation about the Chiefs, because this is the same thing that we all did with the Patriots 5-6 years ago. The Patriots were the golden boy, and Brady was the one that got overprotected. Don't we just notice that there is a theme? This is what we do whenever one team wins all the time. We don't do this for the New Orleans Saints because the New Orleans Saints never win anything. No one thinks that the refs have it in to help the New Orleans Saints. This is what you want me to believe. You want me to believe in a league that has Los Angeles, California, New York, and Dallas, and all of these major teams. You want me to think that the league has conspired to help Kansas City, Missouri, and Buffalo, New York get to the AFC Championship game? That just doesn't make any sense to me. No, this is just a product of the Chiefs are better than your favorite team. That's what this is. And I can't believe that we're using Houston now as the case study. Houston scored 1 offensive touchdown. They missed 2 field goals and missed an extra point. Their quarterback got sacked 8 times. We're making it like Houston was this team that played so great and the refs just cheated them. Houston is an okay football. Houston is Pittsburgh. That's what they are. They are an okay football team. They're fine. They are the wrong team for this crusade that I feel people have been on for the last week.
Well, let's get a vibe check. Are Kansas City Chiefs fans, are they ultra confident going into Sunday? Is everybody around the organization, are they ultra confident? Because I mean, I know it's a regular season, and the Chiefs, they play a different brand of football during the playoffs, but you did lose in Buffalo 30-21 against Josh Allen this year. But we know how the playoffs go with the Chiefs. Is everybody just confident that they're going to get back to the Super Bowl?
I think people are confident, but I will say, though, like there are a couple teams where Chiefs fans talk differently about them. You know, Cincinnati has been one of those teams. Kansas City and Cincinnati have gone back and forth the last couple of years. Cincinnati beat the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game. So, like, there's like a real rivalry there. That's a back and forth. I think most Chiefs fans understand that this game is going to be really close. Like, that's all these two teams play. In the last 10 games between Kansas City and Buffalo, each team has won 5 times, and they have scored and allowed the same amount of points. You just can't be much more even than what these two teams have been. And something usually happens. Last year, Kadarius Toney is offside. Travis Kelce has the lateral. This year, the fourth down conversion for Josh Allen. Like, they just play these really good games. So, yeah, there's confidence. You know, the game is in Kansas City. You know, they've won a majority of these AFC championship games. But, like, no one's expecting Kansas City to beat Buffalo 31-17 and run over them in the AFC championship game. Most people understand this game's going to be really, really close.
Do the Chiefs relish being a villain? Because they were – I have nothing against the Chiefs apart from just a little bit of fatigue. I don't hate the Chiefs. I love watching Mahomes play. I feel like at the beginning of this dynasty here, everyone was oohing and eyeing over Mahomes, and Andy Reid is beloved. And now it seems like they're universally hated. Do they relish that role, and do you like that they're now occupying that space?
Yeah, because like I was saying earlier with the officiating, this is just the cycle of life. This is what we do in sports. Something is new, we love all on it, we build it up, and then at the moment we can start to tear it down, we're ready to move on to the next thing. This is what happens when you're good. You want to know why people hate the Yankees? Because they win all the time. Why do people hate Duke basketball? Why do they hate Alabama and Clemson playing in the national championship? You want to get to this point in sports where everybody dislikes you. You're usually doing something right. So, yes, people like being the villain. People like that they complain about the officials. People like that there's Chiefs fatigue out there. There's fatigue because the Chiefs are constantly playing in big games. This is what you cheer for. You sat through all the nonsense and the BS, and now you come out on the other side, and now you get to be the best team in the league. Enjoy it. It eventually ends. Every run ends. But I think what kind of upsets people outside of Kansas City is I don't know when the Chiefs' run is ending. Patrick Mahomes is 29 years old. There might be another decade of this. Like, there might be another 8 AFC championship game appearances. Like, you're going to spend a lot of Sundays in January watching Kansas City potentially move on to the Super Bowl.
If they get this third one here in the next couple of weeks, Carrington, does Travis Kelce hang it up after the season?
I don't think Travis Kelce is going to retire. So for his contract, just to I just go through it quickly, he has a $12.5 million roster bonus that's going to be paid on the first day of the league year. I mean, I know Travis Kelce got a lot of stuff going on. I don't know too many people that are passing up a $12.5 million guarantee in a month. So I expect him to come back. When he signed that 2-year extension, and now at the end of next season, that's it. Like, he's an unrestricted free agent. I think that's when we'll have to ask the question about what is he going to do. But there's too much money in line. If he comes back to play next year, that'll be the most money he's ever played playing football in a single season. You don't renegotiate your contract like he did last year to then walk away right before your biggest payday.
You ever had T Swift on the show, Carrington?
I've not had Taylor Swift on the show before. I've actually never seen Taylor Swift before.
All right, very good. Well, get on that, okay? I mean, it's got to be.
Working on it.
You see, it's got to be tiring just talking about the same old greatness all the time.
No, it's not. It's not bad at all. It's certainly much better than what you guys are doing. You guys are debating if it's going to be Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, or what of these average quarterbacks you want to get in the draft. I can't imagine doing that from January, February, March.
All right. Thank you, Carrington. We got Skylar Thompson on the roster.
Yep.
No worries there.
You know what? Skylar Thompson is actually from Kansas City.
Oh, of course he
is. You're right.
You got everything. Carrington, this is always fun, man. Thank you for jumping on with us today.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thanks.
Take care. He's one of the best. I love that guy.
He's good.
He's great.
Good.
I got in his show a couple of times, and he's so much better than me. So he waters his show down. We make it better. That guy's cool.
Yeah, but he's right. I mean, it's just a golden age of just rolling into the studio and talking about greatness every day. Like that's nice.
It's awesome.
We missed it. We missed our window.
What with Ben and all that?
Yep.
Yeah.
We're all young. dumb.
You were in the league. Well, not then.
Some of it. Yeah.
I will push back on the whole market thing in the NFL. Like, quarterbacks are going to get eyeballs, I think, more than LA would. It's not like baseball. Like in baseball, if you told me that the Dodgers were getting all the calls or the Yankees were getting all the calls, I would buy it because it's such a regionalized sport anymore.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
You need those markets to be part of it. Boston, or else people ain't watching.
Right.
People are going to watch now if the quarterback's in it.
It's a quarterback-driven league.
Yeah.
It's not a team franchise-driven league.
I think Mahomes gets preferential treatment. I think Brady did. I think most great quarterbacks do. It just looked a lot worse when Lamar Jackson is getting, what do they call that, hip drop tackle out of bounds, while Patrick Mahomes, the day before, two guys run into each other, concuss each other, and he gets no call.
Mm-hmm.
I think just side by side, juxtaposed, it looks really bad. Good stuff there. I hope the Chiefs lose. I hope that Josh Allen shoves it up their backside. Not because I hate the Chiefs. I'm just tired of them. If the Chiefs win the Super Bowl, 3 in a row, 4 in 6 years, is it more impressive than what the Steelers did in the 70s? We'll get to that. We're going to go with our odds and ends segment, soon to be award-winning as well, coming up this hour. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt men's basketball plays tomorrow at 12:30 against Syracuse on the road. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan or on the free Odyssey app. Pitt men's basketball hasn't played in a week. They lost to Clemson last Saturday in overtime, and their last win was back on January 4th against Stanford. It's been a few weeks. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
It's freezing out, and it's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands. And dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, swords on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see your,
at me.
Oh, let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man. High five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Woo! Up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messingthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Shenderovich and Fishman. And did you ever notice in their ads, you won't hear a big, long disclaimer or see a bunch of tiny print on the screen? Because they don't need one. Their message is simple. Their success rate is 99.7%. And when they win for you, their fee is only 25%. Because that's your money. And you pay nothing unless recovery is made. You don't need tiny print. You don't need a long disclaimer. It's simple. Their success rate is 99.7%, and when they win, your fee is only 25%. So if you've been injured, dog bite, car accident, motorcycle accident, any accident that causes serious injury or death, you call Shenderovich and Fishman. They are Pittsburgh's personal injury law experts. The phone number, 1-888-98-TWINS. That's 1-888-98-TWINS. They really do have your back, not your wallet.
When you're in the thick of a project, Harbor Freight is the place that always comes in handy. Whether you're picking up something for your pickup truck or a power tool for your project, at Harbor Freight, your dollar always goes further. And these days, when everything seems to cost more, you can take pride in knowing that you get hard-working tools at hard-working prices. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultrafine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Drive your dreams. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln, Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Bummer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sundays, Buffalo at Kansas City AFC Championship is a major revenge game for the Bills. It always is in the playoffs. Josh Allen is poised for a big showing and won't be intimidated by the Chiefs' second-ranked defense. Team Mahomes has not been nearly as explosive as Buffalo on offense, and after last week's win over Baltimore, kind of feels like Buffalo is on its way to New Orleans, 31-30. I'm Bummer Esiason.
What's up, football fans? BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you could be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then, place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot subject to rules. See BetMGM.com. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets are unrestricted reward bonus dollars that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Follow us on Twitter. Brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Thanks to Carrington Harrison from our Odyssey brother station in Kansas City for pissing off all the Steelers fans. People are blowing us up on the text line. Man, this is what the Steelers have come to. We're the butt of other teams' jokes.
Yep. And everybody knows, too. It's not like a secret. Like, everybody pays attention to the Steelers because they're the Steelers. They have this big brand. So everybody knows exactly what's going on with the Steelers. It's not like you can hide. It's not like you're an organization like, I don't know, like even Cincinnati. Like, people see it on the surface. It's like, oh, yeah, Joe Burrow's still good. They just couldn't get into the playoffs. Like, no, people can dissect everything that's going on with the Steelers. Like, you got Russell Wilson, you got Justin Fields, Mike Tomlin. Should he be traded? Like, everybody knows. Everybody's a part of it.
I don't think he knew about Skylar Thompson, though. Wanted to educate him on that one.
He knew he was from Kansas City.
Damn it, you're right. You could text us and get mad at Carrington Harrison. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We'll probably talk about this more in depth when Kansas City beats Buffalo for the fourth consecutive time in the postseason. But if the Chiefs win the Super Bowl, 4 in 6 years, 3 in a row, they've now gone to the Super Bowl in 4 out of 5 years, already having won 3 of those 5. Is it a more impressive run than those 70s Steelers?
Yeah.
I think so, too.
Yeah.
And it pains me to say that. I think if you have sustained success in the salary cap era, I'm going to give you an edge because your team is constantly changing. Now, I think that the devil's advocate argument on that would be, okay, you're the 70 Steelers and your team remains the same, but so do those Raiders teams. You got the Oilers, you've got Miami. And so when you've got great teams that you're going against, they're not changing either.
Mm-hmm.
3 in a row does it for me, though.
Right. I mean, you know how hard it is to just get one?
No.
I mean, like, listen, it's so hard to just get one, though. Like, honestly. And you're going to go 3 in a row?
And I think that the competition now is outstanding. I mean, Patrick Mahomes is maybe the greatest quarterback of all time, him and Tom Brady, but Josh Allen ain't no slouch. Lamar Jackson's a multiple-time MVP.
Right, like you don't even have the MVP on your team. It's in NFL, operation year-to-year terms. Now, Patrick Mahomes is one of the greatest quarterbacks ever, but in a year, like every year by year, like you don't have the MVP on your team.
Right. This is the least hot take I'll ever give. But, like, anytime the conversation comes up, like, oh, did Joe Burrow take over the mantle as the NFL's best quarterback? Is Josh Allen the NFL's best quarterback? Is Lamar Jackson the NFL's best quarterback? No. For as long as Patrick Mahomes is in the sport, he's the guy.
Yes.
Because he gets the damn thing done. And he was this big play maven at the beginning of his career. He'd be running around like a chicken with his head cut off, and he'd do the no-look pass thing, and they'd hit you with 5 plays of 40-plus. He's throwing it up to Tyreek, and he's spinning around, and he'd do stuff that we never had seen before, and he still does that. But now he's so comfortable within that structure, he'll just pick you apart.
Yep.
He can beat you multiple ways. They can beat you multiple ways, and it's nauseating. I don't hate them the way that I hate the Patriots because the Patriots 3 times in the AFC Championship game got in the Steelers' way. Stopped the Steelers from playing for the ultimate prize. Kansas City beats you in the playoffs once, but the Steelers are such an afterthought, such a mediocre bunch that I can't hate the Chiefs because it's not like they're
in the way.
They don't even think about us.
Not at all. They laughed like Carrington did. They laugh.
And that's where we are. And I feel like, anecdotally, that there's been a shift year over year looking at the Steelers from outside of Pittsburgh. Like last year it was Rich Eisen making us all feel stupid for wanting something different. Mike Greenberg making us all feel stupid for saying that Mike Tomlin had, gone past his expiration date here. Now you got James Harrison. Did you see what he said yesterday? James Harrison comes out and says, the standard is just a saying now, not something you actually see. Ramon Foster, when he was on Ben's podcast, saying that last year would have been the time to move on from Mike Tomlin. You got nothing glowing from him about Tomlin. Ben said nothing glowing about Mike Tomlin.
Plexico. He said something too.
I missed the Plexico one.
Yeah, I think he was on Carton. And he said something. I don't have the right quote, so I don't want to say it, but he said something like it's time to probably move on of that.
Rare is the radio show when the interviewer and the interviewee have both been to prison.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Jeez.
I know, it just hit me. Carton talking to Plex. Wow, that's unbelievable.
Wow.
Yeah, a lot of former guys now coming out and not exactly standing behind Tomlin. Ryan Clark coming out, not exactly standing behind Tomlin.
I think Cowher, a couple of weeks ago, wanted to say that on TV, but he was politically, correct. He's not going to throw Tomlin under the bus, but he said there needs to be changes. I think he wanted to, if he could be honest, he'd be like, yeah, it's time to probably move on.
Did you ever see the note that George H.W. Bush wrote for Bill Clinton whenever the office changed hands?
Yes, a little bit.
And it was really nice. It made you feel good about the country, different political parties. Hey, man, it's a very lonely thing being the president of the United States, and I wish you well. I feel like that's what it is for Tomlin and Cowher. Like, Cowher's not going to come out and crush Tomlin.
No.
There's a respect for that position, for the organization. It's not like Bradshaw firing on Ben.
And Tomlin,
cheerleader. It ain't that. Cowher went as far as he was going to go.
Yes.
They got issues, but he wasn't going to pin it all on the head coach. But I do feel like, so Carrington comes on and he's clowning the Steelers because they're now the franchise the Kansas City Chiefs are. It's not just him. It's the calls are coming from inside the house with Harrison and Clark and Plexico Burris, all guys who are former Steelers. Now, Plex.
Yeah, he played with Tom. He came back.
He came back.
Right. That's part of the quote, kind of.
I forgot Plex came back.
Yeah.
He caught a touchdown, actually, in the only meaningless game of the Mike Tomlin tenure. Either 12 or 13 when they went 8-8 and they played the Browns. They were mathematically eliminated before the final game of the season. The only year that had ever that has happened for Mike Tomlin. Caught a touchdown. And I went, yay. He didn't do much with them that year.
No.
But I do think the tide's turning. And I've said for a while now that that's what I thought it would take for Art Rooney II to finally move on, is when the national media and the local media start seeing things similarly as it relates to the Steelers. But then Jim Rooney comes out and says what Jim Rooney came out with the other day, and they're just happy with where they are, satisfied. Wonderful. We were going to talk about Steelers of the 70s versus the modern-day Chiefs. We'll save that for Super Bowl week. If the Chiefs win, will they? We break it down. Soon to be award-winning odds and ends coming up next. But right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Conference Championship Sunday in the NFL is coming. It is this weekend. Philadelphia Eagles and Washington Commanders play for the NFC title. Buffalo Bills and Kansas City Chiefs play for the AFC title. Both those games can be heard right here on 93.7 The Fan on Sunday. We've got live coverage through Westwood One. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now it's Adam Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Callis. It is championship weekend in pro football, and you need beer, and there's one place to go for all your beer needs, and that is Hampton Beer Outlet. They've got over 1,000 beers in stock, the best variety anywhere, crafts, imports, seltzers, local Pittsburgh brews, and if you're doing dry January, they even got the NA beers, the best prices around, tremendous customer service. It's not a dark and dingy beer distributor. No, it's a beer superstore. You can spend a whole afternoon there. So maybe you should do that today. Drive a little, save a lot. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Hola, amigos! Brian Evans here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Eagles and Commanders clash for the third time this season. This time, it's for the NFC Championship. The Eagles' defense has been unstoppable, leading the league in both points and total yards allowed. Expect a low-scoring game on Sunday. Eagles Commanders under 47.5 is a 5-star best bet. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this. As the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line. Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
You are never too old for a family. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is dedicated to finding forever families for children who have been waiting in foster care the longest. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way.
Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Hey, Colin Dunlap here. New year, same great stuff from Schultz Ford as always. All the great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and that new store. Not so new anymore. It's doing so great down in Wheeling. And always online at schultzford.com. You want a truck? You head to Schultz Ford, one of those great locations. F-150s, so many of them. You know what I drove for a little while that I love? That Ranger. That is something. It really is. And work trucks, they got a ton of them. Explorer, go get one. The service is incredible. The selection, the inventory, just can't be beaten. It just can't from Schultz Ford. Richard Bazzi and his staff are going to do so much to make you happy. So, listen, if you're looking for a great new Ford, go to schultzford.com and check it all out, see what you want, or one of those great locations. Schultz Ford, and you can't go wrong, and always online at schultzford.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Picture yourself here, carving down snowy trails, kids laughing, and memories being made. At Holiday Valley with 60 trails and ski and ski out lodging, winter fun is waiting for you. This winter, picture yourself at Holiday Valley, located in the authentic ski town of Ellicottville, New York. Voted 11th best ski resort on the entire East Coast by Ski Magazine readers. Learn more at holidayvalley.com.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bomb shelves arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free. Oh, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any Metro Flex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days.
Pittsburgh. Whitney Cummings is bringing her Big Baby Tour to the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall on March 1st.
The crazy thing is that when you're 35 as a woman, they start calling your pregnancy geriatric. I was like, oh, I'm so sorry that I waited till I was a mature adult. I am so glad that I waited to get pregnant. If I had got pregnant even a year earlier, I would have sold the baby for Taylor Swift tickets.
Tickets available at librarymusichall.com. Whitney Cummings at Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall, March 1st.
What's up, football fans? BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you could be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then, place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to 1 player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot subject to rules. See BetMGM.com. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets are unrestricted reward bonus dollars that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right. It's conference championship weekend. Nothing better than when your team's in it. 60 minutes from playing for the ultimate prize. The Steelers aren't in it, but we talk about the games anyhow. Looking forward to doing so a way that only we do, soon to be award-winning odds and ends. Let's go. A little under the weather for Doran Dickerson, but you can't stop him.
Nope.
You can only hope to contain him.
Yes.
Sorry.
Can you contain Jalen Hurts? Can you contain Jaden Daniels? That's going to be a tall task for either team. All right, let's get started. Commanders, Eagles, 3 p.m. Sunday. NFC Championship game. Jaden Daniels over under 224.5 passing yards.
Average just over 200 this year. I think they're going to have to throw it if they're going to win this game. They got good running backs. Brian Robinson Jr., Austin Eckler. It's a little 1A, little 2A kind of punch, bang, bang. But I think it's all going to rest on the arm of Jaden Daniels. He's going over.
I have him as slightly under. He does eclipse the 200 mark, but he's slightly under 224.5. Jalen Hurts over under 174.5 passing yards.
Wow.
Yeah.
Great stat I saw. 0-3 are the Eagles when Jalen Hurts throws for over 155. 4-0 when he throws for under 155. Jalen Hurts kind of been a passenger on these really good Eagles teams. I think they're going to win. Ipso facto, he goes over 155. But he goes under the 174.
I'm with you. He goes under 174.5 passing yards. This one's tough right here. Saquon Barkley. It may not be tough for other people, but it's tough for me. Over under 124.5 rushing yards.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
How good are you when that is your over-under total?
Unreal. It's the highest one all year, clearly.
Yes.
For any running back.
Washington's rush defense bad. You know, one of the weak spots of the team, giving up 140 on the year. I think Saquon is the MVP of this game, and he goes over that mark, and he might go over 150, Doran.
I'm with you. I think he goes over. Big number, but he goes over. Brian Robinson, running back for the Commanders, over under 59.5 rushing yards.
They want to run the ball. Phillies run defense really good. Zach Bond, now a finalist for the Defensive Player of the Year award, had 151 tackles this year at only $3.5 million. So $5 million cheaper than Patrick Queen. But I digress. They try to get it going. They can't. Under.
Under as well. Jaden Daniels over under 59.5 rushing yards.
Oh, another good line. I mean, he's going to go over, right? Like, this is his moment to shine. I'm afraid they're going to snap him in half because he's as big as a toothpick. But you saw it with the Ravens in the first game of the postseason. Like, they don't want to run Lamar Jackson 12 times on design runs, but in the postseason you do it. I think they do it in this game. I think more on him than on Brian Robinson.
You're going to go over? I'm going to go under, around 50 yards rushing. Jalen Hurts, 29.5 yards rushing. Over, under.
Under, but he'll score a couple of pushy touchdowns.
I think he goes over. Terry McLaurin, over under 59.5 receiving yards.
Good Eagles secondary, too. I'm going over.
Going over. A.J. Brown, over under 59.5 receiving yards.
Is he on to that second book yet?
I don't know. Maybe.
Has he gotten to the next chapter in the first book yet? He'll go over on receiving yards.
I think he goes under. He hasn't really hit his overs in the last couple games.
Ooh.
Devontae Smith, over under 49.5 receiving yards.
Under.
I think he goes over. Austin Eckler, over under 24.5 receiving yards.
Receiving yards?
Yes.
Austin Eckler?
Yes.
Over.
Over.
You said something interesting before the show today. Jalen Warren, Austin Eckler.
Same guy. Can be the same guy.
Just got to use him the right way.
Yep. All right, Crowley, score prediction of the NFC Championship game.
I think the Eagles win. I think the Eagles win going away. 35-24. It's a game for a while, and then they pull away.
I think the Commanders win 20-17 over the Eagles in the first rookie quarterback to make it to a Super Bowl, Jaden Daniels. All right, headed over to the big dogs, the big game, 6:30 AFC Championship game in Kansas City. Bills, Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes, over under 249.5 passing yards.
Over.
I got over as well. Josh Allen, over under 224.5 passing yards.
He was under that last week, right?
He had like 120 something.
Over. They got to put it on his shoulders. This is the hero ball game for Josh Allen.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a shootout, so I'm going to go slightly over for Josh Allen. James Cook, over under 59.5 rushing yards.
No one loves James Cook more than Doran Dickerson.
Yep.
And because I'm scared of you slightly, I'm going over.
I'm going over as well. Kareem Hunt, over under 34.5 rushing yards.
It'll be over 34.5.
I agree. Isaiah Pacheco, who's the other sidekick running back, over under 29.5 rushing yards.
Under.
Under as well. Josh Allen, over under 49.5 rushing yards.
Oh,
it's a good one.
Averages about 30 per game, but this is the moment. He had that long run on 4th down earlier in the season that set Buffalo into a frenzy. I think he's going over, man.
Me too. I think he hits the over, 49.5. Patty Mahomes, over under 24.5 rushing yards.
Under.
I'm going to go over for Mahomes. Khalil Shakir, over under 59.5 receiving yards.
That's your other guy.
Yep.
He's going to go over.
Yes, he is.
He's the primary guy there because Amari Cooper's been not so good.
Absolutely. Dalton Kincaid, over under 29.5 receiving yards. Over. Travis Swift, over under 69.5 receiving yards.
I mean, it's a big game, right?
Oh, yeah.
He's the second best catcher of the football in postseason history. That does not change on Sunday night. Travis Kelce going to have himself a game.
Bet the house. Bet the house over 69.5 receiving yards. That's the easiest bet, I think, of all the odds and ends.
I would agree with you on that.
Easiest bet. It was the easiest bet last week. Easiest bet the week before when they were off, but easiest bet last week. Xavier Worthy, over under 49.5 receiving yards.
Under. It's going to be some dude that's just a guy that...
Watson.
Yeah, right, exactly. It's the old Patriots thing. They have lacrosse players catching touchdowns. I'm going to go under on Worthy.
I'm going to go under as well, but slightly. Okay, Crowley, score prediction. AFC Championship game, Bills, Chiefs.
I think the story is not going to be Josh Allen fell short in this game. I think it's going to be Allen played well, Mahomes played well, and McDermott does something silly, and Andy Reid gets over on him. I think it's going to be a higher scoring game. I got it 32-29, Kansas City Chiefs, and that jerkwad Harrison Butker kicking the game-winning field goal.
I got the Kansas City Chiefs 24, the Buffalo Bills 20. And the Chiefs cover, and they head for a three-peat. There it is, odds and ends. Championship weekend in the NFL.
I went chalk, man. I got Eagles-Chiefs again, which I don't want to see. I just think that's what's going to happen. And then the Eagles will be a favorite because they got a better roster, and the Chiefs will go in and beat them because they're the friggin' Kansas City Chiefs.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
Which game are you more excited about watching?
The night game.
Yeah.
The night game. I think the first game's going to be low scoring. I think it's the under. I think it's 47.5. It's definitely going to go under. I think it's going to be not an appealing game for some reason. I don't think Jalen, I don't even know if he's going to play. He's on a bum knee. He looks bad. Have you seen some of the video? Yeah. I just think it's not going to be a good game. The Commanders win.
It feels kind of like, and this isn't fair to the Eagles because they're supremely talented, and it's not fair to Jaden Daniels and that coaching staff in Washington, but it feels like there's one JV matchup and one varsity matchup this weekend. And the night game is the varsity matchup. All right, we teased something earlier in the show. If it were going to happen, it would happen today. We'll tell you what that is when we come back. Then we'll hand things off to Starkey and Donnie on a Donnie Football Friday. First, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Two games related to Pittsburgh teams this weekend. One's going to be Pitt men's basketball playing Syracuse on the road at 12:30 tomorrow, and the other, the Pittsburgh Penguins playing the Seattle Kraken on the road at 4 o'clock. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now, Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. It is a big weekend for ball, and I want to tell you about my new obsession, Daisy French onion dip. One of my guilty pleasures during football season. It's been eating dips and chips and wings and veggies while watching the game, and now Daisy came out with Daisy French onion dip and a Daisy ranch dip. These are a game changer. They're just as good as homemade dip. They have real herbs and spices, ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. So when you head to the supermarket this weekend, make sure you grab yourself some Daisy French onion dip and some Daisy ranch dip.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic-wise, we're looking at some slowdowns on the Parkway West, middle of Green Tree Hill. No accidents to speak of. on the major roadways, which is always good. 28's looking nice, same with 79 and 65. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 A Fan.
In the city of Pittsburgh, for all your sewer and drain cleaning needs, contact Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining at 412-872-4105 or visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. We are down to the last 4 teams in the NFL playoffs, and new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets. If you win, that's $300 in bonus bets. You just have to win your first $5 bet on the FanDuel Sportsbook. So pick one of these games here. Take a shot. We know how good the Chiefs have been trying to make NFL history and go back to back to back. My prediction here is that this will be where that journey ends. So if you agree with me, make that bet. If not, pick something else. Go against me, FanDuel.com/Andrew, and get started with $300 in bonus bets. FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. For online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Colin Dunlap, I'm here to tell you about something real important. Windows. Listen. Proven quality, proven service. No wonder thousands of homeowners have trusted Window Nation for their homes. You can too. Why don't you get that free, no obligation quote right now? 866-90Nation. That's 866-90Nation, windownation.com. You know what they do? They'll come in, they measure each window 3 times to ensure proper fit. That gets it done. Go check out the internet. Over 20,000 online positive reviews. Oh, yes. Just listen to the customers. Window Nation's a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins, too. Receive a pair of Penguins tickets with the purchase of a house of windows. They have a lot going on right now. How about this? 50% off all styles of windows. Plus, you pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. That's 24 months. 866-90Nation. That's the only number you need. 866-90Nation, windownation.com.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Certainly there's change that comes with this time of year. Certainly there's change that comes when we don't have the desired outcome, and so those are just the realities of the business. I would imagine there's going to be some things that change around here on a lot of levels, but that's just this game, as I mentioned. I understand that. I'm open to that.
That was Mike Tomlin on January 14th. There have been no changes since. 50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. We'll end the show the way we started the show. So the last few years, just using Mike Tomlin's press conference as sort of a line in the sand. One day after Tomlin spoke at the end of the season, Randy Fichtner was out in 2018. One day after Tomlin spoke, Todd Haley was out. And 9 days after Tomlin's presser, Canada was retained. 5 days after Tomlin, Keith Butler, quote-unquote, retired. We're now at the 10-day mark. It is a Friday. It's perfect for a news dump, something we talked about earlier. Do you think we hear about a change today, Doran?
Nope.
Me neither. Unless it's guys
adding.
I don't know about that. Like, I think it would be
adding coaching staff, adding to the staff, like of an advisor.
Yeah.
If anything, in my opinion. But you said unless it's guys what?
Whose contracts just aren't renewed.
Okay.
Guys whose contracts are up. I could say it better, and I will now. I don't think anybody gets fired today. You might get a 5 p.m. release that so-and-so's contract has not been renewed. I would love it to be they add people. That's what we've been calling for. But I would be shocked if there's a breaking news release today that Terrell Austin's gone or Pat Meyer's gone. And even if you add a advisor, I don't think that's going to rock the boat enough.
Mm-hmm.
All right, buddy.
Yeah.
Feel better this weekend, all right?
I will.
You get in the sauna a little bit?
Yeah.
What else is on your feel better regiment?
Rest, sauna, hydrate, movies.
What are we talking?
Horror. Movies.
The only guy I've ever met in my entire life who's like, I feel like crap. I'm going to go scare the bejesus out of myself to make me feel better.
I love it.
All right, pal. We'll get back at it. 5:40 Monday morning. We'll be breaking down the AFC and NFC championship games and if the Steelers make any staff changes today. Callis, good work. Like I said, we'll talk to you on Monday. It's Pump and Joe next on a Donnie Football Friday. Peace.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Winter is here in full force, and Bowser Hyundai has options to get you where you need to go no matter the weather. Take home the 2025 Elantra SE and get 3.99% APR for 60 months, or the 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 48 months. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends January 31st.
Well, that's the power of
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here, and what I'm about to say, well, it's okay to admit it. Most of us guys, especially if you're not as young as you used to be, could probably benefit from a little extra in the bedroom. And Blue Chew can help. You probably know this, but if you didn't already, Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra at a fraction of the cost. And even better, they're in chewable form, so there's no swallowing pills or needing a glass of water nearby. Blue Chew's tablets can give you extra confidence when it's time to perform. And since Blue Chew's an online prescription service, there's no awkward conversations, waiting in line, trip to the doctor's office. It ships right to your front door in discreet packaging. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA, and they ship direct, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy. Trust me on this one. Your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
At Planet Fitness, we're declaring it. This is the year of getting stronger. And future stronger you can get started now by saving $28 or more when you join today. You in? We have all the best-in-class equipment you could ever need to keep stepping it up. And you can work out your way on your time at any convenient location near you. Most open 24 hours. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends January 31st. See Home Club for details.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. See yourself in the new 2025 Kia K4 LXS and lease for just $195 a month, or purchase with special low APR starting at 2.9%. At Monroeville Kia, our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. See what you get free: lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Call for details. 412-856-2100.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Pittsburgh, we are in a deep freeze, and it doesn't look like it's going to end anytime soon. Brutal temperatures aren't only tough for us, they can take a toll on your home. That's right, this frigid weather means frozen pipes, overtaxed water heaters, heating systems that just can't keep up, or worse, stop working. No need to worry. The experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling are just a phone call away and ready to help. McVeigh provides fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing and heating services. So call McVeigh today or visit callmcveigh.com.
Bull riding. The perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. See the Unleash the Beast U.S. Border Patrol PBR Pittsburgh presented by Ariat at PPG Paints Arena January 24th and 25th. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.
Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore hosts the best watch parties for all black and gold hockey games. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound, premium food and drink, including their famous prime rib dip. Enjoy game day vibes that match being at the game at Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore. This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Checking that traffic on a Friday morning, and you're definitely going to have those slowdowns on the Parkway West. We're getting a report of an accident around that Banksville interchange before you get towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel this morning. Driven by from the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK. I'm Rob Taylor, Sports Radio 93.7 A Fan.
Winter, snow, and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
The Pro Football Playoff season is here, and there's one place to be. The BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Your home for wagertainment, giving you the sharpest insights and bringing an expert guest analysis.
From point spreads to props, live betting to futures, BetQL has you covered every step of the way with wall-to-wall coverage on the road to the championship in New Orleans.
Listen live on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM on the free Odyssey app and twitch.tv/BetQL or YouTube at Odyssey Sports.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Jam-packed weekend on The Fan as Pitt basketball will play on Saturday. You can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan. Against Syracuse at 12:30, 12 o'clock is when the pregame coverage begins. And on Sunday, it's the Washington Commanders and the Philadelphia Eagles in the NFC Championship game at 3 o'clock. Buffalo is at Kansas City at 6:30. In the AFC Championship, the right to go to the Super Bowl. The NFL and Westwood One can be heard right here on The Fan and also on your Odyssey app. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's a Donnie Football Friday.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Sports. Back to Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Man, am I pumped up today. We just saw John Fedko, the Fedko Zone. What a legend he is. I love that guy, Donnie. Have you met him? Do you know him? Did you see him? Did you say hi?
I've met him before. Man, he used to be legendary on Skylights. That was something I looked forward to.
And the
growing
Fedko
up,
Zone.
then playing high school football.
Yeah. Legend. He is a legend. Are you familiar with him? Do you know him? Did you meet him? Did you say hi, Limits?
I don't know him personally. I did not want to interrupt your awesome conversation that you were having, but I did get a chance to meet him a couple of years ago.
He has vintage baseball cards, and he has old NFL films. I don't know what they were, CDs or something in a box that looked like it was older than Ron Cook. It was incredible, Don.
What were some of them?
70 Steelers Cowboys Super Bowl, the first meeting. He's got the John Facenda NFL Films version of that.
That's pretty good.
The 71 World Series. He's got the whole thing on that, the video. I'm so excited today. I'm just so excited. I don't even know why. Well, because I just saw John Fedko, and because we have 2 football games this weekend that are going to capture our attention. Here's what I don't want to hear that I've heard all morning. We're going to get into quarterback talk in just a moment, Donnie. But I'm going to start on a rant. And I'm going to start on this rant. This idea that the Chiefs somehow don't get the benefit of the officiating in Arrowhead. Because the savvy old news hound woke up today and looked up the numbers. You guys ready? You ready, Limits?
I'm ready.
I need you to be more enthusiastic. I'm like Ray Lewis before the game. I need us ready to play today. I need you ready to play.
You were the most enthusiastic you could be leading us out of the tunnel.
Donnie, let's go.
I'm ready to go,
baby. Let's go. Here's the situation. They've played 12 home playoff games with Mahomes, okay? 12 of them. There have been 129 penalties called in those 12 games at Arrowhead. Of the 129, how many have gone against the Chiefs' opponents? Gentlemen, your best guesses.
I'm gonna go with like 75.
Oh, Donnie read my mind. I was gonna say 75 too.
Did you guys already know this?
No.
Was it
actually 75?
Yes.
Right
We're off to an unbelievable start.
How about
Let's give ourselves a hand,
That's
Donnie.
what they call it, telepathy right there, Donnie. We just write each other's minds.
Baby. 75 against the opponents, 54 against the Chiefs. So you want to go on NFL Game Day or whatever I was watching today, Good Morning Football, I love the show, and talk about, how they really don't have an advantage. Josh Allen has all these, he does have way more roughing the passer calls than Mahomes does in his career. That is true. But the games in Kansas City, 75-54. They had an AFC title game against the Bills in which they were called for one penalty. One penalty in an AFC title game. They only did one thing wrong that whole game, Limits, I guess?
They probably moved. False start, 5-yard penalty. You're okay.
In only 2 of those 12 games have the Chiefs had more penalties than the other team. So I don't want to hear it. I do not want to hear it. What D'Amico Ryan said last week was correct. You go into Arrowhead, you're facing everybody. You're facing the crowd. You're facing Mahomes and Reed and a great defense. It's a great defense. And you're also facing officials who, I don't want to go too far. I don't think there's any sort of conspiracy. I don't. But I think officials in all sports are susceptible to the home environment. And when it comes to Chiefs games and protecting Patrick Mahomes, they're just swayed by all those factors, I believe. And I think if the Bills are going to win, and I don't think they are, I think you're going to have to play nearly a perfect game and have all these sort of intangibles go right.
I think, unfortunately, that's just kind of the nature of the beast with how a dynastic team works in the NFL. I haven't looked back to see what those numbers looked like when the Patriots were on their run and they had home game after home game in the playoffs in New England. I haven't gone back to see what the officiating breakdown was. The other part of it is that the game has absolutely gotten softer, for lack of a better word, where, yeah, that we are seeing calls that we did not see 10, 15, even in some cases 5 years ago, that are now implemented into NFL games. But when you have your best team, a team that is going for its third consecutive Super Bowl, it would be 4 Super Bowls in 6 seasons. They have hosted the AFC Championship game dating back to, besides last season, 2018. So all but one in that stretch they have hosted, and they played last year and won the game too. They do tend to get the slant from the officiating crews, which is an unfortunate little caveat when we get to this point, but I think it's just something you have to go in there expecting.
You should expect it. It's the Chiefs. And 75-54, I think, says a lot, Donnie.
What D'Amico Ryan said last week was true, like you said. You go into that environment, you do have to be ready that, we're not just playing solely the team in front of us. There are multiple other factors you have to consider to try and pull a game like that off.
Meanwhile, it's a story of quarterbacks. And Ben Roethlisberger is now on the record with Jerry Dulac, and I'm going to get to that in a moment because he had some interesting things to say about the Steelers quarterback situation. But the Final Four here is a story of quarterbacks. And how do you get one? How do you get one? How do you get one of those guys? The easiest way, because the Steelers are there. They're in purgatory now. This is our greatest fear come true. Ron Cook used to write about it, I think, every week for 10 years. Be careful what you wish for. You want to kick Ben out of town. They might not replace him, he would write. It might take a long time to find a guy. And they're in it now, man. They are in it. The best way to get one is to suck. Okay? That's how the Steelers won 4 Super Bowls in the 70s. They sucked for years. But most importantly, right before that dynasty got launched and they got guys like Joe Green and Terry Bradshaw, probably most importantly, and Franco Harris. And then they sucked when they went 6-10 and got Ben. That's the easiest way to get one. But there's also some combination of luck, foresight, and guts that comes to getting that franchise quarterback. And look at the story of these 4 quarterbacks that are left standing. The Buffalo Bills moved up from 12th overall to 7th overall to take Josh Allen, a guy that a lot of people said, man, inaccurate, just a wild child, probably not a good pick. A lot of people did say that at the time. Going to have trouble containing that guy. He's just not accurate. The Bills drafted him, and they developed him. They traded up. They got aggressive, but not as aggressive as the Chiefs. The Chiefs were the Steelers with Andy Reid. He walked in, took over a 2-14 team, and made him a perennial contender. They won 43 games in Andy Reid's first 4 years. They even won a playoff game. How about that? You're allowed to do that in the NFL. And their losses were close, Donnie. They would lose to the Colts 45-44, to the dynastic Patriots 27-20. They were right there with Alex Smith and Andy Reid. What did they do? Drafting 27th, where all of us, myself included, have given the Steelers that excuse. You know, and where they draft, it's tough. Then move up. They moved up from 27th to 10th. Gave up a first-round pick to the Bills, which is a delicious irony as they're about to lose to the Chiefs and Mahomes for the fourth straight time in the playoffs. From 27th to 10th. And then they developed him. So that's two teams that got aggressive. Chiefs, real aggressive. Philadelphia freaked out when the Eagles drafted Jalen Hurts. We have Carson Wentz. We got a guy who's going to be in the league for 15 years and might be an MVP a couple times. What are we doing? I went back and looked at the comments under some of the stories when they drafted Jalen Hurts in the second round, and an entire city freaked out. Foresight, guts, development, it's all there. And then the Commanders sucked. They fall into that category, and they got lucky. They got lucky that the other guys took the lesser player. And we don't know for sure yet with Caleb Williams, but man, the Commanders have a guy. So these are 4 test cases to look at on how you get that guy. And the Steelers are going nowhere until they get that guy. And you all out there know, and I know, that Justin Fields is not that guy. He could be Alex Smith. He could get you 9-8, 10-7, and maybe a blowout playoff loss. He might even get you a playoff win, and we can have a ticker tape parade. But he ain't that guy, Donnie. He ain't that guy. So how do they do it? What are the lessons here? And where do they go from here to get that guy if you agree that Fields is not the guy?
Yeah, I mean, as much as I would love to be optimistic and think that he could get them over the top, I also don't have the trust in their coaching and development to make him that player, to untap that potential that he does have. Because I think it's hard to argue that he does have a lot of physical traits that are on his side, that are very good, very impressive. But I don't think they can untap that. They would have to go the aggressive route because we know they have a refusal to be bad, be truly bad, do it the natural way like the Commanders did, get the second overall pick, select the second quarterback in the draft, and one that seems to be a pretty promising one. Looks like the first, 4 or even 5 quarterbacks that got picked end up looking pretty good this year. They have to pull a move like we saw with Kansas City or with Buffalo, because I don't even know if they could go the Philadelphia route, Joe, because there is a lot of doubt. Like I just said about Justin Fields, I do have doubts that they would pick a guy in the second or third round and think, well, we will make this guy into a star based on how we create this roster, because that's the big thing with Philly. They picked a guy that perfectly fit what they were doing. The Steelers like to think they play bully ball. The Philadelphia Eagles play bully ball.
Yeah, they do.
They have the best offensive line in the game. They have one of the best defensive lines in the game every single year, no matter who gets switched in and out. They have 2 great receivers. They have a pretty good tight end. They have the best running back in the game right now. They have, 2 rookie corners who are already great.
Yeah.
That the Steelers could have selected either one if you look back to the draft last season. The way they have built that roster over the years with Hurts was perfect for that player.
Yes.
I have my doubts the Steelers can do that. So you have to go the aggressive way here, where if you're going to move up in a draft for a guy like Devin Bush, an off-ball linebacker, or you're going to even move up for an offensive lineman like they did with Broderick Jones a few years ago. I know maybe it wasn't that drastic in the case of Jones. You have to be willing to do it for a quarterback if you think that guy, that player, can truly change the direction of your franchise.
Well, that's where we get to Ben's quote. And that's where we get to more of what in the world are the Steelers going to do to get themselves in the position that these 4 teams and more? I mean, there's so many more teams that belong, that can play with anybody, that are legit contenders. The Ravens, the Lions, the Texans, they all have quarterbacks. I'm not the biggest Jared Goff fan. That, to me, is more of a system guy.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have one, you have a chance. If you don't, you have no chance. To win a playoff game, sure. Alex Smith won one. That team was 12-4. That last Chiefs team, before they drafted Mahomes, they moved from 27-10 and gave up a first-round pick. They were 12-4, and they lost to the Steelers 18-16. And they're thinking that organization was, we've maxed out. The thinking in this organization is, well, at least we're above the mean the last 24 years. But it leads me to Ben and Dulac, Donnie. And welcome out there to another Donnie Football Friday. And this is a big weekend as we get ready to get the 2 Super Bowl teams qualified and on their way. I love these championship games. Here's Ben to Dulac of the Steelers. They're not just a quarterback away, in my opinion. What do you guys make of that quote? I'll give you a quick take on what I do. Ben, every team is just a quarterback away. Every team is just a quarterback away. The Washington Commanders, I found it funny because it was a great story by Dulac. Got a hold of Ben, and Ben was very opinionated. But it was also like there was a different section to the story right below it that dealt with the Commanders. So I would point Ben to that piece about the Commanders. Every team is just a quarterback away. The Commanders stunk for basically a quarter century. Now they're in the NFC title game, Ben. The Denver Broncos sold their souls for Russell Wilson. People laughed at them, said, they're done. What do you do now about a quarterback? Oh, you just get Bo Nix and go to the playoffs. Why? Because they were a quarterback away from being what? Not a Super Bowl champion, but from having a chance. The Houston Texans had a crap roster for C.J. Stroud when he arrived. He lifted them. Lifts all tides, a quarterback. Joe Burrow had an offensive line that didn't exist in Cincinnati 3 years ago. He took them all the way to the Super Bowl. So respectfully, I vehemently disagree with Ben that the Steelers are more than just a quarterback away. If you gave this team right now a big-time quarterback, they would belong on any stage. Donnie?
I agree with you that I think if you get that dude, whichever one it may be, if you get an alien at the position, a great player at quarterback.
Jaden Daniels.
Yeah. I mean, any of these guys left, most of the guys that were in the divisional round, too. I mean, you throw Burrow, Lamar into that conversation, whatever you want to do. I kind of wonder if that was a subtle shot at Mike Tomlin because Ben was already here when Mike Tomlin was here. Ben was already established, already had the Super Bowl, whatever. Now, he would have his best statistical years under Tomlin. But that makes me wonder, does he just doubt that Tomlin will let a quarterback truly flourish in this system that they're running? Because, I'm not going to act like Kenny Pickett was going to be Joe Montana or any of the other guys that have been in the mix for the last 2 years.
Right.
Were at a place where they would be legendary players. But it ain't no secret that he clips their wings when they're in there.
Right. I agree. They're not just a quarterback away, says Ben. Limits, I say every team is just a quarterback away.
Your minds are greater than mine, but we are thinking alike here.
The Carolina Panthers are a quarterback away. Every team in the
that.
Really? What's
I think Bryce Young's pretty good and is going to figure it all out, and he showed a lot of signs of that in the last 5 or 6 weeks. But that team,
you'd be the only one then.
No defense.
Where were the Washington Commanders before Jaden Daniels got there?
Well, I think that's an outlier. Everyone else, I would say 30 out of 32 teams.
Where were the Texans when C.J. Stroud got there?
Can I make my point? 30 out of 32 teams, you are a quarterback away. Yes. But I'm sure there are exceptions. If you're completely bottom of the barrel like Carolina is with a terrible roster, and if you put Jaden Daniels on New England, I don't think they're in the NFC Championship game or AFC Championship game. But yes, other than that, I do agree. one quarterback away, and I think that is a shot at Tomlin from Ben. Always wondered what their relationship was like late when Ben was retiring and getting ready to walk out and go off into the sunset. That seems like a shot at Tomlin and his defense-first mentality.
Yeah, I don't know that the New England Patriots aren't in the AFC title game. I think the only thing that might keep them out would be the other great There's more great quarterbacks in the AFC than the NFC. The Washington Commanders were 4-13 last year. So I would bet if you ask Ben or a lot of people, it would be no matter who they draft, it's going to be a struggle. Now, you get that guy, you get Magic Johnson on your team, you're a contender immediately, I would argue. Now, yeah, I agree. There's exceptions, expansion teams and teams that are just completely broken from top to bottom, sure. But I would argue that 27 of the 32 teams, maybe more, are a quarterback away from being very quickly a contender, a great quarterback away.
Yeah, and that's definitely his point. Well, I guess our point against it, that if you have a guy that can get you really to that next level, truly a game-changing type player at the position, maybe not to the level of Mahomes at his best or Allen at his best, but close, a guy that puts you in the mix of the AFC where you don't go into every season thinking, well, maybe they'll get in and they'll win a playoff game, when we truly know they would have to have every single thing go right. They would basically have to have every other quarterback get injured at one point or another for them to get close to a Super Bowl with the way things are going right now. You need to have, with the way the game is played today, you need to have a game changer.
Man, and it's not easy to get him. It just isn't. I was looking at the drafts, and I apologize for jumping in on you, Limits.
I apologize for how I snarked back.
Donnie, do we have anything to clear up apology-wise early in the show with me or Limits, or no?
No, I think you guys were good there.
Yeah.
Just a little back and forth.
It's all sports talk. I'm excited today. I'm very excited. So I'm sorry if I jumped down your throat. I'm excited here. That's all there is to it. Because the Bills have a chance to go to the Super Bowl, and I know they're not going to.
You just have no faith.
None.
Ye of little faith in the Bills. Because I had them going to the Super Bowl and winning the Super Bowl, Joe.
Man, I hope you're right.
Join my side.
I will. Just for Sunday. I went back and looked at the drafts since Mahomes was drafted, Donnie. And my definition is quarterbacks who are good for a pretty long time. 2016, I should say, there was one drafted that year, Jared Goff. He's the only guy from that draft who's been good for a long time.
Wentz, I think Dak was in there, but in the middle rounds.
Was he?
Yeah.
Well, Wentz faded out, so that's two. 2017, Mahomes, obviously. Deshaun Watson? That's it for that draft. 2018 was a good year. 4 of them, if you include Darnold. I don't know if you would. Would you? As a hit from that draft, I don't know if I would.
No, I wouldn't give him a hit. I mean, I'm kind of worried that for him this year was a one-hit wonder.
Yeah, and then 2019 won Kyler Murray, and sort of there's mixed reviews on him. 2020, 19 was Murray. 2020 was a banner year. Burrow, Tua, Herbert, Love, and Hurts. That's a great year for quarterbacks. That's 5.
Yeah, I mean, and I think the only guy out of that group that I don't think will win a Super Bowl is Tua, or at least that could win one. I feel like he definitely has his limitations compared to the others.
He does, but he's turned into it when he's healthy.
No, I mean, he's a good player.
He puts up some big numbers, you know what I mean? I think that's still, maybe they took the wrong guy. Or who won that year?
That was Burrow.
Burrow, okay.
Yeah.
So the Bengals took the right guy. But remember there was the tank for Tua?
Yes.
And should have been tank for Burrow.
It became that when he threw, 65 touchdown passes that year?
Yeah.
At LSU?
2021, none. Trevor Lawrence won overall. And
Fields was in there, Lance, Zach Wilson.
Lance. You could say one if you want to say Lawrence, but really none. 2022, Brock Purdy. That's it.
Kenny Pickett.
2023.
No acknowledgement.
1, C.J. Stroud. And now 2024 looks like another good year. I guess the overall point there is look at how many years where there was none and one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years in recent memory, they're just not there. The Steelers reached for a guy.
So did they screw up the pick?
Yes, they screwed up the pick. So, Donnie, I don't know what you do, but you have to somehow move. I say this all the time, move mountains to get that guy. You just don't have a chance without him unless you build the kind of roster the Eagles have.
Yeah,
and Jalen Hurts is a pretty good player, too. Look at the number of touchdowns, rushing and passing, that dude has in his career. But you're right. I agree with you. That the only way a guy like Justin Fields flourishes is with an all-star roster around him on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what they want to do here, they better get cracking on it. That's all I'll say, because you have to just look. The Eagles have so many good players, legitimately good players. You'll watch on Sunday, and you'll see the graphics pop up for all 4 teams, to remind you who's starting on both sides. And you will not see from top to bottom a more impressive roster than the Philadelphia Eagles. It won't even be close.
Right.
Now, you could argue going into this weekend, they have the 4th quarterback, at best the 3rd, if you want to put him ahead of Jaden Daniels right now. But the roster is just so complete. And that seems to be, they bring in Andy Weidel a couple of years ago who was in Philly. They definitely want to be the Philadelphia Eagles.
They want to be the Eagles.
But they're not going about it the way that the Eagles have. The aggressive nature of how the Eagles have built their
team. And
team.
Just the brilliance of their drafts from top to bottom. I mean, the Eagles have just killed it, and they've gone out and they've signed key pieces here and there, and the Steelers can't match them in roster building expertise or in coaching at this point.
Well, that's what I was going to bring up. They're also not afraid to actually shake up the deck and rock the boat, which it seems like here they do not want to do that. They are petrified to do that. Last season, they lose both coordinators. They fire both coordinators. I couldn't even remember. They bring in Kellen Moore. And they bring in Vic Fangio, even better.
And have gone from 30th on defense to first.
And people can say whatever they want about Nick Sirianni, however they think of him when they watch him, think he's annoying, whatever. The guy lets his coordinators do their thing.
Absolutely.
And baby,
I give him credit.
Does that train get rolling?
Nobody in Philly, Howie Roseman, isn't talking about how the Eagles have been better than the mean since whatever. Nobody cares. It's the NFL. Brady said it well at the end of a recent broadcast when it went. Who was he talking about? Maybe it was the Rams. Like, the topic came up of next season. Brady's like, there is no next season in the NFL. It's a one-year league. Injuries, drafts, trades, the nature of the league, it's a one-year league. The Steelers have completely lost sight of that. Nobody cares what you did in 2004, let alone 1979. They care what you're going to do this offseason. How are you going to get better? How are you going to win? How are you actually going to be a team that other teams take seriously as a contender? Because right now, you're a complete afterthought. But getting back to Fields, Donnie. Jerry Dulac's written, others have talked about this, that, man, he's much better than he was in Chicago. Others have said he's a viable option here, like he could be really good, untapped. I know Pomp believes that, and who knows? Maybe I'm wrong about it. But I believe what Brian Billick told us on this show, which is what Bill Walsh told him, that after about 25 starts in the NFL, maybe 30, with a few outliers, you know what you have. You know what you have. This dude's had 40 starts. He was pretty good this year. The numbers looked okay. What was it, 5 touchdowns, 1 pick, a 4-2 record? I don't really look
and he
at
had 5 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah. I don't really look at quarterback record like I don't really pitcher's record. A lot of it is dependent on other things. But I don't think that tells the whole Justin Fields story. When he was benched unceremoniously this year, my point was that Justin Fields needed to leave no doubt, and he absolutely left out. Jay Gruden, we had the other day, Donnie, saying Russell Wilson's not going to be the guy. And he's like, yeah, some things I like about Justin Fields, but he's not a good passer of the football. Beginning and end of story. In his last 2 starts here, he completed under 54% of his passes. And here's the key when you look at Fields. He's lucky his stat line wasn't littered with turnovers, like literally lucky. He got away with a terrible early throw against Dallas. You might remember a dropped interception right in the guy's hands. A Kenny Pickett-type wayward lateral. You remember that play? Mm-hmm. That Jalen Warren luckily recovers. Could have been picked up for a touchdown the other way. And then an interception right before halftime in Vegas. A terrible throw that could have changed the nature of that game. That luckily got called back on a roughing the passer call that had nothing to do with the throw. So he was also on pace for 17 fumbles when he was ripped out of the lineup. Do you all of a sudden, after 40 starts, Donnie, start to have a feel for the pocket, a feel for looking off defenders, a feel for going through your progressions, a feel for when a ball needs touch and when it needs to be drilled, a feel for the deep ball, a feel for reading defenses and getting your team into the right play before you get to the line of scrimmage? Not in my mind. Apparently not in Bill Walsh's mind either. You don't just learn all that. You have it or you don't. Mahomes came into the league and had it. Jaden Daniels has it. Justin Fields, while I like some things about his game, doesn't have it.
Yeah, he has shown some pretty high flashes. Like, he had some huge games, if you recall, throughout his time in Chicago.
Yeah.
Not that that stint of his career was very good, but he had games last season, if you remember. He had, 4 touchdown passes, 300-plus yards. Like, he looked like a legit NFL quarterback, but then he would fall back a week or two later and look like same old Justin Fields. He's never been able to hold it at a consistent level. And, as much as I want to think maybe they can untap something in this guy, it probably won't happen. And we know by hook or by crook, they will find their way to 9-8 next season at worst.
Yeah, right, exactly. You know who I compare him to, Donnie? Marcus Mariota.
I think that's a fair comparison. Mariota won a playoff game.
Right.
In Tennessee.
Very good call.
Against the Chiefs, actually.
These are guys who show flashes, and we've seen them throughout our whole lives. They show flashes of brilliance, but really, in the end, don't have a feel for the position and can't really play it to the level you need. You want to hear some of Marcus Mariota's games limits? Would you like to hear some?
I would.
How's this? Try this one on for size. His NFL debut against Tampa, 4 touchdowns, no picks, and a perfect rating, 158.3. His second game, 2 more touches, no picks. He also had a game against New Orleans that year, 4 touchdowns, no picks. Had a game against Jacksonville, 3-1. Had a game the next year. They beat Miami in Miami, 3 touchdowns, no picks. He was in the middle of a streak where he had 3, 6, 8, 10, 11 touchdown passes and 1 pick over a number of games. Had yet another game against Green Bay in 2016, 4 touchdowns, no picks. We know what these guys are. You watch Marcus Mariota in a game. You watch Mitch Trubisky in a game. You watch him, I always think of the end of the Browns game a couple years ago when he was horrible for most of the game and Jacoby Brissett was good. And then he started on like the last drive or two, he looked like John Elway in his prime. The Tampa Bay game here when he came in relief of Pickett.
That was a shining moment.
Looked like freaking John Elway. Not over time he doesn't because of all the factors I mentioned. There's a feel to playing that position. There's a part of it where you have to know how to dissect defenses. It just, you either have it or you don't, Donnie, and he doesn't. Now, could they surround him with a really good roster and maybe win a playoff game? Maybe. He's an electric runner, but he doesn't play the position the way it needs to be played.
Yeah, and like I said, if they want to go the Eagles route, that would be what they're already trying to do, what they claim to be doing. It's just not working that way because
Right.
we went through what Philly has. The team is loaded at every other position. I'm not saying Jalen Hurts isn't good. I actually think much more highly of him than most people seem to do.
Yeah.
But he is playing with the best roster in football. I envy it. I envy how the Philadelphia Eagles run their operation.
Best roster in football, I agree with. 412-928-9370. Ben tells Jerry Dulac the Steelers are more than a quarterback away. They're not just a quarterback away. I think all three of us disagree that virtually every team is just a quarterback away from having a legit shot, which the Steelers hadn't had since, I don't know, kids that are now going to high school were born. They just don't have a legit shot right now. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. We got all kinds of treats today. Ray Fittipaldo, top of the hour. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. So how do they solve the problem? What do you do? The Kansas City Chiefs were the Steelers in 2017. They were the Steelers. Go to the playoffs every year, except they were competitive in the playoffs. That's the big difference. And they actually won a playoff game. They win double-digit games. And the Chiefs said to themselves, we are never going to get where we want to go. We have to do something unbelievably bold and take a risk and go get a guy. And they went from 27th in the draft to 10th. Where do the Steelers go? What do they do? Six Pack brought to you by Bet365. And I also want to talk about something else that Ben said about the Steelers and the old Steeler way and how it's gone right now. Is that a myth or is there truth to that? We'll talk about it.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Breaking news in the NFL. Just in from Adam Schefter. The Raiders and Pete Carroll have reached an agreement on a 3-year deal and a 4-year team option to become the new coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. The coaches in the AFC West: Pete Carroll, Jim Harbaugh, Sean Payton, and Andy Reid. Buckle up. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. Equally great in weather and fuel efficiency. Check out the 2025 Outlander PHEV. Just $299 a month with no money down. Remaining 24 Outlanders now up to $9,000 off. Or finance at a low 0%. Your new year deal, your way. What a great day. Shop JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Lease for $299 a month for 36 months. Security deposit waived. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
New jewelry may not be in this year's budget, but have you considered refurbishing or redesigning your existing jewelry at only a fraction of the cost? Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our expert craftsmen can breathe new life into an existing piece of jewelry that maybe hasn't been worn in years. Or let one of our designers help you repurpose some of your unused jewelry into exciting new creations using your own diamonds and gemstones. The leftover gold can be used to offset the cost. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Cassie Village, and Peters Township.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sinks overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Listen to Kickoff with Boomer Esiason and Mike Valenti. Saturday mornings at 6 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. They'll share their takes on all the playoff matchups and storylines each week. Presented locally by ESPN Bet Sportsbook.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away, so the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime-forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 16. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this, as the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship, presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line, Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
Fast, fun, and easy. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln, Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman Edge, sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Buffalo's X Factor in Sunday's AFC title tilt could be running back James Cook. Dalvin's younger brother has had a huge impact on the Bills' explosive offense, since it may all come down to a long field goal attempt. You know what? I think Harrison Butker could be the Chiefs' X Factor. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime-forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 16. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away, so the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this, as the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship, presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line, Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $345 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $225 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires February 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Window Nation. Listen here. Weather impacts your windows. Hot days, cold nights. They can cause all that caulk to crack, seal failures, condensation. Window Nation only uses top-of-the-line materials. That's right. Also this. All they do is windows. Just windows. They are the experts. They've installed over 200,000 windows just last year. That's 40 times more than the average window company. They've got a lot for you. 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION. WindowNation.com. Listen, Window Nation is also a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Receive a pair of Penguin tickets with a purchase of a house of windows. Do that right now. I wouldn't be endorsing this company if I didn't have complete trust in them. And you know who I have complete trust in? Window Nation. 50% off all style of windows, plus pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. That's the deal now. 866-90-NATION, Window Nation.
If you love designer brands and you love clearance, then you're going to love this. Macy's is having a huge designer clearance event right now with incredible new designer markdowns on cold weather styles from BCBG, Hugo Boss, Michael Kors, and more. How big are the markdowns? How about Coach boots for $200 or less? So if you're looking for the things you love all in one place, come in and shop the designer clearance event at Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Good talk radio.
All right, thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday, noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. It's a Donnie Football Friday. We're down to 3 football games left. How about this Pete Carroll hiring? How old is he, 73?
Yeah, he's in his mid-70s.
Quick reaction from you two?
Maybe a Russell Wilson reunion?
Oh, my God. They'll be a combined 120 years old. What do you think of this?
Maybe there'll be another team that wins a playoff game before the Steelers. Who knows?
You're right about that. The list is dwindled to 7 who have gone more years without a playoff win than the Steelers.
He's a guy, though, that is, how old would you say? 73. But he's like always been very youthful.
Yeah.
I feel, and willing to adapt to things on the fly.
He'll be 74 at the start of the season. This has Tom Brady written all over it, doesn't it? First, they hire John Spytek, which I think is kind of ironic for Tom Brady to be hiring a guy with spy in his name as their general manager. And then Pete Carroll, they're assembling a pretty good squad there as long as they can figure out quarterback. I'm not saying that the Raiders are going to be a huge threat in the AFC, but they might be relevant.
Man, I like this. You know, I'm certainly not interested in age discrimination. I mean, if somebody in his 60s could be, losing his fire or just, you can tell they're burnt out or whatever, too old in quotes for the job. But a guy in his 80s could still do the job. A guy in his mid 70s could still do the job. It's all about sort of like you said, he's incredibly youthful. It's like, what state are you, what kind of emotional, mental, everything else state are you in? This guy seems to be perfectly well at the age of 73. Andy Reid's about to turn 67. Bill Belichick is 72. He seems pretty energetic and lively to me when he's talking. Nick Saban is 73. Did you see where he said if it came down to it, he would go back to the NFL instead of college?
Because of all the changes to college football?
Would you hire Nick Saban in the NFL right now? I would. I'd take a chance on him.
I worry about his stint in Miami.
See
how that went, but I know that was
they got
altered.
The wrong quarterback.
Yeah, that was altered by the Drew Brees stuff, and Dante Culpepper came in.
I'd take a shot at him. John Harbaugh's in his 60s. Bruce Arians won a Super Bowl at 68. Tom Coughlin won a Super Bowl at 65. Belichick at 66. I think this is going tried and true.
You can
for the
coach, you can
Raiders.
coach.
Yeah,
And that's
exactly.
that's the clear example of Pete Carroll. Everywhere he's gone, he's won, other than New England.
So Ben had another notable quote the other day. He didn't just say about the Steelers, they're not just a quarterback away, in my opinion. He also talked about, he talked about Justin, not exactly high praise. He said, if Russ is willing to take a lower deal for less money, I'd go with Russ. If not, I don't think it's an issue to give Justin a shot. Why not? Let him be in the same system for another year. What's the worst that happens? That's not exactly a ringing endorsement of Justin, but I agree with him. At least on the Justin front, I would not sign Russ.
No.
Would you? Yeah. Is that even a consideration for you?
No. Unless he's basically willing to play for pennies again, which he won't be. No. I would much rather just go with the guy that's 26 years old, uber athletic.
Yeah.
Do we have doubts of him as an NFL quarterback? Absolutely. Do we think he's going to be the guy to take the Steelers over the top? Probably not. Almost certainly no, given what the landscape around the league is. But you might as well take your shot with that guy, see if there is something in there that you could untap, or you have him on maybe a 2-year deal. In one of these next 2 drafts, you're going to take a quarterback. Whether it's this one or maybe the next one, I think 26 has a much more promising class, or so they say. And maybe you have a guy hang out for a year. Maybe you go that route. Because something else, speaking of Tom Brady, I thought what he said, I think it was before the season, I don't know what podcast he was on, but he brought up the point that we see a lot of the young rookie quarterbacks struggle over the course of their careers. Now, some guys break through the mold, absolutely. There are exceptions to the rule. But a lot of the guys lately have struggled early because they get thrown right into the fire.
Yeah.
He suggested, whatever happened to guys that get to hang out for a season or most of a season.
Thank God
They have
Jaden
a
Daniels
veteran
wasn't
guy
one of them,
in
or they
front of
wouldn't.
them.
Yeah. I mean, I think, Donnie, that a case can be made for both. You talk to people like Peyton Manning. He's glad he played that first year. Troy Aikman, and suffered all those slings and arrows because he learned from it. But I do hear what you're saying.
Mahomes didn't play his first year.
Mahomes is a good example. Right. There have been many other guys. Aaron Rodgers. People like that. But, if they had said, hey, we're going to sit Jaden Daniels for a year, they wouldn't be playing Sunday. There's other guys who just walk in. But here's the other thing Ben said that really stood out to me in his conversation with Dulac. It feels like there's no Steelers way anymore, Ben said. There's still guys who have it, but it doesn't feel like it. It frustrates me to watch it happen. To me, the so-called Steelers way is a bit of a myth. I don't know quite what he means by that. What does he mean by that? Because over the last decade of his career, Ben was 3-7 in his final 10 playoff games. More to the point, the Steelers had more drama in their locker room than any team I can remember in 35 years of being in this town. Antonio Brown's quitting today. Martavis Bryant's demanding trades tomorrow. James Harrison is sleeping in meetings today. Le'Veon Bell is getting ripped to shreds by his offensive lineman tomorrow. What is the Steelers' way? What does that mean? That they're operating from a higher moral ground? That was never the case. Success with honor? Is that what we're looking for here? I don't know. Well, I think that's Ben pandering to Steeler fans who call shows like this and say, why doesn't Cam and TJ walk up?
Does anybody anymore in the locker room, like, TJ or Cam, come up to him and say, hey, what are you doing?
I love Todd. And I bet you Todd would sign up for the idea or get behind the idea that the Steeler way is gone, Donnie.
Yeah, and you brought up James Harrison, too, so that sparked my memory to something I read this morning, and credit to our buddy Benzie, Tim Benz, for putting this in one of his pieces. James Harrison was on Willie Cologne's podcast. I think it's called The Why Willie Show.
Yes.
And he brought up not the Steeler way, but he brought up the standard is the standard mantra. He said it feels like a saying now. It's not something you actually see. And then he went on to kind of dig into Mike Tomlin. If I'm the head coach of a football team, and I've been the head coach of this football team for 18 years, and now the team's not doing well, that all has to fall on my shoulders. Because I've been here long enough to be able to draft who I want and put the guys in the positions I need, for me to think I haven't been able to get this or get that, I'm the guy who's supposed to be getting that, and I've been here long enough to get it. So we're getting not just any old Steeler. We're getting two guys that have won Super Bowls and have been Super Bowl heroes in this town, one of which will be a Hall of Famer, one of them on the doorstep of the Hall of Fame that'll probably miss out with Roethlisberger and Harrison. Both of them calling out the Steeler way and the standard is the standard. All of the sayings that
I hear that, but my point would be they didn't have it then either. What is this idea of a Steeler way? James Harrison sleeping in meetings and getting himself run out of town? I do hear that they're calling out Tomlin, but I don't know that they're in a position to say, we were the guys who had the Steeler way and now it's gone. You want to call out Tomlin, fine, but don't claim that you had a better culture.
Yeah, he's not an innocent party here because he certainly had his issues on and off the field.
Both of them did. Yeah, both of them did.
But they at least were in locker rooms that were seemingly a whole lot more bought in than what we have seen recently.
See, that's where I would argue with you. I think the last time...
Not later in their careers, but they were.
Ben was, at one point, lifted by a locker room who knew that he had problems when he came into the league, and people didn't like him in that room. People thought he was a jerk. I'm sure he would admit that early in his career he was kind of a jerk. But at that point, the last time the Steelers had, if you want to call it the Steeler way, the culture in the locker room that you want to have was when Ben came into the league. The Polamalu, Aaron Smith, James Ferrier, those guys, Bettis, Hines Ward, they had it. For Ben or anyone else to pretend they had it later on when that... See, I think 2010 is the point of demarcation here. They went to the Super Bowl that year, and they've never been the same since as an organization or a team. I went back and looked at 2017 one year, Donnie. In fact, at the end of that year. Was this the Steeler way? I'm going to go very briefly week by week. You had the national tantrum in Chicago, where Al Villanueva, after a team meeting, was the guy who stepped forward for the anthem. A lot of other guys in the locker room felt like they were in agreement that nobody would. Al got, a lot of praise for that. Other guys were resentful. However you want to look at that, that's what happened. And there was a major divide in the locker room. Fact. The next week, Antonio Brown was throwing Gatorade coolers on the sidelines in Baltimore. 2 days later, Ben, I guess under the headline of the Steeler way, went on this station and eviscerated Antonio Brown, saying he was a, quote, distraction who messes with all of us. Of course, then he added, I'm not trying to call AB out. The next week, Ben threw 5 interceptions and suggested maybe I don't have it anymore. The next week, we're still only in week 6 of 17, under the headline, The Steeler Way. Martavis Bryant requested a trade. The next week, Martavis Bryant posted that he hates Juju and said, memorably, I just want mines, period. The next week, Juju's bike got stolen. The next week, Mike Tomlin went to Tony Dungy and said, we'll be playing the Patriots again. This is only part 1 before they ever got into the playoffs. The next week, it was actually wonderful when they beat the Ravens that year, 39-38. Mm-hmm. The next week was the Al Riveron game. The next week was James Harrison quitting and all his teammates throwing him under the bus because he slept in meetings and things like that and wouldn't show up for games and all. Is that the Steeler way, by the way, not to show up for a game? Because you don't think that the coach... Right. So
they also lost Shazier in the middle of that.
They did.
You wonder what kind of damper that had.
Yeah. And in some ways, that's a great point too, Donnie, because in some ways this idea of, quote, the Steeler way takes a back seat to, do you have a good roster or not? I mean, there's been a lot of teams that have been filled with drama and jerks who win titles. How good are you? They haven't been good enough. And that defense lost Shazier. You're right about that. And who knows where they go with him. I don't know. Did they beat Jacksonville? Maybe. He was that good. But my point is, ultimately, the Steeler way is a myth. It is. And it's a way that fans and people, Ben in this case, somehow look back to a wonderful time that isn't anymore. And as you just heard, it really wasn't all that wonderful. It really wasn't. It was filled with drama and big game losses. And the guy who said it went 3-7 in his last 10 playoff games over an entire decade.
Yeah, I think it's been an overrated thing for a while. I mean, I think they sit back comfortably on their laurels of their little sayings. Standard is the standard. We see all the videos. They're hitting the sign when they walk out of the locker room that says it.
Right.
The Steeler way, another one of them. I know you guys talked yesterday. We've talked for the last couple of weeks how much it's like they have a fetish almost over stability over anything else.
Yes. The mean over the last 24 years. This wouldn't have happened in our locker room. They would have had control of a guy like George Pickens. Really? AB had his own residence at training camp. Sorry, that doesn't fly. It doesn't. All right, Ray Fittipaldo coming up next. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Man, I want Ray to weigh in on this quarterback thing, on Ben. And Ray is, I think, the only person in town who quasi-defended Jim Rooney's quotes. How about that, Donnie? We're going to have Ray talk about that a little bit coming up next.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins lost to Anaheim last night 5-1 out on the West Coast. Still 7th place in the Metropolitan Division standings. We'll play against the Seattle Kraken on Saturday at 4 o'clock. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, The Fan.
Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, our experts will perform a thorough 20-point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up today.
When he's good, he's thorough good. Bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. We know this about pro athletes. They train all the time to perform better on the field. It takes a lot of time and effort. What, though, would you say if you could improve your performance in the bedroom, no training required? I'm talking about Blue Chew. And Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin in chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. Your partner wants you to do this. They might not say it, but they want you to do this. You got to try it. Blue Chew's tablets, they're like a performance enhancement for the bedroom. They can help you get extra confidence when it is time to perform. You can turn oh no into oh yes. You know what I'm talking about, fellas. So if you could benefit from a little extra confidence in the bedroom when it's time to perform, visit BlueChew.com. Ready for a great offer? How about free?
Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
The temperatures aren't the only thing dropping. Prices at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville are dropping too during our winter savings event. Hurry in for huge savings on every new Toyota in stock, including new Tacomas and hybrid SUVs. And to help you get through winter, Panda has bundled a lifetime powertrain warranty together with complimentary maintenance, including oil changes at no additional charge on whatever new Toyota you choose. Don't miss Spitzer's winter savings event.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
The world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, Hims can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-747-1515, 800-747-1515, 800-747-1515.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers.
It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Looking for a rewarding career? Adelphi Western Region is hiring youth counselors at their Highland Detention Center location. If you have 60 college credits and a desire to work in a fast-paced, team-oriented environment, Adelphi wants you. Their youth counselors provide structure, support, and guidance in their detention program, all while gaining valuable experience in the field. Join the Adelphi team today. Apply now at highlandcareers.org. That's highlandcareers.org.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. See yourself in the new 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive and lease for just $209 a month, or purchase with a special low APR starting at 3.9%. At Monroeville Kia, our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. See what you get free: lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Call for details, 412-856-2100.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. Get the savings you want on America's largest 5G network. Visit T-Mobile.com/choice55 and start saving today.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. And we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Do you have a bachelor degree? Would you like to become a teacher? Waynesburg University offers a 100% online Master of Arts in Teaching degree that leads towards secondary certification. Tuition is affordable and financial aid is available. Visit waynesburg.edu.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pete Carroll has reportedly agreed to a deal to become the new head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. It leaves two head coaching openings still up for grabs. The Saints and the Cowboys still without head coaches officially reported or confirmed by the teams. After the Patriots hired Mike Vrabel, the Bears took Ben Johnson away from their division rivals in Detroit. Aaron Glenn from Detroit went to the Jets, where he used to play as a former first-round pick. Liam Cohen late last night went to Jacksonville, reversing course and becoming the Jaguars head coach after reportedly agreeing to stay in Tampa Bay as their OC on the highest-paid coordinator deal. And Pete Carroll now in Vegas. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Ray Fittipaldo joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Ah, yes. You know what that sound means. Everybody loves Raymond. It's time for Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette, the only man in town who defended Jim Rooney this week, Donnie. And welcome to a Donnie Football Friday. We're going to ask Ray about that coming up. But first, you can read Ray's stuff at postgazette.com. He's got a mock draft out today. We're absolutely talking about that. First, I cede the floor to one Donnie Football who has some breaking news from Jeff Howe of The Athletic.
Yeah, Ray, I want to get your reaction on this. Joe gave the introduction there. Here is the tweet from Jeff Howe a little bit ago. It was about 10 minutes ago. With Pete Carroll taking over the Raiders, one name I've heard to watch for at QB, Russell Wilson.
Yeah, baby!
Yeah, let's go, Raiders! They have mended fences, per source, and Wilson could be the stopgap while the Raiders develop a long-term answer. What's the reaction there, Ray?
Yeah, Donnie, I did read something recently, and I'm sorry I can't give credit to who wrote it or where I saw it, but I saw something where, like, Russ and maybe his representatives kind of forced Brian Schottenheimer out, and, Pete was the one who, ultimately pulled the trigger on that move. But, yeah, Russ eventually did leave Seattle. It's good that they mended some fences because, obviously, they were a great combination about 10 years ago. And the one thing about that report is, Jeff is absolutely right. They need a franchise quarterback, but they also need a bridge quarterback. You can't have the likes of Aiden O'Connell and, Gardner Minshew playing that role again for the Raiders. So in that scenario, it makes sense. We'll see what happens with the Steelers and Russ. Obviously, the Steelers have the inside track if they want to keep him because they can get that done before free agency starts.
So what happens with the Steelers, Ray? I mean, Russell Wilson, I don't know what's true or not with Russell anymore. For all this term toxic positivity so applies to him. It's one platitude after another. They could call him into an office, Mike Tomlin, Art, and Omar, and they could say, Russell, we thought you were horrible this year, and we're absolutely not bringing you back. And Russell would leave that room saying, man, I think talks are underway here. This is great. This is adversity. I'm going to learn from this and still be the Steelers quarterback. I just think he's not dealing in reality anymore, Ray. But certainly, have talks started, like he said, on a new contract?
Well, I'm sure his agent and the Steelers on some level, probably touched base and said, hey, listen, we'll talk down the road. Maybe there were some general parameters given by the agent of what it might take, but the Steelers never, ever deal with this type of stuff in January, even when they have high-profile guys. Their first orders of business in the offseason is, get ready for the draft, get ready for the new league year, and then when free agency comes, it comes, and they'll deal with that, late February, early March, when that time gets here. But, in the meantime, they'll be at the Senior Bowl next week, guys. I don't think they are focused at all on Russell Wilson or Justin Fields. I think they're obviously talking about that inside the building, and eventually they'll come, to an agreement on who the guy's going to be. But I don't think we're there quite yet.
Ray, you put out your first mock draft of the season.
Yes, he did.
Earlier today, and Joe has not gone through it yet. I don't know if he's doing that as we speak, but I did tell him quite an interesting name that you have being selected by the Steelers in round number 3.
Yeah, I just figure if you're going to go for a mobile quarterback and that guy's not a first-rounder, let's face it, Jalen Milroe is not going to go in anyone's first round, even if he has a great combine, which a lot of people think that he will. There's just too much stuff on tape with his inconsistencies as a passer. And I think what teams are really going to have to get past here, and maybe there's an explanation for it, but under Nick Saban, he actually had good stats the 1 year as a passer. Was never a great thrower of the football, but he had some good stats. And then under the new coach this year, the guy that came over from Washington, he had, fewer touchdowns, he had more picks, and it just wasn't a great season for him. But if you're looking for a developmental quarterback in the middle rounds, and I don't think I would do this in the first or second round, but if you get a guy in the third round, listen, not every third round pick works out. If you take a flyer on a guy in the third round, you develop him, and then maybe he becomes a better passer with better coaching. I think that's the right round to do it. So you're going to hear a lot about Milroe in the coming weeks and months. He's a tremendous athlete. He can run that read option. He can do things the Steelers want to do, but the bottom line is he has to prove to people that he could become an NFL caliber passer, and he's just not there quite yet.
So your first-round pick for the Steelers, Ray, is Shamar Stewart, a 6'6", too tall Stewie, they'll call him. I mean, this guy's 6'6", 291. I'm all for defensive linemen in this draft, like multiple.
Yeah.
Like if they use their top 2 picks on D linemen, I wouldn't have a problem with it. Tell me about this guy.
Yeah, I mean, the Rams did that last year. They got Jared Verse and they got Fiske from Florida State. And I watched the Rams on a couple occasions this year. That defense turned around real quick after the loss of Aaron Donald. I think the Steelers are in a similar circumstance. Listen, Stewart is going to be a polarizing figure in this draft. He didn't have production at Texas A&M, but when I watched him, and I hate to put this on guys, but athletically, and I'll say this, athletically, he reminds me of like Jadeveon Clowney when Clowney came out. Now, Clowney never became a great pro, but freakish athleticism there. There's a lot of stuff on tape there where he easily gets into the backfield. He just doesn't finish sacks, doesn't finish plays. So there's some work to do there. But if you're looking for probably the best athlete among all the D linemen in this draft, I think Stewart is probably it. But again, just like with Milroe, there's a projection there, and the Steelers would have to get comfortable with picking a guy like that where they're picking at number 21.
Ray, are you worried at all about his size, that he could be classified as a tweener type? And we've seen, DeMarvin Leal is a case in point.
Yeah.
Hell, I forgot the guy was even on the team in the last few weeks of the season.
Yeah, but I think him being 6'6", Donnie, I think he can easily get above 300. Cam Hayward was never a guy who was, playing at 320 or anything like that. Cam's just this guy who's really strong, and I think Stewart could be that guy too. You will see plenty of other defensive tackles mocked to the Steelers. A lot of people, like guys like Mason Graham from Michigan, he'll be long gone, but there's a lot of talk about his teammate, Kenneth Grant. I've seen him mocked to the Steelers. For me, he plays over the nose a lot, plays over the center a lot, so he's not quite as explosive as Stewart. Still a really good player, but, to me, if you're picking a 21, a guy like Grant would maybe be more late first, early second. He's not quite, doesn't quite have the potential that Stewart has. But, like I said, Stewart's a projection. You would see him play up on the edge, 2-point stance, and then you would also see him play down 3-point stance. I think he's a 3 technique in the NFL. Just put 10 or 15 pounds on him, and I think you could have your successor to Cam Hayward.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette is on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Ray, I absolutely love your 4th-round pick, Devin Neal out of Kansas. Not because I've studied tape on Devin Neal, but the idea of a running back who can bring, as you said, the big play potential to the offense at that position. And we're not talking another Dree Archer type or Anthony McFarland. We're talking about a guy who's 210 pounds who can also bust out. I look at Tampa Bay in the 4th round. They got Bucky Irving, a guy who ran for 1,100 yards, averaged over 5 yards a carry, and was a breakaway runner, too. I mean, you can get these guys anywhere. I like this, Ray.
Yeah, he had over 300 yards in a game against Colorado. I watched that game earlier in the fall. He couldn't be stopped, by the Buffaloes. I know the Buffaloes didn't have a great defense, but he produced. He put numbers up, and I think when you watch him at the combine and his pro day, I think he's probably going to test pretty well too. So, he's one of those guys. Depending on how, the running back market, these guys are starting to be valued a little bit more. So it'll be interesting to see if they can get a guy like that in the 4th round. Maybe they have to pull the trigger on a guy in the 3rd round this year to get, that caliber of back. The good thing is this is a really good draft for running backs. So, if you want to get one in the middle rounds, whether it's him or someone else, I think you'll be able to do that in this draft.
Ray, did you find yourself watching some of the big college football games this season, or really the college football playoff or the national championship game, and you just see talent all over the place, knowing that not all of these guys will be first-round picks, but I think a running back that Steeler fans are already attracted to, both of those guys at Ohio State that will be draftable players. Like, do you watch those guys and think, man, they would probably fit in here pretty well?
Yeah, Jadavion Henderson, right, is probably the top back for the Buckeyes, and I think he's in that mid-round range as well. He might go a little bit higher, but I like what I saw from him. What I do, Donnie, is I kind of just pick out like 2 full games that I can find on the internet somewhere against good competition, and that's really what I try to do. I mean, when I watch a game on TV, it's hard for me to focus in on, what the Steelers' needs are. I kind of just want to sit there and enjoy the game. So, the nice thing about this mock draft that I did is we're mostly SEC Big 12 guys. There's not a lot of, guys from outside the major conferences. So it was pretty easy to go out there and find some games on YouTube where you can sit down and watch these guys against good competition.
Ray, here's what I think, and I wonder if you agree with this. Obviously, the Steelers could probably use improvements in many, many areas where you would look to upgrade. Having said that, when I actually look at their roster, And if I determine that, listen, I'm going with Justin Fields. If I determine that, if I'm the Steelers, their linebackers are set. Their secondary, Minka, Elliott, Porter, I think you bring in a nice veteran free agent at corner.
Yeah.
Your O-line, for better and worse, should be set. It should be. It better be. Your tight end, for better and worse, you're good. Your quarterback, you're going to go with Fields. That only leaves 3 areas to really attack in the draft: D-line, wide receiver, and running back, which can be found anywhere. So to my way of thinking, tell me if I'm crazy, the D-line and wide receiver positions, those are the 2 main areas to go for early in this draft, and I think I'm going crazy at D-line. I am. I might pick 3 guys in a row.
I agree with you, Joe. I think those are by far this team's 2 biggest needs. I would put cornerback maybe like after defensive line and receiver, and we could cornerback or running back. I'd probably say running back, but I think corner would be close there. So for me, when I look at this draft, it's really interesting. This happened last year too, with all those really good offensive tackles that were available. It really set up well for the Steelers, and I don't know if it's just coincidence or not, but a deep D tackle class this year, a good receiver class, maybe not like with high-end talent, but a good receiver class where you can get guys in the 2nd or 3rd round. I think it sets up really well for the Steelers. And, I know a lot of people, I don't know if people are down on this year's rookie class, but I think it's going to be good. Fautanu was injured. You can't control that. I think he's going to be a stud. Frazier was really good. Peyton Wilson was really good. To me, the only guy the jury is out on is Roman Wilson. So I think there's still belief in this front office that they're going to go out and get good players. And, I think this draft is uniquely set up to fill their needs, as you said.
Ray, you have it happening in the 2nd round, but 3 months out, what do you think the chances are they would go receiver in the 1st round? Would be their first round receiver since Antonio Holmes.
So everyone's mocking the kid from Ohio State, right?
Egbuka, yeah.
Egbuka. I think he's a good player, but to me, you read some stuff about him, and I watched him in a couple of games this year. It seems to me, and you guys can disagree with me, he projects as a good number 2 in the NFL. And to me, if you're drafting a receiver in the 1st round, you want to get that guy who's like Santonio Holmes. You want to get that elite talent who can uplift your offense. And I don't know if he's that. Like I said, this draft is deep for receivers, but I don't know if there's that guy that's going to come in and light it up in the NFL. So I was a little bit lukewarm on him. That's why I went with Io Manor in the 2nd round. Listen, it could happen, but I think typically the Steelers get those guys in the 2nd or 3rd round, and I wouldn't be surprised if that happened again.
Ray, you had the outlier take on Jim Rooney, Art's brother, this week under the headline, what Jim Rooney said on the Steelers might have been tone deaf, but he had a point. Yeah. So here's my question. His point very clearly, I think, is one of his points, is what everybody knows. Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady have dominated the NFL for the last, 23 years. But what does that mean as far as the Steelers go? Because I would say that while that's an obvious point that he brought up, yes, those 2 guys have been very hard to beat. Does that excuse the Steelers, especially over these last nearly a decade, from not even competing in playoff games? Like, what do you agree with that he said?
Well, I didn't talk to Jim, but the way I read into his comments, it was more about the Ravens and having to go through a really tough division where it's really hard to get good seeding in the playoffs, and you're constantly, fighting that uphill battle as maybe a lower seed who has to play extra games, who might not have home field advantage. If you look at the Ravens this year, guys, and even the Steelers to a certain extent, that first game that the Ravens lost to the Steelers at Acrisure really cost them. A game there, a game against the Browns, a game against the Raiders. Instead of them being like a 1 or a 2 seed because they play in the AFC North, they're having to go on the road to play Buffalo instead of playing Buffalo at home. So I know the Ravens had home field last year, but just over the course of time, I mean, when was the last time the Steelers had the 1 seed? Was it 2004?
Yes.
I know they were the 2 seed in '08. It's just really hard when you have to battle through a really tough division. So maybe I was misinterpreting Jim's comments, but to me, when he brought up the Ravens, and I researched this, I backed it up with, what the Patriots had to go through. The Patriots division was terrible when they went to 8 straight conference championship games. So I tried to just take a little bit deeper look into what Jim probably meant by that. And, that's what I came up with, just how difficult it is to get through the North every year and how hard it is to get that seeding.
See, I think the thing that bugs me about that, Ray, is I have my doubts that the Ravens look at it the same way. I feel like the Ravens are truly set on, we're going to win a championship, not, oh, man, we have the Steelers in the North still. They got to do something about this. Like, I feel like they aren't worried about the Steelers seemingly the way that the Steelers must be worried about them.
I mean, it's gone back and forth over the years. I mean, the Ravens have had their number in the playoffs the last 2 times. But the Steelers had them back in, I think, was it 01 and then 08 and then 11. The Steelers had their number. So, it goes back and forth over the years, and it's no surprise, you just look at it, Donnie. Big Ben was better than Joe Flacco or Kyle Buller, whoever they had in 01. And right now, Lamar Jackson is better than whoever the Steelers trot out there. So as long as you're the Ravens, you have Lamar. You're the Bengals, you got Joe Burrow. To me, you got to feel good about yourself every offseason that you could put together a winning team that will have a shot once you get into the tournament. I know the Bengals maybe mismanaged some things. They, Mike Brown was kind of known as a cheaper guy. But, if they want to get back to being serious and building a team around Joe Burrow, they're going to be that team for another decade. And, Lamar's probably got another 7-8 good years in him too until, he's no longer viable. So it's going to be really hard for the Steelers to compete unless they go out and get that guy of their own.
Donnie, may I engage Ray in a game of free association?
You may.
We've been derelict of duty here. Perhaps the biggest question of all, Ray, and if you could answer it briefly, that would be wonderful. Are we going to see a coaching change of any kind here? Any coaches gone? They just going to run it back? What's happening?
No, they're not going to run it back. I think that'll probably trickle out next week or the week after. I think some changes will happen.
Who first?
I don't know. I don't have a good handle on it. I think I know the guys who are under contract, so I would say maybe one of the linebackers coaches, D-line, tight ends, one of those guys.
That's the changes we're talking about? That's what Mike Tomlin goes in front of the media and says, oh, there's going to be changes around here, all right. The linebackers coach.
Here's what you forgot. He doesn't have to talk to the media again until the owners' meetings in in March. So he doesn't have to face the music.
Donnie, I don't know about you, but if they change running backs coaches, plan the damn parade. You agree?
I already have my my lawn chair out.
Right, exactly. I have mine out for the draft in a couple of years. All right, Ray, very quickly, your 2 winners this weekend are?
Can't go against Kansas City, and I'm going to pick the Eagles, even though I'm not exactly sure how that Hurts situation is going to play out. But, yeah, I'll go Eagles and Chiefs.
If the Eagles have to go with Kenny Pickett, do they still win the game?
Depends on when that happens. If it's early, I think the Commanders will probably win. But, if they have a lead and maybe it's late second quarter or in the second half, I think maybe Kenny can steer that home.
We have to matriculate the ball a little quicker, Ray. Who's going to win the Super Bowl?
Chiefs.
Interest level 1 to 5 in the following players for the Steelers. Aaron Rodgers, 5 being very interested, 1 not at all. Aaron Rodgers.
1.
Kirk Cousins.
1.
Kyler Murray.
2.
Joe Milton.
1.
Matthew Stafford.
1.
Sam Darnold.
2.
For up to you, would you take Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders if you were an NFL team?
Probably Sanders.
Justin Fields will be the 3rd or 4th best quarterback in the division next year.
Well, it depends who the Browns are playing, but I'll go 3rd best.
You would be more inclined to trade Watt, Minka, or Highsmith?
Minka, but it's a hard contract to trade.
George Pickens will be traded, yes or no?
Guessing yes.
Who will have the better career, Broderick Jones or Joey Porter Jr.?
Oh. That's a good one, Joe.
Thank you.
Broderick has more upside. I'll go Joey.
Ray, you're a hell of a man, and I know Limits agrees. Thank you for coming on. We'll talk to you next week.
Thank you, Ray. Joe has no further questions at this time.
Thanks, Ray. I also agree, by the way.
Thank you, Ray. On what?
That he's a hell of a man.
Yeah, he is.
You just said Limits agrees.
Well, we already knew you agreed with that. Coming up next, I've got a six-pack of questions for these nice young men about the AFC and NFC championship games this weekend. Starting with this one, which quarterback, which coach are under the most pressure going into these games? We'll talk about it next on Pump and Joe. It's a Donnie Football Friday.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sunday, NFC Championship game at 3 o'clock. Philadelphia hosting Washington right here on 93.7 The Fan with the NFL on Westwood 1, followed by Buffalo, Kansas City at 6:30. The path to the Super Bowl in New Orleans on February 9th. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Mike Tomlin has now lost 6 straight playoff games. We want change, but Mike says he'll be the one to fix it.
There's obviously a lot of work to do. I'm energized in terms of beginning the process and doing it. It's not only my job to lead the group, but also to provide perspective.
Do you have faith he'll finally make the changes necessary to win a playoff game? Let us know your thoughts all offseason long, as there's no better place for your black and gold coverage than right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you'll be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Sun and clouds this afternoon, the high 29.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Winter is here in full force, and Bowser Hyundai has options to get you where you need to go no matter the weather. Take home the 2025 Elantra SE and get 3.99% APR for 60 months, or the 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 48 months. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, hit to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends January 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this. As the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line. Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates, all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Beyond Lincoln, join the family. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Buffalo's X Factor in Sunday's AFC title tilt could be running back James Cook. Dalvin's younger brother has had a huge impact on the Bills' explosive offense, since it may all come down to a long field goal attempt. You know what? I think Harrison Butker could be the Chiefs' X Factor. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN+. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 16. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this. As the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line. Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars rewards. You know what that means? Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer, like hotel stays at over 50 destinations, bonus bets in the app, dining experiences, game tickets, and more. So download the app using promo code RADIO-DYW and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets. Caesars Sportsbook. Don't just spectate, participate. Open to new users in Pennsylvania who are 21 or older, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. Max bet of $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings, $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with the sound of freshness. With new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items. So you save on all the crunch, all the flavor, all the just-picked goodness you love. Surround yourself with savings every time you shop with new low prices on apples, carrots, lettuce, celery, and more. Enjoy fresh savings on fresh produce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free. Oh, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any Metro Flex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
January is the perfect time to start new at ShorkeyChevy.com. Chevy Silverado pickups and full-size Suburbans up to an incredible $10,000 off. The popular Chevy Tahoe now up to $9,000 off. There's even 0% financing available. Plus, huge trade values guaranteed to save you even more. Your New Year deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in both Murraysville and the North Hills. ShorkeyChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for complete details.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-514-1026 if you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns. Help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $175 off your print order. Exclusion supply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 2/1. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. And the 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Should be a very, very interesting weekend. We were just talking about it in the hallway. And Donnie, I mentioned to you, I can't remember. Mulsey and I did a show from a pizza place over in Brookline, I believe it was, or somewhere that began with a B. I don't remember.
Brentwood, Baldwin, Bellevue.
Bellevue. Might have been Bellevue. And I can't remember if I picked the Steelers to beat the Patriots, but I know I was leaning that like they have a real chance. And in retrospect, it was the Steelers in Foxborough against the dynastic Patriots with Tomlin against Belichick and Ben against Brady. What the hell was I thinking? Well, people were legitimately picking the Steelers to win that game. This weekend, it's McDermott against Reed in Kansas City, with the Bills going against the dynastic Chiefs, a team they never beat. Like, what? This is easy stuff as far as I'm concerned. This is easy pickings. The Chiefs are going to win.
I've had a mindset for a couple of years now. Once Mahomes started to turn into the monster that he is, if he's the starting quarterback and he's mostly healthy and it's late January, I actually don't even care if it's at home or away, because I felt this way for the last couple of seasons. I'm picking Kansas City.
Yeah. I don't blame you, because you're usually right. Now, last year, the Bills' defense was decimated like the Lions' defense was this year. If it wasn't, I think the Bills would have beaten them. This year, I do not. How are the Chiefs the healthiest team? It's so annoying. It really is. They're sitting there healthy. They're perfectly healthy. The Chiefs. They played more football than anybody in history over the last 7 years. They sit here perfectly healthy. They're probably better than they were last year. Their defense is great. Their weapons are healthy now. Kelsey looks like himself again. And then there's Mahomes with the high ankle sprain. Yeah, okay.
He ran for a touchdown immediately in that game.
Exactly. Which quarterback, gentlemen, is under the most pressure this weekend? Limitless Wonder, I'll go to you first.
Oh, I think it's Josh Allen because this is the year. I mean, I have them. I am the Lone Ranger in this situation. I have Buffalo winning.
I hope so.
And, I just have a good feeling that this is going to happen. And, Joe, your point that you made, like it just keeps going on and on and on, that was the same point we made about Lamar Jackson against the Steelers or just the Ravens against the Steelers. So the Steelers constantly had their number.
Yeah.
And at some point, the dam breaks. Like something gives. And this is what I think is going to happen on Sunday, where the water will spill out onto the floor in Kansas City in what might actually be snow, and probably a bad analogy. But Josh Allen will win it when it matters most, since Stephon Diggs would not have his hands hypothetically on his head looking at the confetti falling for the Chiefs, because there will be blue confetti hypothetically falling for Buffalo on the road.
From your voice to the football god's ears. Donnie?
Yeah, it's Josh Allen by a mile. I mean, think of the other quarterbacks that are playing. Mahomes, he shouldn't have any pressure other than, okay, they're at home, but the guy has won 3 Super Bowls. Like, he's already kind of he's kind of into the top 3 of all time. I hope you get a good stretch in there, Joe.
Thank you.
Jaden Daniels, I mean, Jaden Daniels and the Commanders could get blown out on Sunday, and people will still appreciate what he did this season.
Yes.
So they're kind of playing with house money. And with the Eagles, Hurts, yeah, he's under a little bit, but it's still nothing close to what Josh Allen is under, because Josh Allen kind of looking like, maybe we can use the Peyton Manning comparison with Tom Brady. But it only took Manning until that third time against Brady to finally slay that dragon.
Yeah.
This could be...
But he was at home.
He was. He got his shot at home last year, though. Josh Allen did, and they couldn't get it done.
Because his defense was broken.
But Manning went into New England a couple of times, and he looked dreadful in some of those games. Ty Law, I think, had like 9 interceptions in 2 games against him.
Yeah.
Not really, but close to it. The point is, he finally slayed that dragon. It's Josh Allen's time to do it because, yeah, he's still great. He's going to be a perennial MVP, whatever. But as each year passes, you're going to find that team and those fans questioning, will we ever get it done?
They've been questioning that since 1963. Yes, of course they will, and I agree with both you guys. The only little caveat I would throw in, like Allen is the one who's going to face the most severe backlash. There's no question. But everybody who gets to this point is facing enormous pressure. And even Mahomes, of course he's not going to get shredded if they lose. It's not going to do anything to his reputation. But he has a chance to make history. They have a chance to become the greatest dynasty of the Super Bowl era. I think unquestioned if you win 3 in a row. And if you don't, you're never going to get that opportunity again. Even if you're Patrick Mahomes, you're not going to win 3 Super Bowls in a row. So this is it, man. That's pretty intense pressure. Either you make history or you lose that opportunity forever. Jaden Daniels, yeah, I guess, playing with house money, sure. Dan Marino was playing with house money in his second year when he went to a Super Bowl and never made it back. It's the NFL. So, of course, he's not going to face criticism or get ripped if they lose this game. But the other side of it, it's a 1-year league, man, every year. I don't know. Is he ever going to be back? I think he might be back multiple times, but maybe not. The Eagles have the best roster. The Lions are going to come back maybe as the favorite in the whole NFL next year with a healthy defense. You've got other young quarterbacks from Jordan Love to Caleb Williams and a new coach. And you know how it goes. So just to say, yeah, he's got nothing to lose, he'll be back, I don't know. I don't know if he will be. I think he will be. And then Jalen Hurts, I think, is under the second most pressure. But in the end, I do agree. It's Allen by a long shot because the Chiefs have become the Super Bowl to the Bills. They went 0-4 in Super Bowls, lost 4 straight times, and they're about to go 0-4 to the Chiefs in the playoffs. The Chiefs are the Bills' new Super Bowl. And, man, Josh Allen has the Pirates' 20-year losing streak times 10 on his shoulders. It's like, are they ever going to do this? An entire city, region, Bills Nation, it's all on his shoulders. And he's the only way they can win, too. So, yeah, I agree. And then accompanying that, the coach, obviously, under the most pressure is McDermott, clearly, right, guys?
Yeah, I don't know if I put it as wide of a gap as I do with the quarterbacks, but it's definitely McDermott.
Followed by Sirianni?
Yes.
I think Sirianni's under the most pressure. You're
Really?
at home against a divisional opponent, rookie quarterback, head coach of the first year with a Washington team that won 4 years ago. I do think that factors into this. Only rookie quarterback to go to the Super Bowl is who? Dan Marino? Like, you lose to a rookie in your stadium, in your own division? That's a lot of pressure for Nick Sirianni.
Next question. Does Andy Reid, if he wins this week and then finishes the job, have a case for the greatest NFL coach of all time, Super Bowl era?
He's right up there. I mean, because when I will think of that question or when that gets presented, he's definitely going to be one of the first names that come up.
Yeah.
Belichick and Reid, most likely.
Noel, Belichick, Reid, Noel. Bill Walsh comes up a lot.
Yeah.
Vince Lombardi comes up from time to time, right?
George Hallis. I mean, the trophy was named after the guy.
Yeah. They come up, but
I guess I'm thinking more modern times. I wasn't thinking more
I'm thinking Super Bowl era. And I think you're right. He would have a case.
Yeah.
He's the only guy who will have done it 3 years in a row. And he'll match the Steelers at 4 of 6. Plus, it's not like he had a bad run in Philly. They went to millions of NFC title games and to a Super Bowl. 7 straight AFC title games. I think he would, if I had to choose, if he does this, he would be my number one coach of all time.
No, not over Belichick. I mean, rings don't lie, man. Like, 6 total, 8 total, 6 as a head coach, 2 as an assistant. Unless Andy Reid catches that, he's not a better coach than Belichick and the way that he schemed up defenses.
So the only way Andy Reid can catch Belichick is by getting one more Super Bowl?
Yes.
Okay.
Or tying him, and I think it's a good argument.
He could very well do it.
Because I think Brady's a better quarterback.
Never won 3 Super Bowls in a row. I think that counts for something. I may count for a lot. Will Jaden Daniels, if he goes to the Super Bowl, forget about even winning it, if he merely does all this for a team that was 4-13 last year, will he have had the greatest rookie season of any quarterback in NFL history?
And this is going to make some people mad around here. I think he already has. I know that Roethlisberger got to this same point, different time period. I know it was 20 years ago. It doesn't feel like it was that long ago, but we just got done talking about it earlier. He more so got there with a lot of help from a great run game, a great defense, a truly great defense, by the way, not one that just acted like or talked like they were, a truly great defense that made plays when it mattered.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels is I won't say sole reason, but he is a massive reason why this team is where it is at right now. Yeah, Big Ben came in after the Steelers went 6-10, but they turned it around quickly with him. Yeah, they go 15-1. They get to the AFC Championship game. They wavered down the stretch there. If you recall that Jets game, I don't even know if limits may have been like a year old.
Yeah.
That divisional game against the Jets, they should not have won that game. And then they get blown out by the Patriots at home.
Right.
I think Daniels is in the argument already that he's had the best rookie season.
Quickly, limits?
I think it's very close in the conversation, but I'm not ready to do that yet. It's hard because the season's not over yet, but hypothetically, if the season was done right now and not playing any more games, he's probably still 2 to me.
He has 2 of the top 5 passer ratings in the playoffs, 2 of the top 5 already. I'm with Donnie. And I'll leave you with this as we get to Nick Kostos next. Kyle Brandt tweets this out. Rookie quarterbacks to start a conference championship and where their team's scoring defense ranked. You ready? Brock Purdy, his defense was first. Mark Sanchez, Mr. Butt Fumble himself, Donnie, His defense was third. Flacco third. Ben's defense was first. Sean King's was third. Jaden Daniels is in the NFC Conference title game with the 18th ranked defense in the league. I think he's already done it. Let's ask Nick Costos about that next. He had a great tweet about the Chiefs as well. We'll do that next. 50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins lost last night playing against the Ducks as the road trip continues on the West Coast. Pens will play against the Seattle Kraken over the weekend as the 5-1 loss for the Penguins came after a 5-1 win against the LA Kings. Seattle at 4 o'clock Saturday. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Nick Costos joins us next.
Well, I'm going to call the rest of the day mostly cloudy. Highs should hit the low 20s from Pittsburgh to the north and mid-20s for places to the south. Weekend highs will be warmer with both Saturday and Sunday highs hitting the low 30s. Morning lows on Saturday will dip down to around 10 degrees, though. Hey, there's also a chance for some snow Saturday night into Sunday morning. Not a lot expected for Pittsburgh, but a couple of inches should be expected for higher elevations. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smile in the KTK Weather Center.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
What's your name? I am Nathan. This is Sean. This is Wanye. And we are Boys to Men.
The legendary trio that has captivated audiences worldwide for over 3 decades. Boys to Men in concert. February 16th at the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Boys to Men. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Hey, Colin Dunlap, I'm here to tell you about something real important. Windows. Listen, proven quality, proven service. No wonder thousands of homeowners have trusted Window Nation for their homes. You can too. Why don't you get that free, no-obligation quote right now? 866-90Nation. That's 866-90Nation, windownation.com. You know what they do? They'll come in, they measure each window 3 times to ensure proper fit. That gets it done. Go check out the internet. Over 20,000 online positive reviews. Oh, yes. Just listen to the customers. Window Nation's a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins, too. Receive a pair of Penguins tickets with the purchase of a house of windows. They have a lot going on right now. How about this? 50% off all styles of windows. Plus, you pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. That's 24 months. 866-90Nation. That's the only number you need. 866-90Nation, windownation.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $165 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $179 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires February 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom.
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
we can be twinsies
to
how was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
You don't marry someone you can live with. You marry the person you can't live without. This famous quote speaks wonders. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz of Urbanowitz Jewelers. For over 40 years, the Urbanowitz family has been helping couples get engaged. We have a huge inventory of designer lines and all the classics. Unlike the chain stores, we don't force you to buy something you didn't ask for or can't afford. We work within your budget. We listen to you. Let us help you find the perfect engagement ring for the one you can't live without. Urbanowitz Jewelers in Castee Village and Peters Township.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $8,500 off or finance at low 0%. In fact, the popular Eclipse Cross comes with 0% as well.
And with up to 125% of KBB for your trade, we make a new start easier than ever.
Your new year deal your way. What a great day.
Shop Mitsu by the Mall at Jim Shorkey NorthHillsMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity now through January 30th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball will play Syracuse tomorrow at 12:30 right here on The Fan, beginning with the pregame show at noon. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Nick Costas joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Welcome back to a Donnie Football Friday. It's time for our friend Nick Costos, the host of You Better You Bet, Odyssey Sports Betting Insider. Insider calls presented by BetMGM. Check out the latest lines on the BetMGM app. Catch You Better You Bet weekdays 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern on the BetQL network and watch from 6 to 7 p.m. Eastern on NBC Sports Now on Peacock. Nick, I don't know if you are aware of this, but I quoted you in a column I wrote this week for the Post-Gazette under the headline, "Are the Kansas City Chiefs the most hated team in American sports history?" You tweeted out during the game the other day that the Chiefs hate is basically at an all-time high here, and you've never seen a team, even the Patriots, that were as reviled as the Chiefs, correct?
Yeah. Been on social media for a long time, guys. The reactions, and to be fair, and I have the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl. I bet them last week. I wanted them to win. They definitely got a favorable whistle last week against the Texans. And Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in the league. You can't be flopping like a Brazilian soccer player and begging for calls the way he does. It's pathetic. Like, he's way too good for that. Seriously. Like, it's lame when he gets hit and he's, like, looking to the referee for the flag. It's like, come on, Pat. Like, don't do that. Yeah, everyone hates them. And I tweeted that I think more people hate the Chiefs now than hated the Patriots. And the responses I got all seem to confirm that, which is nuts to me because, I don't know, it feels like everyone hated the Patriots way more than they hate the Chiefs. But now, maybe recency bias. And people said to me, a lot of people, We hated the Patriots because they were good and we respected them. The Chiefs actually suck and they get lucky and helped by the refs. And my response to these people would be, like, does your brain work? Like, do your brains collectively work to say something like that and actually believe it? Like, come on.
Nick, I'll jump to you to Donnie in a second. I have a number for you before you give me a number today. The Chiefs have played 12 playoff games at home under Mahomes, 12 of them. The penalties opponents compared to the Chiefs in those 12 games are 75 for the opponents and 54 for the Chiefs. It's just, it's more than just fantasy to me. When you go to Arrowhead, you're facing a lot.
Who cares?
I do.
Who cares?
Because I grew up in Buffalo. I want them to win. And you just admitted they got a favorable whistle.
Yeah, but guess what? Like you see behind me, for people watching on video, you see that Knicks thing behind me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I grew up in the 90s. Guess what happened every single time the Knicks played the Bulls? Guess who got every call? Michael Jordan. The Steelers got stuffed in a locker every time they played Brady and Belichick in a big spot. Brady and Belichick got all the calls.
Yes.
Kobe and Shaq got all the calls.
Including one game that was fixed. Yes.
I mean, sure, whatever. It doesn't matter. My Yankees got all the calls. Like, great teams and the biggest superstar players get the calls. So my thought is always this when it comes to sports betting. You've got two options. You can bitch about it or you can bet on it. Like, we can bitch and moan that Mahomes gets all the calls, or we can say, he never loses, let me bet on him to win. And then when he gets the calls, you can be really happy about it. That's how I choose to play this.
I'd rather bitch about it, Donnie, but go ahead.
See, Nick, I'm with you. I mean, the way it has been the last couple of years especially, if Mahomes is healthy and it's late January, I know who I'm betting on, and it's the guy that wears number 15.
He doesn't lose. I guess like he lost to the Bengals and he lost a couple times to Brady, once with the Patriots, once with the Bucks. So it's not like invincible.
Yeah.
But yeah, and like the Bills can win, of course. The point spread of the game is 1.5 on Sunday. And I was way wrong last week. Joe, I have to give the Bills credit, right? I loved the Ravens. That was a big loser for me. So I certainly don't get everything right. It's just like what Donnie said. Pick the winner of the game, Mahomes or Allen, Reed or McDermott, and I'm at home. And I get the home team. And I get Mahomes. So it's a bet that I make 100 times out of 100. It doesn't mean it's going to win. Josh Allen's not turning the football over now. He gets a lot of credit for that. I'll just make the bet on Kansas City, and I'll feel awesome about it. Like when the game kicks off on Sunday, I'll feel pretty confident that Kansas City is going to find a way to win the game.
How do you feel about the NFC game and how that spread's looking around a touchdown?
So not as good as I do about the AFC game, which is basically like, will the Chiefs win or not? That seems like a bet I would like to make on yes. This one's a little more complicated. So the betting market right now is Philly almost a 6.5-point favorite. To me, this betting market is priced like Jalen Hurts is 100% healthy. And I don't think we know that that's the case. He hurt his knee at the end of the divisional game last week. Couldn't move, took a safety. They called that insane 2nd and 7 run, and he lost yardage on it because he couldn't move. So I push back a little bit that the point spread should be this big, and I will give really surface-level analysis that I think is accurate here and might matter. And I will ask you guys this question, and anyone out there listening, answer this question in your head. Which team on Sunday in the Commanders-Eagles game has the better quarterback? And which team has the better head coach? I think it's Washington on both fronts. I will take Washington to cover the spread. I have a money line bet on the Commanders as well to win and go to the Super Bowl.
The quarterback seems obvious. Where do you see the differences with the head coaching?
Yeah, I think Sirianni strikes me as someone that makes it up as he's going along. He has been given a Ferrari of a roster. I think Howie Roseman might be the best general manager in all of sports, and he's like Helen Keller driving the Ferrari. He's trying not to crash it. To see, like, you listen to him talk, to see, like, inspire confidence in anyone. And look, like, Dan Quinn back in the day, coaching the Atlanta Falcons, was so conservative, he should have had, like, MAGA tattooed on his forehead. And now, like, he's a swashbuckler, right? He's going for it on these 4th downs. He's not #taking the points, which I love is just a general concept. All the people out there that are like, take the points, as if it's an app. Like you click a button on your phone and you click it and you get 3 points. You don't actually have to kick the field goal. It doesn't have to miss, doesn't have to get blocked. You just get 3 points. So Dan Quinn's going for it on these fourth downs, and there's rhyme and reason to it. Sirianni did some of these decisions, like what the hell's he thinking? And they've both been to a Super Bowl, so it's not like Sirianni's a terrible coach. I would rather have Dan Quinn making decisions for my team in a big spot than Nick Sirianni. So I give Quinn the edge. I give Daniels the edge. Doesn't mean the Commanders will win, but I do think they can keep the game close. I like the AFC game way more, though, betting-wise, than the NFC game.
All right, Nick, I know you have to run. I'll leave you with this. One, I have a John Starks poster in my man cave. It's the left-handed dunk along the baseline.
Yeah, May 25th, 1993.
Yes.
My sister's 7th birthday.
Yes. I didn't know that, but one of the great dunks in NBA history. Secondly, give us a player bet, player prop, something, anything from one of these two games. That's a great one.
And I'll just add, the game that took place a couple games after that Starks dunk, Charles Smith was fouled 19 times under the basket in Game 5 in 1993.
See what I mean? You're not allowed to bitch about that. Just beat him.
Oh, I'm a Knicks fan. I will bitch about it until the day I die. Yes, absolutely. Let's take the squarest bet imaginable. And actually, there'll be two bets associated with this. So think about how the Bills defend Patrick Mahomes and how it's different from how other teams defend Patrick Mahomes, specifically with his legs. And the stats in the recent meetings between these teams bear this out. Where Sean McDermott, to his credit, I don't think he's a great, like when the pressure gets really high, I don't think he's a great decision maker. But credit to him for this. He is not going to let Mahomes beat him with his legs. So when you get in these obvious passing situations, 3rd and 12, where like Mahomes runs for 13 yards against like every team and then he flops and like is looking for a whistle afterwards. The Bills are not going to let him do that. They're going to play man coverage and they're going to spy him. Now the spy is likely to be by like the middle linebacker, right? Let's say it's Matt Milano is going to be the spy. So if that's the case on these 3rd downs and you have a linebacker or a safety, shadowing Mahomes, spying Mahomes, who's covering Travis Kelce? Because you're going to need 2 guys on him. So it's the most square, obvious bet imaginable. Everyone's going to bet it, and I think everyone will win Travis Kelce over receiving yards. And if you want to play something else, I think Mahomes under rushing yards is worth a look as well for the same reason.
Nick, we appreciate the time, man. We'll talk to you next week, and I just hope, can't you just let the Bills win once, that it's a Bills versus either team Super Bowl? Just let them go back one more time.
Well, Joe, I'll say this. If it's Bills-Eagles, then the NFC East will get the chance, all 4 teams, to sweep the Bills in Super Bowl. Which would be
I didn't think of that.
East. Yeah.
Thank you.
Giants, Redskins, Cowboys twice. All that was missing was the old Phoenix Cardinals back in the day.
No. Well, you just depressed me further. Thank you, Nick.
Sorry, buddy. Wishing everyone minimal sweats winning bets the absolute very best of luck.
Thanks, Nick.
What a nice man he is, huh, Donnie?
I love that little point he made at the end. I actually forgot about that.
The whole damn division.
Somebody enlightened me to that earlier in the week.
The Phoenix Cardinals with Neil Lomax. Who was their coach? I forget. Hannafin?
I have no idea.
That was the host of You Better You Bet and Odyssey Sports Betting Insider, Nick Costos. Insider Calls presented by BetMGM. Go check out all the latest lines today on the BetMGM app. Listen, please. Just let them win one. And I would have said the same thing about the Lions. I might even say the same thing about the Browns if they ever get this far. We've had this conversation, Ron and I. Who's the most tortured team in the NFL, the most tortured fan base in city? I'm going to argue it's Buffalo. Who would you say?
I would probably say the Bills or Browns. I mean, the Bills have had much better teams, and like they've gotten on that the precipice of greatness so many times. I mean, the 4 straight Super Bowl losses are incredible. But I mean, you also got to experience the ride to that, which Cleveland, at least in modern times, hasn't gotten to do.
Donnie, it doesn't mean as much if you don't win it. Especially if you go 4 consecutive times and you don't win it all. I mean, the first time, I'm sure it's great, but after that, oh, man.
No. He's right. No. We still, after the first time, we got to experience the greatest comeback in NFL history.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way that you can't take that, though, at least, and appreciate, like, man, they won the AFC 4 times in a row.
But it's a double-edged sword, and
yes,
I thought this is where you were going with it. Here's the difference between the Bills, the Lions and the Browns. I mean, you can throw in, I guess, the Cardinals. The Cardinals have never won, have they? They went to one, correct?
Correct.
They played the Steelers, yeah.
Yeah, they went to one. They've never. Who else has never won?
Jacksonville,
Minnesota.
Houston, Minnesota.
Jacksonville, Minnesota, Houston.
Carolina's been there a couple of times, but they're newer. So
Right.
is Jacksonville.
Tennessee.
Yeah. So it's a question of the nature of how you lose, and you maybe unwittingly touched on it. See, the suffering becomes greater the closer you get. So yes, Bills fans got to enjoy the great years, even when they were losing Super Bowls. Greatest comeback in NFL history, beating Marino in Miami in an AFC title game, beating Elway in Buffalo 10-7. Great games for years and years. But Donnie, if you get the Detroit Lions they've had the kind of suffering where you're never even close, so you don't even worry about it. You don't get your hopes up and then crushed. You know you suck for eternity, right? It's different and worse, I would argue, if you get this close to the dream and it gets taken away. If you never really have the dream anyway, then where's the true suffering? That just kind of sucks your day-to-day existence. If you want to ask the most beautiful girl in school to the prom and you live a life where that never becomes a reality, then how crushing really is it? If you actually have the guts to ask her and she says maybe or yes and then says no, then that's crushing. And that's been the Bills. To a certain extent, the Browns with the drive and the fumble. I mean, when you start naming the biggest tortures of your fandom, when they have names for them, you're in a bad way. But the Browns have never even gotten to a Super Bowl.
But the Browns also had their team ripped away from them for 4 years.
Good point there.
And then they've been horrific ever since they've come back, other than a year or two.
But they've never really had a chance, so where's the suffering?
Having the team taken away.
The team taken away is a good point. But I would argue it's Bills 1, Browns 2. Vikings are up there too, by the way. The old Greg Giannottis. They've had some very, very close calls.
98, they should have won it all.
They lost Super Bowls.
15-1 in 98.
Yeah, right, and Gary Anderson missed that field goal. I think it goes most tortured fan bases, Bills 1, Browns 2, Vikings 3.
I think that's a pretty good list. I mean, if people want to flip-flop 1 and 2, they can.
Yeah.
But
do you like the prom analogy, Donnie?
I do like that one.
Limits, did you like that one? Did you relate? How would you rank the most tortured fan bases?
I would put. Now, are we going to let that go, Donnie?
What happened?
Never mind.
Did that actually happen to you, Limits?
No.
Oh, did you say? I didn't hear
you said. Do you relate to that?
Oh, I didn't mean it that way.
I think the Browns are 1, just because of the reasons that I gave.
Wait, did that happen to you?
No. I thought you were asking if that was the case.
That's what I thought when you said, "Do you relate to that?"
Oh, no. I don't know what I meant by that.
Not having a team.
The Browns are the most
5 years
suffering.
would be brutal.
Yeah. And then the Bills.
I don't know. If it's, I've actually had people say. I had someone say this to me last week. They said if the Pirates left would mean a change in ownership, they would sign up for it on the hope the team would return like the Browns did.
What?
Yeah.
No. I don't think they'd come back. If they leave, they're not coming back.
The Browns did.
See, but with how strong fandom is and passion is for football, would people sign up for that if it was the Steelers?
Absolutely,
I don't think so.
Of course not. And they wouldn't sign up for this either with the Pirates.
No.
But I think there are people out there who have reached that level of frustration. And you want to talk about the most tortured fan bases and expand this to all of sports. The Pirates are up there.
Mm-hmm.
No doubt.
I mean, I've witnessed 3 good seasons in my whole life. Almost 30 years.
Some people have never gotten over the slide in 92. I mean, and I don't blame them.
Like I said, when you start nicknaming your biggest tortures, I mean, the Bills have the wide right more than once. They have 2 wide rights. End of conversation. They have 2 wide rights. It's like, what did they call this? The slide. That's like the Pirates having 2, not 1 Sid Bream, but 2. And I haven't even mentioned the Music City Miracle where they lost on a freaking lateral on a kickoff late in the game.
The drive and the fumble don't come close because it was the Super Bowl for you? obviously.
The drive and the fumble were torturous. Yes, that's why I have the Browns second. Now imagine if one of those nicknamed torture chambers happened twice.
Wasn't there a third?
Happened twice.
Wasn't there a third nickname play for Cleveland, too, other than the drive and the fumble?
Was there, Donnie?
Well, in basketball, you had the shot. Jordan hit one against the Cavs.
I was at that game, believe it or not.
Is that the Craig Elo shot?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, yeah, but that doesn't count. That's a different sport.
I didn't know if that's what he was referring to there.
No, I feel like there's a third Browns play. I've watched the documentary on the Four Falls of Buffalo.
Yeah.
And there's a documentary on Cleveland suffering too, and I've watched both of those a couple times. And there's a third play that they mentioned.
Limits, they've had wide right twice. Norwood in the Super Bowl, and last year playing at home against Kansas City, going to overtime. Tyler Bass, who has some interesting nicknames, given by angry Bills fans, missed a 27-yard field goal.
Remember when Blair Walsh missed a 19-yard field goal?
Yes.
It's like 19, 21 yards or something outside in the college stadium, Minnesota stadium.
I would argue that the Bills fan base might be the most tortured in all of sports history. Who else would it be, Donnie? Modern history. Who else could it be? Baseball, football, basketball, hockey. Who's the most tortured fan base on earth?
Yeah, I mean, thinking of other sports too, like this one was only applicable up until 2004. You could have said the Red Sox, but then they finally got it, and they've been probably the most successful overall in baseball for the last 20 years.
Yeah, same with the Cubs. I'm looking at a listing of the 25 most miserable fan bases in all of sports by ESPN a couple of years ago. Want me to go 10 to 1?
Sure.
In order? So 10, and this was from 2020, so somebody might have won it since then. 10 is the Detroit Lions. Hard to argue with that. Before last year, they had one playoff win in 62 years.
I do think they belong on like the Mount Rushmore of the NFL in this argument.
The Buffalo Sabres, they haven't won a playoff series since 2007. They've never won the Stanley Cup, and you had the Brett Hull in the crease, no goal. They sort of speak for themselves as I look at the camera with my Buffalo Sabres hat on. The Baltimore Orioles, how are they tortured? Oh, how are they the eighth most tortured?
Was this before they? What year was this again? That this got
2020.
Written?
Now they got good again. I understand that, but they've also won World Series in their past.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous. The Miami Dolphins, that's ridiculous. They had an undefeated season. Now this was maybe they were doing it at the present time when the Orioles were losing hundreds of games.
Maybe it was like since 2000. I don't know.
Cleveland Browns is 4. San Diego Padres is 3. Buffalo Bills is 2. And the Sacramento Kings is 1. Although they have started to win since then a little bit.
They just fired their coach a couple weeks ago.
Right. I do get that. They haven't won a championship since moving to Sacramento in 1985 and didn't win one before that. They had a game that was fixed that we just referenced with Costos against the Lakers in 2002.
Was that a Tim Donaghy special?
Yeah, he was calling that game. So, I don't know, man. I honestly think the Bills might have the most tortured fan base.
Limits, we also got help via the text line from a few people. It was Red Right 88.
Yes,
that's the play.
That's the play.
Red Right 88.
Red Right 88 was the play, the interception.
All right. It's time for Bechtold's breakdown. That was a wonderful conversation. Hey, did you guys see what the Commanders' defensive coordinator said about how they're going to treat Jalen Hurts if he gets out of the pocket?
I did not.
This was good stuff. It's getting played in Philly, maybe for more than what it was, but it's Joe Witt. He said, we've had a number of these guys that we've had to prepare for. The one thing is if he's going to run the ball, and if the coordinator makes the decision for him to run the ball, we're going to treat him like a running back, and we're going to hit him that way. So that's their decision. If they want him to get hit the way he gets hit. If they don't, they'll keep him in the pocket. So that's what we're going to do. I love that, and it's true. And I think that Mahomes has contributed to other teams' desire to want to wreck quarterbacks. I'm not saying it wasn't there anyway, but if these guys, with Mahomes leading the way, are going to flop, are going to fake going out of bounds and turn it up, then other teams are going to say, and this is what these two Texans guys tried to do to Mahomes, they're going to say, you know what? If we're going to get screwed anyway by you and the officials,
get your money's worth.
We're going to get one real good shot on you. We'll see how that goes. What do you think, Donnie?
I mean, something else that on the Eagles side they have to be cognizant of is that Hurts is going into this game a little bit dinged up. He has that knee injury.
Yeah.
And you could tell in the later stages of that game last week when it was still a game, even after Barkley had the long run, the Rams still had a chance. They were doing everything to not put either of those backup quarterbacks in the game, whether it was Pickett or McKee.
Yeah.
I'm not singling either one of those guys out. You could tell that Jalen Hurts was laboring, and they were doing everything to not have them in the game.
Are we all on the same page that if Kenny Pickett enters this game at any point, we're rooting for him? Are we all together on that? I am.
I would root for him.
I'm indifferent.
Although
indifferent on the entire thing.
I feel like I'm going into this game already like rooting so hard for the Commanders because I think they have my overall rooting interest.
Would it change with Pickett in the game?
Maybe a little, but I guess it would turn into a case of like, okay, I don't mind as much if either side wins.
Are you rooting for the Bills, Donnie?
I'm picking the Chiefs.
So you're rooting for the Chiefs?
Yeah.
That hurts. That really hurts, Donnie.
That hurts, Donnie.
How about
That
you
hurts
with
me
Pickett?
as well.
Indifferent, you said?
Indifferent. I mean, I don't think that they're going to win if Kenny Pickett plays.
That's
but
a different question.
I also don't think that Washington has much of a chance in this game. I give Philadelphia like a 90% chance to win it. I don't see Washington coming away with this game. I think the Magic's going to run out.
We'll talk about that later in the show when we break down these games. In the meantime, Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Top of the hour, we have a very special quiz show you're going to want to play along with at home or in your car, wherever you happen to be. And you should subscribe, by the way, to our YouTube channel. It don't cost nothing, and you can see Donnie Football. It's a Donnie Football Friday. Join Pony and Muller at the new Buffalo Wild Wings, Mount View Drive in West Mifflin on Friday, January 31st. PM Team will broadcast live from 2 to 6. Stop by and register for your chance to win free wings for a year.
I'm going to stop by.
Donnie, free wings for a year?
I'm going to be stuck back here.
Would you rather have that or $1 million?
$1 million. I do love wings, but come on.
Friday, January 31st at Buffalo Wild Wings in West Mifflin. All right, Limits, what do we have on Bechtold's Breakdown next?
James Harrison joins a long list of Steelers players to do something nobody thought was even possible maybe even 5 years ago. What did he say about the organization? That's next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins, they were 5-1 losers against Anaheim last night. It's the same margin that the Penguins were victorious against the LA Kings earlier this week. Next up for the Pens is Seattle at 4 o'clock on Saturday. But before that, Pitt basketball will play against Syracuse at 12:30 noon is when the pregame show begins right here on 93.7 The Fan. Can also listen on your Odyssey app. Brian Russ left last night's Penguins game with a lower body injury and did not return. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM Team presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
in there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM Team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Bowl over your appetite at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Order mashed potato bowls, warm filling options like chicken dinner, chicken pot pie, or Boski kielbasa. Build your own with mashed potatoes and all the ingredients that satisfy you most. Turn up the heat and the sweet with Get-Go's new sweet and spicy chicken sandwich. A spicy chicken filet with Market District's hot honey, melted cheddar, and crispy bacon on a pretzel bun. Try the sweet and spicy chicken sandwich today at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani for Shenderovich and Fishman. Did you ever notice in their ads you won't hear a big long disclaimer or see a bunch of tiny print on the screen because really they don't need one? Their message is simple. Their success rate is 99.7%. And when they win for you, their fee is only 25%. You know why? Because it's your money and you pay nothing unless recovery is made. Also remember, you will have the peace of mind knowing that from the minute you contact Shenderovich and Fishman, you will pay zero, no legal retainers, fees, or expenses of any kind until they win your case. And they certainly do win your cases. So if you've been injured, call Shenderovich and Fishman. They are Pittsburgh's personal injury law experts. The number is 1-888-98-TWINS. And remember, they really do have your back and not your wallet.
We want to see ya in a Monroeville Kia. See yourself in the new 2025 Kia Sportage EX 4-wheel drive and lease for just $285 a month or purchase with a special low APR starting at 1.9%. At Monroeville Kia, our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. See what you get free. Lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise because we want to see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Call for details, 412-856-2100.
If you love designer brands and you love clearance, then you're going to love this. Macy's is having a huge designer clearance event right now with incredible new designer markdowns on cold weather styles from BCBG, Hugo Boss, Michael Kors, and more. How big are the markdowns? How about Coach boots for $200 or less? So if you're looking for the things you love all in one place, come in and shop the designer clearance event at Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Hey, football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you'll be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's a riddle for you. What do yoga mats, a toothbrush, and a Hyundai have in common? I'll give you a moment. Time's up. If you guess they're all fun, well-designed, and super useful, you guessed wrong. The answer is you can order all of those things on Amazon. That's right. You can now buy a Hyundai on Amazon, the same place where you order yoga mats, a toothbrush, and pretty much everything else, all from the comfort of your home. And the best part? You won't even have to break down a car-sized Amazon box after, because you'll pick up your Hyundai at the dealer. I mean, picture this. You're in your PJs, snugged in on your couch, you pull up Amazon on your phone and start the process right there. Just locate a nearby dealer, pick your color, your options, check the price, and with a few dotting of some I's and crossing of some T's, voila, your Hyundai is ready for pickup. It's that easy. Just remember to put on some real clothes before you head over. Will you? Hyundai, now available on Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Limited availability. Only through participating Hyundai dealers in select markets.
Hey everyone, it's Dan Zangrili here at the Convention Center for the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase. We have a great afternoon planned. We're not only here with Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, but our sister stations 100.7 Star, Y108, and News Radio KDKA are also here. And we have plenty of great giveaways because this is the biggest travel extravaganza and showcase for anybody that is looking to book a trip for 2025 or 2026. and it goes all weekend long. So we're hoping that you could join us here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase. Just about every major vendor is here. If you want to book a cruise, if you want to head south, if you want to travel internationally, it's all here and available for you to book. The Pittsburgh Travel Showcase here at the Pittsburgh Convention, at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center, that is, and it's going until later this evening. We're here till 2 o'clock, so be sure to stop by and say hello. Dan Zangrilli, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this. As the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line. Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
Thinking Lincoln? Think Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Buffalo's X Factor in Sunday's AFC title tilt could be running back James Cook. Dalvin's younger brother has had a huge impact on the Bills' explosive offense, since it may all come down to a long field goal attempt. You know what? I think Harrison Butker could be the Chiefs' X Factor. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN+. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 16. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this. As the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line. Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings on hundreds of items every time you shop. With new low prices, deals for days, weekly sales, and My Perks at your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit GiantEagle.com for details.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars rewards. Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code RADIO, DYW, and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets. 21 or older, new users in Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. Max bet $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. For terms, see Caesars.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-469-1635. 800-469-1635. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-469-1635.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $345 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $225 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires February 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
January is the perfect time to start new at ShorkeyChevy.com. Chevy Silverado pickups and full-size Suburbans up to an incredible $10,000 off. The popular Chevy Tahoe now up to $9,000 off. There's even 0% financing available. Plus huge trade values guaranteed to save you even more. Your New Year deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in both Murraysville and the North Hills. ShorkeyChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for complete details.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on SingleCare.com. Show the coupon at the pharmacy and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to SingleCare.com or download the free app today.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Are They Smarter Than Jake the Plumber? Was presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
These have also become familiar and friendly sounds. They indicate to us that it's time for the Bechtold Breakdown, 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. A legendary quiz show coming up at the top of the hour. Austin will tell you about that in a moment, but first, let's go, man.
It's the Bechtold Breakdown for Friday, January 24th, 2025, brought to you by our friends at Southside Plumbing and Heating and our good friend Jake, who listens all the time. We begin with James Harrison commenting on the coach, Mike Tomlin, again. Quote, if I'm the head coach of a football team, and I've been the head coach of this football team for 18 years, and now the team's not doing well, that all has to fall on my shoulders because I've been here long enough to be able to draft who I want and put the guys in the positions that I need. For me to be like, I haven't been able to get this done or what, well, I'm the guy who's supposed to be getting that, and I've been here long enough to do it. How about James Harrison now bringing the axe down on Mike Tomlin?
We talked about this a little bit earlier. Not as in depth as this will be. And, yeah, James Harrison kind of throwing stones from a glass house here. He wasn't exactly the culture setter that he thinks he was, at least at the end. I mean, the guy, sleeping in the meetings, screwing around, whatever it may be, worked his way out of here before he got signed by the Patriots. That doesn't mean he's incorrect, though, with how things have gone.
Right. Oh, and not only is he correct, he touched on the point that so much of the national media never hit on. They act like Mike Tomlin is a victim of his roster and not an architect of his roster. And Adam Schefter put it even better than James Harrison. He said, you can't tell me Tomlin doesn't have the loudest, most prominent voice in that organization. So the fact they've been unable to get the quarterback is as much on him as the playoff losing streak. You're right, Adam Schefter. You're right, James Harrison. Now go back to sleep because we're in a team meeting.
Patrick Mahomes doesn't think that the Chiefs get a lot of calls, guys, but the Dan Patrick Show broke it down. In 11 playoff games since 2021, the Chiefs have only been called for 36 penalties and their opponents 66. It's 220-plus extra penalty yards in favor of Kansas City. Every single game, the opponent of the Chiefs had more penalties than the Chiefs did.
The savvy old news hound broke that up before the show today.
I know.
In 12 home games, opponents of the Chiefs have gotten 75 penalties, and the Chiefs have gotten 54. We just saw a game where the Texans doubled them up, where the Chiefs weren't called for an obvious hip drop tackle, an obvious offside on what was a Texans field goal miss, and the Chiefs' right tackle jumped early on every single play, and I haven't even mentioned Mahomes flopping around and getting 2 roughing calls. It's a joke. It really is. And then Costos tells me I'm bitching and moaning about this, but when we go back to the New York Knicks and Charles Smith getting fouled 18 times, then he's the one who's bitching.
I do think it is a truism, though, what Nick said about dynastic teams or great teams, elite teams in American sports especially.
Yes.
They do get the special treatment. Now, I mean, really the only North American sport where we don't see that is hockey, is in the NHL. Or else I think the Penguins would have been on the end of good luck with the officiating at some of their peaks. But we absolutely see it in the NFL. You see it in the NBA with their stars. You see it in baseball, depending on the team and the circumstance. It's just, unfortunately, how it has been for a while. I think it just gets elevated even more now. Plus, people today, like in today's world more than ever before, since they have the access to it so easily, I feel like they will take advantage of that and go back and see specifically with these Chiefs, because we're in.
I mean, they won a Super Bowl on an unbelievably ticky-tack holding call late in the game. Won a Super Bowl on it. You're right about that.
But they will go back and dissect every single official, how they call these games, how they call that game.
As well they should.
Really do that way back when.
As well they should. And now I see Taylor Rapp, by the way, incidentally, and sorry to interrupt, is out for the Bills, meaning a rookie, Cole Bishop, will start at one of the safety spots. What are we doing here? We're all, I think a lot of America's wishing this victory, trying to manifest a victory. It's Andy Reid against Sean McDermott and a banged-up Bills defense. It's going to take Josh Allen playing Superman like he never has before, and that might not even be enough. The last time he was in Kansas City for a playoff game, he was Superman. He got them the lead with 13 seconds left, and McDermott still blew it. It's not happening.
Joe, how much do you believe in history and, numbers based off of history that can prove the opposite of an outcome? And what I mean by that is no quarterback has ever beaten another quarterback 4 straight times in the playoffs. If Patrick Mahomes wins, it would be 4 times in the playoffs.
Guess what else, Limits? No team's ever lost 4 Super Bowls in a row. If anybody's capable, it's the Bills. By the way, I saw another number. Josh Allen has started more playoff games, played in more than anybody in history who didn't go to a Super Bowl. He has started 13 playoff games and hasn't been to a Super Bowl. Nobody else has done that.
Isn't it crazy, Donnie, that I'm the one more excited for Buffalo and think they have a better chance than the Buffalonian himself?
You
I
haven't
feel
lived,
like
you
Joe,
haven't lived the torture limits.
I think that's a pretty good point.
That's fair.
Yeah, and Joe, you've been down on this since they won the game last week.
Yeah. I mean, the Ravens handed them a game. They were outplayed in that game, and Lamar and Mark Andrews and John Harbaugh and the crew handed them a game, which is great. I mean, they still did some good things. This is a different animal. You're going into Foxborough to face the healthiest, most rested team in the playoffs and one that almost never loses at home when it matters.
Yeah, they're not. That team, the Chiefs, will not hand you what the Ravens handed you.
No.
Never.
Never.
Did the new Bears head coach throw some cold water on the what could have been Bears head coach? Ben Johnson said, modern football in the NFL is quarterback driven. You could look at the analytics, but the key indicator of what he said was quarterback success is a higher predictor of winning and losing than turnover ratio. Subtle shot at Mike Tomlin a little bit, Joe?
I don't think he was thinking about Mike Tomlin, no, but I was more interested in him taking a not veiled at all, just an open shot at our friend Guy Lafleur. Did you guys see that?
I know this is the toughest division of football right now. There's 3 teams that made the playoffs this year. I've got tremendous amount of respect for the coaches and the players in this league. Having competed against them for the last 6 years. Dane Campbell, Kevin O'Connell, you're talking about 2 guys that are up for Coach of the Year awards as the season ends here. And to be quite frank with you, I kind of enjoyed beating Matt LaFleur twice a year.
I think Guy's going to be unhappy with that. Who is this guy? Do you like him walking through like that, Donnie?
I kind of do. I feel like we don't get some of those barbs as much nowadays as we maybe did back in the day or even like 20 years ago. Plus, I was just thinking while we got into this conversation, if he works out there and becomes a pretty good coach, I don't think there's a stronger division of head coaches in football right now. It'd be all 4 guys, all pretty young and all pretty good.
I'll raise you the AFC West right now after Sean Payton just went to the Raiders with Harbaugh, Andy Reid, and Sean Payton.
Carroll.
Well, how are you ever supposed to win if you have one other good team in your division? Didn't we hear that this week, Donnie?
That is true, yeah. I mean, we're going to deal with the Ravens. I don't know how it's going to be done.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you can never win if there's another good team in your division.
The only argument I would make against there is all those guys are going to age out within
who?
The AFC West coaches. Like, they are all, like, all of those guys are kind of legendary in their own right. They've been winners all along, but they're all 60-plus.
But I will say that the Chiefs' road is about to get a lot harder because now the AFC West is beefing up big time with at least the Chargers and the Broncos. In this 7-year run, 7 straight AFC title games for the Chiefs, how many playoff wins does the whole rest of their division have?
I don't think any.
One.
The Chargers had a win. In fact, they beat the Ravens.
Oh, yes. That was Lamar's rookie year, I think. Yeah. So think about how long ago that was.
Yeah.
7 years?
Just about, right?
6 or 7 years, yeah.
Yeah.
Last one for you, Joe. The highest graded running backs from the 2024 season, according to PFF, were Ashton Genty, no surprise there, Cam Scatterbo of Arizona State, Damian Martinez of Miami, Jeremiah Love of Notre Dame, and also thrown in there in the top 10 was Quinshon Judkins, who just declared for the draft. Interested in any of those backs? Genty will be a first-round pick, but any of the others in the 2nd or 3rd round as a compliment to Jaylen Warren?
No, I think you can get a guy later, the guy Ray has from Kansas. I'm just interested in somebody who averages more than 2.77 yards per carry in the playoffs like Najee did in his career. I don't think that should be hard to find.
Judkins will be their 3rd-round pick.
Cam Scatterbo will be their 3rd-round pick.
He's a scat back. Thank you, Donnie. And thank you, Limits. That was wonderful.
Very kindly, I might add.
I think it was. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Tell us what the theme of this quiz show coming up is, Limits. This is gigantic.
AFC Championship game theme. We will go back in the history books a little bit in the time machine.
Steelers or everybody?
Oh, it's Steelers. There's a couple Steelers-related questions that relates to a couple of teams. So we're going off a little bit of the path that Pony put out there yesterday. A little bit off of his veered off path.
Are you good at these, Donnie?
I think you're going to like the last question, though, Joe.
All right.
And typically you don't like the last question, so I think we might be in for a good one.
All right. That's next. The quiz show.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball will play against Syracuse tomorrow at 12:30 as the Panthers look to bounce back from a loss last week as they raised the number 15 of Sam Clancy into the Raptors, but lost in overtime. Hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan beginning at noon with the pregame show. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
I saw a couple of y'all blinking though, for real. I'll talk to you about it.
It's the Tomlin Rewind every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Twin Peaks, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Verizon, the official 5G network of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and LGKG Injury Attorneys. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Serious savings at your local Parmar store. Dan Zang really reminding you to download the Parmar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Parmar Rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You need to go talk to somebody. What happened at that hospital? It wasn't right. And you had something here. You need to call the dog. This a medical malpractice. You see, I'm your doctor, so I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened. When you went into that hospital, they told you it was just a headache. But that wasn't a headache. You had a stroke. Do you hear your speech? It's slurred. That was a stroke. That wasn't a headache. You understand? Gotta call Top Dog. This is top dollar. This a medical malpractice. This is top dollar. Any accident, big or small, life or death, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
Winter, snow, and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice if you think your home isn't properly protected. Call The Pickle, Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
This sandwich is not just spicy, it's flavorful. Hi, this is Matayo, and this is Elsa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick, because the spice comes in at just the right moment. Oh, no. A little thing I love is that cilantro lime sauce. It's a fun blend of zesty and bold. That's what really makes me happy. Are you going to eat all your fries?
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here, and what I'm about to say, well, it's okay to admit it. Most of us guys, especially if you're not as young as you used to be, could probably benefit from a little extra in the bedroom, and Blue Chew can help. You probably know this, but if you didn't already, Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra at a fraction of the cost, and even better, they're in chewable form, so there's no swallowing pills or needing a glass of water nearby. Blue Chew's tablets can give you extra confidence when it's time to perform, and since Blue Chew's an online prescription service, there's no awkward conversations, waiting in line, trip to the doctor's office. It ships right to your front door in discreet packaging. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA, and they ship direct, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy. Trust me on this one. Your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Winter is here in full force, and Bowser Hyundai has options to get you where you need to go no matter the weather. Take home the 2025 Elantra SE and get 3.99% APR for 60 months, or the 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 48 months. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, hit to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies, with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends January 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay, things people love.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
shut the front door.
Winning.
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. See yourself in the new 2025 Kia K4 LXS and lease for just $195 a month, or purchase with special low APR starting at 2.9%. At Monroeville Kia, our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. See what you get free: lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Call for details, 412-856-2100.
Nothing beats playoff football with teams fighting to punch their ticket to the big game in New Orleans. You can get in on all the action from kickoff to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the road to the Super Bowl is just about complete as Washington will play in Philadelphia at 3 o'clock. Buffalo's at Kansas City at 6:30. Hear both games right here on 93.7 The Fan on Sunday, courtesy of the NFL on Westwood One and also on your Odyssey app. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's time for the quiz show.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up. Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
The last time Donnie and I had a quiz show, it was absolutely legendary. I came back from a 3-0 deficit. Who was the winning answer? Do you remember last week? Ken Riley, was that last week?
No. That was weeks ago, I think. That was when they played Cincinnati.
That was incredible,
Yeah,
Donnie.
that was a hell of a pull.
You have a habit of getting out to big leads here, and then David Bednar's your closer. You're having trouble.
Wow.
You're having trouble finishing games here. Let's see how this goes. I have a feeling this one is right in your wheelhouse. This is AFC Championship game themed. For some odd and I thought mysterious reason, because you never do this, you went back and sat with limits during the break there.
I was studying together.
Yeah.
I was setting up the breaks for the guys at 2.
Yeah. Sure you were, Donnie. You were looking at the questions is what you were doing.
And Joe was taking shots at us back here while we were
unhappy.
prepping and doing our work.
Something looked very... He should not be allowed in the studio next to you right before the quiz show.
Are we not allowed to collude against Joe before the quiz show?
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line on which you may interact with the Limitless Wonder. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say... There's never a fee unless we get money for you. And before we get to question number 1, I want to tell people that the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Me against Donnie, Donnie against me. Let's do this.
First question goes to
me.
Joe,
I won the last
after
one.
winning last week.
Yep.
Contest. Question number 1, Joe.
Yeah.
In the 1974 AFC Championship game.
Yes, I remember it well. I was 9 years old.
It's the first AFC Championship game that the Steelers ever reached.
Yes, it was.
The Raiders scored 1 touchdown in a 24-13 Steelers victory in Oakland. Kenny Stabler connected with this player on a 38-yard touchdown to give Oakland a 10-3 lead. Who was he?
Cliff Branch.
Cliff Branch is correct.
That was the only person I would have been able to guess.
Yeah.
Fred Biletnikoff could have been another.
Good one.
Dave Casper could have been another.
Dave Casper would have been my guess.
Here we go, Donnie! The crowd is even behind me today.
The crowd is loving Joe's
I'm playing
answer
Arrowhead
today.
this week.
You're going to get all the calls against you. You should flop to try to get a call from Limits.
All right, Donnie, in the 1976 AFC Championship game, both Rocky Bleier and Franco Harris did not play in a 24-7 Steelers loss to, once again, Oakland. Who was the Steelers' leading rusher in the game? And it seems like Joe knows.
Yeah, Joe definitely has it. Oh, man, I don't even know. I don't even know if Frenchie was still on the team.
That might be your guess.
I'll guess him.
Frenchie Fuqua is incorrect.
Sidney Thornton.
No.
What?
Oh. Sidney Thornton was not
we have
the
an
leading
upset
rusher.
here, Donnie. Now it's all open.
How about the original TB12 on a few scrambles?
No, it was not.
Oh, my God. I don't know. I thought it was Sidney Thornton. He played running back. That maybe it was on an end around to Stallworth. I'll say Stallworth.
I will go back and confirm just to make sure that I did not get it.
No. I'm sure you're right.
Wrong.
I say Stallworth on an end around.
Nope.
Donnie?
I will say Swan on an end around.
Nope.
It was Sidney Thornton and who?
This man also scored a touchdown in the game. The only Steeler offensive touchdown.
Oh, my gourd. The only Steelers touchdown. I don't know. I'm just going to say I don't know.
I wouldn't know who it is.
Who was it?
Reggie Harrison.
Oh, does that hurt, Donnie? Doesn't it?
I was very worried because right off the jump of that question, I could tell by your reaction.
I would have bet my life on Sidney Thornton. It was Reggie Harrison. Great question. Great question.
Thank you kindly. In the 2005 AFC Championship game, Joe, the Steelers survived in Indianapolis thanks to Ben's tackle and a missed field goal the week before, and then they played in Denver and won 34-17.
Yeah.
Ben scrambled for a touchdown and threw for 2 more, including 1 touchdown pass to Hines Ward before the end of the first half. The other touchdown was a 12-yard strike to this man to begin the second quarter. Who caught the pass and was the Steelers' leading receiver that day?
Cedric Wilson.
That's correct.
Why, thank you, Limits. I'm ahead 2-0.
I was hoping for a slip up there. He beat Champ Bailey. I remember the play.
He beat Champ Bailey.
I was there.
Okay. All right, Donnie, I don't know if you were at this game or not, to be honest. The 2008 AFC Championship game, Steelers, Ravens, they intercepted Joe Flacco 3 times in the victory. 1 interception was by, of course, Troy Polamalu. Another interception was by, of course, Shea Townsend. Who was the 3rd interception by in the game?
Tyrone Carter.
You guys are knocking the quick shot out of the park right now.
Wow.
I was at that game.
I don't think I get that one.
I was up in the end zone bleachers with my dad.
What's the score?
Troy brought the touchdown right in below us.
He did?
Yeah.
That's a memory of a lifetime. Greatest play in that stadium's history, unquestioned.
The score is currently 2-1 in favor of Joe. Who gets
Is it unquestioned, Donnie? Is that that's the greatest play in that stadium's history, correct?
I mean, given the significance, that stamped them to the Super Bowl.
Yeah. I mean, the Immaculate Extension was a hell of a play.
Yeah.
But
regular season
it wasn't
game.
the AFC title game. I'm sorry, Limits.
Joe, this one's for you.
What's the score?
2-1 you, after no one got the Reggie Harrison question.
Yeah.
The New England Patriots are 11-4 all-time in the AFC Championship game. They hold the most wins all-time in the conference title game. The Steelers are tied for 2nd with 8 wins. They're 8-8 overall, but 8 wins. Another team also has 8 wins. Who are they?
In the AFC Championship
game.
I mean, it's got to be. Oh boy. Oh boy. So somebody's been to 8 Super Bowls who's not the Patriots or the Steelers?
That's correct.
That doesn't even make sense to me. I'll say the Raiders.
The Raiders are incorrect. Raiders are in the top 5, though.
I will go with the Chiefs.
No,
the Chiefs are incorrect.
I thought we had the 2 right there.
What? I'll say the Broncos.
Man, the Denver Broncos are 8-2 all time in the AFC Championship game.
That was going to be my next guess.
That's a great question.
Yeah,
I commend him for
one.
that. What's the score?
Thank you.
3-1 you.
You
So
typically
really
hate my questions.
The only No, I don't. They've been good lately.
I hate you.
Let's be honest. We hit rock bottom when they played the Giants, and you went with a bunch of leftover Jets
New York,
questions.
they were New York questions. It's up to you, New York, New York.
All right, let's. This is
Frank.
it. This is worth 3 points. The winner of this question.
No, there's one more question until the final question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Forget it.
I pretty much
Yeah.
have to get
Donnie,
it.
this question is for you. As Joe is up 3-1.
No, you don't have to get it because I could get it, and you could tie me with the last
Okay.
question. We go to penalty kicks.
Donnie, only one team has reached an AFC Championship game but has never won an AFC Championship game. And one of this team's losses came to the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're 0-4, this team is. Who are they?
That was a convoluted question.
So they're
just when I was complimenting you.
So this team in the AFC has reached the AFC Championship game 4 times. They're 0-4. They have never won an AFC Championship game. They're the only team in the AFC that has gone to an AFC Championship game but has never won an AFC Championship game. And one of those 4 losses came to the Steelers. Who is that team?
That makes me want to say the Browns.
The Browns are incorrect.
The Browns have been to the AFC Championship but have never been to a Super Bowl. So the very premise of your question is incorrect. This is unbelievable, Donnie. Right when we complimented him.
See, that's what I thought. Like, they lost to the Broncos multiple times.
Yeah, who's your answer?
It was the Jets. This stat muse fooled me. I had the Jets.
The Jets did. They did go to a Super Bowl.
That was before they had an AFC Championship game.
Oh, okay.
Because it was the NFC-AFC title game.
They got him.
Donnie, I'm sorry.
They got
We'd
me.
have to throw out that question and go to the final
question. The question is thrown out.
It's unbelievable that it happened right when I was paying him the highest of compliments.
Well,
all right,
easy to forget the Browns.
No, you're doing great, and everybody makes a mistake. It's okay. Let's go to the last one.
It's not about how you do in the middle. It's how you recover.
That's exactly right. Let's do the championship question. Here we go, Donnie. The second last quiz show of the year. A lot of pressure. I get to go first.
A lot of pressure.
It is you.
Okay, Joe. In the 1979 AFC Championship game, Dave Pastorini threw 5 interceptions in a 34-5 Steelers victory as the Steelers moved on to eventually win their 4th Super Bowl.
Dan Pastorini, right?
Yes.
Okay. Through how many?
What did I say, Dave?
I think so.
Well, Dan Pastorini
That's his brother,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
How many of the 5 players who intercepted passes from Dan Pastorini can you name?
1.
Donnie, can you name 2?
I'll say 2.
Oh, yeah, here
Donnie
we go.
Can name 2.
The pressure's on Donnie.
The pressure's on Donnie.
If he gets one wrong, I win. Go ahead, Donnie.
I'm just going to go with Ham and Blunt.
Oh, my.
Donnie! Jack Ham, Mel Blunt, Donnie Shell, Ron Johnson, and Lauren Taves. Yeah, baby!
Listen to that crowd.
The crowd is going wild.
It's like when Rocky turned the crowd in Russia.
That was like a stake to the heart. But you know what it sets up, Donnie?
I was surprised you didn't just go for
but
a higher number.
Well, I didn't know. I was going to put you on the spot to name 2 of them. It could be anybody.
Yeah.
It could have been Blunt. It could have been
luckily,
J.T. Thomas, Mike Wagner, Ham, Lambert, any other weird one like by a defensive line. All you had to do was get one wrong, and I win.
Yeah.
Why didn't you say Lambert and Blunt?
I don't know. I just had like an inkling, like Ham, like he probably made the play in that game, even though both of those guys had a ton of picks.
Yeah. It was a great question, Limits. I commend you for that.
Thank you.
We bounced back.
Again, we recovered. We bounced back.
And it works out best for the show anyway because in advance of the Super Bowl, it'll be winner take all, just like the Super Bowl will be.
That's right.
Right? That was a great answer.
Yeah.
Oh, we also have an update on the Topps card from Topps.
Oh, what?
From the Paul Skeens 1-of-1 debut patch autograph card. Update. The collector has decided to forego the Pirates offer and is sending the card up to auction.
Big surprise there.
Not taking the Pirates offer.
Would you have taken it, Donnie?
No.
I mean, it was a generous offer, but
yeah.
I'm taking money, man. I want money.
It's actually funny. I'm glad we have this conversation here. I was trying to explain to Sarah the other night why the card was of such value. Like I just don't think she like understood like, well, why wouldn't that person just take the offer and like sell the tickets or something and, you know, whatever, like he'll definitely get more money for that than the card, wouldn't he? And I was like, no.
Right.
Because yeah, maybe Skeens ends up never living up to what he did as a rookie. That would hurt the value. But very real possibility the dude collects multiple Cy Youngs. Maybe he gets a World Series in there. The kid could either sell it now for 7 figures or even a higher number to lead that 7-figure.
I'm selling it tomorrow.
In a few years.
Yeah. It is hard to comprehend why these things are so valuable, but it's just because there's a market for it.
Yeah,
somebody wants that rare card.
I just kind of explained like there is a market for sports collectors out there, memorabilia cards, whatever. You have to figure this is literally the only one of these on Earth.
Right.
You are the only person on the planet
the golden
that
ticket
has this card.
Yeah. And even there was even more than one golden ticket in Willy Wonka. Now that I think about it,
there were 5. That one guy in Uruguay tried to make the fake one.
In the original Willy Wonka?
Yeah, you remember that?
No.
Yeah, Charlie thought he lost out.
I don't
And then they
remember
had the
that
news
plot
report,
twist at all.
Yeah, they had the news report that a guy faked
Oh,
it.
yeah, yeah.
And then old
Right.
Grandpa Joe found a few more cents under his pillow.
You really, really don't like Grandpa Joe, do you?
No, but I do love that movie. That's a classic.
So do I. It's great. Gene Wilder was a genius. Well, congratulations, Donnie, on the quiz show.
Thank you. That sets up a big one in 2 weeks.
And the general said that he would sell that card immediately, Jeff Patton from the Baseball Card Castle, because you don't know what's going to happen, and you can get $1 million for it now. At least, he said. I think, right? Is that what he said?
Yeah, upwards of $1 million.
That's easy.
I'd do it today. And then I don't know who buys it. You know, somebody who just wants to have it.
I have
right?
breaking news as well.
Please.
A major change in Houston, guys. The Texans are moving on from offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick.
Wow.
What?
Wow.
How about that?
That's big news.
You know where he's from, Limits?
Baldwin's finest.
Yeah, he is.
According to
Bring
Ponies.
him home, baby.
Bring him home. Bring him back.
That's really surprising to me.
I didn't even know he was from Baldwin until I saw Pony's tweet.
Mm-hmm.
His family is from Baldwin. I don't know them, but I would like to get to know them.
So, all right, their points rank last year was 13th. Was that his first year? First year was Stroud anyway. So they were 13th and 19th. Is it that bad? Oh, no. Yeah. Is it that bad, Donnie? I mean, didn't they lost all their receivers this year?
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like he's being scapegoated almost. Like,
I mean, I don't know if there were philosophical differences, but they seem to move the ball a little bit. I guess they got manhandled by the Chiefs in that game. Maybe there was something that Ryans hated about that particular game. Their quarterback got sacked 8 times. Seems to me more of a problem with talent around CJ than it does coaching, I can tell you that. I'd be very leery to do this. I found my guy, CJ Stroud, and even if he took a little step back this year, I feel like I have a guy who made him a star like in his rookie year. Like I'm fine with CJ Stroud's development through 2 years when I look at the whole thing. I feel like I have a guy who has taken a quarterback and shown him how to be really good in the NFL, regardless of potholes here and there. I think that's a risky move.
Yeah, this is something I did not see coming at all.
Bring him home, Limits?
Bring him back to Baldwin, baby.
Okay, so
I'll set up a nice little spot for him on my street.
So think about this. We have heard a couple of people that cover the Steelers, not that they know for sure, but they have speculated, well, maybe they won't fire anybody, but maybe they do add somebody.
Yeah.
This would be a hell of an addition.
I agree.
Offensive consultant, like I don't know, like whatever you want to name it.
But I think he'll still are their coordinator positions open in the league?
There should be
there
some.
Should be because there's new coaches.
I don't think
this
every
guy will get hired in 5 seconds, I would think.
Yeah, we hear that a lot too.
I know. We do. All right, Donnie. Now we take a closer look at the games with our predictions. Who's winning between the 3 of us in the postseason? Limits will tell us next. And we'll get to our predictions for the conference championship games. That's coming up next. Speaking of those, let's talk a little bit about the NFL right now and what's happening the rest of the year. I want to tell you about the FanDuel Kick of Destiny. It's back. This time it's every Manning for himself. This Super Bowl, 2 legends take the field in a sudden death field goal showdown. Peyton versus Eli. Live from New Orleans, 1 kick to claim the ultimate family bragging rights. Who will rise to the moment? Pick your winner now in the FanDuel app in partnership with Valley Forge. And if you back the right brother, you'll earn a share of $10 million in bonus bets. It's the FanDuel Kick of Destiny 3. Make your free pick, and don't forget to tune in to watch the showdown live during the Super Bowl pregame show, that is, on Fox at 3 p.m. Eastern. May the best Manning win. That's Super Bowl Sunday. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Starkey and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Bobby Slowick, who has family in Baldwin's finest in the area, potentially. Well, he's up for grabs right now if he was let go from the Houston Texans as their offensive coordinator spot could potentially be an option for the Steelers. We'll just have to wait and see. But what we do know is that the 11-year-old in Los Angeles decided not to take the Pirates' offer for the Paul Skeens autographed patch debut rookie card, the 1 of 1. And he will now put it up for auction. Sold to the highest bidder. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
They need a guy who is as close to a finished product as possible.
Is that guy going to be in that draft? I mean, it
could be Cooper Manning.
Arch.
Every time.
That's worse than Gus Johnson. Cooper.
It's not worse.
Yes, it is. That's his dad. He didn't even play football.
At this point, I think I would take Cooper Manning.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, Dan Zangrilli at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. It's going on this weekend, and we are officially underway. The region's only consumer travel event, the country's biggest travel booking show. It's today, tomorrow, and Sunday, the Convention Center, and you can save time and money with convenient one-stop vacation shopping, all under one roof. You've got exclusive showcase discounts, endless vacation destinations, hosts from the world's top travel suppliers, near and far destinations spanning all 7 continents. It's absolutely incredible. It's open to AAA members and non-members. Everyone is invited. And we know that the cold weather this past week has really got us all thinking about how we could get to somewhere warmer. So get to at least the convention center here this weekend and figure it out. I'm here with Star, Y108, KDKA, and of course, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check your sunroof is closed first before driving through the car wash.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, no. Wait, whoa.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC now recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back with fun for the whole family. The 64th annual fuel-required classic car dealership World of Wheels. Presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 24th through 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's hottest customs, hot rods, classics, trucks, and motorcycles, including the Evel Knievel Tribute, featuring the Snake River Trike, the X2 Sky Cycle, and the Formula One Dragster. Presented by Motormania Media. Make your own music and show your own style. Get your photo with Barbie's pink Cadillac from Disney's Epcot. You've seen her on parade. Now see it in person. Saturday, meet Danny Coker and Kevin Mack from Counts Customs and Counting Cars. Saturday and Sunday, meet Farm Truck and Asian from Street Outlaws. And see their sleeper Chevy Farm Truck Racer. TheFuelRequired.com World of Wheels. Presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. This weekend at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Part of the Summit Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See WorldOfWheels.com for more info.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the propane tank on your grill first before hosting a tailgate.
Let's fire up. Here, let me try. Seriously? You didn't check the propane? Who wants chips?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Salt and vinegar?
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this. As the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line. Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this. As the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip trip to New Orleans is on the line Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Baseball has seen a lot of historic droughts broken this century. The Cubs, the Red Sox, the White Sox. We got some work to do in football. The Lions look like they were on track to end their Super Bowl drought. That's not happening. It's up to the Bills to make history and become the next team to break through and hopefully for Buffalo, win a championship. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this, as the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this, as the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County.
When he's good, he's thorough good. The bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $165 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $179 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires February 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868 or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home, the team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
The temperatures aren't the only thing dropping. Prices at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville are dropping too during our winter savings event. Hurry in for huge savings on every new Toyota in stock, including new Tacomas and hybrid SUVs. And to help you get through winter, Honda has bundled a lifetime powertrain warranty together with complimentary maintenance, including oil changes at no additional charge on whatever new Toyota you choose. Don't miss Spitzer's winter savings event.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Revolves around you. See dealer for details.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free. Oh, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any Metro Flex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, price lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, Limits, it's time to pick the games. Welcome back to the final segment of another Donnie Football Friday. Pomp rejoins the fray on Monday here on Pomp and Joe. So where are we with our postseason picks? Limits won the regular season title, all because he got a 3-point win with Jake Paul beating Mike Tyson.
I won by another point other than that.
No,
or
you
2 more
didn't.
points in addition to that.
No.
Yes.
You also cheated.
I did not cheat. Am I going to get a prize or reward for winning the regular season?
Who are you, the Steelers? No, you win the playoffs. That's where you get the prizes.
Donnie, do the PM guys do prizes for just the playoffs, or is it the regular season too?
Well, we go through the entire season.
Okay.
Like it doesn't stop at
I have
the end of
those
the regular season.
I have those numbers contabulated too.
Well, give us our postseason. Who's winning? What did we do last week, and who's winning now?
Donnie last week went 3-2. He is now 5-6. Joe, you went 2-3. You're now 4-7. I went 3-2. I'm now 6-5 in the playoffs. Here are the games. Joe can't
Come
believe
on.
it. Come check my work
Donnie,
then.
this has
Come check
become
my work
ridiculous.
then. You want me to share
by
the
way,
document with you?
Yeah.
I'll
check your work.
He's going to bring it up. He's going to bring up the quiz show.
I'll check your work all right. There's a big discrepancy in the quiz show. Here I am, just for interest's sake, going back and looking at the 1979 AFC title game that Limits used in the final question.
Mm-hmm.
It turns out Pastorini was only intercepted 1 time in that game, not 5.
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't specify the game was played in 79, but it was the 78 championship. Would that have made a huge difference when I said 5 interceptions? You knew you had a 5-interception game.
The difference between the 78 football season and 79, the question needs to be thrown out.
No. I make the rules of the question. The question is not getting thrown out.
All right.
We could put it under review. We could ask Crowley his opinion.
Ask Crowley.
Okay, we will.
First, what do we got? I've been horrible on these picks, but I feel like I'm making good picks. Like some of the games last week, I felt like I had good picks and was just like the Rams.
The backdoor cover? I got the Rams that covered.
You guys
6.5,
got a backdoor cover there.
No, I was the only one that had
I didn't pick the Rams.
Donnie didn't.
I'm not ashamed of my picks at all. In fact, I think I'm doing them quite well. Let's go.
All right, let's do a couple over-unders first before we get into the game. Jaden Daniels, Donnie, over-under 220 yards passing.
I will go over for him. I think he needs to have that if they're going to stay in it.
I'll go under.
I'll go over. Saquon Barkley, over under 100 rushing yards.
Over.
Over. You might do that on 2 plays.
I'll hit the over. Patrick Mahomes, over under 0.5 interceptions. Will he throw one?
No. Under.
Yes, he will. 1.
Yes.
To DeMar Hamlin.
Yes, he will. Josh Allen, over under 3.5 touchdowns accounted for.
Ooh, I like that question.
That's a good one. I'm going to say under.
I will actually go over.
Okay.
Because
I don't blame you
at all. Well, you just said accounted for, so it could be 2 passing, 2 rushing.
That's correct. I'm going with the over as well. All right, we rattled through that pretty quickly. Let's go to the games. Washington at Philadelphia. The Eagles are favored by 6.
I'm going to go with the Eagles in this game. They are my rooting interest right now. I actually think they have a shot.
Wait a second.
Wait, Donnie, you told us.
We just asked you about it, and you said you were picking the Commanders to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'm going with the completely wrong team here. I'm going with the Commanders. Sorry. I don't even know what I'm looking at. I'm going with the Commanders. I was talking about them. I might have
Donnie,
that top
did you
dog.
just short circuit?
I might have that top dog ad.
See,
going
Joe,
on right now.
we all have one mistake that we make during the show.
They left a clamp in your brain during your surgery?
Yeah, they left a clamp in me. I'm going with the Commanders. I think they have a real shot to win the game outright as a touchdown underdog. Jaden Daniels seems unflappable in these games, and I think there should be some concern about Jalen Hurts. If he gets injured further in this game, he has a knee injury going in, there's a real fear that Philly has of playing either of the 2 guys behind him. If that happens early, the Commanders are going to win this football game.
I'm tempted to go with you there, but I think it's going to be this time a backdoor cover for the Eagles, a close game. And believe me, I'm not discounting the idea that Magic Johnson here in his rookie year can go ahead and win the Super Bowl, Jaden Daniels. I'm not. He could. But I think Saquon Barkley's on an all-time run. He's had touchdowns, I think, 52, 62, and 68 yards in the last 3 games. He's on an all-time run. And I don't trust Washington's defense necessarily in this game, even with Hurts a little bit hampered. And we'll see how hampered he is. I'm going to go with the Eagles in a close game to cover.
I'm going to go with the Washington Commanders to cover, but not win the game. I have Philadelphia winning. I hope the Commanders win. But I feel like the Magic is just going to run out for Jaden Daniels. At some point with a rookie quarterback, just the rubber meets the road. And another team ends up coming out with it, and I think it will be Washington. Bills, Chiefs, 2-point favorites are Kansas City, Joe.
30 seconds.
Bills do it.
30 seconds. I'll say no. The Bills' defense is banged up. They have a rookie starting at safety. It's the Chiefs who are healthy, rested in Foxborough. They win the coaching matchup. They have the way better defense. It's just too much for the Bills. 34-20.
I won't be confused on this one. It's in Kansas City. Not that even matters a ton for me. It's Patrick Mahomes. It's Andy Reid. It's late January. Chiefs win it.
They can play the game on Mars. Buffalo's going to win it, and I'm not going to be convinced either way. It will be the Bills. Not going to be convinced that the Chiefs are going to win this.
Give me a score, you guys. I go 34-20 Chiefs.
I will go close. I'll say 31-28.
I think it's going to be competitive, but again, a backdoor cover.
28-25.
What's Cooking? Brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. It was another eventful Donnie Football Friday. Limits, you have a great weekend. Donnie, you have a great weekend. We'll see who's in the Super Bowl by Sunday night.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroe.
You can hear the games right here on 93.7 The Fan with the coverage brought to you by the NFL on Westwood 1. With Philadelphia hosting Washington at 3 o'clock Sunday. That's followed up by Buffalo and Kansas City, 6:30. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by #1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Bill Rowland, helping you beat the books with BetQL. It's conference championship weekend in the NFL, and the BetQL model has a play on the total in the AFC. Buffalo heads to Kansas City, a team they beat earlier this year, 30-21 in Buffalo. Chiefs are 3-0 all-time in the playoffs, though, against Josh Allen and the Bills. The BetQL model doesn't think there'll be 51 points again. Their best bet in the NFL this weekend is taking the under between the Bills and Chiefs. I'm Bill Rowland. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this. As the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line. Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
You are never too old for a family. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is dedicated to finding forever families for children who have been waiting in foster care the longest. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
Is your bathroom stuck in the past, dreaming of a sleek, modern upgrade? It's time to call Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling. They specialize in full bathroom remodels, turning outdated spaces into luxurious retreats. From stunning showers to custom vanities, they bring your vision to life on time and within budget. Wow. Get started with a free in-home consultation and flexible financing options to fit your budget. Call 724-547-5445 or visit MountPleasantWindow.com today. Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling, creating dream bathrooms for over 50 years.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com. where your adventure is waiting for you.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars rewards. Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code RADIO, DYW, and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets. 21 or older, new users in Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. Max bet $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. For terms, see Caesars.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Winter is here in full force, and Bowser Hyundai has options to get you where you need to go, no matter the weather. Take home the 2025 Elantra SE and get 3.99% APR for 60 months, or the 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 48 months. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, hit the BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies, with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends January 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Here's a riddle for you. What do yoga mats, a toothbrush, and a Hyundai have in common? I'll give you a moment. Time's up. If you guess they're all fun, well-designed, and super useful, you guessed wrong. The answer is you can order all of those things on Amazon. That's right. You can now buy a Hyundai on Amazon, the same place where you order yoga mats, a toothbrush, and pretty much everything else, all from the comfort of your home. And the best part? You won't even have to break down a car-sized Amazon box after, because you'll pick up your Hyundai at the dealer. I mean, picture this. You're in your PJs, snugged in on your couch. You pull up Amazon on your phone and start the process right there. Just locate a nearby dealer, pick your color, your options, check the price, and with a few dotting of some I's and crossing of some T's, voila, your Hyundai is ready for pickup. It's that easy. Just remember to put on some real clothes before you head over. Will you? Hyundai, now available on Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Limited availability. Only through participating Hyundai dealers in select markets.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Calling all golfers. Your winter plans just got a little better. Shooters Golf is the ultimate golf entertainment destination, offering climate-controlled bays so you can play through any weather with top tracer technology. Track every swing and feel like you're on the course. I've been there, I know. And when it's snowing outside, you're inside hitting the ball after your round, cold beer, delicious meal, full-service kitchen. Why wait for spring? Grab your clubs and reserve your bay now. That's shootersgolf.com. Tee off today at Shooters Golf.
Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. We are experts in sewer clogs, repairs, and lining. Selling or buying a house? Trust our NASCO-certified camera inspections for an honest assessment. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Sewers are our specialty.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. We know this about pro athletes. They train all the time to perform better on the field. It takes a lot of time and effort. What, though, would you say if you could improve your performance in the bedroom, no training required? I'm talking about Blue Chew. And Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin in chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. Your partner wants you to do this. They might not say it, but they want you to do this. You got to try it. Blue Chew's tablets, they're like a performance enhancement for the bedroom. They can help you get extra confidence when it is time to perform. You can turn oh no into oh yes. You know what I'm talking about, fellas. So if you could benefit from a little extra confidence in the bedroom when it's time to perform, visit BlueChew.com. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Looking for a great deal on a new car? South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram is offering incredible savings on all new vehicles. 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee at $229 for 27 months. Visit southhillschryslerjeep.net for more details.
Winter snow and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call The Pickle, Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They're experts in finding and eliminating leaks, making repairs, or if you need a whole house roof and siding replacements, they can do that too. No job is too big or too small for The Pickle. 724-515-5551 or call thepickle.com. They're answering phones 24/7 today.
Hey, football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you'll be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sinks overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Start your day with 2 breakfast bagel sandwiches for $6. Build 2 bagel sandwiches with your choice of egg, meat, cheese, and more in the GetGo app. And enjoy a doubly delicious morning of savings. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars rewards. Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code RADIO DYW and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets.
21 or older, new users in Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. Max bet $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. For terms, see Caesars.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Uh-oh, are we on the air? My headphones just broke.
What'd you do?
I pulled them out.
Well, they're not broken. being a little dramatic for effect here. The Penguins lost yesterday 5-1 to a team that had, I think, 4 regulation wins coming into since December 1st coming into the game, Pony. How do you feel about that one?
Sorry, I only have one speaker right now. I'll make it work.
Can you play the sounder from yesterday? No, not the duck sounder.
Oh, which one?
I just already want to hear the
we'll
drunk
hear it.
Dracula.
We'll hear it
today.
later. For more, go to 937thevan.com. Right now, it's a Football Friday on the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
It's not what you're used to, the standard is, it feels like a saying now. It's not something that you actually see. If I'm the head coach of the football team, and I've been the head coach of this football team for however long that's been, and now the team is not doing well, that has to all fall on my shoulders. Because I've been here long enough to be able to draft who I want and put the guys in the positions that I need. Me to be like, well, I haven't been able to get this or get that. Well, I'm the guy that's supposed to be getting that, and I've been here long enough to get it. I should have been doing something proactively if it's a position I need filled ahead of time to try and get somebody to be able to come in and get that done. When it comes down to it, you want to say, oh, the D coordinator, offense coordinator. When it comes down to it, I'm the head coach. I put everybody in the positions they're in. I got the players that I got. It has to be me that has to take the ultimate responsibility.
Good afternoon on a Football Friday. We only have 2 left, so we'll make them count. Conference championship games. The Steelers have played in the second most all-time. But that seems like something that Steelers fans like me don't want to hear talked about today. So we will not wax poetic about yesteryear. James Harrison to start us off. James Harrison sounding like us. Sounding like he listens to callers to the station. Has access to our text lines. Sees the mentions on X. When it comes to the complaints about the decaying state of the team. He's not, and he's been to Steelers events. He's in their Hall of Honor. He's brought back as a distinguished alumnus of the Steelers, as the guy that won Defensive Player of the Year and had that amazing play in Super Bowl 43. He doesn't sound like a guy that's towing the company line or drinking the company punch out of a funnel. He basically said that Tomlin's stale and that it's his fault. He's to blame. The standard isn't the standard anymore, which Bryant McFadden told us last week. He said it's just a cliche. It's just a saying. And more to the point, Chris, made no excuses for the guy. He's been here the entire time. This is his mess to clean up. He can't point fingers at anybody else. He can't say, well, what about X or why not Z? This is all on him. He said it ultimately falls on the head coach's shoulders when you've been here so long, because none of these guys are another coach's players. These are all handpicked by Tomlin. And he was, by the way, getting a massage the entire time he made these comments. The lady they look like female hands or maybe very dainty Kenny Pickett hands, just rubbing his chest muscles and shoulder muscles.
At one point, I saw purple pins that look like acupuncture pins.
Oh, yeah, I didn't fast forward into it that long.
I was zipping through to try to figure out where he might have said it.
Then I guess it did turn to acupuncture. Donnie, have you ever had acupuncture?
I have not.
Any interest?
Here's the question.
I don't know.
Here's a question about him. So
Probably
he's getting this massage done on it. He's taking care of his body.
He swears by acupuncture, by the way.
Right, he does. Ancient Chinese medicine. But you wouldn't swear by it because you say keep your eye on the Chinese. Keep your eye on China.
I'm not against Chinese food and Chinese acupuncture. I'm just against.
So you're selective about it.
I'm just saying we need to watch out for China. And you guys think it's the most controversial thing that's ever been uttered on this station.
A lot of things are made in China, Pony.
Warning.
Do you avoid those products?
No.
Probably got some stuff in your closet right now.
Warning, look out for China. But anyways, so you're watching this.
Well, I had a question about it. So I'm watching the video to figure out where he's saying this, and then I got lucky. The second time I dragged and dropped, it was right in the middle of that quote, so I was able to actually hear it. Is he holding the phone up while he's trying to get a massage? That would defeat the purpose.
Yeah.
Are you suspending the phone from the ceiling on FaceTime
I didn't know
somehow?
how that was working either.
You have one of those little arm. Anyway, I think the thing that I was glad that he said. I have a couple different takes on what he said and what another very prominent former Steeler said, but I do like that he just completely punctured this ridiculous, and I think it's of all the notions that get floated out by more of the national media, I think it's the most ridiculous one. This idea that Mike Tomlin does so much with so little. Can you believe how put upon he is? These schmoes that the Steelers are drafting without his input or knowledge, like these Joe Blows, these replacement level players.
They stuck him with Kenny Pickett. What do you expect him to do?
How could he
9-8 is a miracle.
How could he possibly subsist and really make anything great happen? And for James to just call it like it is and say the truth, which is you've been on the job as long as he has. You have a ton of agency, more than anybody else, in what the grocery shopping actually looks like and what the roster construction looks like. I was just glad somebody that actually played the game for him, had mostly good years with him, and then a very ugly parting of ways, told the truth here. Because I feel like I'm being gaslit when I listen to national media people specifically say that Mike has like little to zero control over the roster that he is given, and he's just got to try to make the best of it. I think the fact that Harrison so clearly articulated the truth of the matter here is refreshing to hear.
The only guys who I think say it now are Tomlin stooges, are people that are working for the team, and this includes players who are here because of Mike, and know that Mike is in charge. He's the emperor of the Steelers' kingdom, and so they don't want to cross Mike or they don't want to get on Mike's bad side. Dante Jackson, I have this clip too, went on Kuntz's podcast and said, be careful what you wish for. I was in Carolina. We had 3 coaches fired midseason while I was there. This is such a breath of fresh air compared to that. Yes, because I'm sure, Dante, Dodgers fans sit around sometimes when they lose in the playoffs and say to themselves, we could be the Pirates. Or Yankees fans do that. We lost in the World Series. It sucked. Aaron Judge did nothing. But you know what this beats? We could be the Pittsburgh Pirates.
I'd be a little more excited being a Panthers fan heading into next year because they appear to actually have found a quarterback who might be able to play competent ball.
Fair point.
Like they at least might have that one thing everybody needs.
It's just very. I find it illuminating and eye-opening that guys who won a Super Bowl with Mike are willing to say this stuff now. We've got Roethlisberger quotes here from Dulac. It feels like there's no Steelers way anymore, which is the same thing, same basic way of saying that the standard isn't the standard anymore. Guys who played for Cowher and Mike, I think, are more willing to say this because they saw 2 different coaching styles, 2 different coaching techniques, 2 different ways to skin a cat. Both guys won Super Bowls, but they have a better frame of reference. So, Ben doesn't probably identify himself as a total Tomlin guy. Harrison doesn't either. They're more, to me, like dual citizenship for both coaches.
It makes sense to me, though, that they would have a rosier view of Cowher because both of them came in as NFL rookies. No matter how good Ben was or maybe also knew he was good and acted like it, you're still a rookie. You're still going to get put in your place a little bit. And when Harrison was playing for Cowher, he was trying to prove that he belonged in the NFL. I do think that makes the dynamic a little different.
So maybe you think that makes them biased towards Cowher and, is the reason why they're more willing to rip Mike.
Yeah, I want to say one other thing. I do need to get this out there. For the record, Ben also said some things about where he thinks the Steelers are in the landscape that I'll let you say here in a minute. I just do want to make it clear that while I find the comments from both guys honest and pretty refreshing and, in my opinion, accurate, and you know how it's been weird, the development where Ben and I seem to agree on a lot of things relative to the Steelers these days, which is strange. I do find it a little bit ridiculous that 2 of the guys who most took advantage of Mike's deference towards veterans are the ones now biting the hand that was feeding a little bit. Ben got to do whatever the hell he wanted, whenever the hell he wanted, routinely undercut the coach by saying things with you and Ron, or with Joe and Ron before Mike would go talk. I really don't want to hear Ben talking about the death of the Steeler way because he was in the room with the candlestick beating it over the head.
I agree with you.
And James also sleeping in meetings because he felt personally aggrieved by Mike. I need to get it out there that while these 2 messages that are being sent I think are accurate, I find the messengers to be guys who maybe aren't really cognizant of how they played a role in some of the stuff they're describing.
But I think that speaks to...
It speaks to the ineffectiveness of Mike's methods because if 2 guys like that are willing to basically call you out after their careers are over, what good was it to cater to them so much?
Not that. I just don't think either guy has the utmost respect for him as a coach.
Which goes back to if your whole strategy is giving the players a lot of agency and two guys like this who actually won big with you. James Harrison had the best year of his life as a pro with Mike Tomlin. What does it say that they don't seem to have that much value?
If Ben felt like Tomlin's coaching style, Tomlin knows best, Tomlin is going to do right by me and put me in position to succeed, I'll just follow his lead. I'll get in line behind him. If he believed that, maybe he would have done it. Maybe he would have been more like a Brady-Belichick relationship if he believed in him.
I mean, for the record, I don't think Ben would have ever kowtowed to any coach like that, but that's beside the point. It's clear Mike's approach with him did not curry any favor with Ben. Ben liked, I think, being able to do whatever the hell he wanted. I don't think Ben under Bill Belichick's going to be like, yes, sir, Mr. Belichick. You can dog cuss me and say that a high school freshman would have thrown a better pass. I think that would have made Ben blanch.
Would he have done that for Andy Reid, though? I mean, I think this gets back to, if you don't think that the coach, the ultimate leader, is going to put you in the absolute best position to succeed, you're more willing or more likely to go rogue and go try to do things your way. You're saying that that's Ben's personality anyways. I mostly agree with that.
Well, Tomlin's not an offensive coach is what you're really getting at here. If he had an elite offensive coach whose main job was, like what Ben Johnson said, my job really here is to get the most out of the quarterback, most out of Caleb Williams, sure. If Patrick Mahomes played for an ultra defense first guy, I think he would chafe a little more.
I think it shifted. I think Ben had that trust in Arians, and then when they kicked Arians out, Ben's like, I don't trust Todd Haley. I don't trust Randy Fichtner. He's just a lackey.
Haley got good numbers out of him, and Ben wanted Fichtner in there, so he's got no one to blame but himself in that case.
Well, he wanted Fichtner in there because he knew Randy was a pushover. That's why he wanted him in there, not because he trusted the acumen of the coach.
I don't want to get down into the rabbit hole of Ben this, Ben that, but Haley got more out of him, and if he's really mad about the way they pushed Arians out, go yell at Art Rooney. By all accounts, that happened against Mike Tomlin's wishes too.
So where is that Art Rooney, by the way? Where's that Art that made that? I mean, in tandem with his dad, I would think, although his father at the time was still the ambassador over in Ireland. What happened to that guy? What happened to the owner who pushed aside an offensive coordinator who helped them win a Super Bowl?
Well, how about this? What happened?
Where's that dude?
Where was that dude, too, in 2021 in the run-up to that season? Again, not bringing it back to Ben. It's not his fault. Ben called their bluff. Where was the Art Rooney that pushed aside Bruce Arians to just say, you know what, Ben? You had a nice run here. You're going to go to the Hall of Fame. I mean, everyone loves you, but it's time we're moving on here.
I think it's one thing.
And they didn't do that.
I think it's one thing for you or I to say Tomlin isn't the guy. It's another thing for someone to go on TV like Shannon Sharp or Stephen A. Smith or my buddy Nick Wright or somebody like that and make the same argument. It's another thing when guys who won Super Bowls to either come right out and say it like Harrison did or speak in code like Ben did. Ben said they're not just a quarterback away. How does anybody decipher that in any other way but I think they have a deeper problem than just who the actual person is who's playing that position, like the philosophy that goes around with that, or the man that sets the standard for the entire team, coach.
You think Mike's going to go back on the football and podcast anytime soon?
I do not. No, I do not think that. Donnie, is that how you? Is that your inference here with those comments? It's not just the quarterback. He's calling out Tomlin.
Yeah, absolutely. Joe and I had
He's calling out the guy he won a Super Bowl with.
Yeah, it was more about Tomlin, I thought, than the quarterback position. It is I have a lot of doubt that Tomlin will ever get the quarterback right because he inherited me.
We don't have Santonio's comments, but 2 out of the 3 guys who are most responsible for Mike's only Super Bowl win from that Sunday, Ben Roethlisberger and James Harrison, have pretty much come out on the eve of the conference championship games, conference championship weekend, and said, I don't think this head coach is right for the Steelers anymore.
They're ultimately, as much as I am frustrated at times by how each guy conducted themselves here and how they took advantage of the freedom Mike allowed them to have as great players and veterans, Ben's comments about Tomlin, like if you strip away all the other layers of this down to he has gotten stale, he doesn't have new ideas, and in an ironic twist, it's Ben correctly pointing out that somebody else is too stubborn and stuck in their ways to change for the greater good of the team. he's right. When's the last time Mike was like a genuine visionary head coach? Remember when
he was going for 2-point conversions?
Remember when he was actually like kind of playing the math game? I saw a chart today. Essentially, he's the third most conservative coach in the league from 19 through 23 on like when he should go for it on fourth down. He's doing the wrong thing more than all but like Pete Carroll was and whoever, Bruce Arians basically with the Bucs.
Shots fired at Mike Tomlin by James Harrison and Ben Roethlisberger, both pretty much saying that Tomlin's really not the right coach for the Steelers anymore. Would love to hear your reaction at 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Donnie has a headline, and we're right back.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
5-1 loss for the Penguins last night to the Anaheim Ducks. Michael Bunting with the only goal for Pittsburgh. They play the Kraken tomorrow. Puck drop set for 4. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Donnie. I want to tell everybody right now, I don't know why I just sounded like Johnny the Barber there, but whatever. I want to tell everybody right now about the place to go. You want to find the Mitsu that fits you? Go to Mitsu by the mall. Ross Park Mall, that is. So it's Shorkey, Mitsubishi, North Hills. That's my old stomping grounds, of course, where they got great deals right now to get you started in the new year. I know it's technically 3.5 weeks into the new year. I'm still going to call it that. Remaining 2024 Outlanders, I drive one. I love it. 7-passenger capable. It's got all the bells and whistles that I want. It's got all sorts of good stuff. The price can't be beat. Up to $8,500 off, or you can finance at 0%. Eclipse Cross is also available with 0% financing. Tim Farrar, the general manager, my guy Corey, he's the general sales manager, was talking to him today, saw him. They want to make this as easy as possible for you to get into this brand new Mitsubishi. And how do they do that? How about with up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade? Go see them. Get your New Year deal your way. What a great day. Shop Mitsu by the mall or online at JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The January Fan Beer of the Month is Fire Whistle Brewing's Fire Whistle 139 Engine, a red ale. And the charity is the Parkinson Foundation of Western Pennsylvania.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. When is a rookie not a rookie? When he's playing like Jaden Daniels. Commanders quarterback is in full control this postseason. You'd expect a young player to panic a little bit. Daniels has already seen this Eagles defense twice. He's amazing in late game situations. He doesn't seem to feel pressure. Nothing about Daniels says rookie, which makes the Commanders very dangerous on Sunday. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Shop can't miss deals going on now during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. For a limited time, get a free adjustable stand when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch miter saw. That's a $229 value. Plus, save $680 on a Midea 4-piece kitchen appliance suite. Now just $17.96. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 1/13 through 1/24. Cannot be combined with additional discounts while supplies last. See store or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2 men and a junk truck.com. 2 men and a junk truck.
At Planet Fitness, we're declaring it. This is the year of getting stronger. And future stronger you can get started now by saving $28 or more when you join today. You in? We have all the best in-class equipment you could ever need to keep stepping it up. And you can work out your way on your time at any convenient location near you. Most open 24 hours. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends January 31st. See Home Club for details.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Message to the Tomlin haters. They don't know. I would just be like, man, they don't be careful what you wish for. I've seen, in my 6 years in Carolina, I've seen 3 coaches get fired during the season. Head coaches.
How many coaches in general,
I've seen 3 head coaches get fired during the season. Some guys go through their whole career and not see one head coach get fired, period. Not let alone during the season, bro.
Right. Yeah. That's Dante Jackson and Christian Kuntz.
Isn't that more of an owner commentary than it is anything else?
What do you mean?
He's seen a bunch of these head coaches get fired by, very recent years, the incredibly volatile David Tepper. I'm going to give a little Austin Bechtold a pop. Like, if you're, like, so happy about the stability, hey, be careful what you wish for, grass not always greener, oh, it's so stable here. Stable can become stagnant very quickly.
You know what I wonder about with this stuff? And by the just quickly on those comments, Christian Kuntz, by all accounts, is a great dude and has a tremendous story to go from linebacker at Duquesne, change positions. He has carved out a really good NFL career. He's one of the better long snappers in the NFL. He's from here. He's a salt-of-the-earth guy, everything else. I honestly don't need to hear him lecture me on, be careful, you better not call out Mike because when he's gone, you're going to miss him. Okay? Pipe down. You're a long snapper. I don't need to hear that from you. The same way I didn't need to hear. Then some long snapper make a comment about the Steeler, about Patrick Queen. He was right for the Ravens. And the Ravens long snapper take a shot at Queen before the playoff game.
Basically said, like, that the Derrick Henry train's coming down the track.
He was right, but, how about the long snapper keeps his mouth shut? And then Dante Jackson, what the hell have you done in the NFL? Okay? Did you have a heating pad on your back the entire time you did that interview? I don't really need to hear him talk down to Steelers fans either and tell them how they should feel. You're not Rod Woodson, buddy. Okay? If Taylor wants to go on a podcast and make those comments, or even Joe Hayden, I'll listen to him.
What if, Pouncey went to Mike's defense publicly?
Yeah, we'd react to it for sure because has that kind of clout.
Didn't Ramon Foster go on Ben's podcast and talk recently about, I don't know if they covered Tomlin, but I think Ramon is another guy who's been pretty vocal in general.
My theory on this now, and it shows up, Donnie can back this up from the volume of calls on this, which is next to nothing. I think people have reached a point where they're actually getting sick of complaining about this because they know nothing's going to happen. They know it's not going to happen. It's hard to sum up the energy and to get to the level of, I'm going to call this station and bitch and complain and scream and yell about this when you know that no one's going to, will say, hey, good point. Great call. You're on the ball. Just like James Harrison is, just like Debo is, just like Ben is, just like Ben's giving, this is my theory, just like when it says sources have told the Post-Gazette the offense and defense lacked imagination and have become predictable. My theory is that's just Ben saying, hey, Jerry, don't put my name on it, but off the record, this is how I feel about the Steelers offense. I mean,
I think fans and former players now, prominent ones, feel this way about Mike, but they know that it's not changing. And the worst part about it is, I don't think Mike is open to any changes. This would be different if Mike was like, you know what? This isn't. I've got to change myself, not just my appearance and grow my hair out or try to be somebody that I'm not and look cooler or look different. I actually have to change my coaching style and find modern ways or different ways to try to compete. I don't think he wants to do that. I think he feels like this is how I believe the team is supposed to prepare every year and be coached, and this is how I'm going to motivate them. And he's going to keep doing that because that's what he does. I don't see him having a eureka moment where it's like, you know what? 8 years is way too long. I have to have like an epiphany. I have to have some kind of road to Damascus moment in my life.
Road to Damascus.
Seriously.
Donnie, who was on the road to Damascus when he had an epiphany? Do you know? How many of our listeners know who was? We
have a very Catholic audience. They know what I'm talking about.
How many of our people know who was on the road to Damascus?
I just feel like people, all it is yes, James is right. Yes, Ben is right.
Yeah, but
Art doesn't think it's right, and Tomlin doesn't think it's right.
Art's still the real problem because he's the one who could affect change. I'm disappointed in Mike for this reason. When he was in I think most people would say, when you're in your early 50s, you're wiser than you were in your mid-30s. And in your mid-30s, you're supposed to be wiser than you were in your early 20s. In Mike's mid-30s, he worked the team incredibly hard back when the CBA let you do that, and they ran out of gas against a team they probably should have beaten in Jacksonville in the playoffs. His veterans came to him after 1 year on the job and said, man, we don't need you to do this. We are like self-starters, self-motivators, like pace us. Basically, give us like a break. We'll be there when you need us to be there.
Yeah, I remember that.
And he did. And it's been a well-told story that he was much easier on those guys during the season in 2008. It won him a Super Bowl. So 1 year into his career where you're probably trying to prove yourself and prove that you deserve the job, he was willing to make like a significant alteration in how he handled things. This many years in, with way more seasons stacked up where you didn't win a playoff game, if anything, I think he's digging in harder. I think this stuff makes Mike more resolute. Like, I'm sure it gets back to him that Ben said this. I'm sure it gets back to him that Harrison said that. And I think it makes him dig in. If I don't know anything for sure.
He'll probably say, hey, they're entitled to their opinion, but they're not in this building. Right. They don't know what's going on here.
And that's what he always falls back on. They're not part of this team anymore. Respect to them for all they've done for the franchise, but I'm dealing with the guys that are here now. And I think that these guys are taking shots at Mike. I don't think either one of them wants to take shots at the Rooney family, but Art is just as culpable, if not more so. In fact, he is more so than Mike because he could force Mike to change or tell him get lost. Instead, Pony, you say Mike doesn't think he needs to change. Why would he if he just got $50 million for 3 seasons?
Great point.
Why would you be feeling like, I need to think about the way I do things?
Great point. That's what I trace this all back to. And that's why I was so angry the day the contract extension got signed by him, because it was rewarding Mike Tomlin for mediocrity. It was rewarding him for, by the Steelers standards, subpar results. That's why I hated that deal so much. It paid him like one of the best coaches in the NFL when the results tell you he's not anywhere close to that anymore. 412-928-9370. Here's Brian. Hello, Brian.
Hey, fellas. How you guys doing?
Hey, man. We're good.
Hey, man. Couldn't agree with you guys more. I mean, I think maybe earlier on in his career when he had LeBeau and some of the other coaches there, I think he let them guys coach more. It seems like the longer this guy goes on, the more he has his hands in everything. And I think that's maybe what Ben and Harrison are saying. Like, you know, he needs to step back a little bit. I think one of the things like Andy Reid and some of them guys, when they hire coaches, they let those guys coach. Do you think Andy Reid has his hands all over that defense?
No. Okay, so I think it's his offense. He calls the plays and he doesn't like lie about that and make Terrell Austin this wishy-washy, convoluted gray area who's actually doing what setup that they have where they never tell us how it actually works.
No, what a strategic advantage that's conferred.
They had a defense, Kansas City, that got its head caved in and Tom Brady moved the ball up and down the field on them. They never got the ball back in an overtime. They lost to them in the championship game. They fired the defensive coordinator. They hired Steve Spagnuolo, one of the best in all of football, and it had a massive impact. They don't win. They don't win two more. I don't think they don't win two more Super Bowls without him.
Their defense is their better side of the ball even this year. It's
right.
the fourth-ranked defense in the league.
Donnie, where are the Eagles if Vic Fangio still down in Miami? Are they still playing this weekend?
They went from third
I don't think they are because Jalen Hurts hasn't had that good of a year.
No.
Even with Saquon Barkley. I think they're done.
And they got blown out last year in the wild card round, and they brought in two new coordinators. And
DeMeco Ryans just fired Bobby Slowick after they won a playoff game because he decided it wasn't good enough. I think there's
Byron Leftwich got fired in Tampa Bay after winning a Super Bowl.
I do think that there is an ego thing here. I've brought this up a lot. I won't belabor it, but Mike didn't have his hands on the defense because he was told LeBeau is your coordinator. He's an all-time great. Like Spagnuolo is very analogous there in Kansas City because he's not really head coach material anymore. And I think there's a part of Mike's ego that feels like I never got credit for 08 because it was always Dick LeBeau's defense. The players revered him. I never got credit for anything because Ben got the credit otherwise. And I think Mike wants to prove he can do it his way. Guess what? You try to bite off more than you can chew, it's just going to work against you.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. PM Team tail of the tape on the conference championship games coming up, plus your calls. First, the Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops at Syracuse tomorrow. Tip set for 12:30. You can listen to that game right here on The Fan with pregame coverage beginning at noon. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give you his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley, brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Boulevard Glass and Metal, and the Village of St. Barnabas.
Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years of keeping homes and businesses safe. With this big anniversary, right now you can buy one Guardian camera and get the second for just 75 cents. That's right, add another camera for just pocket change. Guardian cameras offer HD video, motion alerts, and two-way audio, so you're always connected and in control. Protect your property with smarter security and enjoy total peace of mind. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to grab this limited time anniversary offer. New customers only. Terms and conditions apply.
Pittsburgh. Whitney Cummings is bringing her Big Baby Tour to the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall on March 1st.
The crazy thing is that when you're 35 as a woman, they start calling your pregnancy geriatric. I was like, oh, I'm so sorry that I waited till I was a mature adult. I am so glad that I waited to get pregnant. If I had got pregnant even a year earlier, I would have sold the baby for Taylor Swift tickets.
Tickets available at librarymusichall.com. Whitney Cummings at Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall, March 1st.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win. Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man. High five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Woo. Up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo.
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the power of Bowser. Winter is here in full force, and Bowser Hyundai has options to get you where you need to go, no matter the weather. Take home the 2025 Elantra SE and get 3.99% APR for 60 months or 2025 Tucson SC, all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 48 months. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, hit thebowserhyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends January 31st.
Oh, that's the power of
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
That music means it's time for the PM team. Tale of the tape. Breaking down the matchups, conference championship weekend. 4 teams. Which team has the best player or players at each position? Best quarterback play championship weekend. I'm going with Big Ben Light, the big fella from Wyoming, Josh Allen. Malsey?
Who's Josh Allen going against in the game? How many Super Bowls?
He's going against the Chiefs' defense.
How many Super Bowls has the quarterback on the other side won?
He's won 3.
Relative to the other 3 quarterbacks playing?
I'm sorry. I didn't know Mahomes was playing better than Josh Allen or Jaden Daniels right now.
Yeah, I'm still taking Patrick Mahomes.
I almost said Daniels here. He's been the MVP of the playoffs so far, in my opinion. Donnie, your pick?
It's late January, and the quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs is still playing, so I'm going to pick him, Patrick Mahomes.
Mulsey, you're up for running back. Does that mean Kareem Hunt because it's late January and it's the Chiefs?
No.
Oh.
No,
if Kareem Hunt was one of the big figures behind them winning all the Super Bowls, then maybe.
Okay.
Even though I like Isaiah Pacheco's running style, I think somebody described it as he runs like he's trying to bite you while he's running.
Yep.
It's kind of funny. I'll take Saquon Barkley, who is both electrifying and runs behind a great line.
Clean sweep here. We're all saying Philly?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to be Philly.
Wide receivers, Donnie?
I'm going to go Philly here as well. A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith. I think both NFC teams have the better stories at receiver, but I'll go Philly.
Malsey?
I want to talk myself into Washington, but it's just McLaurin. I want to talk myself into Buffalo because Shakir's underrated. Coleman's coming along. Cooper's Cooper's a really good route runner, but I think the Eagles' top 2 receivers would arguably be the best receivers. Well, no, they wouldn't be better than McLaurin, both of them, but I'm going to take Philly. Philly's got the best roster.
A.J. Brown has one playoff game as an Eagle with over 50 receiving yards, and that was the Super Bowl against Kansas City. He has not been a big factor for them.
But he's reading those books, and they're helping him handle it. He's saying all the right things.
I didn't see the book in the Rams game. He was afraid maybe the snow was going to get it wet and ruin it, possibly.
What if he had it on the Surface tablet? He downloaded a book, and he wasn't looking at plays.
He had the Nook or whatever.
Hold on a second. He honestly should have done that from the very beginning.
I agree.
Which makes me think he wanted people to see him reading it, and I think he's in cahoots with the author.
Oh,
he definitely wanted it to be
that
seen.
author is just making a killing, I think.
Yeah, and that's why I think he's in cahoots.
What if he was reading one of those collections of Garfield comics from the daily newspapers?
Or how about Smutty Fantasy like your wife?
No, don't even get me started on the
What if he was reading 50 Shades of Grey on the sideline during the game?
Of Mice and Men by John Steinbeck. Lord of the Flies.
Somebody at the gym the other day said that Rob Gronkowski reminded them of Lenny from Of Mice and Men.
Lenny's just a big dumb guy, right?
Donnie, you see the comparison there?
Yeah, I can see why.
You ever read Flowers for Algernon? That's one about a very guy who's very dumb who takes like a certain drug and becomes too smart.
All right, let's
Donnie,
get back
and he can't relate
to brass
anyone.
tacks here. Tight end, I'm going Kansas City. Kelsey and 50 Shades of Grey, Noah Gray. Isn't Noah Gray the name of a guy that used to sing in a band? Lead singer?
Noah Gray?
Yeah. Remember a song Babylon from when we were like...
That's David Gray.
David Gray.
He sings some song called, I think, like This Year's Love, too. This year's
The guy had a weird voice.
Yeah,
you know the guy
British.
I'm talking about, Donnie?
He's British.
He's like, let go your heart,
I might if I heard the
Babylon.
song.
Okay,
So if you play like one of his
he
bigger
sounds like a guy
songs around,
Dunlap would like.
No. If you're trying to impress a girl back in the day, like in college, you put on David Gray. She's like, "Wow, you have such eclectic taste in music. He's incredible."
It's liberal arts education at work for you here.
I'm taking KC.
Donnie, clean sweep.
KC.
We all go Eagles offensive line.
Yes.
Yes.
Malsey, how about defensive tackle? Tail of the tape. Conference championship games.
I think for me, this is: do you like Chris Jones more, or do you like Jalen Carter more?
Ooh.
Man, Jalen Carter just wrecks everything he touches. I'm going Philly here.
Don?
I think Philly has more to go with Jalen Carter, too. That helps.
But it is January, and that means Chris Jones.
That only applies to one guy, Pony. That little
Travis
it's
Kelce.
Tony, I used that same logic last year when I caught up to you and then passed you in picks.
Oh, here we go.
And it seemed to work out for me. I'm going to go Philly.
So am I. Don't forget about Big Jordan Davis in there, too.
We going special teams or anything like that?
Edge rushers. Donnie.
Trying to think real quick.
It's a weird grouping for these teams. It's very weird.
I kind of want to go with Kansas City here. I like Karlaftis a lot.
My problem with him is, man, he just feasts on the fact that Jones takes so much attention.
Right.
I'm going Eagles again. Nolan Smith and Sweat.
I think Pony's right here. I'm going to take Eagles.
Inside linebackers. Now, this is where the Eagles are hurt because Nakobe Dean went out with an injury. I don't think Milano has come back and played like the guy he was earlier in his career with the Bills off the injury. I'm actually going to go with the Commanders at linebacker. Luvu and Wagner. Malsey?
I'm taking Philly still because Zach Bond might be the best of the bunch of all these guys. I mean, the dude's just making plays everywhere. So basically on the strength of one elite player, I'll take Philly.
I love the Bond story, but I'm with Pony. I think the Commanders, at least when it just comes down to the two main guys they have.
Corners.
Philly.
Me too. Philly.
I think Philly easily.
Two rookies.
Here.
Mitchell, DeJean, plus Slay. I don't know about easily.
Slay feels like the weak link of that.
I guess I was thinking
now.
Entire secondary.
Also, DeJean, just everybody who thought, like, yeah, this dude is going to be a baller, he might be the best of the bunch, really. Like, they do so much stuff with him as, like, a slot corner, jack of all trades. It's frustrating that they are that good at identifying
I'm going to give safeties to Philly, too. Gardner Johnson and Blankenship.
Yes.
I was watching Cole Bishop making, like, business decisions for the Bills last week, and he's going to have to play because Taylor Rapp's out.
Yep.
I have to go Philly again.
Special teams.
Teams. I'm not going Philly for this.
Jalen Elliott stinks.
Jake Elliott.
Yeah. I'm going to go with Kansas City. Butker and...
Ariza.
No, Ariza's...
not Ariza.
Yeah, it is Ariza.
It is. Yeah, I thought it was Ariza because he was on Buffalo.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to go. I'll go KC.
Yeah, I think Butker has missed some kicks this year, but I'm still going with him. I think there's an experience factor there. And also, how could I go with Buffalo? Guy misses, what, a 42-yarder last year that would have at least forced Mahomes to go down the field?
The Bass Man. I'm a Bass Man.
Zane Gonzalez.
Coaching.
Kansas City.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's KC. Dude, I mean, Dan Quinn's having a nice little backwards baseball cap renaissance. I will make this statement. I think Sean McDermott is under more pressure than any single human being in this round because I think he's the reason Buffalo didn't get to it.
I went with the Eagles in
game.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I have him in 8.
Out of a possible 10.
Oh, I think here's the other thing. I think Sirianni might be the worst actual coach of the bunch. Head coach.
Out of a possible 12, I mean.
He delegates more to, like, great coordinators.
Don't say that. His brother's probably listening down in Washington County, Chris.
Yeah, I don't want Big Dom to come.
I give him credit, though, for delegating.
And look at the job Washington and Jefferson has done.
You know what? There's, like, some crazy, like, a fox there with him where he acts like such kind of like a goofball.
Better coach, Nick Sirianni or the Sirianni at W&J, Donnie?
Well, I mean, Mike has won the PAC, like, 20 times.
And
if you put Bill
CMU
Chirpak,
just left, so he's going to keep winning that sucker.
He's going to be
if
back
you
to
put
feasting.
Bill Chirpak on the Eagles sideline and replace Sirianni with Chirpak for this game, would you notice an appreciable difference in how they perform?
I feel like
Well, I think Chirp's a better coach anyway.
Chirp might do better.
I feel like Big Dom is the Eagles equivalent of a Chirpak. No?
Do not put Chirpak down to that level. The Big Dom thing annoys me.
Big Dom is like the bodyguard /
I love Big Dom.
consigliere for Sirianni.
Actually, no, I
Sirianni's
don't. I
yelling
hate
at his
Big
own
Dom.
players. Reed is so far and away the best coach of this bunch that it's almost like laughable. I think he's.
I think Dan Quinn, medicine man, is second.
Oh, come on.
Big Dan Quinn got the Falcons to the Super Bowl of all teams. That's not easy to do.
You want to talk about it? We were, HGQ yesterday. Jane Seymour on Dr. Quinn Medicine.
We met
Woman,
Jane
a
Seymour.
Stone cold babe. You met her?
She was here.
When?
She came in and did a morning show hit with Larry Richert.
She's got. What,
she looked amazing.
She's from Australia.
Yeah, she's still the accent. All right, good stuff.
They did a whole bit in Wedding Crashers where she's,
412-928-9370. I have a question for Steelers fans about the NFC title game tomorrow. First, a message from Mulsey. Oh, wait, no. Quick timeout. We're right back.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. Equally great in weather and fuel efficiency. Check out the 2025 Outlander PHEV. Just $299 a month with no money down. Remaining 24 Outlanders now up to $9,000 off. Or finance at a low 0%. Your new year deal, your way. What a great day. Shop JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Lease for $299 a month for 36 months. Security deposit waived. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You need to go talk to somebody. What happened at that hospital? It wasn't right. And you had something here. You need to call the dog. This is a medical malpractice. You see, I'm your doctor, so I'm going to tell you exactly what happened. When you went into that hospital, they told you it was just a headache. But that wasn't a headache. You had a stroke. Do you hear your speech? It's slurred. That was a stroke. That wasn't a headache. You understand? Gotta call Top Dog. This is top dollar. This is a medical malpractice. This is top dollar. Any accident, big or small, life or death, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Febreze.
Fabric Talk. Hello, my love. I am your living room carpet. I see everything. I feel everything. After a while, I smell like everything, including Sir Pickles, who you snuggle with while binging that dating show you can't stop watching. So, how about we freshen things up with Febreze Fabric Spray? Oh, and a big spray for my pals, couch and ottoman. Ah, yes, refreshing. Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with autopay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without autopay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Shop can't miss deals going on now during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. For a limited time, get a free adjustable stand when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch miter saw. That's a $229 value. Plus, save $680 on a Midea 4-piece kitchen appliance suite. Now just $17.96. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 1/13 through 1/24. Cannot be combined with additional discounts while supplies last. See store or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $345 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $225 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires February 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a question. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 20 pounds? That's a serious question because I dropped 20 pounds my first 3 weeks alone with Awaken 180 weight loss. That's how fast the weight can fall off when you choose the solution for weight loss. Each week you look at the scale and the number goes down and down. Every morning you wake up, you feel better and better. For me, it was my joints. I knew I was going to need knee surgery, and even before the surgery, my knee felt better because it wasn't carrying around so much weight. Experiencing those results, and given how easy Awaken 180 was, there was no way I wouldn't reach my goal. And I did. 35 pounds total thanks to Awaken 180, and I've kept the weight off since. The only weight loss program I know that puts their money where their mouth is. They're so confident in your success, they offer free support for life, a one-time investment in yourself for a lifetime of benefits. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back with fun for the whole family. The 64th annual fuel-required classic car dealership World of Wheels. Presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 24th through 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's hottest customs, hot rods, classics, trucks, and motorcycles, including the Evel Knievel Tribute, featuring the Snake River Trike, the X2 Sky Cycle, and the Formula One Dragster. Presented by Motormania Media. Make your own music and show your own style. Get your photo with Barbie's pink Cadillac from Disney's Epcot. You've seen her on parade. Now see it in person. Saturday, meet Danny Coker and Kevin Mack from Counts Customs and Counting Cars. Saturday and Sunday, meet Meet Farm Truckination from Street Outlaws and see their sleeper Chevy farm truck racer. TheFuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. This weekend at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts, part of the Summit Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See WorldofWheels.com for more info.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Conference championship weekend is upon us. Chiefs, Bills, Eagles, Commanders. Both games can be heard here on your home for the NFL in Pittsburgh, the NFL on Westwood 1. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a Football Friday on the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Penultimate Football Friday. Chris Muller across from me. Donnie Football here, pulling a double dip after hosting Donnie Football Friday with Starkey.
Is this like a cleansing thing for you after you sit in there across from him for 4 hours? I know how that can be better than most.
I won the quiz show today, though, with a clutch answer.
Well,
so that was big.
Yes, you did. And the way he does those quiz show final questions where he dares you to prove that you can name
He called
this
my
many
bluff,
things.
and I said, you know what, I'm going for it, baby.
When you flopped pocket aces on the table, his face had to just be incredible.
Listeners have been wondering, will we have another edition of
PMT Black and Gold Conference Championship Challenge?
Have we?
And the answer is yes, we will. 5:30.
Have we gotten any further along in the process of figuring out who the talented voiceover artist is there?
No, but we could ask Craig, because Craig's the one that commissions that stuff. Craig really liked...
Maybe it's Dutch Wido.
Craig really liked the horny guy discussion yesterday.
Liked it. He participated in it.
Correct. All right, so question about the NFC Championship game. Commanders and Eagles. You can hear it here on the Fan at 3 on Sunday. Was talking to somebody in Philadelphia today who said that the portion of practice, we know how this works, that the Eagles media are allowed to comment on and talk about freely. Jalen Hurts has not looked good.
Physically.
Yes. He's
got a knee, as they say.
He's not spry. He's not limber. He looks like he's hobbling. And so he was a full participant in practice today. He will start. But there does, excuse me, but the possibility does exist that we see Kenneth Shane Pickett for the Eagles with a right to go to the Super Bowl at some point in that game on Sunday.
Which means your insane prediction from how long ago?
August.
Would have, Donnie, it'd be the all-time best one he's ever made.
It would make up for some of the ones I got wrong, if not all of them.
It actually would. Honestly, it would be such a good prediction that it would supersede several of your numerous misses.
The Eagles are so much better than the Eagles.
Yes.
Dude. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, is that cringe-inducing?
So the Eagles. Anyways.
He's got it. He might be called upon.
And Crowley asked a very interesting question, and I don't know if he solicited calls on it, but I liked it so much that I would like to hear from Steelers fans on this. Adam threw out there, if Pickett got into this game, and you're sitting on your couch like the rest of us are, and all of a sudden you've got Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady going, holy crap, here comes Kenny Pickett into this football game,
Yeah.
what would the reaction of Steelers fans be? And 65% of people in a poll question that was put up by the fan said they would root against Pickett in that situation. They'd want him to fail.
Not like well, I mean, how much of that is they don't like the Eagles and the Commanders?
We've been over this. You guys have enlightened me on this. I've pointed out, I think Pittsburgh hates Philly, and you guys both have put me in my place and said, no, Pittsburgh sports fans hate the Flyers. They don't hate Philly. They hate Flyers fans, and then because they hate the Flyers so much, they then say horrible things about Philly, but it's really only because of the hockey rivalry. It's not a city versus city rivalry.
You don't think, though, that Jaden Daniels in Washington like a lot of people do this, they just root for the underdog if they don't have an otherwise existing rooting interest? You don't think that would factor in?
I think it might, but I think
it definitely would.
I think it's either personal against Kenny or fans don't want to have to live with the reality that the first-round pick the Steelers gave up on engineered a win to get his team to the Super Bowl. Because I think Donnie pointed this out. Did you say this on the air? Or did you only say it off the air to us? That in a pre-show meeting, that if Pickett came in and did this, you would be inclined Monday to possibly say, well, here's another example of the Steelers screwing up at the quarterback situation. This guy just came in off the bench, off the pine, and won the second biggest game there is to win in the NFL.
I don't know if it would be open to say that they completely screwed up the quarterback position. I mean, I don't think that Kenny Pickett is bound to be Joe Montana or anything like that if he would come in and win this game. I think it's more about how the Steelers failed to put good coaching and a truly good roster around him, because the Eagles have both of that.
Well, to be fair, I think they have the best roster in the league.
That's what I'm saying. We went through tail of the tape for this. Yeah, okay, what they lack at quarterback, they pretty much have the best position group at almost everything else, and they have coaches that are actually allowed to do their jobs. I think it's a bigger indictment there.
It would highlight shortcomings from the owner, too. I think it highlights owner shortcomings. Jeffrey Lurie signs off on, hey, our defense sucked last year. Goodbye. I don't even remember who their coordinator was last year on that side of the ball.
It was Brian Johnson. It was the guy that was friends with Hurts.
No. I'm saying their defense.
Oh, it was Matt Patricia by the end of the year.
Oh, well, God. Should never have brought him on in the first place. My point is, the owner signed off on, we're blowing out both coordinators. We're hiring different people. In Vic Fangio's case, probably the best mind in the league.
So if it's not a matter of, for you guys, as much as, okay, this would make the Steelers look bad, this would be egg on the Steelers' face. It's more about how people have soured on Kenny, the personality, because he wimped out and asked out here. Like, that supersedes the fact that he was a great player at Pitt.
He did two things with the Steelers. No matter what anyone wants to say about like what they put around him, he ultimately did not win any playoff games.
Yep.
He didn't even get them to the playoffs. That somehow was Mason Rudolph. Still seems like a fever dream.
Mm-hmm.
And so through 2 years, things were probably definitely trending in the wrong direction.
Yeah, he underachieved. Big time.
And then, again, I was told this. Other people were told this. I trust the people that I got it from. He's the one who approached them.
Yeah.
They had no intentions of trading him.
Yep, that's right.
And he went to them and said, I want to be traded.
Yeah.
Period. I think those are two big sins. The second one being a huge sin after you haven't played well enough to justify any. Like, if Cam Hayward went to them and said, I would love to be traded to it, like the Eagles or the Chiefs or somebody. Like, I want to
give me a shot.
Give me like a Ray Bork in hockey going from the Bruins to the Avalanche. I want to try to win it all. Would anyone here begrudge him that? I don't think anyone would.
I'll just speak for myself on that. I wouldn't.
I wouldn't. You'd say, like, you've given your body and your career to this team, and they've given you very little in response. When you're Kenny and you're counted upon to be, whether you were overdrafted or not, the guy who gets them to these heights, and then the minute things get a little tough, you say, get me out of here. That's like an ultimate cardinal sin for most fans.
And I think that's true, but if he were just a guy from Ocean, New Jersey who went to Rutgers or Temple or something like that, and he conducted himself that way, I would get why 2/3 of our listeners would root against him in the NFC Championship game. He also happens to be Pitt's best quarterback since Marino. and the last Pitt quarterback to have really a high level of team success there. And so I would think that would trump fans wanting him to lose and play poorly in the NFC Championship game. Like,
I think that exacerbates the feeling because you get even more frustrated that it didn't work out in the pros.
So you think that? Oh, okay. So that's interesting because you call yourself a Pitt. You absolutely identify as a Pitt football fan. When you think of Kenny Pickett, the experience with the Steelers
vastly outweighs
negates all of the Steelers. Yeah, I mean, all the Pitt good work.
Yes, for the most, it like overshadows it probably 80 to 90%. Yeah. Because ultimately, that Pitt season, if that Pitt season ends with them like somehow sneaking into the college football playoff, I probably feel differently. It ended ultimately in a bowl game that was insignificant enough that he just decided to skip it, and rightfully so.
But every major bowl game that's not the college football playoff is now that. The Rose Bowl would get skipped when it wasn't a college football playoff game.
Tony, I understand that. I'm just telling you, if he had made it to the college football playoff with them that year, I think I would feel differently. But it's about like the way it went with the Steelers, and I don't think it was all his fault. But when you just when their plan is we're going to bring in this guy Russell Wilson, and you're going to have to battle. And your first instinct is to say, basically, you screwed me over here. I want out. Yeah, I don't like that. And it's not like he ended up landing in all that better of a position. He's on a better team, and now he might have a crack at it if Hurts gets hit wrong one time.
Well, here's the thing he has a chance to do if this scenario were to play out. It's not like super far-fetched because the guy has 2 big injuries. He's got concussions, and he's got this knee injury now, and he looked terrible in the second half against the Rams. They had to hold on for dear life in that game. If Pickett were to go in and win them this game and they go on to win the Super Bowl, he gets folk hero status there. I mean, it's not Nick Foles.
It's Jeff Hostetler, basically.
But yeah, it's he's part now. The team he grew up rooting for and loving.
He could become Foles level if he does it one way. And Donnie, this is the way where I think it would like make the Steelers look worse.
If he outgunned and outdueled.
If he goes into this game because Hurts gets hurt very early on, and they basically just say we're damn near running the Wildcat with Barkley, and they just grind down the Commanders to dust with their better roster. I don't think, and then they somehow win the Super Bowl the same way. Like, oh my God, we're just so much better. And he just, very pedestrian stat line.
He's
like
along for the ride.
Total Dilfer game management stuff.
Riding coattails.
No one goes and looks at the Steelers and says, like, they ruined him. They just say, wow, the Eagles are so much better top to bottom. If, however, and this is why Foles is so revered, if, however.
Yes, I'm listening.
He goes into this game early and just bizarrely starts balling out like he's playing at Pitt and he's going against like an ACC team. That's the level of production. He's doing fake slides and he's running past people and he's firing darts to A.J. Brown and he's doing little finger gun celebrations and then he does it in the Super Bowl and like beats Patrick Mahomes. I might take a week off. I don't think I could come in here and handle the abuse we would take.
But would you root for it to happen? I am.
I would be kind of ambivalent during the NFC title game as it was happening. And
really? You'd sit there with no feelings. You'd have no compulsion to root one way or the other. I'm shocked by that.
If it got to the point where he actually outgunned the Commanders, I think regardless of who he'd be going against in the Super Bowl, especially Kansas City though, there's a part of me that would be like, well, for the sake of the storyline, this would be hilarious. I have to cheer for it. But I don't want to reward him.
Donnie, would you root for him on Sunday?
It would be a reward. He would be the one making the reward for himself by playing well. He quit on a team and would get rewarded for it.
Don?
I'm already rooting so hard for the Commanders that, I don't know, like I could find myself, if he truly got the job done like his way, it'd be like, okay, you have to clap it up for him. Like, you have to give him props.
I'm with you, though. I'm rooting for Washington so much. I don't think I could change on the fly.
But if he goes into the game 5 minutes in and it's like 7-7.
I'm still rooting for Washington.
So am I.
But is it more rooting for Washington than it is rooting, like...
It wouldn't be like, oh, I'm singling out now that Pickett's in the game. I'm definitely rooting for Washington. It wouldn't be that. I'm rooting for them no matter what. I want to see that team actually get to the Super Bowl.
I think I'm starting to think Pony's going to be not proven right that he's going to get them the win here. I think he's going to play real snaps. I do.
Could you imagine if what you said happens in the Super Bowl?
Do you know what? Hurts is wearing a brace on it.
I know. We would look back on history and we would say, man, like the team that ended the Chiefs' run, like they couldn't get 3 in a row. Who was their quarterback? Was it Hurts?
Somebody would just hold up a pair of gloves.
See K. Pickett.
can your brains even process collectively, the three of us? We've all seen a lot of weird stuff. I was courtside while Robert Morris beat Kentucky in the NIT.
Yeah.
Can you just imagine seeing a box score from Super Bowl 59? It says it's like Eagles.
I mean,
Eagles
I'll
31,
level with you.
Chiefs 27. It says K. Pickett, 22 of 28.
If that happens,
305 yards, 3 touchdowns.
If that happens, I'll come in here Monday and say, I have to confess something. I don't think that this is real life. I think that my life is the Truman Show, or it's a simulation or something, that this would happen.
My car radio was acting funny this morning. I think everyone's doing this for effect.
412-928-9370. Fan Twitter poll question. Jalen Hurts is very iffy for this game. He's going to start.
He's gimpy. Very gimpy.
If Kenny Pickett goes in for the Eagles, will you root for him or against him? 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Championship Sunday, Washington and Philly at 3 o'clock. Buffalo, Kansas City at 6:30. Both of those games can be heard right here on the Fan, courtesy of the NFL on Westwood One. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Thanks, Donnie. I actually, for our YouTube crowd that I know loves it when I give them a shout-out, I brought visual aids to tell you about Daisy's new French onion dip. They've also got their new ranch dip from Daisy. I tell you, and you might not believe me, oh, Chris, do you really snack on vegetables and then love Daisy French onion dip as part of your snacking? Yes, I do. For our YouTube crowd, I'm holding it up in front of the camera right now. Why do I love Daisy French onion dip? Why is it the best French onion dip I've ever had? Because it's made with real herbs and spices and the kind of ingredients you'd have in your own kitchen. Make the game day snacking that much better. Go look for Daisy French onion dip at a grocery store near you.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I'm not apologizing to the Jaguars. Good for them for landing Liam Cohen as head coach, but it didn't have to be this hard. They remain an unserious organization, as do the Cowboys. Not Bill Belichick, not Dion, but Brian Schottenheimer's going to be their next head coach. No other team interviewed Schottenheimer for a vacancy this cycle, but he's Jerry's choice. Good luck ending that Super Bowl drought. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this, as the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line, Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN+. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
It's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore hosts the best watch parties for all the black and gold hockey games, making it the go-to destination for dedicated hockey fans. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound, premium food and drinks, including their famous prime rib dip. Enjoy game day vibes that match being at the game at Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore. The ultimate game day experience for all hockey fans and all sports fans.
Weekends are for the Warriors.
of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Outbound side of the Parkway West, you're backed up from 2nd Avenue into the tunnels. Inbound side of the Parkway West stacks up at the top of Green Tree Hill. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
You know what you want to say. Bad dog. You chewed up my couch. Now I gotta call the junk men to have them haul it out of here. Time to call the pros. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's been great. I mean, obviously, Jalen's an incredibly talented player, playing the system, a similar system, and we're kind of all learning this new one together. So the communication back and forth in the quarterback room has been awesome, with the quarterbacks coaching us and Kellen. So I couldn't ask for a better room, better staff, to be working with, and obviously the talent around this team is pretty special. So it's a great group to be on.
$3:15. Time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums, 724-443-5610. Eagles Commanders. Mulsey thinks Jalen Hurts is going to have to tap out of this game and say, I quit. And that means Kenny Pickett would come in on his white horse to try to lead the Eagles to victory. Most fans have said, according to our Twitter poll, that they'd root for Kenny to F up and screw up in that situation.
Yeah,
which I think is fascinating.
Early responses to your way over-the-top tweet, not kind to you about this.
I mean, is the same thing true for Trubisky? If something happened to Josh Allen, I hope this guy blows because he didn't help us. So go out there and play like crap. Go Kansas City.
I'm very ambivalent towards Trubisky. I just don't, no feeling one way or the other. Never thought he'd be good. Wasn't surprised when he wasn't good. Trubisky's best looked better than Pickett's best.
Isn't that basically your same take on Kenny?
Never
thought he was good, never really played good.
Kenny, I tried to give Kenny the benefit of the doubt. Don't try to do revisionist history here. I attempted to discuss him in good faith, and when I thought he was making good plays, say so. But Trubisky's best here was, I think, more impressive looking even in short spurts than Kenny's absolute best.
His worst was worse, though.
Yes, that is kind of the Mitch Trubisky story. He also just came in relief of Pickett and outdueled Tom Brady.
That's true.
To win a game here.
That's Tomlin's biggest underdog win in his career by point spread.
9.5-point dogs.
Chase Claypool actually made plays there, so that really was a bizarro world game. That was because Tom Brady preferred to go to Robert Kraft's wedding than get ready for that game.
Then he was cussing out his teammates on the sidelines, and they did not seem too happy about
that. Yeah, who's the guy from Pittsburgh who lives close to Craig Riley who was getting the business from Brady in that game? Hainsey?
Yeah, Ron Hainsey.
He a plum guy?
Gateway?
Yeah.
Aren't there
he should have stood up
Wasn't
and
there
just.
A Penguins Hainsey? Yeah.
There was.
Ron Hainsey.
Yeah, there are two Ron Hainsey.
He should have got up.
He was Robert Hainsey.
Robert Hainsey, thank you.
He should have got up and just slugged Brady in the face.
I'm not going to say it.
Chuck's on the fan. Hello, Chuck.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Hello, Chuck.
Hi, Chuck.
I'll be quick. I really think the quarterback situation, something has to be done there, but what really needs to be done, we need somebody on that interior defensive line. We need some big moose in there. Derrick Henry was going up there what through.
So let me ask you a question then, hypothetically
You want
speaking.
a big moose on the defensive line?
Let me ask you a question. If you could either drop Aaron Donald in his prime or Patrick Mahomes onto this Steelers team, which one would you pick?
Well, of course I'd pick Patrick Mahomes.
Okay. Just making sure.
I think the argument there is you're probably not going to find Patrick Mahomes 2.0, but I sympathize and side with you, Pony. All things being equal, you take the quarterback 10 times out of 10.
This Abram or Abraham?
Abram,
here?
I bet.
Abram in Washington. Hello, Abram.
Hey, fellas. How are you?
Hey, man.
What's up?
Just about the Kenny Pickett question, if we would root for him or not if he comes in. I just can't believe that's even a question personally. Like, there's three big reasons why. One, he plays for the Eagles. I just can't imagine, living in Pittsburgh and rooting for any Philadelphia team.
Here in the back of your mind, you can hear fly, Eagles, fly.
I've brought that up before, and I've gotten completely shot down for that take, Abram. In fact, people have called into our shows and said, you know what, the Pirates have stunk for so long. I actually root for the Phillies.
So that's the most common one. I think there are a lot of Phillies adopted Phillies fans.
That's crazy. To me, that's just if you're not a true diehard Pittsburgh guy, if you're rooting for anything Philadelphia.
So let me just make sure. So let me just keep you. Let's just take that a step further. It's Chiefs Eagles in the Super Bowl in 2 weeks. Who do you root for?
Chiefs, 1,000%.
Wow. I'm a little bit surprised by that.
I would at that point want to see history and see them three-peat.
It would make me sick. It would make me sick to see them again just because of the whole Mahomes thing right now and just how he plays the game. But you can't give it to Philly.
One more. What if it were Eagles-Ravens in the Super Bowl?
Eagles.
Okay. There we go.
Yeah.
I found
you tested the limits of Abrams.
Yeah, that's crazy. I have two more reasons, though. If you guys
we're still here. We're still hanging out with you.
One or two, he quit on us. I mean, it doesn't matter who you are. If you're quitting on our guys, then you're not alive to us anymore.
Okay, so fine. But Chris made a good point earlier about James Harrison. He did the same thing. People don't seem to hold that against him at all, and he quit to go to the Patriots of all teams. New England.
But look what he gave us. The dude was just an absolute animal on the field. He deserved that right.
He's Defensive Player of the Year, and he won him a Super Bowl with a crazy play.
We gave Kenny a career at the end of the day. We gave him
Steelers gave him something nobody else would have given him,
pick?
which is he can always say he's a first-round pick.
I agree with that.
I still, to Abram, you'll get your third point here, but I will say, even though Harrison gave us all that, I have ripped the hell out of him for the way he exited his very last time.
He goes to Steelers games and he gets cheered. 70,000 people stand up and say, I love you, James Harrison. I don't care that you tried to latch on with the Patriots and win a Super Bowl.
I think that's because they see what he did there as a Mike Tomlin protest, and they probably like it.
Fair point. Number 3, Abe?
They're playing a very likable team. This Commanders team I really like. I like Jaden Daniels. I like everything that they're about right now. In fact, I think you guys made the point, if Kenny goes on to beat this team, to beat the Commanders, and then somehow beats the Chiefs, I will get Kenny Pickett's name tattooed on me.
Let's keep that one. Yeah. I don't think we'll ever have to bring it back, but it is a nice one to have in the vault.
What's Abrams' brain going to be doing if Kenny takes them to the NFC title with a great game? And then Super Bowl 59,
Can I make a point that I think speaks to how down in the dumps I am about the Steelers?
Your name's on the show. You can do whatever you
honestly
want.
think if Jaden Daniels were on the Steelers roster right now,
still be playing?
It would be no. I'm not. No,
the other way. The
yes.
other way. Well, that's because Mike would be like, he's a rookie. I can't let him try to make plays.
And Kingsbury has done a very good job of strategically altering game plans mid-game, going forward on fourth down. I mean, there's just a lot of
Kingsbury also
the
got
mind
through his
meld
own lull.
between those two.
Kingsbury also got through. I'm sure you read about this. There's this studied thing, a Kingsbury lull, where his offense is almost always in the past would start to hit the skids and never recover later in seasons, and they actually did buck that trend this year. But Mike would have watched Jaden Daniels throw 2 picks in a game and been like, all right, that's it.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net, 412-928-9370. Can take more of your calls. Donnie has his mega matchups for Conference Championship weekend coming up, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops at Syracuse tomorrow, tip at 12:30. You can listen to that game right here on the Fan. Pre-game coverage at noon. Headlines. Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Donnie. It is one of the biggest weekends of the sports calendar coming up on Sunday. Conference Championship weekend in the NFL. Eagles and Commanders, and then you've got Bills and Chiefs. And right now, new customers to FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, can make a $5 bet and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right, $300 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet on FanDuel. I like the Eagles in this game. Hurts or Pickett doesn't matter to me. Barkley in the backfield, that elite defense, Jalen Carter against now a very leaky Commanders offensive line. I think Philly ends up winning this game by double digits and getting themselves into the Super Bowl. And you can join me, FanDuel.com/Andrew, or you can pick against me, too. Get started with $300 in bonus bets. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. Universal Windows Direct. It is cold out there. It is. And you don't want that cold air intruding on your home. And it can get in if your windows are no good. If they are not keeping that cold air out, your energy bills are skyrocketing, and the double whammy is you're also uncomfortable in your home. Universal's windows have exclusive super spacer technology that makes sure that they perform better and last longer, keeping your home comfortable and your energy bills lower. And they've got a great deal at Universal Windows Direct going on right now. For every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free. There is no limit, plus 36 months of no-interest financing. That's not all. If you've already received a quote from another company, bring it to Universal Windows Direct, and they will beat it. Do not wait for the winter weather to do damage to your home, to do damage to your wallet. Call Universal Windows Direct today, 412-545-6003. Schedule your free in-home estimate or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. After a 6th straight playoff loss, it doesn't sound like there'll be a change at head coach. But Mike Tomlin sounds open to a new option at quarterback.
We don't have a quarterback under contract. We got some major discussions there. It was a really good experience with the 3 quarterbacks that were on our roster this year, individually and collectively. We certainly are open to considering those guys.
We'll have the quarterback situation covered all offseason long, like no one else can. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
A trip to the championship is on the line. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. It all comes down to a pair of grudge matches on Sunday. Longtime division rivals Washington and Philly. And can the Bills finally get over the hump in KC? The BetQL model has both unders as 5-star best bets. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this, as the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line, Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
You are never too old for a family. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is dedicated to finding forever families for children who have been waiting in foster care the longest. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, our experts will perform a thorough 20-point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up today.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $8,500 off or finance at low 0%. In fact, the popular Eclipse Cross comes with 0% as well.
And with up to 125% of KBB for your trade, we make a new start easier than ever.
Your New Year deal your way. What a great day.
Shop Mitsu by the Mall at JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 30th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Joe Montana here. In my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease. Are you 50 or older like me? The CDC now recommends vaccination against pneumococcal disease. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at increased risk and over 6 times greater risk of hospitalization with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50. Schedule your appointment today at vaxassist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Mark Cabali going to join us in a few minutes. We'll get his take on some of these Ben Roethlisberger comments. Steelers coaching contracts expiring. No word on whether some of these guys will be brought back. We'll demand answers from Mark. We'll also see if Mark still believes Russell Wilson will return as Steelers quarterback after Russ went on the Pat McAfee show, Mark's boss, and said that conversations have started on that front.
Pony, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Before we get to Donnie's mega matchups, you tweeted out earlier today, Friday Steelers news dump and the infamous eyeball emojis.
Yeah.
Anything?
We got an hour and a half.
They fired their weekend janitor.
You know,
or that guy got another job because they can't pay him.
His
if
contract
they
expired,
money. Yeah,
and he's actually
expired.
he's gone elsewhere to clean. Very well regarded in the industry.
I always felt sorry for the high school janitor. Every time I saw our high school janitor, he just seemed like he was so downtrodden and beaten down by the job.
Greensburg-Salem had a janitor, I'm not kidding about this, that had a massive drug and gun ring that was discovered in, 2012. I was in high school there.
Could you tell that something was off about him?
So I couldn't, but it was funny because, during the summers, kids could, sign up as, a summer job almost to, help the school with, maintenance.
Uh-huh.
My brother-in-law actually did that while that guy was still there.
When he bought a
years.
Bentley with what he made over the summer, you said,
okay,
wait a minute.
So you joke about that, but the dude would drive in he drove in a massive Escalade. He was bringing everybody lunch.
That's called
every
not
day.
being subtle about it.
Yeah.
Sounds like he had more of a Walter White kind of.
But was
that it was big?
But was that janitor the people's champ? Did the kids in the
people
school
like him?
Treat the janitor with respect? Because I feel like the knuckleheads at my high school always made the janitor's job harder.
Yeah, people were jackasses about it.
I thought we were fine to him. He just kind of looked like a fat Kenny Rogers.
Kenny Rogers, the singer, or Kenny Rogers, the pitcher?
Yeah, the singer, Kenny Rogers, the late Kenny Rogers.
But he was a drug lord.
Yeah, I will tell you guys to look him up during the break.
I'll tell you what, though. You make enough money doing that, you start your own sanitation business. Not a bad racket. Gene Steratore can attest.
Yeah. You see his, urinal cakes at games, and it says, Steratore Sanitation, and there's a little cartoon referee putting his hands up in the air for a made
Tony
touchdown
Soprano
or field goal.
worked in some sanitation, too.
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did.
What are you implying? Steratore Soprano?
I'm not saying anything.
Oh, okay.
I just think it's interesting.
That sounded like me saying look out for China there. I'm not saying anything's going on, but.
Oh, I think you're implying strongly things are going on in China Pony.
All right, what's Donnie Football's mega matchup for Conference Championship weekend?
Did you want one from each game like last week?
Oh, yeah.
You smoke him.
You
got him, you smoke him. Smoke him if you got him.
I feel like the Eagles' run game is just so powerful, and then the Commanders against the run, that's got to be the big one you look at here because they're the fourth worst team against the run. And obviously out of playoff teams remaining, they are far and away the worst. They allowed nearly 5 yards a carry this season.
It'd be a pretty big middle finger to the Steelers' ethos, too, if they say, hey, you got to run the ball and stop the run if Washington made it to the Super Bowl.
Just passing the crap out of it.
And they beat the Lions, even though the Lions never got stopped in the run game. If Barkley does go off
and they still win,
because that's what happened in the first game. Barkley had 100 yards in the first quarter, and they won because Daniels had 5 touchdowns.
And because it was not Jalen Hurts playing quarterback.
No, but Kenny did make a throw that should have won them the game, but Devontae Smith dropped it. Anywho.
I think Bobby Wagner's got to have a massive game because they're going to get to the second level, and if he's missing tackles, forget about it.
I mean, Gibbs averaged what? Almost 10 yards a carry or something.
Jahmyr Gibbs, first-round running back. Still don't like the pick, but...
I kind of do. Dude, he's electrifying, man.
But if you also notice there, more often when a guy actually does, deserve to get picked in the first round, he looks
So wait
like
a minute.
it.
You say that, Chris, but here's my rebuttal to that. I think the Lions would have been better off if they used that pick on a defensive player and then just signed Derrick Henry.
I think Gibbs is a way different kind of running back. Derrick Henry would be, you're going to run an offense that's more David Montgomery-style runs. To me,
Okay,
Gibbs,
that works in Detroit with that offensive line too, man.
I mean, Gibbs is a home run hitter, man. He reminds me more of
Henry's not a home run hitter?
Gibbs
he runs for
90-yard
touchdowns.
I am aware. I'm just saying I think you'd be replacing David Montgomery with him, and you probably wouldn't have Gibbs at all. It's also easy to say they should have drafted a defensive player when half their defense got hurt this year.
I know. That's why I'm saying it.
What they should do is trade 2 late first-round picks for T.J. Watt to the Steelers to make sure that never happens again.
Donnie, AFC Championship game mega matchup.
That one for me, it's Patrick Mahomes and his targets against the Bills secondary. Taylor Rapp going to be out.
What happened now?
Somebody sent us the link to your janitor. Fat Kenny Rogers is one of the great descriptions I have ever heard for this man. It is an unbelievably good call by you. I'm sorry.
His nickname was Tats.
I'm sorry, man. The face loaded on the picture, and I could not keep the laughing. He kind of looks like an old Harry Callahan.
Is he still in the clink? Is he still locked up? Because there's a chance he's listening to this right now.
5 to 10. 5 to 10 in prison, and that
he's
was
probably out then.
Yeah, 5 to 10 because this is way back in 2013. He got convicted, so he's probably out. It was a high-level cocaine trafficking network. Holy
I'm
crap.
telling you, man, he had a hell of an operation going.
All right, so
anyway,
Patrick Mahomes targeting the Bills secondary.
Yeah, Taylor Rapp's going to be out. Cole Bishop is in. DeMar Hamlin back there with him. Benford is questionable. You got Douglas and Johnson, too, in that secondary. The other big concern there, even though the guy is aging, when it comes to the playoffs, who are they going to have on Travis Kelce?
So they held him under 10 yards in the first game. And the thing that Buffalo did was they were very physical with him. So they've got to do that again, obviously. Houston, for whatever reason, decided, hey, we won't try to slow you down. Just run like a dog that has just an open meadow. And just run around and have a field day. And I give Buffalo credit for this. The game I went to on Sunday, they completely changed up what they did defensively because they felt like their defensive personality did not match what was necessary to stop Derrick Henry. They played more 3 linebackers, less nickel, more man-to-man defense. So I do trust McDermott strategically here.
They were lucky though. Baltimore kept turning the ball over. I mean,
yeah,
it's not like they stopped the Ravens. The Ravens absolutely stopped themselves.
Well, they stopped Henry.
I know, but the Ravens outgained them by a bunch.
Sure.
And it was a turnover situation. It was like the platonic ideal of how you win if you're Mike Tomlin.
Kansas City's offense still does not look right to me, guys.
I just think you're going to see Kelsey have a month. I think it's just going to be one of those games where he's always open.
Well, then you should get to FanDuel or any sportsbook out there because his receiving yard prop in the game is only 60-something.
What's his receptions prop? Do you know?
Don't know. But I'll make a promise to you. If he's under that number, they're not winning.
I just don't think he's going to be under that number.
Yeah. All right, Donnie, thank you for the mega matchups.
This is just fatter Kenny Rogers is just – he has a lot of tats, trust me. But, I see Kenny Rogers – he's not a fat guy. He's not a real big guy. Heavier than Kenny Rogers, I think
he was slimmer in that picture than what I remember, but still like a chubby Kenny Rogers.
Was he actually putting in work?
He looks like an older Harry Callis, too. Couldn't you see Callis?
Was he putting in work as the janitor, or was he there just to kind of, kill time and have, a real job on the books? Or was he actually, grinding away, plunging toilets, mopping floors?
Yeah, I mean, I think he was like the...
You got to, at least sell the idea that that's what you're doing for a living.
I mean, I think he was the head honcho. I mean, I wasn't walking around man, that guy's really not cleaning as well as he should be. I wasn't judging their work by any means.
In this picture, too, Donnie, one of the funnier police mustaches I've ever seen. Just like a Tom Selleck special behind him escorting him.
Oh, yeah, that is a really good one.
The Kabali Hour next on the Steelers and these championship games. Before we get to that, though, a message from us. First from me on McVay. Deep freeze temperatures have happened here, and that can do a number on your home. Frigid weather, frozen pipes, water heaters that are overwhelmed, heating systems that can't keep up to the Arctic temperatures, and some of them just stop working altogether, and that's why you need experts like McVay. Plumbing, heating, and cooling, just a phone call away, ready to help. McVay provides fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing and heating services. So call McVay today or visit callmcvay.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. Let's talk right now. I want to get a message out there. We know we got a lot of business owners who listen to this show, a lot of people who might own their own contracting businesses, blue-collar types. Ponies type of people, right? Well, guess what? If you're doing a lot of kitchen renovations, bathroom renovations, things that involve cabinets, if you're a homeowner looking to have that kind of a renovation done, the cabinets are a huge sticking point right now. You probably know this. The average wait time around 8 to 12 weeks, 2 to 3 months if that hits you a little bit harder, right? That's no good. Guess what, though? There's a solution. Choice Cabinet. When you go to Choice Cabinet, guess what? They can have cabinets delivered to your house or your apartment, whatever you're doing, in as little as 3 days. They've got over 65,000 cabinets in stock, Amish-made, all wood, high quality. So guess what? If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We'll have partly cloudy skies as we head through the night, but it is going to get cold as we look to dip into the single digits again. But our temperatures warm up nicely tomorrow. Mostly cloudy skies, a few snow showers around. Temperatures in the lower 30s, and then around freezing for Sunday with the slight chance of snow. From the KDK First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Ray Petlin.
Flex Premium Athleisure is softness that plays hard. From the couch to the gym to the office and beyond, Flex gives you premium comfort and style that keeps up with anything without costing everything. Whether you're chasing the ball or chasing the kids, life's a workout. Flex with it. Exclusively at Kohl's. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Winter is here in full force, and Bowser Hyundai has options to get you where you need to go no matter the weather. Take home the 2025 Elantra SE and get 3.99% APR for 60 months, or the 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 48 months. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, Get to BowserHyundai.com. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends January 31st.
Well, that's the power of
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Ad paid for by Anthem Tax Services. Attention, if you or your business is behind in filing your tax returns, or if you owe over $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS, please listen carefully. The IRS does not joke around and will not stop their collection efforts. If you're tired of the IRS letters, levies, liens, or wage garnishments and would like to get a fresh start, we can help. Due to the financial hardships in the country, the IRS is making it easier than ever to settle tax problems for those who owe more than $10,000. We can help settle your delinquent tax problems, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes significantly. Even if you can't afford to pay your back taxes, you can still get the help you need. We've helped thousands of taxpayers just like you, but you must call 800-217-1316 today to stop your tax problem from getting worse. The information is free and the help is real. Call 800-217-1316. That's 800-217-1316. Again, 800-217-1316.
Hey, football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you'll be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. What are your plans this winter? Snowy walk in the park? Curl up by the fire with a nice book? Get stuck in the hospital with COVID-19? If that last one isn't in your plans, and surely it's not, then consider getting an updated vaccine. Because if you're 65 or older, you're 14 times more likely to be hospitalized with COVID-19 than someone under 50. So get your updated vaccine and make the most of this winter. Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. See yourself in the new 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive and lease for just $209 a month, or purchase with a special low APR starting at 3.9%. At Monroeville Kia, our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. See what you get free: lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Call for details, 412-856-2100.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You need to go talk to somebody. What happened at that hospital? It wasn't right. And you had something here. You need to call the dog. This a medical malpractice. You see, I'm your doctor, so I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened. When you went into that hospital, they told you it was just a headache. But that wasn't a headache. You had a stroke. Do you hear your speech? It's slurred. That was a stroke. That wasn't a headache. You understand? Gotta call Top Dog. This is top dollar. This a medical malpractice. This is top dollar. Any accident, big or small, life or death, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX.
Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this, as the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line, Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime-forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sinks overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back with fun for the whole family. The 64th annual fuel-required classic car dealership World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 24th through 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's hottest customs, hot rods, classics, trucks, and motorcycles, including the Evel Knievel Tribute, featuring the Snake River Trike, the X2 Sky Cycle, and the Formula One Dragster, presented by Motor Mania Media. Make your own music and show your own style. Get your photo with Barbie's pink Cadillac from Disney's Epcot. You've seen her on parade, now see it in person. Saturday, meet Danny Coker and Kevin Mack from Counts Customs and Counting Cars. Saturday and Sunday, meet Farm Truck and Asian from Street Outlaws. And see their sleeper Chevy Farm Truck Racer. TheFuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. This weekend at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts, part of the Summit Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See WorldOfWheels.com for more info.
The 64th Annual World of Wheels Custom Auto Show, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts, January 24th through 26th, David Lawrence Convention Center, Pittsburgh. Discount tickets exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. See America's finest hot rods, customs, trucks, motorcycles. The cars are the stars. All weekend. World of Wheels Custom Auto Show, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts, January 24th through 26th, David Lawrence Convention Center, Pittsburgh.
If you love designer brands and you love clearance, then you're going to love this. Macy's is having a huge designer clearance event right now with incredible new designer markdowns on cold weather styles from BCBG, Hugo Boss, Michael Kors, and more. How big are the markdowns? How about Coach boots for $200 or less? So if you're looking for the things you love all in one place, come in and shop the designer clearance event at Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com
an appliance and HVAC part solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bomb shelves arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free? Oh, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any Metro Flex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
We're already seeing outbound delays on the parkways. Outbound side of the Parkway East, you're backed up from Technology Drive into the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Outbound Parkway West is delayed from the County Jail through Green Tree. I'm Kyle Fronheiser.
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Conference championship weekend is upon us. Eagles, Commanders, 3 o'clock. Bills, Chiefs, 6:30 Sunday. You can listen to both games here on 93.7 The Fan, the NFL on Westwood 1. For more, go to 93.7theFan.com. Right now, Football Friday on the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Is the biggest issue we hadn't sucked enough?
Well, I mean, that's what the question you ask is, like, are you better off not being good enough for a while and getting some better picks and knowing what it's like to lose? I mean, the problem is, I think that and I'm not going to say the fans because they're over it, but
yeah.
The problem is, like, that whole, you live in this world of never being below 500, and now it's like, is that the new bar? Is the new bar 500? Like, we just got to have a winning season?
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. It's funny when the Steelers immortals and greats start to sound like fans and callers. And James Harrison and Ben Roethlisberger have both done a lot of that in the last 24 hours. Mark Cabali in studio with us. Pat McAfee Show. Roethlisberger to the Post-Gazette. Mark, it feels like there's no Steelers way anymore. James Harrison, while he was getting acupuncture to Willie Colon, the standard isn't the standard anymore. It's just a saying. It's just a cliche. Good afternoon. How are you?
It's always been a cliche, but yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
I'd usually rip you and say, there you go, Cabali, having to always say the extra, go the extra mile, but you're exactly right. I think it's always been a cliche.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, Tomlin has an answer for that. If you bring it up to him, it will be, yeah, we value those guys' opinions and
they don't play here anymore.
Mark, I think it's worse when it comes from guys that he won a Super Bowl with and really has to thank for a Super Bowl when they're starting to scratch their head and say, well, wait a minute, why is this guy still
the coach here? I think what we've seen in the past is a lot of times when these defensive players or players in general sit there and criticize the team, it's normally the players. You rarely see them go beyond players.
So why
to
do
the
you think it's
staff.
crossed over to now Tomlin criticism and not player criticism with these two in particular who are Steelers legends?
Because probably it's happened so long. It's been, 6 years since the playoffs? 6, 8?
8 years, 6
years
games.
since the playoff.
6 playoff losses, 8 years. So it's getting to the point where players have turned over. You really can't blame it on them. There has to be a underlying theme here.
Are they right?
They're getting closer.
Do you agree with? Don't you agree with at least Harrison, who pointed out something I think you've pointed out on Twitter, that you can't give Mike the roster gets made and he has to do the most he can with it. Harrison just point blank said, "You've been the coach 2 decades, basically. You get to pick your players.
Yeah, not only pick your players, you pick everything associated with the organization. Period. Within reason, other than maybe the owners or."
Well, we know he wouldn't pick another owner because this guy's giving him $50 million for not winning playoff games.
I don't think Art comes to him with minority ownership questions or anything like that, but anything else, it's probably has to cross his desk, or at least he has to give a say-so in it. The Ben Roethlisberger quote he said there, I would have liked to hear him say, he was like, okay, is 500 good enough? We just don't suck enough. When he was playing, if somebody said to you, hey, Ben, you need to go 5-12 in order to be good in 3 years, I'm sure he wouldn't have appreciated that. Right?
No, he would have flipped out.
Yes.
Or he would have given you a crap answer. Yeah. For sure. I agree with that. But that's because he thought he was the answer. He was the guy. He was a franchise
even Ramon,
quarterback.
I'm even saying anybody on that team or those teams would never agree to be in 4 wins tanking a season.
Well, that's because the guys on this team like to smell their own farts. It goes back to what Dante. Seriously, it goes back to what. Do you, Chris?
I know this about your own farts. They never smell as bad to you as they do to other people.
I agree with that.
If I fart though, and it actually smells kind of bad to me, I know that I've just dropped a fart nuke basically in my house.
Plus, you give the warning too, you might not want to come over.
Oh, he's done that with me in here before.
Yeah. Oh yeah, on the air. We're about to go back on the air, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I just ripped one
because you were nervous it was going to float back over in my direction.
Then he was
I appreciated that.
Now, if he would have called you out, would you accept it? I always accept it.
Well, there's nobody else to blame in that.
Well, you could have said it's, maybe.
Yeah, he's not going to exactly have to hire a private eye to figure out.
Oh, you got some crazy beans going on over there. Maybe it's waffling over here.
Mac's talking. Over here. Mac was on Twitter now talking about the earliest.
What half of the Kabali and Mac podcast?
Correct. I don't know. Did he ask you this? Did you guys cover how early on do you fart in a relationship or in a dating situation? And I think
that sounds like a good topic for next week.
I think former Steelers PR man Ryan Scarpino said first date, find out who's really down to ride or not.
No, I disagree with him on that. You can't do it on a first date.
How long did you know Amanda
Because the first date is like the scene in Step Brothers where they fart in the interview with Seth Rogen, and he's like, now it's just weird. I don't think you can be that comfortable.
Second date?
I still think you're on.
Do we think Mark knows about Craig?
Craig's never farted in front of his wife. They've been together probably almost 2 decades now. He's never farted.
See, I do one of those things, walking up the steps like, and all I hear is, you're gross. And my response is like, you've never done it.
Well, it sounds like you're making duck calls while you're up the steps.
Sometimes by the time you get upstairs, you're doing all you can to hold it in. It's it's little toots on the way up.
You never see a big fat guy that is mashing his own, nuts.
What?
What was that?
That was said moments ago on AM, and it was pointed out to me.
Mashing his own nuts?
Yeah.
We talking about
I don't even know what the context of that is. I frankly don't care. Yeah.
I mean, I know the filming of Mr. Belvedere was stopped for a week because he sat on his own.
Mark.
Wow, we got off topic here real quick.
The smelling his own farts thing, Dante Jackson went on Kuntz's podcast and said, be careful what you wish for. I was in Carolina. You could be really bad. And
you don't know how good you have it here.
So those guys that are in the stew, that are living it, of course are going to rally around their coach and circle the wagons. It's the guys that are removed from it and know what winners look like and what they don't, who I take more seriously in this situation.
Well, the guy like Dante Jackson specifically, he's unemployed right now.
So he's trying to suck up to the Steelers to probably get a second contract here.
Yeah, I wouldn't take much into that.
Ben also said the Steelers are not just a quarterback away, in my opinion. Donnie, what was your reaction to that comment by Ben?
Well, if you get the right guy, you are only a quarterback away. We see with a couple of the teams
Washington,
here. Washington's a great example of that. that's where I thought that was another comment I thought was more so just a jab at Mike Tomlin. He's saying that because he doesn't trust that the head coach is just a quarterback away, because we have seen, whether it be with any of the three guys last year or any of the both guys this year, not so much Wilson because he was a veteran, but he does not really allow quarterbacks to flourish unless it was Ben, who was already here and well established at the time. Like, Ben saying that means I don't trust that Mike Tomlin can just get a quarterback and make the Steelers a quarterback away. He won't be able to develop him.
Do you think he's got a problem with quarterbacks in general, that he can't let them do their thing?
I never even thought about it that way, but yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't think he likes the rookie aspect of guys, the younger guys. That's why I think when Roethlisberger, I guess, quit or left, he was really wanted to have a guy who was more experienced, ended up going.
Do you think Jaden Daniels would have thrived as much here as he did in Washington in year one?
Probably not.
I don't think so.
Probably not. I mean,
I don't think the head coach, even if he showed a lot of promise, would have allowed him the leeway to do his thing.
I mean, you got a upper echelon offensive coordinator, a star running back, a star.
I don't think Brian Robinson Jr. is a star running back.
He's better than what they have here.
You've got one elite wide
receiver. You don't think he's better than what they have here? You'd take Najee, Jalen over Eckler and
I think it's about a wash. I think it's about if one's better than the other, it's very marginal.
Their top receiver's better than anybody on this roster.
Yeah, but how about their secondary receivers?
Like who?
Zacchaeus, I think, is their second receiver.
Wait, don't they have De'Ami Brown?
Dotson.
Oh, yes, exactly.
Yeah,
De'Ami Brown.
Zach Ertz was a star.
Ertz kind of rejuvenated his
career.
Yeah,
he rejuvenated himself because of Jaden Daniels.
Yes.
Exactly. If Zach Ertz was in the Steelers' offense, he'd have 26 catches for 241 yards or something like that.
Let me tell you something. Ben's really learning this media stuff because 2 years ago he was sold on Kenny Pickett. He was sold on Mitch Trubisky for a while. He was sold on Justin Fields earlier in the season.
And Russ, too.
So I don't know if we can trust his judgment right now as well.
This anonymous thing that got put in this story, too. Several sources have told the Post-Gazette the offense and defense lack imagination and have become too predictable. Okay. Yeah. I mean, don't you think all you would have needed to do was watch their games?
Do we need sources to tell us that?
Offensively, there's a disconnect between Wilson and coordinator Arthur Smith.
I've heard that somewhere before. Wow. Huh. Jeez, and a lot of people were telling me that was not correct.
So do you believe what Russ told your boss?
What did he say, though?
That they're talking about a contract extension?
No. Well, there might be different degrees of it. I think Russ's description of contract talks in the Steelers might be a little bit different here. I see it as, okay, Russ, we'll be in contact with your agent, compared to, hey, this is how much we want you back, here's the money. I don't think it's got to that point, because I don't think they would even consider that right now. So I think they might have said something.
Why not?
Because they wait. They have a process going through evaluating the players, evaluating the coaching
process
staff,
is infallible. I love their
that's
process.
where they're at, and they're not at that point yet where they're going to say, okay, what quarterback are we going to go after? Let alone already going to.
How much talking do you think they've done with Fields?
Probably same thing. Hey, we'll be in touch. We want you back. They're not going to burn any bridges right now. They better not, because you never know how it's going to turn out. Maybe all of a sudden Russell wants to go to Vegas.
Mark, when you sent out that picture of the fat guy from Moneyball who was excited about the moves they made when Russell Wilson said he wanted to come back here, did you actually mean that, or were you just trolling people?
I don't remember what I don't remember.
You were like, yes, Russ wants to come back here.
You're just engagement forming so much that you don't even remember
I honestly don't even remember that. Maybe I was just watching Moneyball at the time.
Because, look, I had to come to the realization that Pickett was not the guy, even though I had said over and over again that he was, and I was wrong. Have you now done that with Russ?
I've written and said numerous times right now they should go after Fields. If they're going to choose between one or the other, it should be Fields over Russell right now.
Even though you've been a Russell Wilson guy.
Yeah, I've said this last year, too. I said I thought Russ was good for 2024, but I think Fields would be good for 2025 and beyond, obviously because of the age. But I think you saw enough from him that you can project that he's at least getting better. And
because I thought you were, when that was happening, you were texting Donnie things like, "Oh, he only made one good throw," or "Boy, this was not really that impressive."
No, I just thought that Russell was going to be good for this season, unless he had the Super Bowl
but I know,
run,
but I thought you were also poo-pooing what Fields was doing while he was playing. Donnie, was he poo-pooing, in your opinion? You were the guy
I could have been trolling Donnie at the
He
time,
probably
too.
was.
Oh, there was poo-pooing to the max. He was trying to strengthen his own,
but also probably trolling.
Yes,
but he would say on the air after every Fields game, "Hey, they should go to Russell Wilson."
You guys remember more than what I say than what I say.
Correct.
I'm going to have to keep a little
The memories
notebook.
are remarkable here, Mark.
No,
We're
it's
like
one
Cam
memory.
Ward,
He's a
Cam
steel
Hayward.
trap.
We got receipts here on this.
Well,
stuff.
at that point, I knew Russell. First of all, I knew what they wanted in the quarterback for that year. I knew, seeing how Russell threw the ball compared to Fields, that he was better than him last year at that time, even though, he was 4-2 at the time.
Mark, I just can't get past with any quarterback we talk about this horrifying notion that Mike is just never going to, no matter how talented the guy is, Mike's just never going to let his hands off 10-2 on the steering wheel. Like, looks like Daniels could have easily gotten serious, could have been the MVP of the league this year. There are people who think he is the MVP of the league. I wouldn't have him far down the ballot. And I just feel like Mike would see a guy with that kind of talent and just be like, nope, we got to bottle him up.
Don't screw it up.
Don't screw it up, kid. Let's keep you under 20 attempts a game. I'm sorry. That's where I'm at now with the head coach, that I think he is gripped so tightly on the steering wheel and so wedded to the way he wants to do things. And by the way, so enabled in it with an owner who's giving him a $50 million extension, which can be seen as just an endorsement of his methods, that I don't feel like we're ever going to see a quarterback, no matter how gifted, come here under Mike Tomlin and thrive, especially early.
Because I think they have a little bit too much faith in their defense. Why are they paying them $150, $160 million a season? Because they want to win that way. And who has their fingerprints mostly on the defense compared to the offense?
Why do they want to keep winning that way when they see other teams have good defenses but not maybe great ones and go deep into the playoffs or win Super Bowls by virtue of having great quarterback play? Why do they still see this as a viable way to do it?
That's a good question. I mean, I don't have any answers.
Like Bouchette.
Honestly, I don't have any answers right now because of the continued of lack of success here, that you're almost running out of answers.
They're outperforming the NFL mean.
Yes, that is true.
So is it really a lack of success, Mark?
We'll get Mark's take on those comments when we come back, and more. Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. You caught that. Well, they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Michael Bunting had the only goal in a 5-1 loss for the Pens last night in Anaheim. They go to Seattle next. Puck drop against the Kraken tomorrow, set for 4 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Thank you, Donnie. Here's something you probably know innately, right? Athletes train every day. Why? They're trying to perform better when they're out on the field. Question: what if you could improve your performance in the bedroom? No training required. I'm talking, of course, about Blue Chew. Blue Chew's an online service, delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and at a fraction of the cost. And they're in chewable form. You don't have to worry about swallowing pills. Even better, because Blue Chew is an online prescription service, there's no awkward conversations. You're not waiting in line. You're not taking a trip to the doctor's office. It ships to your front door in discreet packaging. Blue Chew's tablets, made in the USA as well. And like I just said, they ship direct, so that makes it cheaper than a pharmacy. And trust me on this one, even if they don't say so, your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Sports Minute presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. So the Las Vegas Raiders have hired Pete Carroll. He wasn't the top name on coaching search lists. He wasn't the first or second or third coach hired. But in the end, he might be the best. Ben Johnson's a sexy name. Liam Cohen's had a weird journey to Jacksonville. Even Aaron Glenn has done the things he's done to get him that job. But it's Carroll who's proven he can win at all levels, including as a Super Bowl winning head coach. A year from now, this might be the biggest victory of all time. I'm Bill Ryder.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Cloudy with snow showers tonight, the low 14.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the southbound side of 28 as you approach the exit for the 31st Street Bridge. The left lane is closed. That's causing a backup through Millvale. I'm Kyle Fronizer.
Winter weather is here. Time to get around in a brand new Jeep. Deals are happening at South Hills, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram 2024, Jeep Grand Cherokee 4XE payments starting at $350 for 42 months. Visit southhillschryslerjeep.net for more details.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
You know, I think it's an organization issue, not just Mike. I think all of us are responsible for the outcomes, and I think we take responsibility. I don't want to get into excuse making, but the reality is we outperform the NFL mean at a greater rate than just about any team for the last 25 years. Another team that has been in that category in terms of outperforming that mean has been the Ravens. There's no other team that in either case that have been as successful and has a division rival that has outperformed the mean.
At 4:15, time to start your weekend off right with Archie's Famous Wings on East Carson Street. Jim Rooney outperforming the mean for the last quarter century, and man, that's even more impressive when you consider the fact that they've been in the Ravens division and having to play them twice a year for as long as they have.
They're 8-3 in their last 11 games against Baltimore.
Mark, your take on what the owner's brother had to say about, I'm not going to make excuses, but then I'm going to go on about excuses for a while.
I really have two takes right there.
Okay.
For him to be that specific and that means and that verbose, I think that's something that was been talked about.
Yeah. Like it didn't extemporaneously pop into his head as he was talking. I agree with that.
However, I would imagine once this became public, Art Rooney did the old palm to the face saying, I cannot believe he just said that.
He told the truth.
Well,
he said the
that
quiet
could
part
be
out
true,
loud.
but the first person talking about the organization
is a guy trying to sell a book about his father.
Yeah, should be Art.
Yep.
And that's what Art was going to do next week here.
I also don't think Art. I think Art's plenty savvy enough to not say something like we've outperformed the NFL mean.
Yeah, I mean that's the last thing anybody in Pittsburgh or Steeler fans want to hear is I'm not going to make excuses, but go on for 3 minutes.
Mark, you know what the worst part about it is too? To that point, when Art talks and gives us his, this is unacceptable. We're unhappy with this. We have an urgency to win playoff games. It pisses me off that we didn't. I'm going to believe what his brother said over him. Because the actions suggest that Jim's right and Art's just trying to tell people what they want to hear.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be quite interesting, the tone of Art this week when he talks.
What do you think it's going to be?
Well, hold on. Do you think Jim's comments will end up having changed what Art is otherwise going to say?
No, I think even Art from last year. I mean, I've been doing these for a decade now.
You like them?
With the art gatherings.
Yeah, you like them?
They've gotten a little.
It's an art gallery out there.
They've been getting a little bit larger recently, which there used to be only a handful. It used to be
Is that a comment about bloggers?
No. It was like 2 sessions before. It would be.
Wasn't there the radio and TV and then
the radio and TV guys weren't even allowed. Weren't allowed. They weren't allowed. Honestly, it was like Trib, Post Gazette, 3 or 4 guys first session. They got all the good stuff. Then the schlubs, the suburban papers. After that, in 2 sessions, maybe 6 to 7 people.
Well, you got to be happy that they opened it up now because you're working for Pat McAfee. You're not working for a
it's just
old school paper.
It's just one group that's probably going to be a lot of shouting down, which is counterproductive. And I forget what
I think Chris.
What his tone's going to be?
Yeah.
I mean, even last year that I noticed, he was a little bit. He's very smart in the way of getting his point across. A couple years ago, we need to run the ball more. Not to run the ball more, run the ball better.
Mm-hmm.
Last year was like, this is unacceptable. We need changes. We need to win. So he will toe that line of being, the owner, Art Rooney not being meddling, but, hey, I am the owner and I got to put my foot down.
They did make changes. It just didn't work. I mean, they brought in a new offensive coordinator. They completely revamped their quarterback room. They got rid of Kenny after just 2 years.
Whole scouting departments.
Yeah.
Different. Everything's different.
So he actually backed that up, and he didn't get the results, which I think most companies or businesses that do that make different changes. Like make bigger changes the next year.
Or take a complete strategic shift. I just looked it up. You said the run the ball better the year after they were like averaging 3.9 a carry. The last 3 years, including this one, 22, 23, 24, the exact same yards per carry, 4.1.
Wow.
They've ranked in different spots because the NFL around them has been a little different.
Yeah, plus
But it's been close to bottom third of the league basically that whole time still, Mark. And here's what I want to hear, and I know you're going to tell me that he's not going to say it. I'd love to hear Art Rooney say, we wanted to run the ball better and we made an incremental improvement, but honestly, as we look at the rest of the NFL, we realize we might need to start thinking about passing the ball better. And that, hey, I'm not going to say we need to keep focusing on this one thing I've always wanted us to do. We're going to focus on trying to be better somewhere else. Because that's the whole thing.
I want to know what he's going to say about Mike, because he's going to get a question about Mike's job performance, and I can't wait to hear what he says about that. Does he say again, we're just so happy to have Mike, he's doing a great job?
A lot of times they bring it back into organizationally. We haven't done a good job all along. Like Omar
what if
hasn't
somebody were to press him and say, independently of the organization around him, how do you feel about the job Mike has done specifically?
Well, he said
he'll probably say not good enough because we haven't won.
Here was his answer from last year on that.
When you see Mike's interaction with players in the building and certainly the respect that particularly the veteran players have for him and their belief in him, Mike is one of the best coaches in the league as far as I'm concerned, and we're happy we have him.
You think he says that last part this year? One of the best coaches in the league, and we're happy to have him.
Yeah, I think. I mean, he might be a little bit more diplomatic about it, not say it in those exact words. You have to understand, Art's very smart. Art's a lawyer, so he knows how to say correct words. I mean, he's going to get things in there that he wants to come across. You're just going to have to read between the lines a little bit. But I think there's going to be stuff coming out of there where you could tell that he knows that people are going to be,
champing at the bit,
out for blood.
No, just on every single word, they're just going to be hanging on every single word he says. They're just going to try to break down everything.
Yes,
what do you
be
mean
among
here?
the people doing that.
Yes, and you'll have first dibs at it, right? And so he knows this. He's going to have to come across as this is not acceptable in the more of a way than being.
But he's already.
The way he normally goes about it, the monotone voice, he's going to have to be assertive.
Voice.
But I mean, he said it. If you go back and look last year, it was we're all getting impatient. Mike's getting impatient. It's time to win. There's definitely a sense of urgency. We need to win playoff games and make runs in the playoffs. Yeah. And it's like,
I wonder if he's going to go back on. Well, we won 10 games.
See,
no, he can't do that.
There's no way he can do that.
That would be
man.
such a tone-deaf comment if he said,
I even
10
think,
wins is good for us.
Honestly,
we
Mark,
outperformed the mean.
I even think he cannot qualify their season by saying, we started 10-3. We're very happy. We're not I don't even think you can throw in the caveat that, hey, the first 3 quarters of the season looked pretty good. People do not want to hear that.
Did he not say last year something about he really liked how he can tell by how well the team's doing by how they end the season? Did he say something like that?
He said that 2 years ago when in Kenny's rookie year because they won all those games to rally back and finish over 500. But he didn't say it last year. He said, I think I'm paraphrasing here, I think one of the markers of a good team, one of the things you look at is how you're playing as the season ends. Mm-hmm. And essentially he said we're on like a steady upward trajectory.
Yeah, they missed the playoffs that year, and he was bullish on both Kenny and how the team finished the season.
Yeah, I love our trajectory right now. Yeah. What are you going to say this year? I mean, the team crashed and burned horrifying fashion.
Do you think people's perception of this team would be different, say, if they won one of those games in that 11-game span? And still lost in the playoffs. Maybe win 2. Maybe win the Bengals game 2.
If you beat the Bengals because you managed to kick a field goal and Russ does a better job on the 2-minute drill, I still don't think it does a ton for people. You went 11-6 and we're in a non-competitive playoff
How about
game.
You beat the Bengals and you squeak one out against...
I guess you're playing Houston at that point, yes.
Kansas City or whatever, and you end up winning 12 games, but you lose in the first round of the playoffs.
I think it would have been different because they would have won a division if it happened that way.
Then all of a sudden the roster's fine and...
No, but
they're close.
But I guess I can't even entertain that because they got their doors blown off by Kansas City.
I understand that.
Mark, what I thought you meant by that was, would the perception be better if during this 6-game playoff losing streak, you just flip one of those losses into a win? Like, let's say they win, I don't know, they win the Jaguars game instead of losing it. Yeah. And now it's a 5-year playoff drought, but you went to... it's a 7-year playoff drought, and you went to an AFC Championship game. I don't know. Or let's say you beat the Browns in 2020, and now we're talking about 4 years without a playoff win.
Yeah.
Instead of 8.
What I think is,
I think it would be different.
The 6 losses in the 8 years, people are just getting fed up. So I think in any other year, the 10 wins, the 10-3, playing those 3 really tough games in the stretch, maybe people give them a pass. But after 8 years and 6
2 years is a pattern, so I've heard.
Really?
Yeah. And when you do the same thing over and over again, you can't expect the same results. Huh. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskid.net. Bill Cowher has just weighed in on Tomlin. You'll hear those comments coming back. Plus, a coach from Mark's neck of the woods was let go today. Will he come and start working for the Steelers next year? First, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Both championship games can be heard here on 93.7 The Fan on Sunday. Washington and Philly at 3, Buffalo, Kansas City at 6:30. Both of them courtesy of the NFL on Westwood One. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. Upgrade the game day snacking experience. You're going to have chips, veggie tray maybe, a bunch of wings this weekend for the big games, and you want something that's going to elevate the whole experience. How about Daisy French onion dip, a guilty pleasure of mine? Snacking is the guilty pleasure. My snack obsession really is the Daisy French onion dip. It makes the carrots, the chips, the pretzels, the wings, all of that taste that much better. And why is Daisy French onion dip so good? Made with real herbs and spices, made with ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Upgrade your snack game now by looking for Daisy French onion dip at a grocery store near you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2.
When Ron was there with you, during the conversation you would have with Ron, at the end of every conversation, many times you would go, all right, Ron, and you would move on. My wife's granddaughters were with me, and every time they were here, I'd listen to the radio with you. And when they went home, they started saying this to their mother, all right, Ron. And nobody wanted to tell you this for months, and now the whole family's doing, all right, Ron, when they don't know what to say.
Yeah, or when they want to move on. I love that. The funny thing about this is, every time that I leave the booth and Donnie comes in at the end of the day, I say, all right, Ron, and Donnie says, all right, Ron, right back.
The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
Archie's on Carson Street in the South Side is Pittsburgh's premier venue to watch all the black and gold action. Taste for yourself why Archie's was voted Mid-Atlantic's wing champion and the wing of weekenders everywhere. Archie's on the South Side is the official chicken wing of the Fan.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I will say this. No one is more frustrated or disappointed at how the season ended than Mike Tomlin. I will say that, too. I was in there earlier this year and did a sit-down with Russell Wilson. They've made some tweaks. They've tried to make some changes on the staff, and maybe there'll be more to be had. But I know for that man right there that winning championships is what he is all about. And he's not going to run away from anything. He's not going to be pushed out of anything. He'll have more resolve than he's ever had before. That's just who he is. That's how he's wired. That being said, there's going to be some uncomfortable conversations that they've had to have, and I know that Art Rooney will be a part of that. Omar Khan will be a part of that. They'll sit down and look at what their options are and have a plan moving forward. I think it starts more so than a quarterback position. I think it's got to start with that defensive staff, and philosophically speaking, where do we go from here?
That last part actually is interesting. I was going to focus on the point about how Cowher thinks there's going to be uncomfortable conversations, and I just don't believe that. But it is interesting to hear Bill say that the bigger problems he thinks is just how much the defense is underachieved.
Yeah, so Mike's going to look in the mirror and have a conversation with himself, the uncomfortable conversation with himself about his own defense.
I'm glad you said that because, I think it's one thing to say, I know Mike's the most frustrated guy in the building and angry and wants to change it. It's another thing altogether to be that person and be capable of change. There are times in this business where I'm frustrated with my own performance, and then on some level I'm like, yeah, am I capable of anything better, though, or of, being different and doing things differently? I don't know if I think Mike's capacity for change is the problem here.
Yeah, I mean, look at what Stefanski, he gave up his, on the offensive side of the ball, he gave up his play calling duties.
Took him right back
and
now.
He took him back, but...
And then he said, I reserve the right to basically change my mind about this whenever I want.
But he did... Who was their coordinator last year?
Ken Dorsey got fired.
Now it's Tommy Rees.
Yeah, Tommy Rees was a quarterback about 4 years ago, it seemed like, for who, Notre Dame?
Notre Dame.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is he trusted Dorsey enough to at least give him the play calls. I don't know if you're not going to trust Terrell Austin.
If you're not going to trust
the
Brian
play calls,
Flores,
what are you going to do?
If you're not going to trust Brian Flores once you throw him the lifeline to hire him, if you're going to stick him with basically you're a senior consultant and you're going to work with our linebackers.
I think it was inside.
I know he worked with the linebackers. My point is, would anybody dispute that he's a better defensive coordinator at this point than Mike? I think he is. He's doing the job unilaterally every day. Mike is doing this weird job share with Terrell Austin where they come up with the plan together. If he wasn't going to let Brian Flores run his defense, he wasn't going to let anybody.
No, I think that's probably why, a decade ago they probably got rid of LeBeau. I mean,
they could have said they got rid of LeBeau because Tim Tebow threw for 300 yards on him, and they'd have been pretty justified.
Yeah, I mean, LeBeau did go to Tennessee and didn't enjoy much success there. But I mean, I just don't see any of the uncomfortable conversations. Where are they coming from? Who are we talking to? You're going to James Daniel and say we're not bringing you back next year? Where's these uncomfortable? It's not going to be within the organization.
I know.
It's not going to be Art and Mike and Omar. They're going to get together and say, okay, what do we do as a unit to be able to fix this? It's
and
not
that's
going to
not
be like
uncomfortable.
No, it's just like let's figure this
That's
out.
That's not them calling Mike in and saying, Mike, you need to change something about the way you coach to make this work. That's uncomfortable.
I do think it's strange that we haven't heard anything in 2 weeks now. Coaching.
Well, the one thing I heard, and I tweeted this out to effect, that they have 3 guys on the offensive side of the ball whose contracts expired: Sullivan, Faulkner, and the tight ends coach. And it would make sense to me that Sullivan and Faulkner would get let go. I mean, they basically had Sullivan under contract for an extra year after they didn't give him the offensive coordinator job. And I think because he was still under contract, they just created an extra job for him.
Senior offensive assistant.
Yes. And now that the contract's up, I don't think they'll keep the senior offensive assistant title.
That makes sense.
They're going to add coaches?
And then Faulkner's a Canada guy.
Yeah.
Eddie was a Matt Canada guy.
I really like how Faulkner
does what? Plays Najee Harris on first and second down over Jalen?
Just how he teaches. You see him teach a lot, obviously, training camp and during the season, just his methods. I think he's a good teacher. So does he want to stay there too? I mean, what options does he have?
But listen to what we're talking about. We're talking about a quarterback's coach that got demoted and a running back's coach for crying out loud.
What's it going to change? It's not going to change much.
Why would you make changes when you outperform the mean?
Mark,
you're going to just keep using it.
Well,
maybe you should make a shirt.
I'm being facetious to an extent, but I still think what he said is much closer to the real feeling inside the highest levels of that organization than not. And so I am going to bring it up because I do think it has real relevance besides just being fodder for an easy joke.
Mark, I think this would be a significant change. What if Art told Mike, you're a defensive guy, fix that side of the ball because it's underachieved. I'm going to have Arthur Smith, and to give Arthur help, we're going to bring Bobby Slowick in, whose family's from Baldwin. He's a local kid. And those 2 guys are going to get together, and they're going to Bobby can be the passing game coordinator. Arthur can be the running game coordinator. Arthur will call the games on Sunday, and I want you to basically stay out of their meetings. You can meet once a week, put the what's the plan, and then let them go to work, basically.
First of all,
that's never going to happen.
I just don't know how you police that. Was Art going to be you in there, Mike?
No, you're right.
You
can't.
Mike?
He basically has to be like a man of his word on that. You're right about it. I agree with how you put
Why
that.
would Art take stuff off Mike's plate if he pays him enough money to suggest that you want him
Great
in
point, too. You're going to pay him more and have him do less?
And why would Mike want to even stay around if they're going to take stuff off his plate? I never heard anybody's ever said in any walk of life of saying, yeah, I don't want to do all of this, man. Let somebody else do my job for me.
Clearly one of Mike's problems. Fingering too many pies right now.
That's for Slowick, though, man. He might have better offers.
Yeah, he probably will.
I mean, if you circle through it all and it's sitting out a year or doing that, I can understand that. But maybe not him specifically, but maybe somebody like that to bring it in who might feel, they might feel good that Arthur Smith, he could be the offensive coordinator in waiting almost, if you're sitting there being almost the assistant offensive coordinator. But wasn't Bobby Slowick the golden child last year?
He was, and then they had a million injuries still again, and their offensive line
sucked.
That either tells me that he
if I were Tampa
has
Bay,
another place.
If I were Tampa Bay, I would just hire him.
That's what I'm saying. He has another place where he would rather be, and they're just making up something. Or
DeMeco Ryans actually talked about him like he didn't really want him around, like a couple days ago.
Yeah, speaking of that, the whole Pete Carroll hire is just strange to me too.
Mark, how is Pete Carroll a different coach than Mike Tomlin?
Well, what I'm saying is I don't think the Raiders are anywhere close to being a playoff team.
And they brought in an ancient coach.
Yeah, so, okay, if you're getting them back on track, then say, see ya. Unless you have somebody else in waiting there,
I think it's pretty clear they wanted Ben Johnson, and he didn't go there.
Mark, how about Leftwich is basically like just out of the coaching profession? There's another guy with Steelers ties.
Yeah, I mean,
Bruce Arians' disciple guy.
That's why these guys take their opportunities when they get them, because out of sight, out of mind almost. I don't even know if he has a job anymore.
He doesn't.
Does he?
He's out. Yep.
You have to be involved somewhere. There was a lot of talk about him the past year or two with Canada and Arthur Smith, but I don't think that was ever even a thought in the Steelers' minds.
Who wins this weekend?
I'm going chalk. It's going to be boring. Eagles, Chiefs. Another terrible Super Bowl.
Why would that be a terrible game, though?
It came
down to the last second.
What I'd like to see, would you like to see the Commanders and Bills? Back to my youth, maybe I'd like to see the Commanders and Bills.
I think the real way that Jaden Daniels could cement himself as the greatest rookie quarterback ever and be a folk hero is to beat the Chiefs and prevent a three-peat.
I thought you were going to bring up the Kenny Pickett hypothetical.
I will.
Where Kenny goes in.
Kenny goes in and actually balls out in the NFC title game. Trubisky has to go in and balls out and beats the Chiefs, and then it's Trubisky versus Pickett in the Super Bowl. Who would you pick?
Probably the Trubisky train, right?
I don't have that. I do have this queued up, though.
You never see a big fat guy that is mashing his own, nuts.
I don't understand that.
Donnie, can you try to figure out what was going on there with that clip?
Do you want me to ask Franheiser next?
No, I'll just ask you for your own
I don't know
context
what the hell he's
clue.
talking
I
about.
thought he was going to say like stomping his own grapes or something, like he would make it I don't know.
Why did the guy have to be a big fat guy?
I know. There we go again. I mean, I don't understand how. I mean, is this like producer talk? Hey, Donnie, I got a good freaking drop here, man. I mean, how's it get from one to the other?
That didn't even come to me. Apparently, it went straight to Pony.
I think I know how it got there, but I'm not going to reveal.
You
Pony's
never
sources.
see a big fat guy that is mashing his own.
I guess
nuts.
My main question is:
Is he talking about his balls?
I don't know, Pony.
Could be talking about walnuts.
My question is, he's on a news talk station. There's some freedom to kind of go all over. Colin talks sports somewhat regularly over there. What was he talking about that got him to the point where he said, "You never see a big fat guy mashing his own nuts"?
Yeah, he's done some pretty serious topics over there lately. Maybe he just wanted to
could possibly be
find some levity.
That.
The Eagles are so much better than the Eagles.
You know what? I got to respect John Fetterman's attire, his wardrobe. I love it.
Well, you guys are birds of a feather with that. You got the shorts on right now.
The funny, the guy shows up in freaking for inauguration or whatever it is with shorts and a hoodie.
People are like legitimately pissed off about that too.
I respect that he stayed true.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it would. Donnie, do you remember the old Stone Cold as new champion? And he tried to show up in like a suit and tie.
Oh
or
yeah,
whatever.
he hated it. He ripped it off.
Hated it, and that was a big pop. I think if he showed up in a full suit to some formal function, people would be waiting for like a heel turn or a face turn.
I think he did early in his tenure, and then he's like, "Forget this."
Donnie, I think for your wedding day, you guys should consider that.
Speaking of that, wait, is he getting married?
No, I'm just saying potentially.
You know what? Did you guys ever go over that? His New Year's tweet where he tweeted some sort of ring and big things ahead this year or something like that. You guys never saw that?
I think we just ignored it. Or I missed it.
Well, he's already talked about ring purchasing, so we're not really letting the cat out of the bag here.
Or flat-footed.
He already talked about that.
But that's terrible.
With his friends at Urbanowitz, and Sarah went with him.
Yeah, I mean,
she picked out her own ring.
Donnie.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't going to risk going there and screwing it up.
Donnie, then, well, what are you waiting for then? Go to the top of Mount Washington?
No, I can't do that. It's too cliche, Mark.
Yeah. Maybe do it on Christmas Day.
No, I can't do that either. No holidays.
Mark, did you do a big fancy engagement?
I'm making fun of DeFabo right there because that's what he did. But
Wait,
did you do a big fancy
on Christmas
Yeah,
Day?
he did.
On top of Mount Washington.
Did you do a big fancy engagement?
Where was I?
The Foster
House
in Mount Vernon.
The Foster House. Great sandwiches.
Mark,
I was on the
ring stuck on inside a toothpick.
No.
Top of
I had this
sandwich.
We went on a cruise to like Belize and all those places.
Wow, look at you!
And I had this whole thing like set up out on the ship or whatever, out in the balcony, whatever, like I'm Jack from
The Titanic? Come on.
No, you did not.
Wouldn't you know, it was a tropical storm. And the whole boat was shaking, couldn't go, so I had to do the impromptu, like, in the old cabinet, or what do you call it, the stateroom. It was like...
In the stateroom?
Whatever that, I don't know what they're called.
It's still, I'm shocked that knowing you as long as I have, that you're someone that would actually go to Belize. That part kind of...
You know what, I went to the Mayan ruins, way deep inside of Belize, which was very scary, because it's like on the border of, like, Guatemala or whatever, so there's guys with, like, machine guns, like
fat guys
escorting you, fat guys with nuts.
Yeah,
I just assumed your story was going to be, I proposed. She was walking out of the bathroom at Donzi's, and I dropped down to one.
Donzi's? How old are you? Well, I don't even know how long I have been married.
Donnie has a question about the AFC Championship game for Steelers fans. We'll also take your calls and give away another pair of tickets to see Jason Aldean later on in the show. Thank you, Mark.
Bye now.
Right now, I've got a quick message for you about Mike's Beer Bar. Get over to Mike's on Sunday for the games. They'll have both games on. Won't have to complain about volume or making sure that the games are on the right TVs. 20 big screen TVs there at Mike's. 80 rotating taps of local craft beer. Hundreds of beer from around the world. All in one place. Great dining options, too. Steak on a stone, wings, sandwiches, wraps, burgers. They've got it all. It is a premier sports viewing location and a great place to drink beer. Meet me at Mike's Beer Bar right next to PNC Park. Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. Shorkey, Mitsubishi, North Huntington, a place where you can go right now to get a vehicle that's equally great in inclement weather, equally great when it comes to fuel efficiency. You want bells and whistles. You want all sorts of features and conveniences. Go there and check out the 2025 Outlander Hybrid. It feels like you are driving something from the future. It's awesome. Right now, those 2025 Outlander Hybrids, just $299 a month with no money down. Incredible deals, too, to be had on the remaining 2024 Outlanders, now up to $9,000 off, or you can finance at 0%. They got the best inventory in Western Pennsylvania when it comes to Mitsubishi, so they are going to have the one that you are looking for. Plus, when you get into a Mitsu, you always get the peace of mind that comes with that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Go see them. Get your New Year deal your way. What a great day. Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington, and online, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. See yourself in the new 2025 Kia Sportage EX 4-wheel drive and lease for just $285 a month, or purchase with a special low APR starting at 1.9%. At Monroeville Kia, our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. See what you get free: lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Call for details, 412-856-2100.
It's the new year. Time to make a positive change in your life.
I went to My Computer Career because I needed job security.
Because I wanted a career in cybersecurity.
I went to My Computer Career because IT jobs are everywhere.
My old job was going nowhere.
I went because I didn't want college loans for the rest of my life.
Because I wanted a career for the rest of my life.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. Financial aid available for qualified students, including the GI Bill. 529 college savings plans accepted. Not available in Washington State.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Coming up on Sunday, AFC Championship game in pro football, Kansas City hosting Buffalo. Kansas City about a 2-point home favorite in the game. Total has been bet up to 48.5, so bettors seem to like the over in this game, and I tend to agree. But let's take a look at a yardage prop coming up in this game where we know Buffalo is going to try to defend Kansas City's quarterback and not let Kansas City run. Have a spy on Kansas City's star quarterback, which should open the middle of the field. It's a really square bet, but I think it's going to win. Let's play Kansas City's star tight end over his receiving yards Sunday in the AFC title game. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free. Oh, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any Metro Flex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days.
Picture yourself here, carving down snowy trails, kids laughing, and memories being made. At Holiday Valley with 60 trails and ski out lodging, winter fun is waiting for you. This winter, picture yourself at Holiday Valley, located in the authentic ski town of Ellicottville, New York. Voted 11th best ski resort on the entire East Coast by Ski Magazine readers. Learn more at holidayvalley.com.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Oh, up top, Bike Shop.
Yeah. It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years!
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five!
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back with fun for the whole family. The 64th annual fuel-required classic car dealership World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 24th through 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's hottest customs, hot rods, classics, trucks, and motorcycles, including the Evel Knievel Tribute, featuring the Snake River Trike, the X2 Sky Cycle, and the Formula One Dragster, presented by Motor Mania Media. Make your own music and show your own style. Get your photo with Barbie's pink Cadillac from Disney's Epcot. You've seen her on parade. Now see it in person. Saturday, meet Danny Coker and Kevin Mack from Counts Customs and Counting Cars. Saturday and Sunday, meet Farm Truck and Asian from Street Outlaws. And see their sleeper Chevy Farm Truck Racer. TheFuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. This weekend at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Part of the Summit Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See WorldOfWheels.com for more info.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars Rewards. Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code RADIO DYW and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets.
21 or older, new users in Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. Max bet $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. For terms, see Caesars.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tom Swab
Watch Bar on the North Shore hosts the best watch parties for all black and gold hockey games. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound, premium food and drink, including their famous prime rib dip. Enjoy game day vibes that match being at the game at Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. Equally great in weather and fuel efficiency. Check out the 2025 Outlander PHEV. Just $299 a month with no money down. Remaining 24 Outlanders now up to $9,000 off. Or finance at a low 0%. Your new year deal, your way. What a great day. Shop JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Lease for $299 a month for 36 months. Security deposit waived. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Window Nation. Listen here. Weather impacts your windows. Hot days, cold nights. They can cause all that caulk to crack, seal failures, condensation. Window Nation only uses top-of-the-line materials. That's right. Also this. All they do is windows. Just windows. They are the experts. They've installed over 200,000 windows just last year. That's 40 times more than the average window company. They've got a lot for you. 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION. WindowNation.com. Listen, Window Nation is also a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Receive a pair of Penguin tickets with a purchase of a house of windows. Do that right now. I wouldn't be endorsing this company if I didn't have complete trust in them. And you know who I have complete trust in? Window Nation. 50% off all style of windows, plus pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. That's the deal now. 866-90-NATION, WindowNation.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the inbound side of 28, just past the exit for the 31st Street Bridge. The left lane is closed in both directions. You'll see delays from the north side through 31st Street on the outbound side. Inbound side is backed up from through 31st Street. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Championship weekend in the NFL is upon us Sunday afternoon. Eagles and Commanders here on The Fan at 3, 6:30 for the Bills and Chiefs. For more, go to 937thevan.com. Right now, it's a Football Friday on the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Minute mark on the Fans brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Busy final hour of the show. Open phone Friday, 5:15. Can get in queue now to be a part of that. 412-928-9370. That's when you're allowed to talk and discuss any topic you want with us. 412-928-9370. Plus 5:30, another pair of tickets to see Jason Aldean as part of PMT Black and Gold Conference Championship Challenge.
The challenge really drives home how epic that is, that read.
And we had a winner yesterday. You guys were not confident. Well, Donnie was, I think, had lukewarm confidence in our listeners to come through. You did not, so we'll see.
I've seen too many listeners get, high on their own supply and think they're going to crush and then fail miserably.
AFC title game preview. Bills and Chiefs. They've met in the playoffs 3 times. Buffalo's lost all 3. They win the regular season meetings. They lose the games that count. That's really how it goes with the entire history of Bills football. And lately, whenever Patrick Mahomes is in a big game, other than matchups with Tom Brady, where he went 0-2 in the playoffs in the AFC Championship game, then in the Super Bowl against Tampa, and the Burrow matchup, where they had that brain fart at the end of the first half and didn't score, and it's like it carried over into the second half. They were still stunned by it and ended up losing. The guys basically, what people, I keep saying on this, and I've never seen any of these movies, so I get the reference now just because people keep saying it, but I don't make the reference because I don't have any knowledge, or I've never really gotten into it. People say, well, it's just he's Thanos. It's inevitable. Thanos. Mahomes is Thanos.
Don't like that comparison. You know why?
Thanos is inevitable.
Because I've seen all those movies, and Thanos, anytime he gets into a fight, obliterates everybody. Mahomes would be more like the supervillain who gets his ass kicked and then somehow at the last second pulls it out in the end.
To make a wrestling analogy, he's like Ric Flair.
He can be dominant at times, like a monster, like a Brock Lesnar out there, and destroy you. But much more lately, and this is why people, I think, are starting to turn on him,